start of the day regarding anything from late arrivals to just not feeling it in the morning to sickness to any other measure that might prevent them from being at the starting lineup. But certainly the high number of novices this year is actually intriguing. There's around 7,000 novices, but always wonderful to hear the recording of Max Trimborn's cockcrow ahead of the start of this race and then get things going, whether it starts in Durban or whether it starts in Pietermaritzburg. There's the Shongololo. But it's starting at 5:30, of course, finishing at 5:30, 12 hours later in Kingsmead in Durban. But always magnificent to see the start and how many athletes stream over this start. It takes 8-9 minutes for runners to cross. And Helen, you would have always been at the front of the action here. But it's just such a remarkable occasion, this race. I mean, just over 89 kilometres this year. But just such a remarkable race in terms of camaraderie and inclusiveness is the Comrades.
Oh, it was, and you could feel the buzz in Durban yesterday. That you could see them wandering around at the expo down the beachfront, and just there was just this feeling of real excitement. And now these athletes have got to unleash that, channel that energy, and I think it is fascinating that 1 in 3 people are a novice. It's the first time, so they'll be thinking, can I actually do this? And I've got 12 hours to prove to myself that I can get there in time.
Wel, daar is Hanley nou. En hopelik oor 'n paar ure, ek weet nie hoe lank Hanley wil hardloop nie, gaan sy hier in Durban aankom waar ons sit op die eindstreep. Natuurlik, die atlete lang dag voor vir hulle. En almal het hulle eie doelwitte vandag, soos hulle hier oor die beginstreep gaan. Natuurlik, die Comrades Marathon van geweer tot geweer, so baie van die atlete wat soveel as 10 minute gaan opgee net om by die beginpunt te kom. En moeilik vir die atlete hier agter, maar hulle moet dit maar rustig vat. 89.208 kilometer wat voor lê vir hulle. En daar begin hulle nou hardloop. Soos hulle oor die beginstreep gaan, kan ons sien hoe die atlete begin hardloop.
Well, this is the down run this year. This is truly an international event. The Canadian flag that is waving proudly. There are athletes from all around the world, most notably, of course, the United Kingdom and the United States. Although Brazil, another one of the countries that has over 100 athletes, there are ambassadors for this race all around the world. And so many athletes that would love to tackle the Comrades Marathon. South Africa has many events, of course, that are billed as being amongst the world's best, amongst the world's favourites, and certainly the Comrades Marathon, which is dubbed as the ultimate human race, is regarded very highly in international circles and has done so now for over 2 decades. And it just continues to, the international contingent that continues to make their way to South Africa every year around this time to run the Comrades Marathon is heartwarming. It's amazing to see how many internationals come. But of course, year in and year out these days, internationals continue to challenge for titles. And later on in the day, we'll be discussing favourites for the elite men and elite women as we see how this race pans out. Just over 89 kilometres from Pietermaritzburg to Durban, the down run. But Helen, not really a down run when you look at the route map. I mean, you go a third of the route and you're actually higher than you were when you started. The down doesn't start for some time.
No, many of these athletes, if they've not familiarised themselves with this course, will be getting to halfway and think there's been a mistake made. There are a lot of hills in the beginning, and the real down run really starts probably in Hillcrest and sort of gets accentuated as you come down from Cowie's Hill. But all these athletes, their immediate goal for every single one of them is to finish this race. They've got 12 hours, and then there'll be the others who will be competing for gold. Then we've got the 7.5 hour cutoff for the silver medal. There is another medal cutoff to try and complete in 9 hours, then 11 hours and 12 hours. But the majority of this field, probably about 60% of them, will be finishing in that last hour.
Yeah, you mentioned all the different cutoffs there. Of course, there are Bonitas hotspots that the elite athletes will be going for as well along the route. And these Bonitas hotspots would look at the first man and first woman to cross them, but also they have to actually finish the race in less than 7 hours, 30 minutes to qualify for those hotspot prizes. And then the medals at the Comrades, they've developed throughout the years, different medals on offer for different times. Of course, the top 10 men and women getting gold medals. And then that Wally Hayward medal, probably the hardest medal to get, and that's for sub 6 hours, especially for a woman. And Caroline Wissman has mentioned that she would like to look at that Wally Hayward medal. I think she'll be the first woman to actually get that if she goes below 6 hours today. 7 hours 30 is the silver medal cutoff. Then, of course, the Bull Rowan at 9 hours, the bronze medal at 11 hours. And the Vic Clapper medal is the final time limit there that you see, the 12-hour cutoff, and there all those medal cutoffs being displayed on the screen. 1 o'clock, that's silver medals at 7 hours 30. That's also the Benitez hotspot that you have to finish in 7 hours 30 to qualify for those hotspot prizes. Happy 7th birthday to Nina, and it's probably mum or dad there attempting this race on Nina's 7th birthday. Nina is still a bit young to run this, so it can't be her, but the athletes still streaming across the start line there. We also saw the 11-hour bus, and for those who don't know, there are lots of buses on this, Comrades, and we're not talking about the four-wheeled version, but rather buses of athletes trying to finish in different times.
Yeah, big buses. But you speak of youngsters running the race. Of course, you need to turn 20 at the year of the Comrades to be able to run. Janine Parker is a 20-year-old. She's the youngest athlete out in the when it comes to the older athletes, though, Sigrid Eichner, 75-year-old, is the oldest female athlete who's out in this field, and Barry Varty, a 77-year-old, is tackling in the men's race. The youngest runner, though, in the men's race as well, also a 20-year-old, Reinhard Brandt, is going to be tackling the Comrades Marathon. This 2016 down run, it's a significant affair, but Helen, one of the things that you mentioned is a good half of the field actually finishes in the last hour of this race. It's about planning your pace properly, isn't it, from the very start?
Very much so, and as we can see, those runners will be wanting to finish between the 11 and 12 hour, and we've got up on the screen the prize money that is available for these elite athletes. So we've got so many different races happening within this, and just different people going for different things. But these athletes will be running in the dark for about 1 hour, and they've got to go down the notorious Polly Shorts Hill, which is notorious on the up run, but I must say, running in the dark going down, it looks a little bit treacherous, and they'll all just be feeling sort of very apprehensive, nervous, and just actually excited to release this bottled up energy.
Well, of course, running in the dark also has implications for our broadcast. We can't show you pictures in the dark, so we might have a bit of a time when we can't bring you pictures in that first hour. We'll focus on the start for now. And we talked about the prize money, 400,000 Rand for the winners, but the South Africans can win even more than that. The winning South African, or the first South African man and woman, will receive 190,000 Rand each. And if they happen to win the race as well, the Ministry of Sport also said another 100,000 for the first South African if they win the race, and various other prizes on offer. Dwayne, earlier you mentioned the international flavor yesterday at the Expo. It was quite an interesting conversation. We ran into what we thought were some Americans, and the one was eventually had a Chicago Marathon t-shirt on, and the one asked the other one, well, have you run the Chicago Marathon? He said, no, I've done it 2 times. And do you come from Chicago? No, actually, I'm from Toronto. So the guy's, okay, well, I'm from Toronto. And then the man from Toronto asks the other runner, so where in America are you from? And the other one says, no, I'm from Vancouver. So we happen to have these 2 Canadians who both thought the other one was American. So I don't feel bad if I mix up the Canadian-American accent anymore, because the Canadians seem to do it themselves. But a lot of camaraderie and fun is what the Comrades Marathon is about, and the Expo, we saw that, and you'll see it on the day today as well. And we see the finish in the last bit of the field, crossing that start line, as we now go back to the studio with Valen Kirtley.
Thank you very much to our commentary team led by Arno Malherbe and Dwayne Delacque in this half hour. This year during the Comrades Marathon, Old Mutual is giving you a chance to win amazing prizes. It's very easy. All you have to do is answer the questions that come up on the screen by SMSing Old Mutual and your answer. So that's Old Mutual and either A, B or C to 34068, and you could win 1,000 Rands worth of airtime. Don't miss out and enter now. All right, so as it's taken over 10 minutes to clear the start line in Pietermaritzburg, we welcome you back to the studio here in Durban. We are, of course, waiting for it to get light here in KwaZulu-Natal before our helicopters can safely go up into the air so we can bring you the first visuals of what's happening in both the men's and women's race. But it's now my pleasure to introduce you to another colleague of mine. He is a man that is an award-winning sports commentator, Zolani Bongo. A very good morning to you, Zolani.
Morning, Valen.
It's usually cricket and football and boxing, but ZB today it's the ultimate human race.
Oh yeah, definitely, without a doubt. And yeah, it's quite a pleasure, and you know, it's so nice. Just you know, you just feel goosebumps that you're doing a Comrades Marathon. It's a human race, nothing more.
And how did it feel watching some of those visuals of that start line?
Wow, I can imagine Bruce Fordyce. He's gone through it, won it 9 times. Well, it must have been, you know, such a wonderful achievement. And you just feel for those people going out there. You know, I know we're going to talk about prize money. And, you know, it's not about money. I think the prize is just to get out there and run and just achieve something out of it. And you just feel good about it.
You certainly do. As the saying for this year goes, is ukutoba. It will humble you. And Bruce, I mean, whether you're the man that's winning it, as you've done 9 times, or whether you're the person that's going to be the last person over the finish line, each and every single person has that reckoning with themselves, that moment in the race where they've actually got to say, you know what, I'm not going to listen to you, body. I'm going to carry on going.
Well, I say that when you get to Pinetown on the down run, you will meet somebody very interesting, and you will meet somebody who you deeply, deeply admire and learn to love, and that person is yourself, because in Pinetown only you can get yourself to the finish. There's huge spectator support, there's runners all around you, but at that point, obviously there are viewers, so I'm not going to use the bad language, but every single runner will say never, ever, ever again. And then they say, but I have to finish this one. And the way they do it is that they drive themselves through the finish, and they get themselves there. And as I say, the person that they meet in Pinetown, who they never had met before, is themselves, and they deeply admire that person.
Nazilani is a massive cricket fan, and he's been commentating on cricket for many, many years. You said something very interesting to one of your American colleagues. Please listen to this.
So here's Kingsmead behind us. Okay, so the famous cricket stadium, and I took a whole group of overseas runners, particularly Americans, with me on a route tour a couple of days ago, and we did the whole journey from Pietermaritzburg to the finish here. And when we came into the cricket stadium, I had to explain to them this is an famous international cricket stadium, and one of the things that happens as you finish is that there's security guards who are going to check whether you have the right to run this last lap, because you're going to run around the boundary fence, you know, where people hit 4s and 6s. And so I said, the security guards are going to ask you as you come in, could you please tell us what an LBW is? So these Americans big eyes. I said, what is an LBW? I said, well, leg before wicket, surely you know that. And I had to tell them, no, I'm only joking. You'll be fine.
All right, we're going to get a little bit more of your insights on the route now as we take a look at the route, which is officially this year 89.208 kilometers. Bruce, what do you tell those tourists that you actually bring along the route?
It's up all the way. I mean, we're going through it very quickly. Down Polly Shorts, up the other side to Little Polly's down. We're in Ashburton, then up to Umlaas Road, the rising sun coming straight into your eyes as you're going up there.
Umlaas Road, also the highest point on the route.
Yeah, highest road, Cato Ridge, big crowd support, Drummond, you drop down into Drummond, and then you climb up the other side of Inchanga, and finally you get to Bothas Hill, and then you start the downhill plummet. And the downhill plummets are Bothas Hill, Fields Hill, back of Cowie's Hill, and that's flat out downhill. Wave goodbye to your toenails, they're going. And then you finally, the final 5Ks from Tollgate Hill into Durban is downhill and flat. But even at the end, you have that one hill going up to Tollgate Hill.
And that feeling when you finally actually get onto the grass from having run on the tar for over 89 kilometers.
The grass is a wonderful sensation, but actually it tugs at your ankles, it slows you down, and they're sadistic because they make you go the entire way around the boundary fence, you see, right on the very edge. And so it's a long last lap, but obviously a triumphant last lap. And suddenly, as you come around the corner, it just unwinds in front of you, and there's the finish, and you can't believe it. That whole journey, Pietermaritzburg, seemingly weeks ago you were there. Pluto's outer moon, it was so far, long ago that you were there, and then suddenly there it is, opens up in front of you, and it's extremely emotional. So that's why you see people, you know, raising their arms. It's a fantastic release of the tension that you've suddenly realized you've done it. People crying, people hugging total strangers. And it's a wonderful moment. And what's fabulous about it is that you don't necessarily have to be number one to be a winner. You know, we're going to see 2 number ones today, women's winner, men's winner. But every single person who finishes that race is a winner. And they suddenly realize that as they come down that final straight.
And it is an emotional journey that the viewers go on too.
Definitely. You know, just to pick up where Bruce was talking about, I read his article where he says, you're left with 4 kilometers and you think you've won the race. You have not won the race until you get into the stadium, that last lap. And that reminds me about the LBW. But then, you go back to the races as well, and you want to find out. Sometimes you get irritated because people will be laughing at you. There's vuvuzelas blowing, and everybody wants to be part of this whole thing. Even if they're not running, but they're cheering everybody. This makes it the best and the most respected ultra running in the whole world.
It certainly does. Well, let's take a look, because there's also big prize money on offer for those top 10 men and women, the gold medalists for this year. The winner will get 400,000 Rand, and that's for both the men and women's winner. And at this point, Bruce Fordyce rolls his eyes, and you can't see him now because we're of course on the graphic, but he says, man, oh man, if only I got that money when I broke the record. And how many times, Bruce?
Yes, look, it's a bitter subject for those of us who were winning in the 1980s. There was none. 1.5 million. Yeah, that would be useful, but I don't want to sound embittered. And of course, the thing that you keep forever if you are a Comrades winner is that you were the winner of that particular race, and the money's long gone, but you still are the title holder of that particular race. Yes, prize money is a bitter subject.
It's amazing prize money, and it also is a life changer for so many of the people that actually get to win this race. We saw it with Gift Kilehe last year. We saw Caroline Busman as well. She herself was a lecturer. She decided to, after the victory in the Comrades Marathon, and thanks to her prize monies, that she would actually put her lecturing on hold and focus solely on her running, spend more time with her children. And that is the luxury that having this kind of prize money actually affords our athletes. And so wonderful that over the last couple of years we've had South Africans that have been winning this prize money.
Yeah, it reminds me of another sports code, like your rugby, for instance. Rugby has been, an amateur sport for a long time, and suddenly things changed, and they're getting paid a lot of money these days, and it is a bitter subject. But then, what can you do? At the end of the day, like we said, he has achieved a lot more than the people who have won a lot of money.
If we just have to go through what the prize monies are, we saw there what it's worth to win first prize for both the men and women's, 400,000 Rand, and that goes down to 200,000 Rand for second place. You've got hot spots throughout the race where, of course, the runners have to finish within 7.5 hours. But then you've got a prize that's been put up by the Department of Sport and Recreation nationally. They've given 100,000 Rand to the first South African winner of the race, both the men and women. And then, of course, we've got 400,000 Rand if anybody gets to break the record. Now, I want to know, do you believe that we'll be seeing a record today, Bruce?
Okay, two different races. The men's record is unspeakably fast. Leonid Shvetsov running 5:20, I think, back in about 2006, 2007.
Yeah.
Nothing's impossible, but I doubt it. It's just a very, very fast down run time. Second fastest after that is Stephen Mazinga with 5:23. Then I did a 5:24, and I can tell you, I remember looking down at my legs thinking it's impossible to turn them over any faster. Then the ladies' record, now we could have something if Caroline, were to really go for it. Frith's time, Frith van der Merwe's time from 1989 is also incredibly fast, and it stood the test of time because it's still there. But that is possible. But I think Caroline and the leading ladies, first of all, what you want to do is win. And the record is a bonus. Get the win. And I bumped into Caroline at the expo before the race, and she said to me she's going to try and win. And there's no targeting a record. I've heard she wants to run through halfway in 3 hours, 10 minutes, and then see how it goes after that. That sounds like somebody who's trying to win, not break a record.
She did say, however, that if needs be, she is ready to go sub 6 hours. That run from Frith van der Merwe in 1989, however, if you go back and you actually look at the meterage of the distance, the actual distance, she actually ran 400 meters more, so maybe we could see a record today. Wouldn't that be something wonderful, Ricky?
It would be wonderful, definitely. What Frith did, she cut off something like an hour off, and suddenly we've got ladies who are looking forward to cutting off something out of the same record. So it is possible, but I think I agree with Bruce. The main thing is to win first. Whatever follows, then it follows. But go out there and make it a point that you win.
And it is quite a difficult thing. I heard Colleen saying, and Colleen Durick is going to be running her very first Comrades Marathon. She, as in her words, says she grew up alongside the road, and now she's actually going to be doing it for the very first time. And we may see some other records in her age category actually being broken today. But she said it's a very difficult race to actually pace. I can imagine that if you're going out for a win, it's also quite tough to strategize.
The strategy is to run relative to your opposition and forget about the pace, unless it's really, really suicidal. So what you need to do, and what all the runners will be doing now, the leading contenders, is finding each other in the dark and then slowly slotting in, saying, okay, well, that's fine. If he's a minute ahead of me, that's all right. Can't let him get any more than that. And the whole way along the race, they will have their own seconds who will be telling them what's going on. So the Nedbank runners have got Nick Bester and his team. Then there's John Hamlet and his team. They'll be helping, advising and telling the runners where their main opponents are and where the contenders are. And so almost like a magnet, they find each other shortly after the start, and then they stick together and they essentially just watch each other. It's a waiting game for a long time on a Comrades Marathon, and I always used to really find the first half of Comrades as a contender really tough, because nothing happens. You have to wait, and anyone can run with you until halfway. And after halfway, you start to shed the bodies, and then you start to realize, okay, this person's going to be strong today, that person's going to be strong.
Of course.
But they have to run those first 3-4 hours before that starts to happen.
All right, and speaking about running, the Comrades Marathon for 2016 has gotten underway 21 minutes ago. You can see it is still very dark here in KwaZulu-Natal, so our choppers can't get up into the air. But once it starts getting light, the choppers are going to be going up into the air, and we will be able to bring you live pictures of the front of the race for both the men and back with more from our live broadcast, and we also get an update from the road. Stay with us.
Live well with GNC. Our products are scientifically formulated by doctors and nutritionists using only the finest ingredients and are subjected to 150 quality checks to ensure quality, potency and purity. Our vitamin range
case.
Debrolio attorneys are the leaders in personal injury law. So whether it's a medical negligence case or a motor accident claim, give my team of lawyers a call. We'll help you win.
To find out if you deserve compensation and for attorneys you can trust, Debrolio.
But the crowd will announce you've beaten your best. Nobody cares that Olympic spirit courses through your veins. The world doesn't care why you train. Until the victory lap. New Energade Light. It's what you put in.
The most common triggers for tooth sensitivity tend to be hot or cold food items. It could be a hot cup of coffee. It could be your favorite cold drink. It's normally a sharp shooting kind of pain that they describe. I do recommend Sensodyne on a regular basis. Sensodyne works within the tooth structure itself, which will help relieve sensitivity. I've used Sensodyne myself, and I have found great relief with sensitivity, and I can now confidently say to the patients that yes, this will help you.
Welcome back to our live broadcast of the 2016 Comrades Marathon. Just an update on what's happening, because the race has, of course, gotten underway. Our runners have been going for the last 24 minutes after the race got underway at 5:30. But the press track, where all of the journalists, the print journalists, and even those that are taking photos, that press track is only allowed to start from the 15-kilometer mark. So we are going to be getting an update from one of the journalists, Wesley Barton, who writes for The Citizen, We're going to be getting an update from them in a short while. But of course, the runners at this point, they are watching their footing as they run out on those very narrow roads in Pietermaritzburg. It's rather dark, and of course, they've got quite a steep decline from poly shorts as well as little polys. So as we speak about Pietermaritzburg, let's take a look a little closer at the city of choice.
Pietermaritzburg is in the Umsunduzi municipality and is set amongst the rolling countryside of the KZN Midlands. It is the administrative capital of KwaZulu-Natal. It is also one of the best locations for many sporting codes, including being the home of the Comrades, the Duzi Canoe Marathon and the Midmar Mile, along with BMX and mountain bike world events. These events attract participants and spectators from all around the world. It is also the home of the best schools in the country and the internationally acclaimed University of Natal. On the night of 7 June 1893, a young Mahatma Gandhi was thrown out of the train at the Pietermaritzburg station for refusing to get out of the whites-only compartments. Another milestone was when the Pietermaritzburg City Council awarded Nelson Mandela the freedom of the city in 1997. Art in the Park is a premier outdoor art selling exhibition where artists exhibit and sell their works direct to the public, and it's a part of mixed events that Pietermaritzburg City is known for. The city is reflective of a country united in diversity. All the race groups living harmoniously together are appreciating each other's cultures, making Pietermaritzburg indeed the city of choice for the many that live in it.
And it has been a rather warm start in Pietermaritzburg. As promised, let's cross over now to Wesley Botten. He's a sports journalist for The Citizen. He is going to be on that press truck, which is only allowed to really start rolling from 15 kilometres. So let's check in with him. A very good morning to you, Wesley, and welcome to our live broadcast here on SABC Sport. What can you tell us from the road?
It's a little bit chilly, Raylan, but I guess it always is, especially in Maritzburg. Bit warmer than normal, no doubt. It's cold enough that my hands are struggling to type on my phone, but not cold enough, I think, that the runners are going to be too worried, and I think it is going to be a very warm day out there for the guys.
Is there anything that you saw from a couple of the elite men that made you kind of stop and take note, or are they all looking in the same kind of shape that we saw at the elite athletes press conference on Friday, where there was a lot of fighting talk?
Yeah, I think it's still a wide-open race. You know, nobody's really put up their hand and in advance and said that they're really going to go for it. The only person who had a lot to say was Ludwig Mambolo, and I think, if anything, he probably is the favourite. He's obviously very confident. Looking at the guys this morning, had a chance to chat to one or two of them. Maybe a little nervous, obviously. Some of the guys quite excited, but everybody's there. Everybody's ready, and I think it's going to be a great race.
And what about the women's race?
Women's race is all about one person, I think, and it's Caroline Wasserman's race to lose. It's unpredictable. You can never say who's going to win the Comrades Marathon. It's such a long way to go. Even Caroline admits that. She's been relatively conservative in her own predictions, but there has been this talk about the sub-6, and that she knows, and I think a lot of people, everybody knows, that it's within her capabilities. That's not necessarily going to happen. She's got to have a conservative start. Bruce Fordyce is in your studio. He repeatedly says that it worked for him. You've got to start slowly. You've got to concentrate on the win first. I guess firstly you've got to concentrate on finishing the race, and once you've done that, try and win. And if you're in a good position in the second half, then go for the record. Caroline knows that. That's the approach that she's taking, and hopefully it works out. It'll be really, really nice if she does that.
Wizzy, can you just explain to us what's kind of happening around you?
We left the start just beforehand for safety reasons. They wouldn't let us follow the guys for the first 15 kilometers. So we have followed the route to this point. Lots of people already out on the road, which is nice to see. There's always more people at the start in Durban, but there are already people coming out of their houses. All the refreshment tables are ready for the runners. The officials are out on the road, the marshals. So everything's ready. We're just waiting for the runners.
When are you expecting to see your first runner come past that point?
Well, we're at Lion Park, which is around 15K, so we'll probably see the guys coming through just under the first hour. So I reckon probably 20 past 6, somewhere there, I think we'll see them.
And I'm sure that you've got a couple of the team managers also around you, because that's quite a good indicator of where their runners are and if they've had any trouble through the dark coming from Pietermaritzburg.
Yeah, we have. We've had a few of the team managers in their own vehicles driving past us, all looking very excited, a few jokes and that sort of thing between the journalists and the team managers. Nobody seems too worried, so it doesn't seem like there's any issues out on the road at this stage, but they also would only have seen the start and also just waiting for the guys to come through. At this stage of the race, it's likely to be a very large lead group. If anybody has taken the lead at this stage, they probably aren't going to be anybody to watch later. So it's probably not the end of the world that we're missing the first hour, but it would have been nice to know what was going on.
All right, thank you very much, Wesley. And just finally, how many people are on that press truck?
Lots. I hope nobody missed out, because there isn't a space to spare. There's probably about 25 people on each, and for the first time, Valen, I think it's worth mentioning that the organisers have made sure that there's a press truck following the ladies' race, which is fantastic. It's the first time I think any South African race has done that, and a lot of that's got to do with Caroline Wasserman and Shanae Bosman and the battle that they're going to have today. But certainly a progressive move by them, and that means that a lot of people will be able to follow the women's race throughout the day on social media, even if they can't follow all the time on the television.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for that update. That's Wesley Bosson. He is a sports journalist for The Citizen, and he is at Lions Park. It's around 15 kilometers, and he says that they're expecting their first runner there at around 20 past 6. Bruce, I know as we were having that conversation, you were nodding all the time, but I just want to pick up on one specific point, and that is the fact that we've got a press truck following the women's race.
Yeah, that's, I think, might be the first year we've done that, so that's fantastic, and it's well worth following. I mean, the women's races last year was equally as exciting, so fantastic.
Bruce and ZB, I'd love to hear your comments on this, because, you know, many people said that, or there seems to be a perception amongst maybe a more mature audience that the Comrades Marathon enjoyed the kind of fame that it did when it found live television because of the fact that South Africa was in isolation at the time. But if we look at the numbers of the Comrades Marathon this year and the amount of novices, 30% of the entrants were novices. It's as if the Comrades Marathon remains as relevant as ever.
Yeah, I agree. You know, everybody's just taken, you know, some interest in running, for starters. You know, everyone wants to live a healthy life, and I think that's about the whole thing. That's why it's called the ultimate human race. And you know, from youngsters to elderly people, even the women, for instance, who are taking part now. I mean, Colin DeRook, South African born, she's now a US citizen. She's 52, but she still feels like, you know, she can do and make something out of it. It's very interesting.
It certainly is. Bruce, I'd love your thoughts on that.
Yeah, look, 1 out of every 3 people today is a novice, which is amazing. So the race is continuing to grow, continuing to draw people in. But at the other end of the scale, I've got a few good mates. Alan Robb's doing his 43rd, Barry Holland's doing his 44th, Lou Massain's doing his 44th, Dave Lowe's doing his 43rd, Tilda Turl, who won in 93, is doing her 30th. So there are a lot of hardened veterans out there as well.
As you speak about those, I just want to mention one of them, Zwelicha Gono.
Yes,
he will become the first black man to run 40 Comrades Marathons.
At 64 years of age, and you know, it's such an amazing feat. 64 years of age and still going.
And he was only given his 2 silver medals retrospectively for the 73 and 74 race, because of course the Comrades Marathon was only opened to people of all genders and all races after 1975.
That's correct, yes, and it's fantastic. My mate Vic Boston also going for his 40th. I loved your use of the word retrospective. Could we maybe attach that to prize money? That would be quite interesting. But, yeah, so there are lots of people, and one of the things that I love doing today is that it's great helping with the commentary, but from time to time when I'm not part of the team, because we rotate, obviously, because 13 hours of coverage, I break away and go and help hand out the green numbers, permanent numbers, down at the green number tent. And that's wonderful to see the people who've come in, and they're coming in for their 10th run or their 20th, you know, handing over a quadruple green number to somebody who's, I've done 30, and you hand over to somebody who's done 40, you feel like a novice, you know.
Yeah. Brilliant. And that's one of the traditions of the Comrades Marathon, the green number. And it is a very, very special honor for many runners to be able to achieve. And that's just one of the things that make up this thing called the spirit of Comrades.
The spirit of Comrades is the intangible ability of the race to humble, inspire, and unite. It is in the runners, the volunteers, the organizers, and all the traditions that demonstrate the spirit. Among the notable traditions is Max Trimborn's cockcrow, the unofficial starting gun. Max ran for the first time in 1933 when he let out a great big cock-a-doodle-doo before the start. He ran a total of 8 times, winning 1 gold in 1940. His cockcrow is played to this day as a recording before the start gun is fired by the mayor of the city. Close to halfway is Arthur's Seat, the place where 5-time winner Arthur Newton is said to have sat. Runners place a flower here and greet one of the race's greats to ensure a good second half. Another Comrades custom after Newton is that of the green number honor. Given to runners who have 10 medals, 3 wins or 5 gold medals, they are awarded their race number in perpetuity. And what would a race be without a medal? A Comrades medal is particularly special. Much like the humbling experience of the race, the medal is humble in size, only 29 millimeters, with a figure of the Greek god Hermes on it. But the medal, regardless of color, represents bravery, perseverance, and endurance. The same spirit that the race's founder Vic Clapham wanted to remember for his fallen comrades of the First World War.
Just some of the reasons why the race sees a global television audience of over 5,400,000 spectators on the road and up to 6,000 volunteers helping to put this race together each and every single year. And of course, this year we're celebrating the 91st running of the event. As we enter to that insert, Bruce was sharing with us some of the stories that he has on the press truck. And you say that actually, forget about the runners, the media are the most important.
The press truck,
come on.
You see, the leading runners see the press a lot, especially in the second half, and they become both your friends but also enemies because you're very jealous of each other. So all the press guys are sitting there. They build a scaffolding sort of thing with cushions on them. Shame they don't want it to be too hard, you know. And they sit there and they watch the race, and then they've got a little breakfast box and later on a lunch box that they tuck into, and you'll be running just behind them, and right in front of you, one of the guys later on might crack open a beer that he would have brought along, gulp, 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 in front of you, and then take a note and say, Fordyce started to show signs of weakness at this stage of the race, whatever. and so there they are, they're sitting watching this whole thing. Where they are really useful is that they can tell you who's catching you. If you're leading, they can say there's nobody. That for me was one of the wonderful moments, was to have a couple of my press buddies saying, Bruce, we're looking back down the road, there's nobody. You're on your own. You know, so that was fantastic. But from time to time, they forget that they're low-hanging. There are like banners across the road from various sponsors and things saying, we welcome the Comrades runners. It's fabulous to see one of the press guys stand up to take a photograph and get hit by a banner because he hasn't looked behind him. And then what people worry about is that they say the fumes from the press vehicle go straight into the face of the leading man and women, but they don't actually. They've got special exhausts that take it above your head and away. Well, I hope that they certainly did in our day, so that you don't have the fumes. And so the press vehicle is actually, we have a lot of fun. They're our mates. But it's tough when you're running out there to see somebody sitting back tucking into their lunchbox while you're having a hard run.
Role of the media.
Yeah.
But for the first 15 kilometers of this year's race, the runners haven't been having that. Tell us what's actually happening there at the front, because it's quite a hairy thing, you know. Yeah. People don't really appreciate the fact that it is so dark and you're going down polys.
Well, yeah, so the leaders have got to the bottom of poly shorts by now, and the other side, the coldest place is the bottom of polys. Even in a warmish year like this, it's chilly down the bottom of Polly, so people will keep their warm-up tops until they're down there and then start to discard them on their way up. And from the bottom of Polly's, you climb up to Ashburton. There's an intersection there right at Ashburton after 10 kilometers of running, so the leaders will be there now, in fact going past it. That intersection is actually known as Wally Hayward Drive, named after the great man who won 5 times and the greatest comrade of all, and ran twice in his 80s. And then they go down the other side of what's called Little Polly's from Ashburton, and at the bottom of it, and because it's a down run, what they do then is that they go up. And they go up very steeply all the way up to Umlaas Road. And at that point, the sun starts to come out and it goes straight into your eyes. So if you've got a bit of sweat, that's a tough part. The sweat's dripping in your eyes, the sun's coming straight in your eyes. Umlaas Road, the leaders will be approaching that. And the back markers, by the way, will not even be near Polly Shorts yet. They will still be, and because it's a down run, they will be running up towards Polly Shorts. I'm trying to get the theme of the first half of the down run is that you just go up. And all the novices say, "You sure we're doing a down run?" Yeah, and then they will now start to, they'll be looking for each other. I used to, one of my great rivals, Alan Robb, look for his red socks, his Liverpool football socks. And I find Alan's red socks great. I know where Alan is. That's one person who at least I know where he is. Alan will be there today, but much further back from those days. I think he's going for a finish.
You're taking us down memory lane a little bit.
Yes.
And today is going to be the 50th anniversary for one Tommy Malone of his victory here at the Comrades.
Yes, 1966 uprun. Tommy won by 20 minutes, and he's the great, one of the great characters of Comrades. We all love him. But he's probably the only winner, and I stand open to correction here, the only winner who's more famous for the one he lost.
Yep.
Because Tommy lost that fantastic race in 1967 by 1 second to Mani Kun, which is so dramatic when you see it happen. And that's the race that he's most famous for. And he, from time to time, has to say, "Guys, just please, will you remember, I did win in 1966. And I won, by the way, by 20 minutes. And I beat the very self-same Mani Kun who beat me by a second." But nobody ever remembers that. He said, "The score between us is 19 minutes and 59 seconds, to my credit." So I think they've started doing that, because last year we had Bernard Gomersol, who won 50 years ago. So it would be a wonderful tradition if that suddenly became a tradition where, that 50 years later, if you're still around, you get invited to come and be the special guest of honor.
Yeah, and it certainly is wonderful, because you speak about that 1967 race, and it is iconic, isn't it? You see him diving for the line, and he's even got the mayor's scroll in his hand. I mean, I think it's the only time that they've actually given the scroll to the wrong winner.
It's a little quiz question. It's the Trivial Pursuit question, is to ask who of the men's winners did not carry the baton across the line. And of course Tommy loved to ask that question, because Mani used to get so irritated because he didn't carry the baton across the line. The other one, unfortunately, is Jetman Sutu, who won in 1992, but because of a disqualification, a drug failure, he won, and he was only told he was the winner a month later. So Jetman also didn't carry the baton, and I know that hurt him a lot, because I can't tell you what a fantastic feeling it is. I'll describe it later on, but to carry that baton across the finish line is just the most magical thing to do.
Well, Tommy Malone, the man that's actually going to be celebrating the 50th anniversary of his victory, did get to hold that message from the mayor between the two different cities. So let's take a look back at the great Tommy Malone.
Jackie Meckler, a multiple winner, had skipped the race in 1966, leaving those waiting in the wings a chance. But among the starters outside Durban that year was a 27-year-old novice, Tommy Malone. The Scottish production control clerk from Boksburg had won the 56k Comrades Marathon a month earlier and was known for his speed and stamina. Mani Kun led through halfway, but through Inchanga, Malone earned the nickname of the Flying Scotsman. And it was at Camperdown that Malone caught a tiring Kun and soon was left running on his own after Kun blacked out. This year, Malone celebrates 50 years since that win by over 19 minutes from Kun. The two would be involved in what remains the closest finish the very next year. In 1967, Malone entered the stadium first and was given the mayor's message only to cramp before the line and be beaten by Kun in a photo finish. The Flying Scot returned 4 years after that dramatic finish and ran a total of 10 times with a record of 1 win, 1 runners-up place and 8 silvers. His daughter Amanda ran with his permanent number 62 in the Millennium Race. This year, we salute 1966 winner Tommy Malone.
What a great memory as we walk down memory lane. And ZV, you watching that and you nodding and you smiling. What's been one of your greatest Comrades memories?
Wow. Gee. Bruce Fordyce taking his ninth, I must be honest. When he won his ninth, and when he made the announcement that he's not going to do the Comrades anymore, I felt like crying because I think I wanted to see more of him.
Bruce, you ran 2 Oceans this year.
Yeah.
Will you ever run another Comrades?
Without a doubt. It's a very special race. I've just enjoyed having a break, and it's fabulous being part of the commentary team and helping. And to be quite honest with you, if you're not running and you're a past winner, I'm going to be honest with you, it's a massive ego trip. Lots of people want photographs and to chat to you and your time. And you can enjoy all that if you're not running. But if you are running, you've got to wrap yourself up in cotton wool. You can't go to the expo. You can't work for your sponsors. Maybe you have to really look after yourself and make sure you get to the start line, strong and not ill. It's a massive commitment. But I certainly have not run my last Comrades. I don't want my family to hear me saying this because I don't have much of a knee. But one that's sitting in the back of my mind, if I'm still around and if I'm healthy enough, I think 9 years' time is the 100th. I think the 100th Comrades will be a very special one. I would love to be part of that out on the road.
Wow.
Just as we speak about the former winners and with Tommy Malone's 50th anniversary and having looked back at his journey at the Comrades Marathon, I just want to take you through some of the dignitaries that will actually be firing the guns, because Tommy Malone, in remembrance of the 50th anniversary of his Comrades victory, he will be firing the gun for the Wally Hayward medal at 11:30. That's the cutoff here in Durban. Helen Luca, who is a 3 times winner of the race, she's also going to be firing one of the guns here at the Comrades Marathon at the finish line. And they're hoping that McDonald Chicho, who is the chairperson of the Comrades Marathon Association, will have finished his 18th run, and he'll be able to fire that final gun at it after 12 hours of running, and that's 5:30 this evening. And that's really the moment that actually, it doesn't matter who you are, everybody wants to tune in to actually get to watch any of those cutoffs.
And you still want us to be here at 5:30? Yeah, obviously. I mean, it's an exciting moment, that one, because everybody just wants to get there. And we're going to see what we saw when Tommy just failed to beat the count there, because everybody just goes for the kill. And, it's very interesting. And the people will be falling all over the show.
I think the most dramatic part of the race, and a part of the race, by the way, that overseas runners cannot cope with. I've run many of the big international races. You run New York Marathon, you run London Marathon. They better be there and they better give you a medal, even if you take 2 days to do it. I'm exaggerating slightly, but the back markers, there is no such thing as a cutoff. And this cutoff, this brutal cutoff, is something that really upsets a lot of people. But I think it's, we have to call curtains on Comrades at some stage or other. You have to end it, otherwise we'd be here for weeks. I think it's one of the truly great moments in sport, is that final gun, and it's the runner, the 2 runners, the one who just makes it and gets the last person trophy, and the one who just doesn't make it, that is so dramatic, and all they get is a handshake and an arm over their shoulder, and thank you very much for coming, come back next year. Those people, that it's so dramatic, and of course that's why we watch, and we've got a bird's eye view of it, because we're going to be able to turn around and look. The finish is behind us here, so we'll see it in all its drama. But I would hate to be the person who has to fire that gun. I have had to do it once, and I can tell you that it is extremely upsetting. You face an official who counts down seconds to go. You've got the gun, you hold it here, not close to your ear, otherwise your ear will, you hold it up here, and the official counts down, and because the crowd is screaming so loudly, he has to do it with his fingers so that you can see. So as it gets down to 3, 2, 1, he does that. So you try and give the runners one more second. Oh, okay, bang, you give them one more second, because you can, out the corner of your eye, you can see them diving across the line, trying to make it.
And you feel for the one who just...
You feel for the one, and of course there's quite a few. They're out there going down the road, past the expo where they collected their numbers. They're all out there. And their cut-offs along the way as well, of course, along the whole route.
And you know what? Some people think that if you've been taken off the route, or if you maybe haven't completed your first one, you'd never come back. I actually met a gentleman all the way from Washington, D.C. in the United States. His name is Jeff, and he said, I haven't finished Comrades once, twice. This is going to be my third time, and I'm hoping to finally actually have made this trip and go home with a medal. And it just shows you what it is about this Comrades Marathon, that even if you don't get to finish and you don't get to have that finisher's medal, you are able to say, you know what, I'm going to try again. And that's the beauty of this race, and that's why they call it the ultimate human race. Let's take a look back at some of the moments of 2015. And it's time to do it all again for the 2016 Comrades Marathon. And this year we're going down. We're going from Pietermaritzburg down to Durban, which is where our on-site studio is at the Sahara Kingsmead Stadium. There is an opportunity for you to get involved, not only making use of social media on Instagram and Twitter, where you can interact with our star commentary team throughout the day, but also we've got an opportunity for you to get involved and actually win some prizes. So you can do that with Old Mutual. Remember that you can still win 1,000 rands worth of airtime with Old Mutual. Call loved ones, chat with friends, update your social media, or visit www.worldofendurance.co.za to plan for greatness. Simply answer the questions on the screen and you could be a winner. It's that easy. So enter now for your chance to get 1,000 rands worth of airtime. And on our broadcast, which will be with you right up until 6 o'clock, we'll of course be keeping you up to speed with lots of different opportunities for you to win. Because something that's happened with the Comrades Marathon is also that it's got so many commercial partners that have helped to make it such a great success. And I think, ZB, this is something that we've asked for time and time again, for the smaller sporting codes, for those sporting codes that don't necessarily have the big sponsorships behind them, like your footballs, like your rugbies, like your crickets, to also give those athletes their due. And we're seeing the corporates are coming on board now, and what a wonderful thing, especially for the sport of athletics, where South Africa are so strong. Absolutely,
Valen. I mean, these days, there's nothing you can do without sponsorship. And they're playing a big role in broadcasting, in uplifting, in empowering people, athletes especially, and not only as an individual athlete, but I mean teams and national teams, and just seeing those corporates coming in, and we know it's a lot of money, but really we deserve to have that, and it's such a wonderful gesture from all the corporates.
Bruce, it seems as if athletics, so not only road running, but athletics in South Africa is in a rather good space. And when we look specifically at road running at the Comrades Marathon, we also see a number of elite teams. There was a time where we would only have 2 or 3 elite teams. Now we've got a number of them.
Yes, I mean a lot of elite sponsored teams, which is great. And of course we have talking road running, 2 of the most famous races in the world, and that's the Old Mutual 2 Oceans and Comrades Marathon as well. Those are 2 world-class races which are always considered to be in the top sort of 10 or 20 marathons around the world. And what's interesting is they're both ultras, and they're the only 2 that I can think of ultras that are in a list of top 10 around the world.
What is it about South Africans that we are addicted to ultra running?
We're tough. We like the tough. I mean, we saw a little snippet of the doozy earlier on. There's a canoe race, which I've done. I'm proud to say I've done it, where you do the Comrades basically on water. But at times, because the river does a big lazy bend, it's quicker to run. So you'll see two people running, carrying a canoe with life jackets and paddles, and the nearest water is 5 kilometers away. But there they are, they're in a canoe race. and so, yeah, it's just tough. And then there's that, the Cape Cycle Tour, which is it gets thousands of cyclists. We just seem to have these mega events that attract tough people.
ZB, how much does the Comrades Marathon as an event reflect South Africa as a society?
Wow, this has been going on for a long time, for instance. I mean, and it's actually growing. Look at the numbers, they're actually growing. And as I said before, a healthy lifestyle, and youngsters coming in now, and they now realize that it's not only about running, it's about enjoying yourself, it's about looking after yourself, it's about making a name for yourself. We're a winning nation. South Africans don't like losing. I mean, in all sporting codes, but Comrades Marathon, the world respects South Africa for the Comrades Marathon, the ultimate human race.
It certainly is, and we'll be bringing you more coverage of right here on SABC2 in a short while. It's time for us to take a quick ad break. Of course, we have got our runners. They're out on the road. They've nearly been running for close to an hour in the dark, but we'll be bringing you an update as it starts to get a little bit lighter here in KwaZulu-Natal. So shortly, our choppers will be able to go up into the air, and we'll be able to bring you those first visuals of the front-running men and women. Stay with us.
Hi, I'm Gift Gilehe, the defending champion of 2015 Comrades Marathon. I believe that the champion for 2016 Comrades Marathon will come from Team TomTom.
Hey!
Hello? Oh. Hello. Hello, hello, Auntie. Hello.
Visit Wonga.com. Choose any amount from 100 Rand to 3,000 Rand. Decide when to pay it back, and we'll show you how much it costs before you apply. It's that simple. Wonga.com for fast little loans.
Smart kids say smart things.
Fana, what do vitamins make you?
Strong and fit and tough.
Baby, where does milk come from?
From the supermarket, Mom. Just joking. From a cow.
Nunu, what are life cultures?
It's the magic that turns the milk into yogurt.
Why does Mommy give you a smart snack?
Because I'm smart. Yogurt is made with milk and live cultures. Nutriday is a thick, creamy, yummy smart snack. What are you doing, Mum?
I want to be as smart as you.
Nutriday yogurt. Say yes to the smart snack.
And now, this is when I know why people like us never stop. The screaming and applause and praise will erupt. And they'll say many things, but it's the next split second that matters. The one where I look back at them and think, I'm not done.
Welcome back to SABC Sports live coverage of the 91st running of the Comrades Marathon. ZB has made way for Udo Karlse, who is also on our team this year. We saw you yesterday running your debut, Comrades, at the Expo. What's it like to be a part of the broadcast unit here, Udo?
Absolutely fantastic. I've been watching you guys year after year and just seeing all the fun being had at the Expo. And some of the stories that, and we probably racked up about 40, 50 different inserts building up to today, really touches the heartstrings. I told you about what was happening at the YMCA yesterday, which really brings home, I suppose, the economic reality of South Africa, that for many South Africans, it's an honor, a privilege to get down to Durban, spend the money on the hotels, the B&Bs, the entry fee and so forth. But there are so many South Africans who love running, who are capable of running fantastic times at Comrades, for whom financially it's just not possible. When we hit the YMCA yesterday, 800 mattresses, men and women from all over the country coming in and just being given the opportunity and the support financially to be on the big day. That really, I mean, the payoff line is what? The race will humble you. Standing there yesterday, it was an absolutely humbling experience, but I cannot wait for people to start coming through behind us here, because it's going to be fantastic. So happy to be part of the big day.
And you speak about going to the YMCA. That's a part of the Comrades Marathon Association's Underprivileged Runners Program, providing 800 with the opportunity to actually be a part of this great race. And we're going to be seeing that insert from you a little bit later on. But you speak about the economic realities for so many South Africans, and that's something that so many people have been having to deal with for so many years. One of your greatest rivals, Hosea Charlie, he's a man that he would run just so that he could get by, and he was a great champion.
Fantastic runner. The only major ultra he didn't win was Comrades, but he had seconds and thirds and won 2 Oceans and all of them. Yeah, Hosea, in those days, I think it was a struggle for him, but his club helped him a lot with helping him to get down here. And yeah, there are quite a few people who do get together to try and help runners who can't make it. We had a music day the other day. We all went to a concert, and we all paid for ticket and lunch so that we could, it was a group of us. We managed to sponsor 7 guys to come down here, and I think that's one of the grateful things we try to do, is to try and help others to get down.
All right, and what we're seeing now is we're seeing the first live pictures from on the road. They're going through Chicken Farm. There's been 1 hour and 2 minutes, 47 seconds of running. And of course, these guys are chasing that very first hotspot, which is worth 10,000 rands. But these runners that are chasing the hotspots, they are guys that also have to finish within 7.5 hours. What is going through the race at this present point, Bruce?
Yeah, I'm a little bit ambivalent about the hotspots. I'm not sure that I'm a big fan, because, yeah, it adds some excitement, but it also confuses the leading runners. They're not sure, is this a real contender, or is this a runner going for the hotspot? And the speed that runner's going at, I'm saying that's a hotspot runner, and he's then going to back off once he's won the hotspot and go for 7.5 hours. You know, it's been a feature of Comrades since it started that they're always what we call the TV runners, the people who start far too fast and blast off in the beginning, and you do ignore them. But it's confusing. The hotspot for me, I haven't made up my mind whether I'm a fan or not.
Right, now you can see that fresh truck that we chatted about, and they also have only gotten going just a couple of minutes ago, maybe less than 20 minutes ago, Udo.
Yeah, absolutely, and we chatted with the guys from Max Delete a little bit earlier in the week, and it's the one team I've got to say, Bruce, talking about the fact that there are TV runners in the race here as well, where some of the top runners, they certainly did not stand back from proclaiming that they will win Comrades today. Yeah. Big pronouncements coming through, and I think from the experience that I've had just interviewing a number of the runners, the better the runners are, the better times they have, the better track record they have in Comrades, the more circumspect they are about making any sort of prediction whatsoever. But I suppose the team managers will have to manage this process of whether this is an actual assault on the course or not, and feed that back to their runners in some way, Bruce.
Yes, and then this runner, we had a glimpse of his number, and I saw their number of medals, none. You see, there was a big 0 under number of medals, so that means this is a hotspot runner. That means very inexperienced novice. And I saw A batch, so there was an A, so his A batch has been right in the front. But the significant thing is number of medals. You look for that. None. Tells you a lot.
And also, Comrades is a race that you have to learn, and you have to feel, and you have to kind of earn your stripes a little bit, isn't it, Bruce?
Absolutely. You've got to, you have to run a few to know how to run it. And because it changes direction every year, the up run's very different from the down run. So you also have to know there's the big 0, I think.
All right. Speaking about this Max team, they have got a class team managed by a man that's very knowledgeable about road running, not only here in South Africa, but also across the continent. Kieran Walker, he's been a part of our commentary team a number of years. He manages this Max team. Their Max team is made up of some brilliant athletes. Amongst them, Msibisi Mkhize, who is a KwaZulu-Natal athlete. Prodigal Khumalo, who's being coached by a former winner, Shaun Mateus. He's looking to break a 5:35. They've got Marco Mamba, the 45-year-old Zimbabwean. They've also got two Lesotho men, and you all know this name, Mabutile Lebopo, a man that has made two oceans his own. He is now coming to do the Comrades Marathon. He has started it before, but he is hoping this year to actually be able to finish it. And he says that they've been training to be able to do that, and they would really like to put Lesotho back on the map here at the Comrades Marathon.
Well, the Lesotho has some great long-distance runners, so there's no doubt that they will achieve that. And this runner that we're looking at now, the blue number means that that's a foreign runner. So all the foreign runners have blue numbers. And this runner is a Lesotho athlete I saw, leading the race at the moment.
Sutu Relatabele is one of the Lesotho athletes that actually trains with Mabutile, as well as Waranyane, who is Mabutile's younger brother. Waranyane is making his debut here. Mabutile himself, he I suppose is the class runner from that Lesotho group of guys that have been actually training together. There you saw Waranyane Lebopo. So these guys all know how to work together. They all know how to run together. They do it in training very often, and they say that they aren't trained like a lot of the South Africans and like the Zimbabwean guys, but they're pretty confident in what they've done.
In fact, I'm looking at the lead runners at the moment. The man in 6th position, Charles Gianni, is one of the Max lead runners as well, and he had this war-like look on his face on Thursday evening when I had a chat with him because he feels he's got the point to prove, one of the slightly older runners in that Max lead side, and he was saying, pretty much like Ludwig was saying, I'm the favorite, look out for me. So I don't know if he's planning to lay that assault early on in the race. We'll see how he goes a little bit later, but he certainly feels that he is a contender. Whether he is or not, I suppose the next couple of hours will tell.
All right, it's been an hour, 7 minutes and 51 seconds of running. What we're seeing now, live visuals from the 2016 Comrades Marathon route. Let's go through to our commentary team now.
Thank you very much, Phelan Kirtley, as we bring you live pictures from out on the route as we continue our coverage of the 2016 Comrades Marathon, the down run, the 91st Comrades Marathon. We've got a host of athletes that already showed some promise in the early stages, including first to go through the area Dardanelles, Chicken Farm, Suterale Tabela, who is out in front. This is going down, I think this is Colin Perura, who's just following up, or Michael Mzombe, who's coming through in 2nd place overall. Colin Perura down in 3rd, while Suterale Tabela, the Max team, first to go through at Chicken Farm, 55-57, the athlete who runs for the Max team, based in Durban, but the Lesotho athlete. But this is going back to the 13k mark, and these runners are still pushing through fairly hard. This is early stages still. It's all about pacing yourself in the early stages of the Comrades Marathon. Big T and Helen Luca, former winner Helen Luca, 3-time winner, alongside, and Helen, Big T, early charges from the likes of Suterale Tabela, Muzimzobi and Colin Perura, but a couple of the favourites, the likes of Mike Fokoroni, the Two Oceans winner back in 8th, Charles Gianni as well in 6th place overall, just a few minutes off the early pace here, so they look well set for a big finish.
Well, yes, and it's interesting, we did see Mark Mumbo and the Mike Fokoroni, both previous winners of Two Oceans, and I think, they're testing the distance. They'd like to get a Comrades win under their belt, but it's quite early days, and they were pushing that pace. Probably about 4 minutes behind the leader, but we always know that there are a couple of guys that do go out very, very quickly. We were surprised to see a Nedbank runner lying in 3rd position going out there. Almost you wonder if it's a team tactic to try and pull some of those leaders out, because it is a very competitive field in the men's race this year. No clear-cut winner, and you might just find that somebody say, well, I'll sacrifice my run and just let's take it out of the legs of many of those contenders.
kezondi musiri kuvanekeza Comrades Marathon 2016 ka dvalana vose hune mungwe na mungwe ndi afulipala vanja vathu vobva vakutamba ubona zori zwi kuchimila nga nḓila ḓe khamba mbaheino fhedzi ya ndi ngoho uvha zwa zwino u tshi nga lavhelesa nga murahu musi vho no gidima awara nthihi na minute zwi dza 10 zwa zwino u nga ḓi amba zwa uri ndi tshifhinga tsha uri u kone u vhona zwa uri ndi vhafhio vhane vha khou bvelela khagala fhedziya u khou sumbedza u rangaphanḓa musiwana Suthu Ralitebele ane vha vha kha shango ḽa Lesotho a tevhela nga musiwana Muzi Michael Mzove ndi musiwana ane na ene u sumbedza u vha a khou rana u bvelela vhukuma fhedziya u lavhelesa kha top 10 ine ra vha nayo swika zwino musiwana Mike Fokorone ndi muṅwe wa vhathu vhane vho no ḓi sumbedza vhukuma kha heino mbambe nga ine nḓila. So Dwayne, I think this still early in the pace, so we're still going to see a lot more of the elite runners coming through right here.
Indeed we are. Of course, in recent years we've watched Gartes go out very heavy, very hard. This year, though, he seems to be a little more relaxed. He seems to be lying 4 or 5 minutes off the early leader. So Gartes is a little more relaxed about his approach to the Comrades Marathon this year because he has tended to bomb a little in the closing stages. So 60-odd kilometres into the race, Gartes starts to seize up. He's been going for some very fast times, but he's just reeled it back in. Of course, Gartes, one of the finest runners that South Africa's ever produced, and there have been some comments about his ability to take this race out hard and not finish it. But Gartes is as experienced a runner as any that South Africa has produced. That said, Comrades Marathon is a different entity entirely. We'd love you to get involved and interactive on social media today. Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. You can use the hashtag Comrades2016. That's Comrades2016. And of course, pictures will be coming in from the route later on in the day as well. So using the hashtag Comrades2016. But the masses have been going through Chicken Farm, but I can tell you, as far as a leading ladies is concerned, that Caroline Bosman is leading in the early stages. She was first through Lion Park. Shande Bosman was second. Sarah Bard and Cassandra Scallon third and fifth overall. The two American entrants, Kirianne Marshall and Kaiser Berg, also among the leading contenders in the women's race early on. But this is just going back to Dardanelles, Chicken Farm, just seeing a few more athletes starting to stream through now. And these will still be athletes they'll be aiming to go easily sub 7 hours, and that's always an enormous achievement if you're not one of the elite athletes.
And I think you're quite right, because I think this time around, this year around, I think we're still seeing the women leading pack so early in the day, because several years we see them, coming back around 2 hours or so, but this time around we can see them, they're still leading the pack. But I think with Caroline Bosman, she's one of those women who obviously she's been doing all in the South African, athletic division this year, winning the 2 Oceans, and now coming up right here, she's still really showing so, hyped up.
Well, Caroline was the first South African woman in the last down run, and she's made no bones about the fact that she will be going out there today to win this race, and we know that, and I think we're going to see lots of Caroline later. But if we just reflect back on the men's race, we attended a media conference where the clubs line up all their top contenders, and there were about 60 men. All of those guys confident that they will get a gold medal, of which we know that there are only 10 on offer. And there's probably, of those 60, about 10 who really, really think that they can win this race. So the men's race, wide open. I'm not going to predict anybody at this stage.
So, just looking at a couple of the elite athletes that are starting to take the charge in the early stages. I can tell you as well that we've got Nick Bester, a man who himself has 9 gold medals and now manager of the Nedbank running team, on the line. Nick, thanks for joining us. Where exactly are you out on the route? Well, we seem to have a problem with Nick Bester out on the route. We'll get back to him in just a moment, but there are some Nedbank athletes that have already started to come through, including Colin Perura, the 31-year-old Zimbabwean who's taking charge in his 3rd Comrades Marathon. Has struggled to find that gold medal in his previous attempts. But one wonders, though, just how some of the other favourites are going to be taking on. A moment ago you saw Dandazi from Zimbabwe, who's currently in 3rd position overall among the first runners to go across the check-in at Lion Park at Dardanelles. But there are some favourites in the race that haven't really been spoken about. Somebody like Jonas Bood, Picti. This is a guy who won the World 100-kilometer championship last year, and he's been almost completely ignored in terms of contenders for this men's race.
Zvakuma ngabanda twene musi richira basaba sona banji kuba bane abati bona singa manda kamba beheino inga heino wala basaba rindingane basa kono rana uambe soga manda pezia wala basaba manda ndi hapa kone wala basaba na banji bane bapaka top 10 kamingwa yotengo pamana na udwana ndi bona batu bane riambe sabunji ya wanga manda so but I think maybe given time and maybe given coverage by media, they can be able to be in the forefront.
Well, Helen was one of the few people I think who actually picked Jonas Boot as a contender in this race, but not many, Helen, have picked him out.
Well, Jonas has got a wonderful reputation. They rate him as one of the world's best trail runners. He's been had a lot of success, but I read an article that a couple of months ago he was had a bit of a virus. He'd done a lot of training actually on the trail runs in New Zealand and was planning to come here, but he's had this setback, so I think he's actually protecting himself by not putting his name on the line and saying I can be a top contender. If he's recovered, I think we will see him in the top 10 now.
Well, speaking of top 10, this is a look at Bernard Dandadzi of Zimbabwe, who's in his third Comrades Marathon, 33-year-old. But we've got Nedbank running manager Nick Bester back on the line. Nick, thanks for joining us. Where exactly on the route are you at the moment?
Rebra kuringeza orikono kwa banana Nick Bester Pezia dikutenda sorosere zvino skaler do var korano ukamsunga mwana ara zvakona zenga orikuringeza tubana naye afetune abavukati hambambe heino kadabana na mose Pezia zurani ngama tanyonga do fosi yaba so wala balsaf ko manga ngenobo kasi ndela bana bafuma kazi nane faso ko TF ko manga ori robabuza vange mra ori ngamra hamsi bono kidima awaranti na minute sko yef misumbe uska shina bako subeza haba bana bako tanga bo hali ko manda ko bana ngaso shino muswana Dandazi ndi mswana ane ubabara kashakola Zimbabwe mswana ane ubona achika dibana manda bukuma ushika shino Pezia basuku hangwa sori hange panda rakaba mswana sutu ralitebele ane bana mwa ya fumbili malo mswana ane ubabara kashakola Lesotho Pezia rikaba Comrades Marathon 26 and down run ndi ubange kadrobo ya Peter Marisburg uya para kadrobo ini ya Durban liko uchana duba zavuti na muchoko sumezo bavuti unga udufisa pa kadrobo na mose. And I think when you look at the weather right now, it seems as if changing and coming up right now, it seems to be warm from the very early stages.
Well, it does seem to be a little warmer than previous editions of this Comrades Marathon. It's still fairly chilly out there. But of course, you're not seeing as many arm warmers. The days of the plastic bags are gone, but you're not seeing quite as many arm warmers out for the athletes. Although Dandadzi is certainly running with the arm warmers here. He looks to be fairly comfortable in his stride, but these are still early days yet, and many of these athletes are 2:13, 2:14 marathon runners, so over the first 40 kilometers or so, it's going to be fairly easy going for these athletes. It's by the time you get to the second marathon that you actually start to struggle slightly. That said, we've got eyes in the sky for this Comrades Marathon. We've got the insights of Digiledi Mukungwana and Alec Riddle, who are both up in helicopters for the 2016 Comrades Marathon. We'll get views from both Alec and Digiledi as the day continues. Just a recap of what's happening in the women's race. The early stages, Carolyn Busman is already over 2 minutes ahead of her nearest rival, Shane Bosman of the Nedbank Running Club. I can tell you as well that Sarah Bard is not doing too badly, looking good. Carla Molinaro has started to pull through the women's field, while Aldemse Kakisa, another one of the Nedbank Running Club international athletes of Ethiopia, is starting to pull up the field as well. And that's going up just past Lion Park now in the women's race. But in the men's race, still the likes of Sutu Ralitebela, the likes of Muzim Zobi, this man, Bernard Dandadzi, who are ahead of some of the more fancied elite athletes, and Mike Fukuroni, Charles Chiani. But while Dandadzi is running a lone race at the moment, there are some packs and some groups that are developing behind him that include some of the elite athletes. We'll get a shot of that in just a moment. Here is some of the chasing bunch, so an opportunity for one or two of these athletes to push for at least a gold medal or indeed the victory in this chasing group.
ndizvo vikoma ngamanda ngachito chipinga makumona musiwana Lucky Mosikili ndi mumwe abasiwana bane bakhayo kana kha chigwada chine chakusumedza udanga buhali vikoma anabalabalisa chipinga chinji wodiyanzela ubana chigwada chingawo chene chino cha basiwana bangawo bo Lucky bo Calvin Shokwe Matekola ndi banna bane rikubalabalisa vikoma uri bangabva kana banekeza mtsiko vikoma banna bane babasumedza ubaphanda fezia ndi mbambe ine bunji abathu baijiyasa mbambe ine ayingotuliliwa ngoralo khoji musiwana Donald Matipa naine ndi mumwe abasiwana bane babakha chigwada hechi narako chiyamba ndi chigwada chine kanji chidiva chigwada chine chatomedza fendi chono chine chakudanga mrawo chadanga buhali vikoma. I think Helen, when you look at this group of men, these are men who obviously and most of the time they give a lot of competition to the guys up front there.
These guys are probably about 4 or 5 minutes behind those very front leaders that we saw on those earlier shots, and you'll probably find that the very competitive guys are in this particular bunch. And those favourites, you'll see that they've actually got their name on the numbers, which is a great help to the people on the side of the road, just to identify who's who, and also to help us in the commentary box to try and pick up exactly who they are in, and where they're placed. I think in this bunch we will find there's Gift Kalela. I'm just looking at sort of the feed through some of the results, previous winner. But what is interesting that in this down run, there are 6 previous winners. So very, very competitive field.
Certainly is a competitive field, but you look at the differences in the men's and women's races. There's not too many standout female athletes, some would argue, on the face of things, when you consider that, of course, there are no Russian athletes that are in this Comrades Marathon. Of course, the Russian Athletics Federation have been banned from international competition by the International Association of Athletics Federations for doping irregularities. But there is Khartais among... saw him for just a moment. Claude Mushiwa is somebody who's fancied now. Here is somebody who might be considered one of the favourites. He said he was looking for around a 5:26 today. Claude Mushiwa has just gone out of shot, but somebody was looking for a 5:26. Now that's a fairly quick time, and certainly put himself in contention for a victory. When you talk about favourites, Claude Mushiwa's name hasn't always come up, but the 2013 winner is an outstanding runner in his own right.
Ndishavikoma ngamanda mswana angaho Cloud ndikale kumarchinga amba ukha uwera kachigwada cha baswana bane rangare ndibone baswana bane babahula ndikuma nkhandela ine makidima ngayo fesi zinonga ndopofsi yaba ndisori anabona balesa Claude Mushiwa wala balesa mswana bongi musimtembo wala balesa mswana angaho Ludwig Mamabolo wala balesa mswana Gift Kale ndibone baswana bane bunji yabo kana ngachigwada chidara kwa manga hacho riba lavela ubabone bane babapanda fesi ngachino chipinga zuko sumezo ngari azuguraro fesi abana balesa ngachino chipinga ndi hone chigwada chinji chabatu chikoda hapa unera bahone ngandele bakoshulwa ngayo ndi hone hune Robert kwamba ngahawo babe bafuka hapa chicken farm ndiyo nafetu hune haba hodo toma kati na balesa kacho uyapanda banga dopa kwa bafana ka Instagram banga wana zipiga banga zomela pictures zabo basi hangwe bakoshimiza hashtag ya 2016 Comrades.
Well, from this bunch of runners, these guys will all be trying to aim for a silver medal running this pace. That's a sub 7.5 hour run. Very, very respectable, and not a large percentage of the field will achieve this. Probably 2 to 3%. So a lot of these people, unfortunately, probably may not make that goal, but they've set out at the right pace.
So certainly setting out at the right pace. Speaking of somebody who can keep an eye on the pace itself, is Alec Riddle. He's in the Bonitas helicopter watching all the action. He and Dikelede Mukhwana will be bringing us updates from the sky. But Alec Riddle, tell us where you are and what's happening.
Well, I can tell you it's a beautiful morning here in KwaZulu-Natal as we head from Pietermaritzburg to Durban. The sun is rising and there are big gaps in the field. The main contenders are lurking perhaps 1 kilometer or so back from Sutu Relatabeli of Max Delete. As I mentioned, the gaps are big. There's a big bunch here of about 20 athletes. They're probably some 4.5 to 5 minutes, just almost a mile behind the leader from Max Delete, Muzi Michael Mzobo of South Coast Striders, labouring in second place, and the main guy coming through, Colin Perura of Nedbank, in fourth. But watch out for these athletes lurking further back. They'll only come to the fore in the next hour or so. One thing we did observe flying up towards Pietermaritzburg, as my pilot, experienced guy Warren said, biggest crowds he's seen in years. There are really masses and masses of vehicles and people lining the roads here for the Comrades Marathon, and what an exciting race we've got in store, both in the men's and the ladies' race. We'll be back with more from the Eye in the Sky a little bit later.
Thank you very much, Alan, as we get our first shot of Caroline Wussmann, who's leading the way in the women's race. And Helen, when you look at Caroline, she's looking very comfortable in the early stages, as you would expect, but she is somebody who's showed her ability not once, not twice, but she's going for that incredible feat as she's on the brink of history here of doing a double-double, something that only Derek Price has done in 74 and 75, winning both 2 Oceans and Comrades in the same year. In consecutive years. A remarkable achievement she stands on the brink of.
And she's very capable of this. She's an intelligent woman. She's an intelligent runner. And while she's made it known that she wants to win this race, the records secondary, the breaking 6 hours is secondary. Her main focus is to win this. And only if something goes wrong, and as somebody said, it's actually Caroline's race to lose. We believe that she is a favourite. But running closely behind her is Shanae Bosman, who was second in last year's race. Yolandi McLean, another South African that was lying in 7th position. We've got Kerry-Ann Marshall, she was in 9th position. And the first KwaZulu-Natal runner, for Killian Buta, she's in 8th position. So, yeah, the girls are coming through, and they're all about 4 minutes behind Caroline at this stage.
Ndi msafukuma kabanda sasino musi makolabelesa ndi makazi ndi Caroline Wussmann anaba kumbula kuma ka mtasara wa 2 Oceans Marathon oba eno George Puga fetsi ya uchinga mulabelesa chipinga chinji uambori hadipi mtsiko munjinga uri ene na mugudisi wawe aneba Lindsay Perry basumeza ushuma naone bachikosaka ndakaza na mtsiko ndikaza chikombona haba mkatieba na haba neba bahone ndi makazi Caroline Wussmann ane uchingamba ngachoto chipinga mtende kumtebela kuma ndi Alem Sesai Kisa Ngerhono Kabu Mabraro Abashane Bosman.
Well, Caroline Wussmann continues to lead the way then in the women's race, and we managed to catch up with her just before her attempt at the 2016 Comrades.
Caroline, you listen to the experts, the pundits, the analysts, and to all of them there's one winner in the women's race this year, which is you. How do you balance that expectation with your confidence?
I'm very flattered that everybody seems to think I'm the clear winner. I also think that Comrades is a very grueling race. It's 90 kilometers long and anything can happen on the day. You cannot predict beforehand who the winner is going to be. If I have a bad day, it might not be me. So I'm just going to go out and do the best I can, and we'll see what happens.
All right, talk to us about the kind of preparation that's gone into that 89 kilometers on Sunday.
There's been a lot of Ks, a lot of training, and it hasn't been easy a lot of the time, running on very sore, tired legs. But when you know that you've got such an important goal and you have such a big dream, it's worth all the hours that you put into it. So I've definitely done the hard work. The training has gone according to plan, so I'm just hopeful that everything will pull together on race day.
So what is that race plan?
So I think that to go out over a target that's overly aggressive, to try and go sub 6 hours or go for a record this year would be a little bit too ambitious and would just put extra pressure on me. So I'm going to try and go for something more conservative, which I think will hopefully allow me to still win the race. And if all goes according to plan and I'm feeling good, I'm not sure exactly what will happen, but hopefully it will be a win. That's what I'm hoping for.
Well, are you somebody who places any value in sort of major historic milestones being achieved, like the one that you potentially could reach on Sunday?
You know, I don't really look at those big milestones and the stats and stuff like that. I just want to go out and run the best race that I can run. And if that means that I happen to win it, then that will be fantastic. And if I don't win it, I'll still be proud of myself for running the best race I can run, regardless of all the milestones that I might have missed.
So that's the views of Caroline Wussmann, who is widely expected to claim victory in the women's race, but there is nearly 90 kilometers to tackle before she could claim that victory, and certainly nothing is guaranteed when it comes to either the men's or the women's race. That said, we've got the Nedbank running manager Nick Bester, 9-time gold medalist himself, on the line now. Nick, can you tell us where exactly you are out on the course?
Well, we're just seconding the guys at the 70 to go mark, and we making our way back to the front. But it's huge, it's a big pack coming through. But the two guys in the lead was way ahead of the rest, and obviously they're going for the hot spot. But you have to finish the race, to claim the hot spot money. Yes, yeah, and we didn't saw any one of the women. I just was listening now to you, and I believe that Caroline Bosman is leading. But all the main contenders for the year, everybody is watching each other. Claude Mashua, interesting, was first of the main contenders. It looks like he's very, very dedicated and ready to put all his money in this race and try for a win.
Yeah, just on the point of your athletes, though, Nick, just trailing in from behind Bosman, about 2 minutes behind. I believe that Shanae Bosman is not doing too badly. She's just off the shoulder then of Bosman. And Sarah Bard is going along. Tell us about some of the international contingent you have, Big T, and things are still going along swimmingly for the front runners, but you can just sense now, chatting to Nick as well, that there are a bunch of contenders, particularly in the men's race, that are starting to gather and might make an approach on this race as the kilometres tick on over.
Ndizvone kamanda Dwayne musi uchilaveresanga ne Nick Bester akwamba ngayo wasumeza kagohozori elimone abagidimba obafulufela bukuma nahone arale huna bathu vanezwa zvino ukuva themba bukuma ndimusona angaho musona Claude Mushiwa musona angaho Ludwig Mama ndi vamwe vathanga vane ukusumedza uva ovafulufela bukuma fhedziya zvino nga ndofo ziyaba ndizoringa chino chipinga urari kuhamba nanga muswana aneba Ludwig Mamavolo uri kaniha mafungo aneba a khosi yavo kana ukhelo ka khosi yavo zova mafungo khaye lune angadha khotha ukugidima nga ndlela ine yabakhulu nebukuma khaye mabe araiwa ene mono kudine mutsiko ngori namseka yaka press conference oamba zwithu zwinji bukuma fhedziya basi yangwe ane yakabvera ngaphanda zwa zwino ndi muswana ndikadiba Sotho ndi muswana aneba Muzi Michael Mzove ane ukhosumedza uva akugidima nga chimo chine chapa chabde bukuma fhedziya khari zviyambe zvauri hei mambe aitotisumedza zvinji bukuma zviulwane bukuma fhedzi aritohamba zvinji bukuma musiri kubvira phanda nga ndlela ine zvakuitia ngayo rikadiba ka Comrades Marathon 2016 ndi ine yabva pala Pietermaritzburg uliwe pala kadhorobha ine yabva ya Durban. And I know when you look at the pace setter right here, I think he's really comfortable. I think nobody is really giving him that threat right now, I know.
Yeah, Big T, it's interesting how a lot of these early leaders are from Durban or from KwaZulu-Natal, and novices at that. So interesting to see them up front. Obviously the local runners want to get their time in front of their home crowd and in the TV, but I'm really excited to welcome another Nedbank runner to our commentary team, Ellie Greenwood. You're not running this year, unfortunately, so maybe take us through the reasons why you're not running and your early views on the race.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm here in South Africa because I had the intention to be out running there and hopefully up at the front of the pack, but came over with a little injury, having done a lot of good training, and was rather hopeful that some rest and rehab would help last week. But start of this week I decided, no, if I can't jog 30 minutes pain-free at a 5-minute kilometre, that's probably not going to get me very far towards Durban. So good to be on the other side of things and watching the race unfold.
Well, the Comrades race's loss is definitely our commentary team's gain. So we saw pictures of Caroline Bosman a little bit earlier going through Lion Park there in about 1 hour, 8 minutes. She's about 2 minutes ahead of Shanae Bosman. And we know it's early days in the race. And, you know, what do you think of her race so far and how she's going?
Yeah, I think the difficult thing for Caroline is it's hard to run much slower, and so you've got to run at a comfortable pace. I mean, ideally you don't really want to get that much of a lead early on. It puts a lot of pressure on you, a lot of attention, and I would have thought you'd prefer to be running a little closer to Shanae, but on the other hand, how much do you hold back and run at a pace that doesn't feel right for you? So if she can also get through fairly comfortably at halfway, be a good few minutes ahead, she knows she's got a little buffer, and then you can relax a little. Even if it goes a little wrong in the second half, you can go, hey, I've got a cushion there to even slow down. So I think she's honestly just running her own race, and she clearly knows what she's doing with the experience she's had in the lead up to the Comrades.
Yeah, we see pictures there of Dardanelles, which is of course a chicken farm, and I think Ellie's a good point there. You have to run your own race. We spoke about that a little bit earlier, Big T. You can't really run off the athletes around you. Everybody's got a race plan going into this, especially, of course, the elite runners, and they need to stick to that. and not respond maybe too much to the rest.
Well, lucky enough, I got time just to, get the information from the Comrades Marathon coach, who was just giving tips to all the runners and all the athletes about taking this race in your own pace and making sure that you really hold on and hold back on yourself so that you don't have to be competing with other people, because the way how you've been training, it's supposed to be, the way how you have to approach this race.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to do your own thing. I say, running, yes, it becomes a race in the later miles. And I'm sure Caroline and the women behind her, Charnay and the others, they will be listening to the sidelines for their seconds, saying, okay, how far ahead is Caroline, or where are they? So they'll be very aware of that information, but you're not really making that affect your pace. It'd only be once you're much, much further down the road that you start to say, okay, if someone's got a gap, can I start pushing a little harder? Can I start working and really racing in a bit more head-to-head competition? But even this early on in the race, you've got to run a pace that feels right for yourself.
Well, there we see Mike Fukaroni, the Two Oceans winner of this year. He's also going for the double, as Caroline Visman is. Mike Ocean's winning that at Two Oceans. He's also the winner of the Soweto Marathon, and here he is in the chasing group. He's a little bit behind the leaders at the moment, but of course, Big T, as we've mentioned, those leaders, not necessarily the elite athletes. And so these guys probably know more what they're doing. But before we get to you, we're going to cross up to Alec Riddle, our eye in the sky. Alec, what does it look like from up there?
Yes, we got some great gaps opening up here. Michael Mzobo of South Coast Striders has really put the hammer down. I know South Coast would be rejoicing at the moment, but whether he'll still be there come the halfway mark of the second half is the big test, because if I look from the sky here, his stride is already labouring. He was striding out so nicely, but I think that those legs are starting to seize up at the pace he's running, because he was 3 minutes ahead of Colin Perura of Nedbank just a few moments ago, and some 5 minutes 20 ahead of the main contenders. And what you'll find for the viewers at home, those main contenders will be happy to sit in a pack and to run at a pace that they feel comfortable. It's all about trying to pace yourself, not waste too much energy in the early stages. Guys like Gift Keller, the defending champion, everybody will be watching his move. If he wants to move a little bit, they will follow. If he wants to slow a little bit, he will follow. And here we've got Bernard Dandadzi, I think it is, who is the guy, one of the guys chasing the front runner. He's looking very good, looking over his shoulder a little bit, but we've got some hot action coming in the second half as we head towards Nchanga, where the race will start developing, and we'll see some of those main contenders coming to the fore.
Thanks, Alec. Obviously, Colin Perura, one of the favorites or one of the elites in this race. And he also mentioned Bernard Dandadzi. Interestingly enough, Dandadzi in picture now, he's entered this race 3 times. He hasn't finished one yet. So for Bernard Dandadzi, difficult to say. He is one of the elite runners, but he's yet to finish the 90 kilometers.
ndimo abaswara bane rari kwambesa kamanda nga muswara nga ho herteis urabersa zvine muswara dandasa kuita zvone kadzote mabizia general kazo hatu bia shika ndani yanga peza nanti fezia ndimuna ne chwechpinga o arabersa uri ku trainele kwawo kunga vakoto baku trainele kwawo kwandela de fezia wamurabersa zvino mandani abanawo buso ingaba ya uri udokona na comes ubia shika comes ka kilometers shika zafu ina akadibana manda mangafa ngapa fezia. That's one thing that I need to really ask as to whether when you go back to the likes of these are the guys who can be able to say your pace, but the big question will be in terms of making that finish in a very same pace. I think it's quite difficult on them.
Well, it's the same thing with Colin Perura. He's one of our top marathon runners that we know of, and he has finished the Comrades twice, he's entered twice, but he's only got a silver and a Bull Rowan. He hasn't managed to get into that under 6 hour mark, not having a Wally Hayward or obviously a gold medal. And speaking about Gert Thys, there were lots of talks about him going for a 4-hour 45, and obviously that's not going to happen. But we haven't seen him run out front like he usually has. He looks like he's doing a bit more of a conservative run. And Caroline Wissmann there in picture, still looking brilliantly as we'd expect this early into the race. But Ellie, it kind of shows that a good marathon doesn't necessarily translate into a good Comrades.
No, and it's interesting to sometimes look down at the marathon times, you know, after the fact, look at those gold medalists, silver medalists, and see what their marathon times are. And they're certainly not in consecutive order. I think it can, if you're a very fast marathoner, you can look at the paces of the Comrades and think, well, that seems relatively easy. I should be able to do that. But you need to learn how to really pace yourself. You can't run even splits at Comrades. There are hills there, and if you come from a road marathon background where you know you can just knock out a certain pace kilometre after kilometre, that's a little different here. And of course those hills and the distance catch up on the legs.
Yeah, well, one of those hills this year is a downhill, Polly Shorts, and that's behind these athletes. You know, in Changa is probably the big one going up before you take the rise up to Boerta's Hill, and the athletes will be getting close to that very soon. But Caroline, this early in the race, she's looking comfortable. She's got a group of men surrounding her, as we're used to seeing with the women. And Ellie, you mentioned the whole negative splits things. Maybe just explain to the viewers out there, what are negative splits, and are they preferable at Comrades, especially on the down run?
I think on the down run for sure. I mean, negative split where you're aiming to run the second half of the race faster than you do the first half, I think is definitely the goal. It's the way to get, and this is regardless, those at the front of the pack or the middle or the back, that is the way to get the best time out of the fitness that you have. And obviously if you look at the down run profile, I always say split it into two and literally look at the first half, and it doesn't look very downhill. So even if you're on a flat course, you want to be picking it up, and on the down run you've got a lot more downhill in the second half, but you need to be careful to hold back a little, but of course not too much, because then you will simply run out of road. So pushing a little towards the end.
ikezo musi vachikolabalesa makazi ani aba Caroline West maina rikodia banga amanda ngazo ngauri zo zvino ukadivona la amfumakazi ane akadikiri mashavode bukuma fese zvinonga zviya banga endi zori ni mufumakazi ane hafeli mbilu wajia chipinga chawe arabalabasa zvino bubono kidiba kamsi banna kana mafumakazi kilometers koza ukadiba sala fese kilometers koza fura tesumbe uyange makumoni fese ya ukadiba ene ne bapanda kachino chipinga but I think you know, she's just done, you know, justice to herself, even though the coach would be saying she's putting much pressure on herself.
Well, I'm sure she is. I mean, Caroline here is in a very unique situation. As we keep saying, the race is hers to lose, but the record might be hers to gain. So does she go for the record and perhaps sacrifice the win, or just go for the win and perhaps sacrifice the record? It's such a difficult decision for her to make.
I think from what I've seen of Caroline's personality in her racing, as much as anything, I think the win would be really the prime focus. She doesn't seem to be someone who takes too many risks. She's got confidence in that she knows what she can do, but she likes to sort of hold back a little and push towards the end. I know she said something about, you know, she'll only feel like a real Comrades winner when she's got the back-to-back, a win on both the up and the downhill course. And apparently she doesn't feel quite so confident on the downhill, though you wouldn't tell it from the images that we're seeing right now. But I honestly think she will really be thinking, hey, this is my first downhill run where I've got the real focus on me. So I think she'll be thinking, let's go for that win and really not push too much. And she doesn't need to, probably, certainly at this stage, simply because she is looking like the far faster athlete of anyone out there.
Well, feel free to tweet using those hashtags Comrades 2016 Proudly SA, and just send us your tweets around the race. And it is so great to see that famous Caroline Wissmann smile. She seems very relaxed at the moment, waving to the crowd, obviously sharing a few jokes with the runners around her. There was one story from Two Oceans, in fact, where she was running and then she realized halfway in that she had put her vest on the wrong way around. So she actually stopped, ran into the bushes, changed the vest, and she was the butt of everybody's jokes for the rest of the race around her, just from wearing her vest the wrong way around. So that was quite funny. But she's like that. She's very calm, relaxed personality, likes having a chat with the people around her, especially early in the race. And obviously it's all going to get very, very serious later on, Big T.
Well, what I like, even the comment that has been done by Bruce Fordyce in the studio earlier in the morning, that you know, this is a time where you don't need to really look up and say, which area am I? Just to concentrate on the course, like they're always doing right now, because that can really put that concentration on you together up until maybe 50 kilometer mark.
Yeah, I think the only trouble Caroline might have is she's got such a big pack around her. And certainly I know in the past the Nurgaleva twins have said, hey, give us a little space. Can we have a little bit of the road? But as, again, a woman that I've been up towards the front, I do tell those men, like, can you move? Can you get out of the way? And they're usually sorry, and pretty happy to. So if I was Caroline, of course, it will thin out and she will get more space further down the road. But I'd definitely be looking at, she seems relaxed, but I'd want a bit more room around me there, just so you're not thinking, hey, I'm going to trip over, make sure you get your drinks, all that kind of stuff.
Well, she does seem to be a little bit jostled there by some of the men, but of course it's about the athletes on the road winning, but they're not the only people who can win today. And remember that you can still win R1,000 airtime with Old Mutual. You can call loved ones, chat with friends, update your social media, especially that Twitter, and visit www.worldofendurance.co.za to plan for greatness. Simply answer the questions that you'll see on screen and you could be a winner. It's that easy. So we'll get those questions on screen for you soon and you can win R1,000 airtime from Old Mutual. Just watch out for that throughout the day for those airtime wins. And again, Caroline looking very, very easy this early in the race. Difficult to tell, of course. You'll find out at around Bothas Hill, Fields Hill, if it is going to be your day. And then with Cowie's 17 kilometers to go at the end, then you really know whether it's going to be your day or not. And I think Ellie has a lot to say about that. 2 years ago, she came from so far behind to catch the Russian twins, especially there from that last 17 kilometers. That's really where the race started for you, really, 2 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, I say of that experience, like, the race doesn't finish until you get into the stadium at Durban, and so you really can't discount what might happen. And, you know, we're focusing on Caroline here, but who knows what's going on behind. There'll be some very other determined women there that say, you never know, and I'm going to keep going. So, yeah, certainly that final stretch is where the real racing goes. You know you don't have to hold anything back in the tank by then. You know what your legs are feeling, and if you've got a little bit left to go, then it's, yeah, okay, now I'm going for a time, now I'm really pushing and wanting to get more than just a win or a position, but really making a mark.
Kezo musi erikativana panda na wanakeza dimbamba iniaba ya Comrades Marathon 2016 hote hude banangava hona chile chipinga musi barana ovua utela mbamba heino dimbamba ine yotakuwa parakata robo iniaba ya Peter Marisbeck dorobo ine ndiona msanda wa helifundoni la bala KwaZulu Natal idabeko tsange no kadrobo iniaba ya Durban hapo na bahone wana vale sabko marakata banakeza mfumakazi na bapanda ndi Caroline Wasman fezi hapa studio kadrobo na mosteri na mfumakazi ya neba Elena Greenwood abonge Great Britain ane ndiani anera usaukanya na ye kadbala na mosi ndi ngongwa o ambore hanga kono jena ngamno mafubaro fezia ndi mgidimi wa mbambe kurane kuma ane unafulu pero kaye arabala basangwa wo felaho oba mutoya akonova kachimo chinu cha kuma kaliba fanda no banakeza Comrades Marathon 2016.
Well, that is Colin Perura there, the third placed man at the moment, running all by himself, very relaxed loping stride there, obviously just heading up a slight uphill. And Ellie, I'm not sure that Colin Perura looks very good at this stage. He looks a little bit tired already.
It looks like an interesting running form, I would say. It's, I mean, he's making it almost look too easy to be in third place with that kind of running form. But there are all sorts of running forms out there. For example, Jonas Bud from Sweden, he's come second before, and you look at him run, and it seems to work. But again, it looks very relaxed and loping, and not what you typically expect. But yeah, being up there in third position out on your own, maybe he's beginning to think I went a little too hard, a little too soon, and maybe that pack behind him will suck him up, and hopefully he can just hang on to that and feel a little bit more comfortable once you've got other runners right around you. He's already looking over his shoulder.
Well, I think that is telling for Colin Perura is that closing pack. They are definitely getting closer to him, and that might mean that he's not as comfortable as he would like to be at this stage of the race. Of course, early days here, the sun rising, as you can see there by the shadows of the athletes. They're riding right into that sun, and that's where the sunglasses normally come in very, very handy. And Colin Perura still looking very, very comfortable here in the lead. So we're going up to Alec Riddle again. And Alec, have you got some information from us there from up in the sky? Alec Riddle.
Well, the sun is certainly rising. It's getting warmer, and you can sense that the pace amongst the main contenders is starting to hot up a little bit. We're in the Cato Ridge area. It's still Muzi, Michael, Mzobo who's leading, and but the gaps are coming down now. Last I spoke to you, it was over 5 minutes to the leading contenders. And I'm not sure which bus is which and who's driving which bus. And that's very important for an athlete in this race, is to choose your bus correctly. But listen to these gaps. At 2 minutes 8, we've got Colin Perura, who's looking a little bit tired. Just behind him, the first little bunch, probably a small little taxi, 5 athletes, 2 hours 20 behind the leader. Then we've got a minibus of about 11 athletes, 2 minutes 40 behind the leader. And then we've got a major bus, 20 to 30 athletes, 3 minutes 10 back of the leader, and it's a sea of green. And that means Nedbank are coming. They're about 3 minutes 10 behind the leader. Max Delete, Nedbank, you name it, all the contenders are starting to play their cards. And shortly, I reckon in about the Nchanga area, we'll start to see some of these main contenders, and that's when the race is well and truly going to get exciting.
Alec, does it seem to you that the Nedbank team are running as a team? Okay, now we seem to have lost the communications there with Alec Riddle, but it does seem that Nedbank team might be doing some team tactics here. Of course, the Gunga Din trophy, something we haven't spoken about yet. That is a team trophy, and to qualify for that, you need to get 4 athletes across the finish line, and they all have to be South African. So the KPMG team have a problem there on the women's side because of Colleen de Reek, who's not a South African and yet one of their 4 strongest women. And but the Gunga Din throughout the years has been quite a big thing, or big part of the Comrades big team.
Ngabata ndi chero ngamanda mutakora balisa zipfuga zvine zvaveiwa hapa ka Comrades Marathon ndi zvipfuga zvine arawona balisa ngwava kusema kuti arali nakapedza nichika chigwara chabatu bana ka uri nishike ka opedza hudo bana zvine nakoro kwana sora pezia basongwanga sori na minister samitamo mufikile balula mopedza bachikori badoengeza 100,000 kama wile mungana mungo wala Africa chipembe kama fumakazi nakabana kama bahino pezi I think I'm quite a bit worried about the way how Perura is really taking his pace, because you know, time to time he's really looking at the back as to whether there's somebody who is really following him.
Yeah, for sure, if you're looking behind, and you don't even want to be doing that in the final straight, but at this stage that's surely so. I mean, either he's thinking, I'm worried they're catching them, or come on, catch me, I don't want to be on my own, and I've kind of regretted this decision that I've gone out on my own. But I think he's more thinking like, uh-oh, I'm going to get swallowed up, and then if he can't hang on to that pack, then you do drift back, and that's, you know, it's mentally demoralizing, and part of the Comrades of a race this long is keeping the mental focus and keeping positive. That helps the legs keep turning. So yeah, I think he's feeling a little concerned that he's going to be dropping back, and then, you know, with the men, such a tight little group, you're out of the top 10 very easily, even if you have been in third.
Well, yeah, that is the contrast of the men to the women's race this year. In fact, there's quite a lot of men that could win this race. We've got 6 previous winners in it, and I think there, from a mental aspect, that's where Caroline Busman, she can at the moment just relax, do her own thing, while these men are busy sizing each other up all the time. And you've got your leaders out there, Bernard Dandanti still out in front with Mzobe, but that chasing group is getting interesting. Charles Chiani is in there, Fani Machipa, Colin Perura we've mentioned, and then another few seconds behind we've got perhaps some of the bigger favorites, Mike Fukuroni. Marco Mambo Gertes has finally shown his face. He's running with the leaders, Tebogo Selo, Donald Matipa, we've mentioned Ludwig Mamabolo. They're all starting to come together now, and these groups are fairly large of leading men. And again, any one of them could start a breakaway at some stage.
Ndidi shone kamanda ano fezia musi uchiyambiwa nga zikwara zvinezva kodwa ambiwa ngamanda zikwara zvisvika 5 ndechikwara cha Polyshots ronopfukawo kacho ndechikwara chine chava cha Inchanga unera kuya kacho zvino zinosikale havana chikwara cha Botha Hill, havana chikwara chibizwa Fini Fields Hill, kunia vanhu tavukuma na chikwara chine chava cha Cow Hill. Hezvi zvikwara zvote vutani hazo zviyapfindi zvikwara zvivava ukuma naviyanapedza izvi zvikwara ka Comrades Marathon naho nechikobva kana nechikondobuya fano ka dhorobheni yava Durban zvotezo zviyemba ngamanda. But I think I need to really put something ready in terms of the big 5 hills right here. And I've heard, you know, people talking about this one. I think Bruce Fordyce in the morning, he's really mentioned a couple of these, you know, hills that if you can be able to pass these hills with no injury, with nothing that is really troubling you, you are there for a take.
Well, definitely on down run. Down run is really hard on your legs down those big 5 hills, especially Fields and both those at the end. But just getting back to some of the favorites, one of the men that just popped up on our timing is Stephen Muzingi. We weren't even sure that he was going to run, 3 times winner of this race, but he is in there along with Bongmusa Mthembu and Gift Kalehe a little bit further back, last year's winner. Bongmusa Mthembu, of course, the last down run winner, and he said he wants to to defend his title on this down run, yeah.
And you remember that in the press conference, the manager to Mjingi said that he's not really sure as to whether he will be part of the race, but then we said he might be playing some mind games right here.
Well, for sure. I mean, the last thing you want as an athlete to be on a start line and everyone looking at you going, oh, you're the injured one that maybe hasn't done 100% training. Are you going to struggle your way through and ultimately maybe have to drop out part way? So I'm surprised that his manager said that. And so, yeah, was it a little stories and maybe was he just late in his flight in from Zimbabwe? Who knows? But obviously he's up there and doing okay right now.
Well, there you see Ludwig Mamabolo, previous winner, just to his left as we look at them. Bongmusa Mthembu, the defending down run champion. And we will be back with him shortly, just after this ad break.
Hi, my name is Colleen de Rook, and I do believe, or I do know, that the winner for the 2016 Comrades Marathon will be from KPMG.
It's about that time where we award the best in local football.
Catch the 2016 PSL Awards live on SABC1.
The awards will kick off with the glitzy red carpet,
followed by the honouring of the top performers in this PSL season.
We reveal Footballer of the Season,
Player of the Season,
Goalkeeper,
Midfielder,
Top Goal Scorer,
and all the cup competition winners.
The awards will also feature some of the country's top music entertainers. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter @sport@SABC.
And for the latest updates, sabcsport.co.za. We'll bring you the 2016 PSL Awards live Monday the 30th of May at 8:30 p.m.
Brought to you by SABC Sport for the love of the game.
Well, you're back with the 2016 Comrades, the 91st edition of this iconic race. And we're joined by an iconic figure in this race as well. Mr. Bruce Fordyce has taken his seat next to me. Bruce, welcome to the commentary box. Are your thoughts on the race so far?
I phoned John Hamlet, who's one of the coaches and managers of the team out there, and he said it's very fast. In fact, coming from him, he said it's too fast. And he said these guys are all going to be slowing down a lot in the second half, the way they're running at the moment.
Well, that's interesting because his athlete, Gift Kalehe, is a little bit behind this top pace. In fact, I think he's in the 3rd or 4th group. He went through Cato Ridge in about 1 hour 54:33, where some of the others are 30 or seconds or a minute ahead of him. One of those men, Bongmusa Mthembu, who has really said he wants to defend his title this year. And Ellie, defending a down run title is something you wanted to do this year. Unfortunately, you don't get that opportunity. Is the down run that different from the up run, so that, you know, you get some people who are just better running down?
Yeah, I think for sure. I mean, they really are two entirely different races, which I was reminded of last year when I did the up run after about a 4-year gap, and I thought, my goodness, I mean, it's not just the hills are in a different place, the temperature warms up in a different place, and yeah, it's you can be a good down and uphill runner, but I mean, on the down run, you're getting those downhills later on. So if you're already not too confident, not as skillful on the downhills, you're now having to do them on tired legs as well. So they are very much different races. I know Bongmusa was disappointed with his race last year, and that's often good fuel to the fire, added to wanting to defend that title. So I'm sure he's very, very motivated today.
Well, there's another skilled downhill runner there in Ludwig Mamabolo, also a previous winner of this down run. And we've caught up with him a little bit earlier. I'm going to vacate my seat. Sulani Bongo is going to move in here, but let's hear from Ludwig Mamabolo first.
I would prefer both, but most of the people they say that I'm a down run specialist, and I don't believe in that. Just that on the day of the down run, I've always done not out of top 2. I always run top 2 or win. So I guess the people have spoken. I'm a down run specialist. I have to accept as it is. I'm very, very strong in mind. Whatever happens into my life, I took it as a challenge, not as a problem. So I don't have anything that will hinder or that will take me setback, whether it's on the media or whatever. The most important thing now is the 29th of May 2016. I'm really looking forward for that special day, and I hope for the special results as well. My training has gone very, very well, and I'm very happy with the progress that I've made so far. That's why I'm saying I'm singling out to the 29th, because I've done what is required as an athlete. I've done my training. It's only for me to go there and do the task in hand.
Vele ke apho esijoka kuhle mfoka mamabolo Ludwig ke esesazi into yokuba ke uye waphosa kamagade emfondini siqonde into yokuba ke umcimbi wakhe ingathi noko ufuna uba senze laa nto sithi ngamanqindi. Khumbule ke mhlawumbi uba buqwalasele ngale ntsasa namhlanje sithetha sitsho sithi ke unguMohammed Ali we-athletics okanye unguMohammed Ali we-Comrades Marathon. uLudwig Mamabolo ewuthethile ke umcimbi wakhe baxelela kakuhle uba ucinga ntoni na apha. Well, Ludwig Mamabolo, we spoke about him this morning. Bruce, you're following me, eh?
Yes.
You keep following me.
Oh, yeah.
We spoke about him as Mohammed Ali of the Comrades,
yeah, he's one
that's
of the
exactly
runners.
what he said.
Happy to say how fast he's going to run, and he's got a win going down. He's got a second place going down. At the moment, they're running along what's known as Harrison Flats, which is a rather dreary, I find it quite a dreary, tough part of the race. A little bit boring, not a lot of crowd support, and of course because it's a down run, Harrison Flats is slightly uphill, and it is a faster stretch, and we've spoken to a couple of the coaches out there. They say the runners are going fast. It's also warming up, and they're starting to see the sweat glistening on the shoulders of some of these runners, glistening on their faces. It's going to be a warm race, not a blisteringly hot run like we had in 2013, but it is going to be a warm one, and they need to start drinking, and I think the pace will start to settle back a bit after a few more kilometers.
Kwamba phambili amadodana uBernard Dandazi, indodana yangapha kweliya laseZimbabwe, kanti ke Fani Matsipa woMzantsi Afrika, kanti ke balandelelane ukuhla ukubheka ezantsi ngokwamadolo njalo njalo. Well, Eri, you should be here, but as we said before, it's a gain for our commentary team, but a great loss indeed for the Comrades.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping this will be a good tactical learning for next year and future years for back racing. It's always interesting, and certainly I know there's a lot of spectators who watch Comrades over the years and then eventually say okay, and they bite the bullet and decide to do it. And it's a great thing to watch a race, learn from the people, whether they're doing good or bad things. You see them struggling, so maybe I'll pick up some tips from these lead guys here, and it'll be interesting on this slightly flatter section where you can really hit into a bit more of a consistent pace, feel whether that is a pace that you can maintain for a while, or is it like, no, okay, I'm now pushed a little hard, and maybe they start splitting up just a little bit, whereas on the hills it can be tempting to almost be deceived and think you're not working quite as hard as you are.
Chokuqala ngu-Elena Galoga Greenwood esimaziyo uba uqhelile lo mcimbi wale Comrades Marathon. Siyiphetheyo ke yalona unyaka ngelishwa uyawafumana ukonzakala kube akakwazi ukubaleka apha namhlanje. Bruce Fordyce liqala ke siyamazi uphumeleleka sithoba i-Comrades Marathon, besixokole kusasa nje naye kumabonakude apho ke besinika zonke izinto, esihlekisa ngehumor yakhe, esinika ukusuka nokuhlala ukuba ke izinto zihamba njani na. Bruce, maybe just to take it a bit on the track at the moment, is this where your change in strategy, or perhaps trying to get your tricks together?
No. I think this stage of the race is where you just sit back and wait, and I never enjoyed the first half of the Comrades Marathon in all the years that I was a contender, because I just found it very, very frustrating. You have to wait a long time to start working out who's going to be a contender that day. You've got to get beyond halfway. They've still got quite a way to go to get to Drummond at halfway, and what I would be doing at this point is just sitting in, not doing any of the leading. It's not a great time here to be doing the leading, just sitting in at the back and following and letting the other people do the thinking, make sure I get the odd drink, that I'm getting fuel, and bide my time. That's what you need to be doing at this stage, is biding your time.
yabona ke phaya emva kwe-kilometers ezingama-31 31 kilometer kulapho ke sijonge khona siyabona ke ngokwerekhodi uba ukusukela apho kubaphina sibe sesibambile i-5 yona 5:18:55 kanti ke ngoku thina siku-5:20:49.
Wow, I mean 5:18:55 pace, so you can see already they're going very quickly. And I expect if it gets much warmer that their pace will slow down.
Sibabukele ke amadodana nango esiza kakuhle kanti ke sake siphinde siziphi ithuba ke sijonge uba mhlawumbi sinake siyokhangela igqiyazana lethu apha kule timu yethu yale commentary udikeledi kamakhongwane uphaa phezulu uhamba ke ngechopa yena usijongele ezantsi nothi ke kukusidelela kodwa ke usijongele ezantsi ngoba uliliso lethu eliphezulu Dixie
ZB
sifikile sisi.
Thank you very much ZB and the team. At the moment we are actually trying to catch the first leading ladies that are looking at passing the police, and whenever we get recognized a group of ladies that are here, we'll definitely be letting you know. But what we can say, the weather is very clear and very warm. That's KwaZulu-Natal for you. And hohle mo lenteng mui ke hore fela etsa bonnete ba hore ha o fete hobane ho bonahala ekare aprane e be engwe ya mabelo a ileng hore a ratwa bile a thasellwa e tla re hang fela ha o se o bona ho ba le hona o arohana ba hore ke bomang ba tlatleng ba tswelle pele ba rwetsaneng o tlatle o bonahale mohlomong ha jwale tena e sale ho senga holo o ro ka hlahlalosa hore ke ba rwetsana bafe be leng hore ba tlatle ba isebeletse hantle mpa he hang fela ha o etsahala tsena tsohle hobane hang fela dintho di arohana ke dikilometereng tsane tse ka bang tse 17 tse leng hore di tlahle di bontshe hore ba rwetsana ba arohana ho leba ho kae empa o fitela ha jwale maemo a lehodimo ke a matle a tjhabileng a fang maatlete a rona monyetla wa hore ba tle ba ipontsha hatse ba tle ba gabe jwale ka ha re tseba hore ha hona mohlang Comrade Marathon e lekile e le monate hobane dikilometera tse 83 nnete fela ha hona motho ya ka buang ka tsona hore di theohele ho ba le hona monyetla kapa hona ha o nyolosetsa ho ba le monyetla taba kgolo gore dikilometera ke tsona tse 89 tse leng hore history le di-memory ke boholo ba bohlokwa ba lebelo lena le leholo la kontinente kapa la naha ka nnete mo teng re bona maatlete a mangata ha re bone hore ka rena ka mora dikilometera tse ka bang tse 20 mo teng o tlabeng barwetsana ba seng ba apuhile o se o bonahala hore bua kae ke hona mo ke tla o fa mmoyo hore na tseo ka di lebellang ke dife. Back to you Tim.
Dixie, before you spoke about the weather up in the sky, and we were just watching with Bruce Fordyce here. After the 31-kilometer mark, we saw that in the previous Comrades Marathon it was about 5:20, but now this guy the pace seems to be quite high. Do you think they can maintain that pace? Zamukhangela ke udikeledi uyasiva Tiki?
Yes ZB.
I was asking about the pace at the moment. After 31 Ks, the record is 5:20:32, but at the moment they went past it at 5:18, which is quite a very fast pace. Do you think they can maintain that pace?
I think as usual ZB, when we're doing the down run, it's more easier when they start because it goes down more easier. But like I said, we'll probably check maybe after 40 Ks where we'll be getting the hills and trying to see if the legs could still carry them. Remember that with the race going to Durban from Pietermaritzburg, most of the time it looks like it's easier most of the time when it starts. But at the end of the day, we look at after 40 Ks to see if the ladies can still carry the legs or the legs can still carry the ladies to go to Durban.
Thank you so much Dikeledi Makhongwane. Sizaphinda sibuyele kuye ekuhambeni kwexesha sizawube siphinde simbambe kakuhle ngoba ke ukuyo ichopper ejonge pha ezantsi yena nguye lo uyasibona sisentshanga ngoku Bruce.
Yeah, they're running still at a very steady pace. They're about to take a left turn towards the approaches of Inchanga, one of the great major hills of the down run. They will, in a few kilometers, go past the very emotional, very moving Entebeni School for the disabled. Still a long way to go with, I think, everybody now starting to prepare themselves for Inchanga, which is a serious, long uphill pull.
The thing about Harrison Flats as well is people have a feeling, because it is one of the, I think that and the Pinetown Flats are probably the two areas in the Comrades Marathon where it doesn't seem like it's going up or down, and people can get carried away and just feel they can stride out, etc. But it is too early, and I think Bruce has said that. We've heard that the guys are running too quickly. The predicted time for maybe the first 100 guys already is under 5.5, and yeah, that doesn't sort of augur well if you're kind of trying to run a race with hang in and do negative splits. So fast pace for the men, and then we've just had the women. We've had 2 women pass the 31.5 kilometers mark, and Caroline Wartsman has picked up her pace. She was averaging 4:11 for the first 16, and she's dropped that down to 4:6. So that's quite a sign of confidence, but smart runner. Let's hope she knows what she's doing, but she's got a long way to go. Bruce?
She's been smiling most of the way, so she looks as if she's enjoying herself still. Yeah, I think she's just running a pace that she's comfortable with, and really probably not that concerned about what the other ladies are doing. Just getting into her own comfortable pace and saying to herself, okay, I can do this for the rest of the morning.
And right behind Charmaine, Caroline, just lying in third position, is Shanae Bosman, and she's 2.5 minutes behind Caroline at the 31.5 kilometer mark. And I think that is quite a good place to be. It's within her ability, and should something happen to the runner up front, Shanae hopefully could be in the position to sort of just make up that gap.
Yes, Helen, 2.5 minutes that's a sensible gap. Let Caroline go out there and lead. You're still at 2.5 minutes within range, and you can close that very quickly if you have to. And of course, the last down run we saw Ellie close an enormous gap at the end and then turn it into a 4-minute lead. So where Shanae's sitting is that's a sensible gap to have at this stage.
Well, njengoba ubona phaya Inchanga Park Village kulapho sikhoyo bawuyaqwalasela nalapha ecaleni kwendlela abo ke bathande untshontyela besenza kakuhle. Siyabona pha osisi benxibe izivatho zase-Afrika, khangele nalamadodana. Ukhumbule kaloku uba ke asikayigqibi Africa Month nalapha kwi-SABC sihamba nayo ngolo hlobo. Yiyo loo nto ubabona besenza ngolo hlobo, kwaye ke ungalibali uba kaloku sikuyo indawo eyibambileyo iculture, i-KZN, abantu abazingcayo kakhulu ngeculture ye-Afrika neyomzantsi Afrika. Siphethe Comrades Marathon ka-2016 apha kwi-SABC, ukanti ke sihleli nawe sisazi into yokuba siza kuhamba kunye kude kuyokuphela umicimbi. Njengoko besitshilo sathi ke noko ingathi athanda ukuxhoma la madodana, baleka kakuhle phaa, quite relaxed. Thechu ke amadodana siza kukhangelela phaa, jonge phezulu ngeliso lokhozi. Khumbule ukuba ke sinamadodana ukanti ke sinawo namanenekazi, njengoko ubuvile uCaroline Wartsman nguye ke ophethe umcimbi, ukanti ke uShanae Bosman nguye ke obambe indawo yesibini. Well, maybe you can tell us more about Inchanga Park Village, Bruce Fordyce.
Well, yes, they're going to go past Entebeni School for the Disabled, where it's very emotional, wonderful support. There are lots of disabled children in wheelchairs cheering you on, dancing. They've had a lot of international visitors who've been there to see them the last few days, making donations there, and it's one of the highlights of the Comrades Up and Down Run. But shortly afterwards, the runners will go into Inchanga Hill. And Inchanga is a sort of a 4-sided hill, if I can describe it as that. You climb up for about 3.5 kilometers, solid climb up. to a very high point of the race, and then you drop down the other side, so down the back of Inchanga. On the up run, of course, it's an uphill climb. You drop down to Drummond at halfway, and on your way down you can hear the music, you can hear the loud hailers and the excitement at halfway, but you're not at halfway yet. And then, of course, you go through halfway and you go up the other side of Inchanga, which is up towards Bothas Hill Village. So this is a very critical part of the race now. This is a part of the race where you are either going to be climbing steeply or dropping steeply. And it's the leg damage that occurs now that is going to have an influence over how you run in the second half of the race.
Sisibambile ke semva kweyure ezimbini neshumi elinesixhenxe lemizuzu sisaqhuba thina. We'll be back after the break.
Hi, my name is Karel Berger, and I believe the winner of the 2016 Comrades is out of the TomTom team.
I think that KPMG has a really good chance of taking the win on Sunday.
Ek is Shanai Bosman. Ek dink die wenner van hierdie jaar se Comrades gaan van die Netbank team kom.
Smart kids say smart things.
Fana, what do vitamins make you?
Strong and fit and tough.
Baby, where does milk come from?
From the supermarket, Mom. Just joking. From a cow.
Nunu, what are life cultures?
It's the magic that turns the milk into yogurt.
Why does Mommy give you a smart snack?
Because I'm smart. Yogurt is made with milk and live cultures. Nutriday is a thick, creamy, yummy smart snack. What are you doing, Mum?
I want to be as smart as you.
Nutriday yogurt. Say yes to the smart snack.
We're going up Inchanga now.
Sikwamkele kwakhona ke mbukeli apho ekhaya sikubambele kaloku i-Comrades Marathon kulonyaka ka-2016 i-down run ke lena siyiphetheyo suka ngapha eMgungundlovu isiza eThekwini. Ndinayo uBruce Ford isecaleni kwam, kanti ke likhona iqala uHelen naye usibambele imicimbi siyiphethe kakuhle kakhulu apha. Helen, well, it's been quite some time now, 2 hours and around 19 minutes, and I think this is where now we should start seeing things happen.
Well, I think in the women's race we've seen Caroline go out there with, a lot of confidence. I think she's running well. She's picking up the pace. And squeezed in between Caroline and Shanae is an athlete who's established herself in the marathon distance from Ethiopia, Amoche Kakisa. Now, she runs a lot. She's raced many races. She's met with a lot of success. She's just also running on a 4:11 pace, but it will be interesting to see if she can maintain that pace over the Comrades distance. I think she is more suited to the shorter distance, but in this race it's quite open other than what we've all put our money on Caroline, so let's sort of just wait and see.
Well, Bruce, we spoke about Caroline this morning when we were live on television, about her, that would she be going for the record or would she just go for a win?
I'm hoping that she's going to be going just for the win. And when I bumped into her at the pre-race expo a couple of days ago, she said, Bruce, first of all, I want to win, and any record is a bonus. And of course, the record sits with Frith van der Merwe since 1989, and it is a truly spectacular time. 5 hours, 54 minutes. We've only had 3 women, I believe, who've ever gone under 6 hours. Tatiana Zakova did it, and Anne Trayson did it. So, Frith has done it. You can see our race leader now is climbing Inchanga. So I cannot overemphasize to runners and to viewers that Inchanga is one of the brutal hills. It's what we call a registered hill in the down run. And this hill is about 3.5 kilometers long, lots of bends, some straight bits, and there's one thing that doesn't change: it goes up. There's no flat bit, you climb solidly. And the back markers and the slower runners later on when they get there, this is where they're going to be taking their first seriously long walks. And again, they will be saying to themselves, novices will be saying to themselves, I thought we were doing the down run. We're the downhills. We're running uphill, and they're going to be this is a solid climb to a very high point at the top of Inchanga. And you can see already our race leader's pace is markedly slowed because he's climbing, and that's still great running for going up Inchanga. It's one of those hills that people don't really tell you about for some reason. And on a down run, I found it a very testing part of the race. And what you have to do here is climb it steadily but hold back. You should be running at a pace where you could chat to somebody next to you. You should be able to be running at conversational pace. If you cannot talk to somebody next to you who is running next to you, then you're going too fast and you're too close to the red line. And so now what we're going to watch is our race leader and the pursuing packs making their way steadily to the top of this mountain hill. And you can see the cutting. You can see on our television screen the cutting and the road going up to the top of Inchanga. And that's where you have to climb. And, of course, getting hotter, getting warmer on your way up there to the top.
And the other aspect now, the runners have had pretty much roadside support the whole way. Now, the access for vehicles into this area just becomes a little bit challenging. You really need to know the back roads, etc. So suddenly you've had all these spectators cheering you on, and it's a bit quiet. This guy out front's going to start feeling quite alone.
Yes, Helen, very little spectator support going up there. At the top, there's a big seconding table with everything that you need, drinks, food, etc., and a big enthusiastic crowd of people. And I have to tell you that some of the volunteers and seconds and people who help on this Comrades Road, it's an amazing experience. Some of them will have got there last night and camped there and had a braai and maybe had a few glasses of wine and had a little bit of celebration, and then they wake up this morning and now they're waiting for the runners, and it's very exciting because here come the first runners. But hours later, they'll still be working very hard looking after the tail enders. It's truly a great job, an exciting one, but it's a major commitment. And here come our leaders. They're going up Inchanga, one of the major registered hills of the race, and one of the great hills of the Comrades Marathon. I mean, when you talk to people who come from overseas, they say the names are so exciting. You know, Polly Shorts, 45th Cutting, Cowie's Hill, but Inchanga is one of those names that just really for them it's very emotive and is a hill that they really want to run but to conquer. And you can see as we look at our TV screen that the leaders are slow. You know, they're going steadily but slowly up this hill. It's a tough hill.
Yeah, choge kala pomfondeno Helen no Bruce kuyaqonda ke umcimbi bobabini. Sichazela ke nge-Inchanga village apho kubonakala ukuba izinto ziyenzeka khona, ngoba ke uyaqonda into yokuba noko uba lilolo phaa kuba abantu abakho kakhulu kuba indawo namahlathi apho ke unyuka usihla apho. Bruce, maybe you could just tell us again. I know you did speak about this in the morning. This just explain this. It's a down run, but then you keep saying you're running up. You know, maybe a little bit of confusion for some people who don't understand.
It's a down run, so ultimately you will have gone from the Highveld to Pietermaritzburg to the Indian Ocean, and you will have lost a lot of height. But on the way, you climb some very serious mountains, and I'm saying the word mountain, you know, meaning it, because you're going to climb some serious mountains, and it's a tough uphill battle, or so it seems, until you get to Botha's Hill. And that's after 55 k's of running. And when you get there, you are only a few meters lower than the highest point of the race, which was Umlaas Road, shortly after the start of the race.
Helen, I see you nodding.
Well, I'm just intrigued by the companions, the small companions running on the side of the road. Like, these runners will be the runners, the registered runners will be these youngsters' heroes. And there's we sort of just down in the valley. We'll get a better view when we're at Drummond. There is a number of very successful athletes who've grown up in that valley, challenging conditions, and they've come and made quite a success of their life as an athlete. William Tolo spent a lot of time growing up in that area, and we all know Willie is one of South Africa's most accomplished athletes. And it's just great. This little run up the hill next to these athletes, they will be our future Comrades runners.
Well, this is the chasing pack. Kubanga uyaqala udibana nathi ngalo eli xesha apha sikubambele lona umdyarho walonyaka. Basathe chu ke masikhangele nabo ke baninzi. Bruce, there you go.
Yes, and many kilometers back. Here we are back at the chicken farms at a place called 10 Mile Subway. So these runners have done about 18 kilometers or so from the start. And that's how far back they are. Still in good spirits, still smiling. You're seeing the odd person walking already. The backbone of Comrades here. The real spirit of Comrades back here. And you can see already the enormous distance that the leaders have opened up on these runners.
Well, there's lots of components that make up this race. We've got our leaders in the front, but really it's these people you've got to take your hat off to, because they've got themselves off the couch, they've out here, they've registered, they've run their qualifying time, they've lined up today, and they've reached the sort of 18 kilometers. And they'll have met somebody, they'll be chatting, they'll be enjoying their day, they'll find out, asking the people around them, what's your name, where you're from, and there'll be overseas athletes, local athletes, and they'll just be enjoying themselves. But they won't be so smiley when they when they've passed halfway. So they must just enjoy this time and make the most of it.
And they are not lonely, Bruce, like the leading pack.
Well, they're not lonely now, but later on when they get to Pinetown, you can be surrounded by just as many runners as this, and you will be completely alone because you have to get yourself through to the finish. And so what I have been saying, I do a lot of Comrades talks, I get a lot of advice. I say to these runners, I'm glad to see it. What you have to promise yourself is that everything you do on race morning will be a step towards the finish. The ones who don't make that final dreadful cutoff gun, in many cases it's not that they got exhausted, it's not that they were cramping or injured, it's that they managed their time badly. And so the commitment to yourself is once you can get going, no problem with walking, but everything I will do today will be a step towards Durban, so that I make sure that I will get my finisher's medal. And the other thing that many of these runners will have to get through their heads is that they started a couple of hours ago in the dark. And when they get to Durban, it will be getting dark again when they finish. They are out there for the whole day.
Antso ke kulapho ke siwabona khona apha kanye kulena indawo iliso lijonge okokhozi apho ke bangena abantu bokuba babentyontyela athe chu amadodana kuba kaloku ngoku akusekho la crowd besikubonisa yona i-crowd yona isengasemva kodwa ke amadoda agabadula bheka phambili. Iyure ezimbini ngoku 20 kambe ke 2.5 hours sele siyigqibile koko besiqala ekuseni kusekude apho siyakhona ke kambe. Caroline kwakunye ke nenzwakazi engasemva sizawuphinda ke sincokole ngabo sive uba ingaba umcimbi wabo uhamba kanjani na. Madodana athe chuka kuhle phaya.
Well, I mean, Bruce, we've got some big names in that bunch, but 50 kilometers to go. They're all experienced runners. We've got Marco Mamba, a 2 Oceans winner, who I think thinks he can go the distance here. If his legs aren't going to give him too much trouble from Cowie's Hill, it'll be a very, very interesting test because he is an extremely accomplished athlete.
Yeah, they're getting towards the top of Inchanga now, but what's amazing is they've got 50 kilometers to go. Earlier this year, these guys will have run 50-kilometer races like the Omdi Dam race or 56-kilometer 2 Oceans race, and they would be saying to themselves now, if I had felt like this at the start of a 50k race, I wouldn't have started running. And you suddenly realize you have an ultra ahead of you with some seriously big hills. There you go, 48 to go. They're getting to the top of Inchanga. They're going to go past a very enthusiastic and busy seconding table where they'll be able to get drinks and other things that possibly they're not getting from their coaches and team managers. And then they're going to plummet down into Drummond at halfway. And we're going to get a pretty shrewd idea of the finishing time. By the time when they go through halfway, we'll get a pretty good idea because the winner will run a slightly faster second half. That's the real art of running the down run, is to be able to run what we call negative splits and to run a second half that's faster than your first half. So here they are, more or less at the top now. and about to start down. And of course, you always get over enthusiastic about halfway when you're running the Comrades Marathon, because you can hear halfway long before you get there. There's loud music, there's the crowd, there's enthusiastic cheering from down below you, and there's the voice of the person calling the race at halfway. But you still have to get down there, and it is a serious descent now. Which the danger on your way down is that you take it too fast and you pound your legs, you pound particularly your quadricep muscles, and you need those muscles to be strong and feeling as little pain as possible for the major downhills that come in many kilometers time in the second half of the race.
And the other attractive for this bunch is that there's another hotspot at halfway, and that is actually the worst thing you can have, because if they start to race each other down in Chunga, which has 13 little corners and twists and turns to get to that hotspot, they'll pay the price later. So it's going to be difficult for that bunch to just see how they handle that downhill of Chunga.
Ya uyazivela ngokwakho ke ziviews ezo zamaqala uHelen kunye noBruce. Kanti ke ungalibali ukhupha izo tweets zakho. Instagram naye uyasebenza, uza kunika ke idilesi umfo kaDiloka ngoba ke uza kungena emveni kwam ngoku njengoko sijongile phaya. Confirmation Caroline Wasnam kuye ke osamba phambili ukuzawudika ngoku kumanenekazi. Well, a few words from you, Helen, then Dwayne Diloka will be joining the commentary team.
Well, I think with Caroline sort of really stamping her authority on this race and picking up her pace, which I think might indicate that she feels confident that she'll get the win. Possibly she thinks, well, let me see if I can also get that sub 6 hours, which is tall order, but we all know what a capable athlete that she is. We've got a mixed bag. We've got Yolanda McLean and Kerry-Ann Marshall, South Africans, also in the top 10. And amongst them, we've got Kachiza Berg. She's a Swedish girl. We've got Sarah Bard running. And there's an English girl here, Carla Molinaro, that we don't know too much about, but she's held on to that fourth position for quite some time.
Well, I tell you, things are certainly eating up all around the races. We just go back to the women's race very briefly. It looks like the women are heading towards Chunga right now. It's Caroline Busman who's still leading the way, but she continues to impress, but she's starting to run a little quicker already. She was going 4:11 in the opening 16 kilometers. She's starting to do 4:06s now, so her time is improving already even before she's hit the downhill section of the race. So maybe signs that she's in really good shape for today's win, and is going to blow any opposition that she has or any other contenders out of the water before they even really get into the race, because she's taken this race by the scruff of the neck, so to speak, as Caroline Busman leading from the front. Now we've got the second place women. This is Kakisa, the Ethiopian athlete who's coming to Chunga right now. So Caroline Busman continues to lead the way, but it looked like she went through Chunga about just getting towards Chunga. It looked like Caroline Busman was heading up by a good couple of minutes, although I'll have to say Kakisa is not looking, she's still looking pretty fresh as well as Kakisa. Very strong athlete as well. Shane Bosman, no signs of her just yet, but we do know that she's not too far off the pace. Well, there is Shane Bosman as she comes into shot. Shane Bosman, who's third place overall, the 40-year-old South African who's hoping for another solid finish in the Comrades Marathon.
Well, I think, and there's a big following. Colleen de Rook, she's out here running Comrades for the first time, and at the age of 52, we're not expecting her to win this race, but she's a KwaZulu-Natal girl, and I think that she's going to get unbelievable support, because when she was based and lived in Durban, she was really one of the world's best athletes. She's competed at 4 Olympics, and whilst there's no money on her to win, we're hoping she can run around 6:20, 6:30. Just such a talented runner, and it's just actually great that she's come back to try and test herself on this life. It's been a lifelong desire for her to come and run Comrades.
This is Caroline Busman leading the way. We'll go back to the men in a moment because they'll be hitting halfway in a short while. There's also going to be a cut-off at Lion Park happening at 2 hours 40 into the race. But well, you don't have to be taking part in the race to be a winner in this year's Comrades Marathon. That's right, Old Mutual giving you the chance to be one of the lucky winners who will win 1,000 Rand airtime each. Simply answer the question on your screen and you could be a winner just like that. Easy question for you. What can you do with www.worldofendurance.co.za? A, B or C? You SMS Old Mutual in your answer to 34068. Your opportunity to be a winner. So winners out on the road, but winners at home as well. Well, Bruce Fordyce, Dwayne DeLocca and Mike Finch joining us in commentary as we continue coverage of the 2016 Comrades Marathon. We encourage you to get involved on social media, whether it's Twitter, Instagram, or indeed any other social media platform. Hashtag Comrades 2016. Hashtag Comrades 2016. And I've had a couple of questions about the Russians. Why no Russians? Why no Russians? Just a reminder, of course, no Russian athletes allowed to compete on the international stage currently, owing to the doping allegations that have seen them banned by the IAAF. So no Russian athletes are in the field in the elite competition here in the 2016 Comrades Marathon. So we'll go back to the men in a moment because they're approaching halfway and all sorts happening in the men's race, but women continuing to impress as well. So we're going to head back to the men in just a moment now because they are heading through halfway. So Comrades Marathon action continues to see Freddie Khumalo walking at Cato Ridge a short while ago. That's a little bit of a disappointment for those who might have been following. Khumalo might have been a little more expected of Khumalo, of course. So we'll continue to bring you views from Dikeledi Mokwana and Alec Riddle from the Eye in the Sky. They're both up in helicopters for today's race, but the men will be going through halfway any moment now, and there'll be a cut-off at Lion Park as well. Okay, this is Dandadzi again, the leading man who continues to edge out in front, and Mike Finch. Dandadzi, he hit the lead fairly early on, and he's continuing to press along the way on this down run, but still not quite on the down section, as it were, just yet.
Yeah, it's a very interesting part of the course, this, because it is a very steep downhill down in Changa, and obviously the temptation is to kind of just let the legs go and you accelerate down, but it really does hurt the legs, and I'm sure Bruce will confirm this. One of those hills they never talk about at the Comrades Marathon is the one up towards Alveston, and as they hit Drummond and they go through halfway, then they start climbing up again, and then there's this really, really steep hill towards Alveston, and often the top athletes, when they're all together, are really battling to make it up that Alveston hill before they hit both his hills. So, you know, this is the glory days for the guys going for the hot spots and trying to get through halfway first, but you can almost guarantee Dandaza is going to be probably walking within 100 meters of that halfway mark and hanging on for that silver medal.
Bruce, in terms of the hot spots, as we look at the leader at the moment, Bernard Dandazi of Zimbabwe, many of the elite runners don't fancy the hot spots, as we've seen in fact in marathons, but also in cycling races. Sometimes disrupts the race a little. How did you feel about that?
You know, I always like creative ideas, so I'm not going. You know, my judgment's still out. But at the moment, I'm not a big fan because it's causing confusion. I think we need. This is a Comrades Marathon. I want to see people run the Comrades, not running hotspots. So it might be just slightly, you know, confusing the tactics. That's what I'm saying. And we're going through halfway in 2:40. You know, it's quick. Very quick.
Just wonder if Bernard Dandazi is going to be keeping up this sort of pace. There are a group of more fancied runners that are tucking in behind him that are looking for victory. Bongmusu Mtembo's been out on the road. Mike Fukuroni not too far behind. Ludwig Mababolo. Nick Bester was saying that Claude Mashiwa looking good as well. But Bernard Dandazi continues to lead the way in the early stages. But I think that gap just might be starting to close as well. This is the sort of section of the race where we separate the men from the boys, proverbially speaking.
Well, I can tell you that Dandazi, Bruce, I'm sure you agree with me, and I was virtually on his last legs as he's getting towards the finish here. And I think we're going to see him literally cross that finishing line, walk straight away, and then just try and recover. So he has to break a silver medal to get the hotspot prize, and that's a key part of it, because in the old days you could literally go through a hotspot and you just had to finish, so the guys could walk the second half. But they have to break a silver, and on tired, exhausted legs, it's not so easy. So he might have got the hotspot through halfway in a reasonably fast time, but whether he can break the silver, we'll only find out later in the day.
So that's a 2:42 for 45 k's of running, and with some major hills in it. And of course, as soon as you go out of Drummond, because it's a down run, you go straight uphill again. So you go straight uphill for the next 6 to 8 k's with some breaks in it. Again, another serious climb out of Drummond. Drummond almost sits in a little bowl, and you have to drop down into that bowl and then work your way out of it. So he's almost immediately as he goes past the halfway mark, he will start climbing.
And probably walking.
And there's nothing wrong with walking. Nothing wrong with walking. Caroline Busman's always said that walking has been part of the game plan, part of the tactics as she's approached the race. And many athletes have opted to walk in certain areas. And how many athletes over the years have showed on a couple of big climbs that walking might in fact be the smarter option. But remember the good old days of Bruce Fordyce as a young Wits student who was tackling this race. Walking, was it frowned upon or was it encouraged in certain areas?
I didn't walk.
You never walked. You shuffled the entire way.
I walked from the finish line to my club tent to go and meet my mates and my family. But Caroline proved me wrong last year, so perhaps I might have done better if I'd done a little bit of walking.
Of course, instead of walking up the hills, we could also have the Thompson Magawana approach, which was the zigzag run.
Well, I mean, it is a very controversial point, because as Caroline Busman proved last year, that you can be very competitive and walk the hills, but it's about strategy. It's about saving your muscles. So if you're running the whole way, you're really, and there we have our leader walking at the moment, as we suspected was going to happen. He was absolutely exhausted, and he immediately loses the lead as he goes through halfway.
Yeah, so Dandazi just falling off the pace at the moment. And this,
and the lead pack going through halfway, I would estimate probably around about 2:43, 2:44. That's not too bad. 2:43, 2:44. That's not too bad. Double that, and you get an idea. And our race leader could take a couple of minutes off that as well. So at the moment they are, on course for a sub 5:30, and that's great time for the down run.
You know what's really incredible? You see that name of Cat Taste right in there with his front bunch. Now, of course, we've seen him in the past years going out so hard at the start and then collapsing as he heads down both his hill and sort of 60 k's in. But this is the first year we've seen at the Comrades Marathon really taking it much more conservatively. And at the press conference earlier this week, I asked his team manager, if he was able to control himself and not do these wild, crazy surges at the start, could he be a factor in the race? And certainly he's being more conservative. Maybe we might see a resurgence of Cat Taste today. He is certainly a class athlete and somebody that I think is very capable given the right tactics.
He certainly does have the class, and I think finally, maybe after 3 attempts and sticking with the Comrades motto, the Comrades has finally humbled him, and he's running it as you should, conservatively.
Well, it looks like Dinka and Fukuroni were the two who've just overtaken Dandazi at the start, but we've got Alec Riddle, eye in the sky, as we got Gartes in shot for just a moment. Alec Riddle, the Bonitas eye in the sky.
Yeah, well, we've just passed through the halfway mark. We had a fantastic tussle up and down in Changa between the leader who was racing for the lead at the halfway mark at Drummond, and of course the big incentive for the hotspot. It was like a yo-yo as he moved, as they tried to close in on him, and he tried to hang on. You can see how the wheels came off shortly after the halfway mark, and he started walking. Now we're starting to see another Zimbabwean, the likes of Mike Fukuroni, winner of the Two Oceans, moving into contention. Of course, 100 167 Zimbabwean athletes here. And Colin Colgrave gave me that information. He's running his 18th. He's from Harare Athletics Club. They've got 35 athletes. So massive Zimbabwean contingent here. Zimbabweans are a great threat in the Comrades and the Two Oceans. But for the last 4 years, it's been a South African winner. Ludwig, Claude, Tembu, and of course Gift. And the South African public were looking for one of these athletes to come through. We've seen great excitement from the air here as the kids have run up from the villages towards the main road to support these great athletes coming through. And there's lots of breaking up in the bunches happening now. So this is where the race restarts. I heard Bruce Fordyce say earlier, Inchanga is the first softener, the first really big hill. There's another big climb coming as they come out of halfway up to Alveston. And this is where the race is going to start taking place right now. This is where the leaders will start playing their hand. We'll see who's got the aces over the next 40 or so kilometers.
Well, thank you very much, Alec Riddle. Eye in the sky, the Bonitas, eye in the sky. But we saw a moment ago, though, as Alec was talking about the runners going through Nchanga. Of course, Arthur's Seat, we saw just in terms of famous landmarks along the route. Arthur's Seat, Bruce Fordyce, you would have gone past there on numerous occasions, and of course your name is up on the wall as well.
Yes, so there are two great landmarks on the Comrades that the runners have just gone past. One is Arthur's Seat, named after the legendary Arthur Newton, who won 5 times in the 1920s. This is the grandfather of modern ultra-marathon running. And the legend is that Arthur is supposed to have, on his training runs, and he trained often on the course, he's supposed to have sat there and amazingly smoked his pipe and looked at the view on the Valley of 1,000 Hills. I don't know why he looked at the view of the Valley of 1,000 Hills, because in this particular race we run most of them. But he's supposed to have sat there, and as you go past every runner, and I noticed that our leaders didn't do that, every runner is supposed to have picked a flower. You can gather a flower for the people who hand them out, and you drop a flower at Arthur's Seat, and you doff your cap if you're wearing a cap, and you say, "Good morning, Arthur." And if you say that and you do everything right, apparently the legend is that you'll have a great second half. If you don't, you're in all sorts of trouble. Just beyond that is the Wall of Honor, which is an embankment where every runner who has run the race is allowed to put their name up on a shield. And this wall is stretching further and further and further along, and some of my fellow commentators like Ellie Greenwood and Helen Luca will have their names up there as past winners. And it's a very emotional part of the race, because some of those shields and those plaques that are up there say things like RIP and loving memory of my father who loved this race so much. And it's a very special part of the race, and every runner who has run, I cannot understand why you would not want to put your name there. You've spent so much time, so much effort, so much energy running this great race. Commemorate yourself by putting your name there.
Well, there's so much history involved with the Comrades Marathon, some wonderful golden moments that we've had over the years as well, and so many memories of races gone by. And I think the year that Bruce missed in 1989 was among the most memorable of all the races, but we'll talk about that as the day continues. This is the 2016 Comrades Marathon. We invite you to get interactive as well, Twitter, Facebook, all forms of social media, Instagram as well, if you've got photos from out on the route, anybody sending you pics from out on the route, as we are in the age of the modern era. Hashtag 2016 Comrades is the hashtag that we are using at the moment. But it looks to be a group of runners here. Teboho Solo of Lesotho, 5th last year, former city-to-city 50-kilometer winner I see is in that group. Mike Fukuroni as well, the Two Oceans winner earlier this year. He looks to be leading out in front. Dinka, who was 9th in the Two Oceans. Comrades novice, however, he's among those who's setting a fairly good pace at the moment, but they look to be all very settled at the moment.
Yeah, it's a very interesting part of the course, because they go up towards this climb I mentioned a bit earlier called Alveston. And it's one of those hills that nobody ever talks about. And if you look at the profile and they name the hills, you know, Alveston's kind of the small one in the middle of the course, just after halfway. But it's a very, very steep part of the course. So as you come out of Drummond, you're kind of dragging all the way along. It's a flat route they're running along now. You see the men's race on the left-hand side, the ladies' race on the right. Shane Bosman running pretty strongly down Nchanga at the moment, or up from Nchanga. And, you know, now they're going to head up towards Alveston. And it's a very, very steep climb, probably about 1.5 kilometers long, but very, very steep. And then you drop down into Fields Hill. And we've seen a couple of years ago, well, not a couple of years ago, probably in the late 90s, I remember Nick Bester going past Zitalele Sinkwe up that Alveston Hill and declaring that he was much stronger than he was. And as they hit both, as Zitalele came up behind Nick Bester and said, "I'm still here." And it is a very crucial part of the course, and a lot of the main contenders will push it a bit up there, and the guys who aren't so strong will drop off the back.
Well, in the bottom right of your screen, you can see Shanae Bosman. I believe she's up to second now in the women's race, so she's ahead of the Ethiopian Ugasa. But Shanae Bosman looking very strong. It's amazing to think, though, that some of the contenders in this race, although the average race is over 40 for Comrades runners, that some of the contenders, Shanae Bosman at 40, and of course Colleen de Rieck is expected to still put in a decent time at the age of 52, running in this Comrades Marathon, running her first Comrades Marathon. But Shanae Bosman, she's continuing to impress as well. She's been strengthening her quads for this year's down run. She's deliberately been strengthening her quads, Bruce. In terms of physical toll, what does a down run do when you consider the approach of somebody like Shanae Bosman saying, I needed to strengthen my quads for this year's down run?
She was doing completely the right thing. You have to. I had a very, very painful down run in 1982. And after that run, I vowed I would, as many runners will do today, I vowed I would never ever run the Comrades again. Obviously came back after that for about another 20 shots at it. But I decided I had to do something about the down run, and I consulted Tim Noakes, who gave me a lot of advice, and I consulted the late and very great Reg Park, who helped, former Mr. Universe, who gave me a weight training program for the down run, not designed to look like him or Arnold Schwarzenegger, the complete opposite, but designed to strengthen my quads for the hammering that you take from Bothas Hill Village onwards, and it worked. And the following down run in 1984 going downhill, I remember thinking, I'm hurting, but not nearly as much as 2 years ago. It's worked. So if you are one of the elite runners, I think you do need to spend some time in the gym. If you're merely going for a finish, the best training for running is running. And you need to spend what time you do have training by running. Otherwise, you can, if you've got more time than that, you can start looking at things like gym work.
Yeah, there's certainly so much effort and preparation that needs to go into this, because the Comrades Marathon is an ultra marathon. It is almost 90 kilometers long, 89.2 odd kilometers of this year's race. But in other words, you run a marathon, then you run another marathon, and then you have the equivalent of a fun run tagged on at the end of it. And in many ways, Shanae Bosman has said she's not going to be running this as a Comrades Marathon. She's going to be running it in 10-kilometer stretches. And different athletes have different approaches, Mike, but certainly when it comes to breaking the race down, breaking it down to bite-sized chunks, as it were, is a sensible approach, some would argue.
Yeah, I spoke to Lindsay Parry, who's the coach of Shanae Bosman and Callan Wusman before the race, and he was saying that one of the things that people have underestimated is how strong Shanae is today. And as you say, she's got a very strict strategy. She knows exactly what time she wants to run herself. If it puts her into a place where she could win the race or finish in the top three, that's great for her, but she's not really racing against the other ladies in the field. She's literally going by what she can achieve, and it's a very good tactic, because Comrades is a race where the last 30 Ks is where it all counts, and you have to be there for sure. But if you're going to be racing with others, and I'm sure Bruce will testify to this, in the past years, what a lot of the elite runners make the mistake of doing is that they often run with the previous winners, run a different strategy, and often blow themselves out and don't look at their strengths. So Shanae running her own race, if she's there and thereabouts with sort of 20 or 30 Ks to go, we could see a ladies race on the go, but at the moment looking very, very comfortable as she heads down towards the halfway.
Well, it is going to be interesting, because the down run, there is the possibility for the elite runners at least of running negative splits. And Bruce, if I'm not mistaken, you still have the fastest of the second halves to this down run race at 2:37.
Oh, I don't know, maybe Leonid Shvetsov when he ran that amazing 5:20. But certainly to win, you will probably have to run a slightly faster second half. The key with the Comrades at this stage is to break it up into landmarks and to get the various landmarks behind you. So what Shanae is busy doing now is getting Inchanga, the climb up Inchanga behind her. And then later on, you get shortly after that, she'll get the drop down to Drummond behind her. Then the climb up to Bothas Hill Village, a long climb, you get that behind you. What you don't do, and I advise people here, is to look at the distance markers, because it is completely mind-boggling. For some of those people we saw going through at the chicken farm area earlier on, for them to see a sign that says 67 kilometers to go, what does that mean? It just means it's incredibly far and incredibly stupid. So you must try and get the famous landmarks behind you. And it's one of the sadistic things that happens in the Comrades Marathon, is that unfortunately the distance markers are a countdown. Every other race that you do in the world, they reward you by giving you a positive tick. So you've run for a few minutes and you go past a board that says 1 to go. I mean, that you've done 1, which is fantastic. A little bit later you've done 2. But in Comrades you go past boards that say 89 to go, 88 to go. And as I said, 67 to go. What does that mean? You know, tell me. I don't know.
Terrifying.
It just means a long, long way. And so you can start to do the countdown. Maybe when you get around Fields Hill and suddenly you see 21 to go. And you can say, okay, that's a half marathon. I did a half marathon in January. Now we're getting into my kind of distance. Now you can start counting down. But until then, you do landmarks. And Shanae's busy getting the climb up to Nchanga, one of the serious landmarks behind her.
Well, I suppose no clear favourites really until the last 20 or 30 kilometres of a race, but Shanae Bosman is tackling this race in superb style. Of course, much talk about the Greenwood-Busman battle, but as you've been hearing throughout the day, Eleanor Greenwood has joined us in commentary, owing to the fact that she's out through injury, so there is no duel in the women's race up front, and it does throw open many other possibilities in this race. Caroline Busman has vowed to run her own race. She's taken the pressure off. She's not said she's going out for any record. She's not said she's doing anything, even as much as she wanted to win. She's not even said, I'm going for the victory. She said, I want to run my own race. I want to run my own times. And if I happen to cross the finish line first, then so be it. But she really is on the brink of history and doing something quite remarkable, running a double-double.
And considering where she came from a couple of years ago, nobody knew the name Caroline Busman when she ran the Two Oceans win last year and came out of nowhere. And last year when she won Comrades, of course, everybody stood up and started listening. And again, she won Two Oceans this year. But I think this is the first year that Caroline Busman, or the first race since she's kind of made her entrance into the scene, that she's actually felt some sort of pressure, because the expectation of her is enormous. She's expected to win. There's all sorts of stories about breaking 6 hours. If she does that, she becomes the first woman to get a Wally Hayward medal, because the previous three ladies to have broken 6 hours hadn't run it in the time when they were awarding medals for the sub-6. So there is quite a lot of pressure on her, and I think she has handling it pretty well. She's always got a smile on her face. But Shanae Bosman at the moment, she's getting up in Nchanga, looking reasonably strong, looking relaxed, and that's exactly how you should be feeling with more than half the distance still to go.
So approaching the 3-hour mark now, and continues in the women's race. Certainly very strong. Well, you don't have to be taking part in the race to be a winner in this year's Comrades Marathon. That's right, Old Mutual giving you the chance to be one of the lucky winners who will win 1,000 Rand airtime each. Simply answer the question on your screen and you could be a winner just like that.
Love your family more, and it shows. That's why Speco does more for you, 4 times more.
Did you enjoy the concert?
Speco, 1 cup makes 4 cups of love.
No roar of the crowd will announce you beating your best. Nobody cares that Olympic spirit courses through your veins. The world doesn't care why you train. Until the victory lap. New Energade Light. It's what you put in.
Well, welcome back to live coverage of the 2016 Comrades Marathon. Mike Fukuroni and Ethiopian Dinka as we hit the 3-hour mark. Looking strong in the lead group at the moment. Teboho Silo as well, I can tell you, is in that group. There he is, just on the shoulders of the white jersey and the red running shorts. The 37-year-old Lesotho athlete, 5th last year, looking for an improvement of that, but certainly be searching for another gold medal in the Comrades Marathon. But these three are charging out in front, continually rehydrating as well. Eleanor Greenwood and Helen Luke have stepped back into commentary. Just in terms of rehydrating out on the road, as we look at the 3 leading men, Mike Fukuroni a moment ago just trying to rehydrate, constantly taking in nutrition and hydrating. How important, particularly as it warms up? And today I think it's not going to be quite as hot as 2013, but certainly is going to be a fairly hot day.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like a warm day out there, and hydration is absolutely key. They're always best to be taking on the drinks, but probably we'll start seeing later on maybe they start throwing some water over their heads as well. It's another good strategy to help keep cool, but over this sort of distance they're sweating a lot, they're losing those fluids. They'll also be taking on electrolytes. It's never a good idea just to be taking on plain water throughout the course, so they'll be needing calories as well, but the main thing is just drinking when they're thirsty. They've probably got their seconds, I don't know, every 10 kilometres or so. And once it gets warmer in the later stages of the race, they'll definitely be using the general aid stations along the way to supplement their personal drinks.
Well, Ellie, you're talking there about the hydration and everything, but also in a race like this, you need to take on more than that. You need some food. So, what would an athlete normally eat on a 90-kilometer race?
Yeah, I mean, that can range as probably as many runners as there are out on the course. It's a very personal thing that I hope certainly the elites up here will have practiced in training, but even anyone in the masses should have practiced what sits well in their stomach, what they can take on. Again, of course, all these ones from the elite running clubs, they'll have their seconds along the way so they can get exactly what they want, whether that's energy gels, chews. Some of them do prefer, they want to take on liquids anyway, so get some electrolytes and calories actually in through their drinks. And then, of course, the Comrades is known for the absolutely massive number of aid stations along the way, and the runners further towards the back, they'll be, you can't be running for 12 hours and just be taking on gels and those kind of things, so they'll be taking on a few more solids food.
Well, Helen will pick up on this very quickly, but we're going to the women's race. They're getting up to halfway, and there is Caroline Wissmann, and suddenly the group of men around her have disappeared. But let's go up to the energy eye in the sky. Dikeledi, how does it look from up there?
Thank you so much, Dwayne. It's getting tougher and tougher, like we expected, as we said earlier, that when we get to the halfway mark, it might be seen that the girls are getting it very hard now. Like we were trying to explain earlier on, that it's either the uphill or the downhill, it doesn't matter because the kilos are still the same, and the harder the marathon, as we know, the Comrade Marathon is always hard. Jwale ka ha o sheba mui wa ka hore ha jwale tjena re fumana hore ma-Afrika Borwa a ntse a re etsa motlotlo haholo, jwalo ka ha re bone jwalo Caroline Pejana e le yena ya ntseng a hlile a etelletse jwalo lebelo pele. Ha jwale tjena re bona jwalo morwetsana ya ka reng yena Kane Bosman e le e mong wa barwetsana be leng hore ba ntse ba hlile ba iteka ba batla ho hlahella Pejana, mme o teng jwalo mo maemong a bobedi kapa setshwantshwaneng se ntseng se etelletse lebelo pele ke yo mong wa barwetsana ba lebelletsweng hore ba tla sebetsa hantle, ba ileng ba tla ba itukisetsa hantle lebelo lena le lelelele ka mabelo a manyane a ileng a nna qala jwalo ho fihlela jwalo mane le ho Two Oceans Marathons. Mme ha jwale seo re se lebelletseng ke hona o bona hore ha o fitluwa mona halfway marking e leng hona ten Drummond, na ebe ho tlatle ho be bobebe ha kae ho fetela pele ho hopola hore dinako di teng tsa hore ho tla khatwa hore ha o sa fitla maemong a itseng kapa sebakeng se itseng o hlo o tsebe hore o sontso haelletswe ke nako hore o bo yo fitla qetellong mo teng ntwa kgolo e tlatleng e namolwe teng e leng hona teng Newlands Stadium Sahara kare ho Durban motse moholo wa KwaZulu Natal. Ha jwale ha o sheba jwale le sekgeo bakeng tsa ya maemong a pele le a bobedi, ha se sekgeo se tshosang hakalo barwetsaneng mo teng o tlileng go bona hore ho dintho di tla nne di fetohe ho tloha ha jwale ho ya dikilometereng tse seng di setse tse 40 le metso e robedi o ka nna wa fetoha tse ding tsa dintho bane dikgeo ha se sekalo bakeng tsa tlileng a etelletse lebelo pele le a maemong a bobedi barwetsaneng. Hopola hore rona re shebile pele ho etsa bonnete ba hore energy e tlo utlisetsa lebelo lena la barwetsana ka mo le ntseng le etsahala ka teng. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Dikeledi. We're with the leading woman, Caroline Wissmann, and still smiling, still happy. And we mentioned that group of men that were around her. She's coming up to halfway now. And that group of men, Helen's fallen away. So either she's picked up the pace and they couldn't handle it, or some of them have picked up the pace and she decided to do her own thing.
Well, Ellie and I are sitting here chatting about it, and we're commenting that she's running at pace. She's running quickly. She's going to go through that halfway mark, maybe about 3:07. Just we'll get the exact time then. But it's also quite unusual because many guys will know what she's running and will often pace off the woman. And I'm sure, Ellie, you've had that experience in a race where they know that women, for whatever reason, stick to their predicted times, they have a goal, and you want to run a good race, hang out with the top woman, but she's on her own.
For sure. I mean, someone like Caroline, anyone in South African running will have followed her results in the past sort of 18 months or so and just seen, wow, she seems to be nailing it every time. So if you thought, hey, I'm maybe on for about the same finishing time as Caroline, you'd say, okay, I'm just going to hang on her heels and do what she does and almost be coached through the race by just being with her. But you can see even now she's going past quite a few runners, which is to be expected. I mean, the lead woman, I think one time when I won, I came about 50th overall, but through halfway I was in something like 350th. So it's not surprising that she is going past a few of these men, and she's looking pretty happy, and there's a few still hanging on with her. She's just got a bottle there, obviously keeping hydrated, but it'll be interesting to see how she manages later on. She does seem to be quite a social runner, and if she actually pulls ahead of the men she's with, will she then start to struggle that, you know, just mentally, that now she's having to pace herself in the later stages.
Well, moenie vergeet van Instagram en Twitter nie. Ons is hier by halfpad vir Drummond en Caroline Wistman wat nou op die halfpadmerk kom. Sy het gekyk na so 3 ure 10 minute. Sy's bietjie vinniger en dis 'n goeie ding vir Caroline. Beteken sy voel goed hier deur halfpad. Sy's voor haar pas wat sy wou gehardloop het en soos Ellie gesê het, sy gaan hier verby 'n hele klomp mans op die oomblik. And Ellie mentioned, you know, people who want to run Caroline's kind of time or kind of speed will stick with her. Not many men can do that, though. 6 hours around there.
That's the reality of it, actually. I think there's not many men brave enough who enter this race that think that they, you know, to go for a 6 hour, because, you know, you kind of, you may as well say I'm going to go for gold. So, but if we recall when Frith ran that phenomenal 5:54, she came 15th overall and gave a lot of guys a big fright. So here we see her running through halfway in 3:08. Now, if we just do a direct, if she did run the same for the second half, although I think it's not actually physically at 44 kilometers, I think it's 45 or so. Yeah, 6 hours 16, and picking up on that, I think we are in for a good time, and let's just hope she can sustain this.
Yeah, well, we do expect negative splits from her. According to her timing schedule, it was 3:15, but her coach Lindsay Parry expected her to do about a 3:10. She's even faster than that, and it means she's feeling good. And if we think how fast she finished last year in that from Polly Shorts into Pietermaritzburg, here she's finishing on a downhill, and even though it's quite taxing, you know, Ellie, you've been there. Like you said, you came through the field in that last start, and that's probably what she's going to do from now.
Yeah, I would have thought so. And the last time Caroline ran the down run, I think she came 5th or 6th overall, and that was a bit of a real breakthrough for her. She was the top South African at the time. I think a few people were surprised, maybe expecting more Charnay or someone else that year, and then it was like, who's this Caroline and where has she come from? So she's got to, even though she might be a little nervous on the down run, she's got to have some confidence, because she worked her way up through into the top 10 and ultimately to 5th or 6th that time as well. So she knows she can finish the down run strongly as well. And of course, I always say you train for the course. So if you know it's a down year, you train for the down year, and she'll have been doing long runs with hard finishes on downhills towards the end to get the legs ready for running hard.
Yeah, she definitely mentioned doing some training on downhills, 10-kilometer down runs, where last year she was training them uphills. This year she went down. And she, like you said, she keeps saying how comfortable she looks at the moment. Her official time at halfway is 3 hours, 7 minutes and 54 seconds. So that's quite good for her. Lee, you think it's a bit fast here with that look in your face. But Helen, I mean, we've seen this. And people need to remember, Caroline is not as much of a Comrades novice as we think. She's been on the gold medal scene the last 2 years. But this is, in fact, the 6th Comrades that she's run.
Yeah, I always... I think Caroline is a very intelligent woman. We all know that, and she runs intelligently. And she will just know, she'll know exactly how her body feels. She spent 12 months planning for today, and she's done the necessary training. And I think we have heard these stories of how she's gone and run 2 long races, run the race, and raced the last 15 Ks of the event. We saw her at 2 Oceans. She ran easily. She raced the last 8 kilometers, and she wanted to condition herself to be able to race hard when her legs are sore. And I think it's all going to culminate in today's, hopefully, a good win for her at Comrades today.
Ja, Caroline Wosman wat gehardloop het van na die Lion Park toe in 4 minute 11 per kilometer toe, na Kaito Ridge toe 4 minute 6 en nou na Drummond toe 4 minute 9, maar die 4 minute 9 sluit natuurlik daar in Changa klim in en hier gaan sy nou weer op teen die volgende bult. Haar beste tyd daar 6 uur 12 minute, dis natuurlik verlede jaar se wentyd vir Caroline Wosman. En sien hoe gaan sy hier verby die mans. Daar's al 'n medaljes. Sy het reeds een van al die medaljes behalwe Wally Hayward natuurlik en die Vic Clapham. Vic Clapham sal sy seker baie later in haar loopbaan kry. Dis vir tussen 11 en 12 ure. And Shanae Bosman now coming up to that Drummond halfway mark.
Yeah, I think Shanae is looking pretty strong. I mean, obviously she's much more, still got a group of men around her there, but she's looking relaxed, she's looking calm. She looks like she just knows what she's doing. Looks like there's maybe a little smile there, which is nice. You can tell if a runner's absorbing the crowds and, you know, responding to that they're so relaxed that they're not having to just focus in on themselves. So I would have thought Shanae's pretty happy, and she'll just be, maybe she's starting to listen how far ahead Caroline is, but she'll just be doing what she needs to do.
Well, that is Shanae Bosman coming through in second place here through Drummond. Interestingly enough, Lindsay Perry, the coach of both Caroline Wosman and Shanae Bosman, and very different race strategies for the two of them, though. And I think that's what makes a good coach as well, is assessing each athlete individually, getting a different race strategy for them. And we're not trying to run Shanae on Caroline's strategy or vice versa. And it's clever coaching. So Shanae is tackling this slightly different to the way Caroline would be. Would that work for them? I'm assuming it will. I mean, Shanae is also trying to win this race, not just sit behind Caroline the whole race.
Yeah, I think Shanae has to focus on her own race, and I think she's come second to Caroline quite often. You've got to learn to manage that on your own, you know, psychological makeup, because she mustn't succumb to the pressure. She mustn't always sort of feel that she's always going to be the princess. Now, if she wants to beat Caroline, she must just stick to her own plan, just not feel the pressure of the spectators, her managers, etc. So, you know, she's 4 minutes off the pace, so Caroline's consistently sort of built that lead, but I'm still quite impressed that Shanae's gone through in this time. I think it's pretty good.
I think Shanae's looking great, and if I even go back to last year when I ended up coming sixth, but I was actually running with Shanae for a bulk of the early miles, and then Shanae pulled ahead to second. So we obviously know that Shanae knows how to run smartly. She's got the potential to not slow down towards the end. And of course Shanae has finished 2 up runs, but the last time she started a down run she was unsuccessful in completing that. So I'm sure that gives her extra motivation as well. You know, the Comrades is, like we say, you know, a race of 2 directions. She'll want to be saying, yeah, I've been successful in both directions. So that will give her, you know, a personal motivation and not just for racing against the other women.
Well, it's also very much a race of 2 halves, and especially on this down run, the first half of it is pretty much up, and then the down run really starts. Alemtahe Kakisa, the Ethiopian, coming through the 3rd place here at Drummond. Kakisa did quite well at 2 Oceans as well, but I think a lot of athletes here find out that Comrades is not 2 Oceans. That extra, you know, 33 kilometers can really take its toll. They're not at that kind of distance yet, but Kakisa, I think she's starting to feel it in her legs there if I look at the way she's running.
Yeah, she doesn't look as though she's got a very comfortable run at the moment, and especially with what's facing her. She'll be fine until, well, most athletes are quite okay, maybe Cowie's Hill, and then if you've taken a bit of strain, that's when the pain really kicks in with that last sort of 15, 16 kilometres to go, because there's very little forgiveness. And I mean, Ellie, we watched you in the last down run just pick up and increase your pace. You look fantastic, but be honest, what you saw.
I was saying when I did that, people said, wow, you were calculating and really pushing hard. To be honest, I said, this is so painful, I want it to be over and done with. So the faster I run, the faster I can stop running and get to the finish line. But it is interesting, the comparison between 2 Oceans and the Comrades. I mean, obviously they are significantly longer here. So talking about our 3rd place woman here, if she has less experience over the longer distance, I think at 2 Oceans you can get away with, you know, being a fast marathoner, being quite strong on the hills, and then you have to sort of hold on a bit, whereas if you're a fast marathoner at the Comrades, of course, that's very helpful, but it's double the distance, and that can where you can really start to struggle. And indeed, fast marathoners can struggle in going slow enough to start with that they run a more even race.
Well, the fourth lady coming through Drummond now, that's Carla Molinaro, and it's one of our unknowns from Great Britain. She's a Comrades novice, but quite a good athlete in her own right. She's run some good marathons. She's coming through Drummond here, looking very good. In fact, if you look at the splits, Caroline Wissmann is busy moving. She's going faster and faster, opening up a gap over the other women. At Cato Ridge, Caroline was about a minute ahead of Kakisa and about 2 minutes ahead of Shane Bosman. Now at Drummond, Caroline's got a 4-minute lead over Shane Bosman, and Kakisa another 2 minutes behind. So she's really picking up the pace. But we're going back to the men's race for a minute, and we'll just have a look at that. There's been a big move. It looks like Tebogo Selo may have been taking that out. The men's race trying to break away. We're still staying here with Carla Molinaro at halfway, and we'll stay with her for a little bit longer when we go to that men's race.
Well, Carla has actually done extremely well in some very, very tough races, mountain races in Europe. So she will have the strength, and if she can sustain the speed, she may also surprise us in the race. So be also very worthwhile watching and keeping an eye on her.
Well, we've mentioned a move there in the men's race, and nobody better to bring us that move and tell us what's happened. Alec Riddle, the Bonitas Eye in the Sky. What's been happening?
Yeah, that's Gift Killer. Yeah. I'm almost sure. I mean, you can never be 100% sure, but I'm 95%. There we go, there we go, there we go.
Okay, we're having communication issues there with Alec Riddle, but we see that Tebogo Selo seems to have made a break. Gift Killer in that chasing pack as well. And now the race is starting with the first big move here, I think, by one of the more favored men.
Yeah, I think we've just picking up I think they've just come down Bothas Hill and pulling up into Hillcrest. So this is also just one of these mean little unknown hills, but we will get just clarity on exactly where that lead runner is. We've got the first and the second runner on the screen at the moment.
Well, Tebogo Selo fifth in last year's race. There's Mike Fukaroni chasing him, of course, the 2 Oceans winner and Comrades gold medalist in his own right. And Ellie, this men's race hotting up now.
Yeah, certainly, and it's interesting at this stage of the race. It's easier to look good on the downhills, but when you start seeing small uphills like this, I think this is where you see if someone's beginning to get a little bit tired, having paid for a little bit too fast a pace early on. But both of these 3 men are looking very strong, and just like they're cruising comfortably up, despite looking increasingly hotter.
Well, running up this specific hill, and I actually saw William Tolo yesterday, and I said, have you told your 2 athletes about the danger spots? Because I can recall watching Willie in first position on this very hill, and then he had to grab that hamstring, and he ended up coming in second place. So he says, please don't mention that again. But sorry, Willie, I have to share that story, but just because you are such an outstanding athlete and guiding a few younger people in this particular race. But it's a tricky hill. It's like where you're just not expecting it. You've come down both, and it just gets you. I don't know if you can remember it, Ellie, when you were running.
I do remember it, but what I'm also thinking is going to be interesting for these top 3 men right now is some of them are within eyesight of each other, and that definitely helps because firstly you can see what they're looking like up ahead. Are they struggling? And again, just someone to sort of pull you along. Like mentally, if you've got someone in eyesight, it's much better than someone shouting from the sidelines, hey, they're a minute ahead. Well, if you can't see them, a minute seems a long way, but it's nice to have someone almost, attach a drawstring to them and help them pull you up a hill.
Well, the men's race really hotting up here. About 50 minutes ago, Tebogo Selo was in 8th place. He's now taken the lead, and very big lead changes. Kabede Abera Dinke, let me say that slower. He's still in the race. He was 9th at the 2 Oceans Marathon, and then we saw Mike Fukaroni, of course, that 2 Oceans winner, also up there in this men's race. And see the shots here as they go up that hill. But a very difficult race for these men, and it looks like Gift Kalehe, we've heard from the road that he might be struggling a bit. Last year's winner, And of course, Mongmusa Mtembo, Ludwig Mamabolo, all these favorites are still in the race here. And we might see some or a lot more lead changes before we get to the finish.
I think so. We've heard the coaches say that the pace was, they thought, too quick at the beginning, and the race only starts. But the nice thing for these athletes is they come up to Hillcrest, and the crowd support once they crest this hill is actually unbelievable. But what that can do is make them pick up that pace just a little bit more, and it's really not what they possibly need at this point in time.
Well, the gap there between those two men, not too big. Tebogo Selo, Mike Fukaroni right behind him. I think that is him trying to catch him, and in between all the bikes and press trucks and everything that you see. And Eli, for a lead runner, you're surrounded by cars and people and bikes. Does it put you off at all?
I think when I'm in that position, I seem to be fairly like, hey, they're there for me, and I will tell them to get out of the way if needs be. I've certainly, there comes a point where you can't actually talk because you're running and you're racing hard, but I've used hand signals before to indicate, hey, can a bike get out of the way? And also the bikes are there to help the runners, not to hinder them. And certainly if I've had, as a woman, have men around me and I'm finding they're, boxing me in, then sometimes the cyclists that's with me have said something like, get out the way. That looked like possibly Nick Bester there, helping one of the Nedbank runners with their bottles, and I was thinking they're probably enjoying coming through a slightly shaded section right now. As it does get hotter, it's nice to get out of that direct sunlight.
Well, that is Mike Fukaroni there catching up to Tebogo Selo. And Mike Fukaroni, we keep saying the Two Oceans winner, the Soweto Marathon winner. We know he's good over 42 Ks, over 56 Ks. He's done the Comrades before. He's actually said that he wants to win this one. But I wouldn't say he's untested over 89 kilometers. He just hasn't managed to get into that top position.
Well, he's experienced it coming in and pushing those last few kilometers and racing like we've seen him do in Two Oceans. So that might have been a good training scenario for him today. He sort of practiced it. So it'll be interesting. He's still got, I think, about 33, 34 kilometers to go, and the pace has to pick up, if you really want to win this race convincingly.
It'll be interesting as well. Often I think among the men there's maybe a bit of a Two Oceans curse, that is it a little bit too hard to do well at both Two Oceans and the Comrades. So will Mike have that in the back of his head, or will he use it in the reverse and say it's a great confidence boost and that he felt strong at that? Obviously it was long enough ago that he seems to have recovered well and be still moving up.
Well, they've said women couldn't do that either, or it's very, very difficult to do at the very least at winning Two Oceans and Comrades, and yet we have seen it not only last year, we may see it this year again. And of course Caroline Wisman with that double as it's called, winning the Two Oceans and Comrades back to back, she's attempting that. And of course we haven't mentioned it, she's also attempting a quite unique triple which is holding the Omdidam record, or Omdidam win, sorry, the Two Oceans and the Comrades Marathon. She holds all three of those titles, but nobody has done all three in the same year, and if she does win this Comrades Marathon, she will achieve that as well. So we're staying with the men's race for now, and we'll see Tebogo Selo was there, and he seems to have pulled away again from Mike Fukaroni. These two playing a bit of cat and mouse, and in the second group there you see them on the bottom right of your screen. We can see Khatebe as well as Khatebe there, man with 3 silvers to his name, and the previous winner there, Claude Mushiwa, also looking good in that chasing group.
Well, it's still anybody's race, and it's exciting. But normally we'll still have 1 or 2 guys out, and there should be another big bunch coming through, because there's 10 gold medals up for takings, and maybe some guys would have worked out that this pace is pretty hot, and just to hold back, there is still 30-odd kilometers to run your race, push your way up into gold medal contention, and just catch any of these guys who start to falter.
Yeah, of course, Claude Mushiwa actually looking very good there behind Khatebe, and of course he'd be the danger man between those two. Khatebe holding silver medals only, he's never finished in the top 10. And the leading men there, Mike Fukaroni again on the shoulder of Tebogo Selo, looking like he wants to go past. And that can be quite tiring, kind of this whole cat and mouse, who's in front, who's not. They're not running together, clearly. They're not helping each other. They're definitely competing out there.
Yeah, and this will be when it's interesting when we were mentioning earlier, like were some of the teams working together, like the Nedbank runners working together. I mean, ultimately, when it comes to later miles, everyone's out on their own, and it doesn't matter if you've got the same colour shirt on, same support crew, you want to look after yourself. But here we've got, the two lead men, different teams, maybe they never trained together, you don't know even if they've raced each other. But I think someone certainly, say for example Claude, he's got his head on his shoulders, he knows what he's doing, and I don't think he's going to get drawn away by trying to be a little bit ahead 100 metres up the road. He's thinking about, can I be ahead once I get down to the pavilion in Durban.
Wel, die mans wat hier vooruit op Tebogo Sello, Mike Fokroni links bo op die skerm onder. Hulle is die mans wat hulle Gatebe en Claude Moshewa, en op die oomblik is dit Gatebe wat bietjie vinniger begin hardloop het, wat Claude Moshewa los. Die gaping word al hoe groter daar. Nog 'n Nedbank atleet net so agter Moshewa. Kan nie sien wie hy is op die oomblik nie, maar dit is op die oomblik Mike Fokroni, wenner van die Tour Oceane, en Tebogo Sello wat saam hardloop daar deur die skare. And the crowd's quite good this morning, Helen. I mean, they really seem to be supporting these athletes, and there's a sea of spectators that those leaders are running through at the moment.
The crowd on the side of the road has been unbelievable, and I think we heard the helicopter guys saying that they've never heard such support or seen so many people out on the road, and that just makes the day, it just makes it so special.
Okay, well, we seem to have communications back with Alec Riddle, Bonita's Eye in the Sky. Alec, lots been happening in this men's race.
Well, what I can tell you is that obviously Sello and Mike Fokroni are the guys who are really laying down the pace. They came through the halfway mark in about 2:43, 2:44. Bob Delamotte out of Perth, Australia, told me that if you want to run a sub 5 hour 30, the ideal time is 2:47, 2:48. So these guys are really setting a blistering pace, and the likelihood of a low 5:20 or a mid 5:20 is very strong, as Fokroni and Sello are coming through Hillcrest here. If I look further back in the road, there's sporadic gaps before quite a sizable bus. So we've still got a lot of contenders lurking behind within 2 or 3 minutes of this group. One of the guys we saw from Tom Tom Athletics Club, we were trying to identify from the air, but unfortunately we didn't get a view of his number. We thought it might be Gif Keller, but it could also have been David Khadebi, who John Hamlet rates quite highly. So we've got, as I mentioned, probably about maybe 250, 300 meters back, we've got a group of about 5 or 6. I wouldn't say a tight-knit group because the pace is on and they're running a meter or two or apart, and a little bit further back than that we've got a couple of single runners before another small little bus. So I would say within 2-3 minutes we've perhaps got still 12 or 13 contenders. So a lot to race for in the second half of this race. There's still a lot of action to happen, but Mike Fokroni and Sello at the head of the Comrades Field 2016.
Thank you, Alec. Yes, certainly lots of action to come in this Comrades Marathon. And of course, these men's leaders, we might see the lead change quite a bit still. The women seem to be pretty much sewn up with Caroline Wussman just opening up that gap. And we'll be back with the Comrades Marathon right after this.
Todd! Me? Come on! Catch! It's snack time!
Impossible.
Snack time is fun time!
You get 3 kinds of mums. The paranoid mum, the cautious mum, and the Dettol mum. Only a Dettol mom knows that Dettol cleans away dirt while protecting a family from up to 100 illness-causing germs. Don't just be any mom, be a Dettol mom. Dettol, be 100% sure.
Headache! Headache!
Headache!
Headache!
Headache, 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 headache.
Headache, headache,
Headache, headache, headache, headache.
Headache, 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 headache. Headache, headache, headache.
I got a good feeling. Let's go.
This spread starts to work up to 3 times faster than paracetamol.
You get 3 kinds of mums. The paranoid mum, the cautious mum, and the Dettol mum. She only trusts Dettol antiseptic liquid to kill 100 illness-causing germs, and it's recommended for cuts and scrapes. Don't just be any mum, be a Dettol mum. Dettol, be 100% sure.
Well, we're back with the 91st edition of the Comrades Ultra Marathon. And unfortunately, our commentary team has suddenly gotten a lot less pretty with Ellie Greenwood and Helen Luca vacating their seats in favor of Bruce Fordyce and Mike Finch.
Speak for yourself.
No less knowledgeable, the men next to me. And the men's race really been hotting up, Mike. And maybe after a few words from you, Zolani Bongo is going to take my seat as well.
Well, the leading 2 runners now heading into Gillets, and this is always a sort of the sharp end of the race now, the last sort of 30 kilometres as they head down towards Kloof and down Fields Hill, which is a big place where a lot of the guys often go down Fields Hill way too fast and then they suffer through Pinetown. But this is a downhill section, and our 2 leaders, Tabo Ocello and Mike Focaroni, are running quite well together, and it was quite a good tactic at one stage to see Mike Focaroni just trying to get behind Tabo Ocello and then run together, and you feeding off the energy of the other runner next to you, and he made that gap, and now they're running quite fluidly at the moment. We're just trying to get an idea of the gap between them and the second group on the road, and hopefully the overhead pictures will show that. But at the moment, the 2 leaders are looking pretty strong.
So they're running through Gillets, still very strong, a very fast pace, heading towards another critical part of the Comrades Marathon, and that is Fields Hill. And Fields Hill is the steepest and longest downhill drop of the race. We're truly now into the down run, by the way. We are now, you know, all the jokes about the down run being an uphill race. We are now running the downhills, and we're plummeting down to Durban. And most of the run is downhills. There are a couple of steep climbs that they will have to go up, but Fields Hill now that's waiting for them is around about 3 to 4 kilometers, depending on how you measure it, where you say the off-ramp is, of steep downhill running, and it's down there that the most leg damage is caused. And later on we're going to see some of the back markers walking down there because it's just too painful for them to run. They're not quite there yet, but they're in the approaches to Fields Hill.
Well, they're approaching a very lovely area of the route, and I always love seeing the crowds in Kloof. And if you go to Kloof the night before the race, you'll see a lot of the locals have actually taped off areas of the main road in Kloof, because that's where they have their braais, and they get up early in the morning. They spend the whole day there supporting, and they're heading down to Kloof probably in the next sort of couple of kilometres, and you'll see the crowds as they go along the tree-lined main road of Kloof. And it's a big area. Nedbank have got a massive activation there today, and there'll be lots of crowds on the route. So a spectator stand at one point. So the energy that the runners will get from going through this high spectator area will certainly boost them as they head towards this descent into Fields Hill.
We are getting reports that last year's champion Gif Kelehe is struggling, not having a good race, and he's battling a little bit further back behind these runners. We're not sure if that's confirmed, but we have heard that he is struggling at this stage.
Well, the coach John Hamlet just talking to Bruce off air just a few moments ago, and saying the Gift not as bad as we thought, but certainly not in the picture at the moment. But the big mover is Bongmosa Tembu, who's actually the defending down-run champion, and certainly one of the guys that I picked has been a top 3 contender today. It's difficult to see where exactly he is on the course, but you know, we've talked so much about this race that the first 60 Ks are really just a warm-up, because it's the next 25 to 28, which is where they are now, it really starts to count.
Siyakwamkela ke ngalondlela apho ekhaya mbukeli njengoko ubona phaya sijonge ngeliso lokhozi suka phezulu sibabukele ke amanene namanenekazi kulena i-Comrades yalo nyaka ka-2016 kanti ke bayahluzana ngoku lifikile ixesha loko kuzocaca ke amakhwenkwe emadodeni ukanti ke nalapha kumanenekazi kuzawubonakala uba ngowuphina obe wondliwe ngakumbi kunomnye kushiyana komama ukondla xa kufike eli lixa ngoku njengoko sijonga phaya amadodana ahamba phambili Tebogo Silo umfana ngapha kwelaseLesotho kanti ke nendodana yakweliya laseZimbabwe njengoko sisiva ke indatyana ezingekho mnandi ngathi uGift Kelehe esimaziyo ke uba uyakhusela intshinga yakhe kodwa ke ngelishwa ingathi noko thanda ukusokola phaa ngasemva umcimbi awuphethe kangakakuhle tu kwaphela kuye. I wonder what could be the problem with Gift at the moment.
Well, we're looking at another camera which South Africa can't view at this stage, and we're seeing Gift running quite well, so maybe those reports are wrong. We've got Ludwig Mamabola and Gift together. We just can't tell you the gap at this stage on our two leaders, but it's not that far. They're coming through Kloof together as well.
Well, they've just gone past the fire station in Gillets, and we saw our leaders go through there probably less than a minute ago. So if we can go to those pictures, we think it is Gift Kelehe along with one of our big favourites, Ludwig Mamabola, who are running together. And these two are big favourites going into the race. So the race is on, because if they are in the second group, and we're just hoping to confirm those names, if they are in the mix and less than a minute behind, it's going to be a charge for Fields Hill. And then we've got the flatlands of Pinetown, and then up towards Cowies Hill. And this is why we get excited about this race, because this is where it all starts to happen.
Siyabona ke uba ungazifaka ke ezo tweets zakho Mike Fokoroni wasezimkwa kunye noTebogo Silo waphaya kweliya laseLesotho ngabo ke abasahamba phambili kuzawujika ngoku. Kanti ke nawe ke faka ke i-tweets zakho ufake kangangoko, kanti ke sinayo ke ne-Instagram ukwazi ukuxhumana nathi ngendlela efanelekileyo. Madodana ke noko axhiphulana phaya uSilo kwakunye nalo mfo wakwa Mofokoroni. Kufikile ixesha loba ke ngoku ahluzane. Siza kuphathela ke lo mdyarho kude kuyovalwa. Kanti ke sinawo ke amagqala, kanti ke nengcaphephe endinazo apha uMike Finch kwakunye naye uBruce Fordyce. Ngawo ke amadodana esiwuhambile lo mcimbi sisonke ndikuzolani Bhonco mna sikubambelekele comment kude kuyokuvalwa mhlawumbi phaa kwabamthuba bentsimbi yesithandathu xa siqola siqukumbela yonke le nto lena. Finch, looks like you've noticed something.
Well, just looking, we're just trying to confirm the gap between that second place, and it sorry isn't Gift Kelehe as we thought earlier. In fact, it's David Katebe, a former winner of the Two Oceans Marathon, running along with Ludwig Mamabola, also a second place finish, a winner in 2012, and these two guys are certainly one of the big favourites. And David Katebe, well, he's a perennial silver medalist here at the Comrades Marathon, yet to get a gold, but has won the Two Oceans, so has some pedigree, and at the moment starting to pile on the pressure and put some pressure on the Nedbank running behind him. So these are the big movers of this race at the moment as we head towards Kloof.
So ke sithathe ke umtsi sibaleke siyojonga phaa kola khozi apho ke sijonga khona uAlec Mfoka Riddle asichazele uba ubona ntoni na yena phaya ntshilo ke uchopa yethu usijonge phezulu yena. Hello Alec.
Exciting news from the road here. We've seen the two leaders running furiously up front. But right now, the two big contenders moving through, Claude Mashiwe and David Khatebe of TomTom. They were 68 seconds behind when I last crossed you, and they've got that gap down to under 40 seconds. So they're probably 150 meters behind the two leaders. They've got them in their view. They're hunting them down. They're using this flat stretch as they approach Kloof, and of course the dreaded Fields Hill for most running down the Comrades. Remember, the first 60 to 70 kilometers, this is a mental game. It's all about patience. The next 20 to 30 kilometers, it's still a mental game, but it's all about fortitude and how much pain you can withstand. So the athletes are really all tremendously conditioned. It's about who feels good on the day and who's going to dig really deep, because I can tell you, Bruce Fordyce will tell you that the last 20 kilometers, it's all about hanging in as best as you can.
Thank you so much, Alec Riddle. Simthatha ke mfondini esinika ingxelo yena phaa kaloku kola liso lokhozi eyibambe phezulu njengoko ubona icamera work yethu iyo leyo esixelelayo into yokuba uzijongele phezulu yonke le nto usijongele ezantsi thina kodwa engasidelelanga siyafumanisa into yoba ke le ndodana ithe chuncembe phaa phambili kwakunyela lomfo kwarhadebe uLudwig Mamabolo siyamqonda into yokuba naye unayo imbasa kwelakhe igama lakhe ithi ke loo nto umcimbi noko uthanda ukuba shushu ngoku. It's hotting up. Ludwig Mamabolo making a move.
Yeah, this is very exciting stuff. We can confirm that it is Ludwig Mamabolo, the 2012 winner of the Comrades Marathon, running together with the former winner of the Two Oceans. And as we look at the runners coming, looks like some of the leading ladies now coming through at one point up on our screens at the moment. There it is, Caroline Wussmann, who has a gap of around about 4 minutes on the second lady, Shane Bosman, and looking very comfortable as usual, smiling as she goes through and looking very comfortable. Now the men's race. This is the big shakers. These are the guys we need to watch out for. On the right-hand side, in the white colours of Tom Tom, David Katebe, former winner of the Two Oceans. Then on the other side, for the former winner, 2012 winner of the Comrades Marathon, Ludwig Mamabolo, who said before the race he is going to be the champion today. He didn't have any doubt about that, and these guys are chasing down our leaders at the moment.
Omnye ke waborhadebe baninzi apha kulena irace namhlanje ungaphazami ngoba ke siyazi into yoba usazi into yoba khona uDavid Radebe odlala ibhola ekhatywayo kodwa lo uDavid Radebe uyabaleka yena nankuya uMike Fokoroni inzwana yangapha kweli laseZimbabwe ulapha ngasemva usemgcini naye uthi uyabaleqa uleqa lamadoda apha phambili uMamabolo kunye namanye abafana uTebogo Silo nankuya umfana waseLesotho ithi ke loo nto kuyatshisa ngoku mpela.
So we got Tebogo Silo from Lesotho and Mike Fokoroni from Zimbabwe running together in the lead. Fokoroni's legs to me just a while ago looked a little bit stiff and sore, of course after such a long distance, and they're being hunted down by our two pursuers, Katebe and Mamabola, and we have a very exciting race on hand here as we approach Fields Hill, and the long bone-jarring descent is the best way to describe it, down into Pinetown.
This is the real run down now.
This is the steepest and the longest downhill. They're still approaching it, and this is a tough part of the race because there isn't any crowd support here. You're on the dual carriageway. You're alone. It's hot. The sun is baking off the tar. The sun is cooking down on top of you as well. Your legs are very sore, and you realize suddenly I'm in the Comrades Marathon here, and here comes the tough part of the race. The bit where it's all going to fall into place or fall apart for me.
I think Bruce probably described it the best earlier when he was saying that for the guys at the back of the field, and I was one of those a few years ago, and I can tell you I walked down Fields Hill because it is very, very tough once you've been on your legs for a number of hours. And for these guys, where they really are pounding their legs, they really do hurt as they go down Fields. But we've got a chance to speak to Alec Riddle up in Bonita's helicopter to give us an update.
Well, great excitement here as the major move is being made here. Cello breaking away from Mike Fokoroni, but I think it's the two guys behind who are looking exceptionally threatening. The guy from Tom Tom, we think from up in the air here is David Khatebi, and then of course Claude Mashiwe. And you can see them all in one shot now. Four of them within probably 15 seconds of each other. It's going to be a phenomenal downhill part of the race, this. And this is where somebody's race is going to come undone because the adrenaline is going to take them down too fast. And this is where somebody's going to make their race. Perhaps a little bit of patience, the way Bruce Fordyce used to run it many, many years ago. But Fields Hill still to come. But this is really exciting running. And if I look back further down the road, I can see a runner probably 250, 300 meters back in fifth place. So these four are making the major move of the race. There's two runners, perhaps 250, 300 meters behind fourth, then another one or two stragglers, and perhaps in a kilometer we've maybe got 9 athletes. But I think potentially the winner could come from one of these four. And I must say, Claude Mashiwe, the experienced athlete, could be that man. He was so confident in the press conference the other day. He laid it on the line. It was much like a boxing conference like Floyd Mayweather. He said he's here to knock them out, and let's see what he can do. So back to the guys in the studio.
Siyabulela kakhulu apho Alec Riddle esinika ngeliso lokhozi phezulu esichazela uba ke lamadodana washiyane kakhulu. 15 seconds between the two groups of the gentlemen. Well, it's making the race out of it now, Bruce.
Yes, well, we've got four contenders, and the way it's looking at the moment, any one of these four could win. It's very hard to read it. Not sure how far back it is to a fifth pursuer, but they're approaching Fields Hill, as we said, the steepest and toughest downhill in the whole race, and yeah, it's a very foolish thing to race down Fields Hill. It's a hill that demands a lot of respect, and it's better to let gravity work for you and to take it as easily as you can. There have been some spectacular races down that hill and some very foolish moves, notably an Alan Robb versus Bruce Fordyce race a few years ago where we were really foolish down there, and Nick Bester, Zitulile Cinque and Charles Mateus sprinted down there at 3 minutes a kilometre.
It's an interesting point, because as you get to the top of Fields Hill, about 24 kilometres to go, and you can see our leader at the moment really sort of battling. He's starting to tie up as he goes around the right-hand bend. Now, this is a wonderful part of the route. This is as you go down Kloof Main Road. There's beautiful trees. There's a bit of shade that helps the runners, particularly the guys at the back of the field that have people seconding them and giving them sort of spare socks and some encouragement along the way. But crowds along here are absolutely incredible, and that will certainly help the athletes. But David Katebe now passing Mike Fukaroni as we look at our ladies race very shortly. Shana Rodemeyer looking like she's in second place and looking pretty lost. She's lost all of the men that were surrounding her, but looking like she's limping at the moment, Bruce.
Yes, she's discarded all the followers, so not sure why she's on her own there, because lots of the guys would like to key off her and use her for pace judgment, but she does look a little bit sore, but by this stage everybody's sore.
So into the beautiful tree-lined streets of Kloof at the moment, and this is a big Nedbank activation here, and you'll see a big stands as you come round into the city. Well, not really a city. Kloof is a very small little town on the top of Fields Hill. Beautiful little area of South Africa, wonderful climate, and you can see the runners. There's our lead at the moment, and Teboho Solo, and he's been chased down now by David Katebe. This is the former winner of the Two Oceans Marathon. Let us remind you, he's made a big surge here, and I think with 25 odd kilometres, maybe 25 and a half kilometres to go, it's a bit too early to be going this hard.
kanti ke emva kwabo ungakhenga ulibale sinayo indodana kwamababolo esithi ke na ke uyahamba ubheka phambili. Kuyacaca apha ke la madodana afuna ukusuka nje abonakale. uDavid Katebe kuye lowo siyambona phaya uNkabi ngathi uzimisele ukuba ancothuka athathe indawo yakhe ubheka phambili. Mhlawumbi lapho ke njengokutshilo azahluzana khona acace ke ngokuba ngowuphi oyena unqwenelayo kanye unxanelweyo lona umdyarho namhlanje ukwenzela into yokuba azokufumana imbasa egolide. Khumbuleke fakamamabolo usekhona uLudwig ngegama simaziyo ke sandula ukuswelekelwa ngutatakhe apha kumatch, kodwa ke yonke loo nto leyo wayibeka kwelokulibala. Ndiyaqiniseka ebetshilo wathi if he wins the medal he wants to dedicate it to his late father Ludwig Mamabolo.
Well, this is extraordinary racing, with 25 Ks or so to go. It's like a boxing fight. I mean, everybody's having a go in the front. Now David Katebe's having a go. It's a long way it's still a long way to run, and I still think that the leader will finally establish himself going up the last major hill, or one of the last major hills at 45th Cutting. But the way they're going at the moment, they're just hammer and tongs. Everybody's having a go in the front, and there's surges, counter surges. It's very exciting racing.
Well, you can see the crowds and the festivities along Kloof Main Road. There's a pipe band playing and lots of support for the leading athletes, and fantastic atmosphere as the athletes come through Kloof. David Katebe leading at the moment, but he is charging through this field. The last 2-3 kilometres, I'd love to see those splits. They must be some of the fastest of the race, and he's cruising through. He's using the energy of the crowd as he goes through the Nedbank water point and takes the right-hand turn. There'll be a big crowd as a stand is on the left-hand side as he comes through Kloof. But has he gone too early? That's the big question. I think he has. He's racing this as if he's got 10 kilometres to go rather than 25, and he's still got to go down Fields Hill. He's still got to go through the flatlands of Pinetown and up Cowie's Hill, and then of course there's those rolling hills through Westfield that can absolutely destroy you. So David Katebe, he's either feeling really good, or he's maybe perhaps getting a little overexcited.
Jonge pha iyure zethu sekumiyure ezintathu kanti-ke nemizuzu eyi-49 njengoko ubona phaya uDavid Radebe utsho-ke uMichael Mfoka-Finch esithi mhlawumbi ngabe uqale kwa-eli okanye inokuba ubetha ngexesha elifanelekileyo ixesha lokustrategize bendikhe ndayibuza le nto kuBruce Mfoka-Fordyce earlier ndibuza into yokuba ixesha lokwenza loo nto leyo ingaba mhlawumbi lithini na. The time to put up some new strategies now, because as Mike says, is it David Radebe, has it taken it too early, or is he going to be able to sustain that?
Well, I'd hate to have a commentator's curse and say he's taking it too early, but it's early. Let's put it that way. It's very early. If you think that there's more than a half marathon to go with 3 seriously big hills ahead of them, it looks like Mamabolo is chasing him. And we still have 4 runners here, any one of whom could take it by the look of things. And they're running through the Nedbank Green Mile. Fantastic spectator support. And somebody who I'm keen to see if he'll still be jumping like that later on in about 5 hours' time when the back markers come through.
Well, he is a superhero, so he could probably do that for the next 5 days.
Yeah.
But he hasn't run Comrades in 5.5 hours, that's for sure.
I like the T-shirt that I saw that somebody was wearing. I'm running the Comrades Marathon. What's your superpower?
That's what Comrades Marathon is all about. Superman there. Jongile Paumfana Gaselo. Foga Radebe esithi ndihamba nayo ngoku kodwa ke siyatsho sitha inokuba mhlawumbi noko uyithathe kuseli ixesha elipha noko kungekafaneleki. Sawubona ke kodwa ubuzayithini na uzawuhamba nayo kude kube kubhekwa kweliphini icala. Ingathi ngesiphinda kwakhona sithathe into ekhawulezileyo kodwa ke masijonge nje kuqala phambi kuba sibheke phambili uba ingaba uyihambe njani na kule position akuyo unkaba ukuzawuthi ga ngoku. Masibaleke sokhangela uAlec Riddle phezulu. Alec?
Well, I can tell you this is almost like the calm before the storm. And I mentioned that as we build up towards Fields Hill, the athletes get a false sense of security. And I think David Radebe is putting the hammer down. And I wonder if it's not a little bit too soon. Spoke to John Hamlet at the press conference the other day. He said, watch out for Radebe. He's trained really well. He's as strong as Gif Keller. But I wonder if he hasn't perhaps been a little bit too impatient, because he has opened up a 100-meter gap in about a kilometer. And, I mean, he's running against some world-class athletes. He's really put the hammer down. He must have run close to 3:20 per kilometer. There's 3 guys still lurking within 100 meters of him. We're in the Kloof area. Fields Hill is looming. This is where the real meat of the race starts. This is where the legs can break up or the legs can survive. This is where the mind can falter or the mind can push through. And it's going to be a phenomenal final 20 or so kilometers in the Comrades Marathon 2016. David Radebe looks absolutely brilliant running for Tom Tom Athletics Club. He's got a fantastic and experienced coach in John Hamlet, who coached Andrew Keller in 2001 to the down run win, Gif Keller to the last down run win. Can he pull off a 3rd one? But I still say, there's a lot of running still to come. I think some guys like Claude Mashui are still holding themselves back a little bit. And this race is far from over. Let's go back to the studio.
Siyabulela kuye uAlec Riddle phaya esinika oko anako usinika khona esuka pha phezulu kwichopper yethu. Kanti ke sisawuphetha umcimbi asaqhubeka lamadodana. I'm just trying to imagine John Hamlet. Is he not pulling his hair at this point in time? Because it looks like everyone is like sort of talking the same language, that Radebe might just be too soon.
It might be too soon, but he's feeling good, so he's going for it. There's a long way to go still. I spoke to John earlier on his phone out there on the road, and he said to me, watch David. He said, David's making a move, and I'm talking about 20 minutes ago. And he did say, as we've heard, that he's been training very, very well, that he's very strong, been training up at high altitude, and he looks pretty good at this stage.
Well, this is the big point that we've been talking about for the last 10 minutes, Fields Hill. And he's literally probably 20 meters away from the actual start of the descent. He's going past Fields Hill Garage very shortly, and then he'll start this big descent down into Pinetown. And this is such a crucial part of the race. There's Colleen de Rieck, who's first time we've seen this a legend of South African running, who spent many years, 23 years living in the United States, has been one of the Americans' most prolific marathon runners, won her age group at the Ironman World Championships a couple of years ago. to go, but is Durban born and bred. And amazingly, at the ripe old age of 53, is running her first ever Comrades Marathon, and certainly will be in with a chance of a gold medal, and is very, very excited. She said the other day she's very emotional about running here in front of friends and family, and she looks like she's pretty comfortable at the moment, Colleen Duriak. So Colleen just making her way along the course. Looks like she's going through probably Hillcrest area at this point. Not quite sure exactly where she is on the course. And looking at the ladies of the ladies race at the moment, and she's coming through the Hillcrest area. Karen Bosman in that typical style, the shoulders slightly hunched up, but such an incredibly economical style of running. She seems to smile the entire way around, and it looks like she's just kind of breezing through. We don't know what the gap is at the moment, but Karen Bosman, a massive favourite going into this race. Lots of talk of sub 6 hours. We're not quite sure. I'm sure Helen Luca will be keeping an eye on her splits at the moment. But is she in track to break 6 hours? I think that's the question everybody's asking today.
Make sithatha ukuthi-ke sibaleke kwakhona sibheke phaya emajukujukwini esibhakabhakeni. Tikeledi Makhungwane ukhona ezasiphathela indaba ezi-latest. Tikeledi?
Tata, if you look at the distance now with the ladies, since we're following the ladies, we're making sure that the world needs to know how the ladies are doing. It's probably between Caroline and Bosman, it's about 500 meters gap, that the distance gap between them. And I believe that as South Africans, they are very happy at the moment, thinking we're gonna take this one as well. Africa borwa a se batla ka mehla mme haholo ha o tlo sheba hore maemo a pele le a bobedi ke ba rwetsana ba rona o tla hlo fumana hantle hore nnete fela monyetla o mongata empa he jwale ka ha o so ya jwalo ho shejwa dikilometara tsena tse 50 ho di feta le tsona e tla boela ba mosebetsi o mong hape o ileng hore re tla tlameha hore a ya boemelwe haholo ha ile wa etsa qeto hore o tla nka jwalo lebelong lena hopola hore lemong sena re tsamaya jwalo ka lepetjo le reng Comrades Marathon is October. It's about net ba hore o sheba bohle ba phethela lebelo le la tla dumellana le nna hore e banka e ba bea fatshe e ba humble ba ithoba ebile ba ikokobetsa. Back to you, Tim.
Thank you Tikeledi, siyabulela kakhulu. Is October ngaphandle kokuthandabuza, siyayingqina leyo into, siyayivuma ke sisi, sibulela kakhulu. Kodwa ke sisaqhubeka ingathi ngoku noko kulamadodana kungona ngoku izinto zicacayo ba zibheka kwelinye icala. Khona imove esibona engathi yaqhubeka phaya kumadodana. Sazi mhlawumbe ukutshintsho phasi sizawuxelela kodwa qinisekisa nje bale ndodana amafana phaya besibonile uRhadebe, khona uMfokoroni, ukanti ke khona umfoka Mamabolo. It's all heating up now.
Yes, do we have another race leader? Because we're with our leading bike and we've got Ludwig Mamabolo now in shot. So perhaps we have another race leader. We're not absolutely sure. Coming down Fields Hill. So from the top of Fields Hill, it's possible to see the sea in the distance. And lots of runners look across through the haze and get a glimpse of the Indian Ocean in the distance. They have a huge distance still to run. Very steep downhill. It hurts a lot. And we're just trying to establish if, in fact, we have another race leader, and that's Ludwig.
Well, I just confirmed from our producers that is the second place. It's Ludwig Mamabolo, and this is bike number one, who's kind of covering this race as they descend down the opposite way of Fields Hill. And this is what we've been talking about all the time. Now, Ludwig Mamabolo has got lots of experience. Don't forget, he's won the race in 2012. He's had a rough time since then with all sorts of personal issues, but certainly coming back, 39 years old, lots of experience. He knows to take it easy down here. The key is now how far ahead is David Katebe, because he was absolutely flying last time we saw him.
Yeah, Ludwig Mamabolo looking very relaxed indeed. And, well, he knows that he has to catch up with David before he stretches that lead too far. Ndoda yesithathu lena siyibonayo apha. Jongile phaya ngathi ke lo mfo ubambe indawo yesithathu. Ndodana kaSilo umfo ngapha kwelaseLesotho uye usabamba indawo yesithathu. Milenze yakhe ngathi noko ngoku ayisaqinanga kakhulu, ikhona indawana engathi yasokola kancinane. Kuyabonakala uba kudala bewuphethe umcimbi. Khumbuleke uba kuzafuneka xa befika ebhandini babe bayenzile into efana ne-hour ezinhlanu nesiqingatha. Silo in the third place.
Bruce, just to give us an idea, these guys, what sort of pace are they running down this?
Very close to 3 minutes a kilometre at this speed. So very fast running downhill here. It was interesting that Sello looked over his shoulder there. That's a bit of a giveaway that he's looking over his shoulder to check is his third place safe and who's behind him. If you're trying to win the race, you're looking forwards.
Now we look ahead of the route now. It's going to be very interesting because they're going to hit the flats of Pinelands now. But before we let Bruce answer, let's go up to Alec Riddle in the sky in our Benitez helicopter.
Right, so we're on our way down Fields Hill towards Pinetown, and the race is well and truly on. We've got Khatebi, who's in front, and in second place now, it's the master of the downrun, Ludwig Mamabolo. Listen to this downrun record: second, first, second, and he's got all the experience in the world. I don't see too much threats from behind. And although there is one athlete probably lurking 150 meters behind him, but Ludwig Mamabolo is the experienced guy. If he's patient now and he just holds this gap to Khatebi and waits for the latter stages of the race, I really do believe that Ludwig Mamabolo could be the guy, because he, like Bushui in the press conference the other day, was all about winning. He said he was going to win this race. Nobody else has got a chance, and he is living up to it right now. But there's still a lot of racing to come. There's a false sense of security to Pinetown. Then we've got the dreaded Cowies Hill. Lots of more undulations, but Ludwig Mamabolo seems to be running a very clever race, and that's because he's experienced. David Khatebi only has the experience of training with Gif Keller and being coached by John Hamlet. He is nowhere near as experienced as the man who's chasing. And remember, it's always favourite to be the one hunting down rather than the one to be hunted. Back to the studio.
Thank you so much, Alec. Well, zinjalo ke izinto siyazibona ukuba ingathi ziyaqhubeka siyeva uphawu David Mfoka Khatebi wamba phambili. Ludwig Mamabolo, 39-year-old, unkabi ke ubambe indawo yesibini, running a clever race indeed, Ludwig Mamabolo, with all his experience. Well, siyatshintsha ke ngoku commentary yethu, sizawutshintsha ke ukuba ukwenzela into yoba sizokubheka phambili sikushiya ke ngoku apha neqala u-20 Loka uzokuthatha indawo yam, kanti ke Big T ukhona ecaleni kwakhe with a lovely lady esimaziyo kakhulu kwelinye icala, uyelina Greenwood.
Keso musi erikadiba kha chipita chinezo zvino une ungaziya bado zori asi ango tasara chipika chila fungo raro uya kauri mbambe iske magumoni fezia kamsi kilometers score zabo fumbili raro kamsi yafala ka menika kilometers score za fumbili nti urikoni ya kama goma ambamba hino fezia okubona na ako ne mutsiko murane ga manda mswana David Kadebe na mswana Ludwig Mamabolo ndibone bathu bane bakosuma zazo zvino musi vakadhiva boraro ngandile neyo petsi ongadiwa kufuziva sori tibo hosilo ndiye muthu ane akona udaka maboraro naho chingamba sori ndile nya kuita ngayo uvona achinga ndi muthu ane ukhonga ukhoneta ngachino chipinga deal.
Well, of course, remember that you can still win R1,000 airtime with Old Mutual. Call your loved ones, chat with friends, update your social media, or visit www.worldofendurance.co.za to plan for greatness. Simply answer the questions on your screen. You could be a winner. It's that easy. So now for you to enter, get yourself a chance to win R1,000 airtime. Quick question for you: what is the missing word? Do what things? A, B, or C? SMS your answer, Old Mutual, and your answer to 34068.
Ke tshepa hore dijo tse o tsong o di ja di rothisa mathe.
Ke di menyemenye.
ke se thabela maikutlo ha ke o hopola.
Oh,
Botle ba hao e ka re palesa ya lewatle e bitswang Sentebale. Ke batla ho etsa mohatsa kgomo tsa ntate.
mantswe ao ke molodi o monate tsebeng tsa ka. Moratuwa, pina rona ke eo.
Utlwa mona Dineo. Mamela pina e. Wa utlwa Dineo. Banna.
Ithabise le thatohatsi ya hao ya station le Sedi FM ke molelo.
Welcome back to live coverage of the 2016 Comrades Marathon, and that is a shot of David Khatebe, the current race leader, the 2013 Two Oceans winner as well, who's continuing to plough along ahead of Ludwig Mamabolo, who is chasing hard, and somebody who has been plagued by injuries and for other personal reasons has had an up and down time since winning this race back in 2012. 2 down runs ago that was. The man that of course broke the foreign domination of the Comrades Marathon. And the likes of Bongwosam Tembo, who's the defending downrun champion, intriguingly seems to be moving through the field. Just wonder if he's left it a little too late, but he is moving slightly through the field. With that, David Khatebe, who continues to lead by about 30 seconds from Ludwig Mamabolo, who's currently in second place. So a little bit of a chase on for Ludwig Mamabolo. He's a strong runner, is Mamabolo, when he hasn't been plagued by injury. Big T and Ellie Greenwood alongside for the next half hour or so in this race. But Ludwig Mamabolo is somebody who has been, I suppose, owing to the severe injuries and the torrid time he's had since winning in 2012, has been dismissed by many people, Big T. But Ludwig Mamabolo running a very clever and mature race, it seems.
ndizvona kabanda tiwena ndi muswana ane avana chenjemonga manda aravora varisaro chibva cherecho che avuya hafunga mara hamsi ova oimiswa ngemuraho chimsi uchivana mafungo anela avachikwambiwa zvazvino na mafumbo ano matuku avakorana udakhaya pensi osimedza munane naho comes osala mrahu kamswana ane ava wa Hakatebe pensi osimedza uva monna ane utonga otomonale ngori mphambano ya hava vanna ndi 32nd phase. Eli if you can check, I think just a difference of 30 seconds between Khatebe as well as Ludwig Mamabolo.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously very close up there. They've still got, what is it going to be, about another hour and 15 of racing to go. So 30 seconds can soon get swallowed up. Even in these later stages, there are some small little uphill rises, and if someone's struggling on one of those, 30 seconds can soon turn into 15. Then that person in second feels they're attached, and they obviously even 30 seconds, you get these straightaways like we're seeing now, where they'll actually be able to see the runner up ahead, and that's really helpful to have something visual to actually chase. So it'll be interesting what's going to happen in that next little hour and 15 or so.
I remember Bongwosam Tembo was around about Cowie's Hill that he finally made his move in the 2014 race, but where did you make your move?
I don't know if I made my move, but I just, ploughed on through. But I always say, it was literally in the final 10 minutes. So the pace I was moving, that was probably the last sort of 2.5 kilometers or so. The two Russian twins, the Nurgalevas, they did come into sight, but I didn't chase them for very long. It was there they were on the road up ahead, and like I said, that really, really does help if you actually have a visual to chase. So it does go to show, say, the race isn't over to the finish line. So at this sort of stage, we can start seeing, who has really dropped off and is maybe out of contention. But I'm sure there's men who are still outside of the top 10. They've still got plenty time if they're running strongly to still be moving up into those gold medals.
Well, for somebody who hasn't quite covered this distance at this sort of time, David Khatebe seems to be thundering along here fairly well. His strides long, full, fresh. He doesn't look to be in any sort of discomfort, and he's not being closed down by Ludwig Mamabolo, who himself is a very strong runner when he's fully fit and healthy, claims that he is. And as Zolani mentioned a little earlier as well, is certainly running the race in the memory of his father, who passed away tragically back in March. But David Khatebe continues to just plough along again, just some more rehydration for the athletes. It's a little warmer out on the route. But David Khatebe might have been unfancied by some, but is looking good for now. But one wonders if he can hold on. He might have just made the move a little too early. That seems to be consensus from most. But we've got Nick Bester of Nedbank Running Club on the line again. Nick, thanks for joining us. Where exactly on the route are you now?
Yeah, we just passed Khatebe. Like you said, looking really, running really well at the moment. Just behind him is Ludwig Mambabola, about not more than 300 meters behind him. Also, Bongusa Mutembo moved to top 5 position. He caught Raymond Pasari and Sinkiwi Nilela. And then we've still got Mike Pokorani that was in 3rd, 4th position, but he looked like he's struggling. Matt Steen from America was lying 10th. Going through the green mile, and he's running strongly now. I expect he can be in the top 5 at the end of the race.
Nick, just memories of you running 3 minutes a K down Fields Hill, coming back as we've seen the way David Khadebe has been approaching some of these areas. Just take us back to when you were running. How do you manage 3 minutes a K downhill like that?
No, I wish I knew, but my mental attitude that I could just tell you that I saw myself as a kamikaze pilot, and that was my mental attitude that way. So I was not scared, afraid of the pain. I just went out as fast as possible and managed a 2:48K and a 2:52. But it counted against me going out Toll Gate, but I still managed the 2nd place at my best commerce ever. I think that was my best race ever, although I won the down run in 91. This was real racing between me and Charles and Cinque. We went through the 50-mile mark, the 80K mark, and world record pace, but unfortunately we couldn't hold on. But yes, the guys are hot. It's very hot here in Pinetown now. It's still an hour and 20 minutes running left, so I think still a lot can happen in the race.
Yeah, fair enough. You mentioned Bongusa Mthembu, who's making the move through the race, and in 2014 he seemed to make his move around Cowies. What's that, about 17 kilometers to go, did Bongusa Mthembu. Has he got just a little too much left now, or do you think he's still in with a shot?
We passed him going down Fields Hill, and I could saw that he caught a couple of guys, so we must just, I don't know what the exact split between him and Khatebe at the moment. We're on top of Cowies now. I'm going to stop on top of Cowies hill and watch the guys, and if you call me in 20 minutes time, I can give you an updated report.
We'll certainly get you an update, but just a moment before we let you go, any update from the road of your female athletes?
Well, we're just concentrating heavily on the men at the moment. I've got people looking at the females. We've got our second team looking after them. Yes.
Fair enough. We'll catch up with you in a little while again, although we can tell you that Shane Bosman is still in 2nd place. Thank you, Nick Bester. And there she is.
Thank you very much.
Shane Bosman still plodding along, currently in 2nd place overall behind Caroline Bosman. So Nedbank Running Club continues to churn out a couple of top athletes. Shane Bosman, she looked like she was running a little awkwardly going through Kloof. But I'm not quite sure if this is just the fact that the body is showing a little signs of fatigue, Ellie, or if she's genuinely hurt.
It's sometimes hard to tell whether she's slightly grimacing or smiling at this stage. I mean, she's still picking her legs up nicely. She's still moving there. And, I mean, certainly now she's a little bit out on her own. But I think Shane is one of these people, she's got her dark glasses on. She tends to look a little more focused, even if she is comfortable. So I think that's her fairly typical running style, and looks fairly comfortable.
So looking fairly comfortable then is the view of Ellie Greenwood, winner in 2014, unfortunately out through injury for this year's race. But we need to go back to the Bonitas Eye in the sky. Alec Riddle, things heating up at the front, are they?
Well, we're watching David Khadebe. He's just had a drink. He's trying to refresh himself, and I can tell you this athlete is really laying down the gauntlet. Get out your stopwatches at home and take a look. This guy is taking 3 strides per second. He is motoring. From the time he got off Fields Hill, he was 20 seconds ahead of Ludwig Mamabolo, the guy I thought was the biggest threat to him. The gap has ballooned to a minute, and he hasn't even reached Cowies Hill. So David Khadebe is really putting down the hammer here, and he's saying to the guys, well, I'm going for glory here today, and if you want to come and catch me, you're going to have to run really hard. Ludwig Mamabolo is difficult to say at this stage whether he's conserving himself for the latter stages or whether it's just that David Khadebe is in a league of his own. Sometimes inexperience can help because you don't know the pain that is coming. Sometimes it can be foolhardy because you just go a little bit too early. I can remember my very last Comrades Marathon feeling absolutely brilliant through Pinetown and up Cowie's Hill, but my race came crashing down on the other side. I'm sure many Comrades runners have got stories like that where you humbled and you go on into Durban like the Matchstick Man because of all the cramps. Let's hope it doesn't happen to David Khatebi of Tom Tom. He's got a great coach in John Hamlet. He's produced winners before. Can he do it again? Let's go back to the studio.
Talking about the outcome of cramps, certainly nearly half the field of marathon runners struggle with cramp in this Comrades Marathon. An ultra marathon, nearly 90 kilometers out on the road, and certainly the feet pounding the asphalt throughout the morning so far. But at the moment it's been a fine run by, well, there's Alec Riddle's helicopter, Eye in the Sky, the Bonitas Eye in the Sky. We've got Digiledi and the Enerjade Eye in the Sky, Digiledi Mkhwana, who we'll chat to in just a moment as well. But that's where Alec is at the moment, enjoying an aerial view of this 2016 Comrades Marathon. It might not be Arthur's seat, but that's Alec's seat. It's a very comfortable one as well, a way to watch. But showing us one thing, Big T, that he mentioned is that Khateb is taking 3 strides a second, and that he's increased that lead now of 30-odd seconds to a minute over Ludwig Mamabolo.
Gatalina kokidima ngayo wala bele sachi morchawe na ndelenya kokidima ngayo ukadibata samonda ne abana manda musono wa Khatebe ndelenya kodangayo rani kubanga kamse musono wa Mamabolo udolingetsa uba achikomufa mutsiko fetsi ya shikokondor akono mufa mutsiko ngoraro fetsi nikutenda zori museke do kidima ndelenya kwengayo ringa fetsa kubana ene munane nga fetsa kuwina musono wa Khatebe.
Well, now from Alec Riddle a moment ago, giving us an update on what's been happening in the men's race. We've got Digiledi Mkhwana in the Enerjade Eye in the Sky.
Indeed, Dwayne, problems are starting to become realities, or realities are starting to become problems. Like we've said earlier on, that probably after 50 mark, the reality. The ladies at the moment, the gap is becoming wider and wider, and it's not becoming easier for the second lady Bosman from South Africa. Utle ho bonahala hore nnete yona ya hlahella hore jwale tjena ho ya ho libuye jwalo mo hona teng qetellong ya ntwa ena e kgolo ya dikilometers ka rostrata ka nnete a ntsha bokgodi ba tsona, empa he qetellong ya tsohle kapa hona jwale se bonahalang ke hore Caroline o bonala nnete fela ena ntwa ke ya highway hapa o tlabe o le ho yena hore tla sebe na a tlohelle tsohle a di be fela matsong a botle ba tla tloa ba mmunywa fela jwale ka di mushroom kae kapa kae mo sa tsebo hore ba qadile kae kapa o tla e lwana ho fitlela qetellong ya tsohle a ba yo kena Sahara hobane ha jwale tjena ha o sheba sekgeo ka nnete bakeng tsa Caroline le yena Bosman ya maemong a bobedi ke bua jwalo ka barwetsaneng o tla fumana hore e ka ba dikilometara tse ka bang tse 2.5 tseo leng hore ke sekgeo se pakeng tsa barwetsana bana ba babedi ke yona ntwana ne ke e hlalosa pejana ke re jwalo ka ha le pejo la 2016 le hlalosa hela Comrade Marathon is October. Dwayne, back to you.
Thank you, Digiledi. Now, this is Cowie's Hill. Oh, already at Cowie's Hill, Khatebe. So the race leader, David Khatebe, 2013 Two Oceans winner, is showing no signs of easing. He's showing no signs of slowing down. Continues to press forward. He's still nearly 20 kilometers to go. It's just under 20 kilometers to go. 17 odd. So there's still plenty that could happen. Ludwig Mamabolo chasing, although he's increased that lead now to a minute. It was 30 seconds a few kilometers ago. But David Khatebe is exactly 1 minute and 1 second ahead of Ludwig Mamabolo at the moment. Tebogo Silo, running for the Max KwaZulu-Natal side, who was leading for a short while. I can tell you he's still holding on to 3rd place. In terms of timing, he's only about a minute and a half behind Mamabolo, so not too far off the pace. But it's still Tom's David Khatebe who leads with the 17-odd kilometers to go. In the women's race, though, I can just tell you an update that Shane Bosman finds herself over 6.5 minutes behind Caroline Mostman in the women's race. So in terms of leading, man's race and the women's race, Khatebe is increasing his lead slightly, but Caroline Bosman is increasing her lead significantly. But Khatebe looking very strong and continually hydrating, continually getting some food in the system as well.
Ndi zwone nga maanḓa ngauri arali wa lavhelesa zwino fhethu hune ya khou pfuka hone ndi kha tshikwara tshine tsha konḓa vhukuma Cowies Hill ndi yone hune arali a nga fhedza hapha a fhedza kona na u shuma zwavhuḓi hangei phanḓa a u tsha tovha na zwithu zwinzhi vhukuma musi wa Khatebe fhedziha zwa zwino wa lavhelesa tshikhala tsho no imaho vhukati ha musi wa hanefha wa Khatebe na musi wa Mamabolo ho no vha minute muthihi na second sigandi zwine tshi khou ḓi fhungudzea kana tshi khou ḓi hula tshi dzhia tshikhala tshenetsho zwine a u ḓivhisa uri khamusi Ludwig a nga vha khamusi o underestimate na khamusi tshikhala tshi ngaho tshene tshino. Ellie, I think when you look at Ludwig, maybe he underestimated the person in front of him.
I think that's quite likely, and it's just interesting to look at his running form, like he had his head tilted down there, almost looking at the ground, which, yes, you're maybe more likely to do on an uphill, but he's certainly not sort of eyes up ahead and where is he, like chasing him down. It's more looks like he's like, okay, just get me up here and keep on going. Although our lead male there, I did see him also sneak a little look behind. It was hard to tell whether he was just using a corner as a bit of an opportunity to see who was there or if he was genuinely worried, but certainly I would say Ludwig is he looks like he's having to work in these later stages.
Ludwig Mamabolo is looking a little more sluggish than David Khatebe, who is flying around this area. Well, 18.5 kilometers to go. Ludwig Mamabolo was a minute and 1 second behind, but I think just from the strides that Khatebe was taking coming through here, that he's extended that advantage even further. But Ludwig Mamabolo, he's a fine runner. Limpopo born, a man who made South Africa so proud 4 years ago when he broke that foreign domination of the Comrades Marathon. Just calling for more water as well is Ludwig Mamabolo as he goes through 4:20 odd mark. He's got just around 18 kilometers to go now in this 2016 Comrades Marathon. Ludwig Mamabolo, still don't discount him just yet. He's somebody who's got the wiles to be able to finish off this race in fine style. It is a down run, so it is particularly taxing in the back end, despite the fact that runners can run negative splits, and certainly many of the elite athletes will do. Ellie, you know all too well about running negative splits in this down run. When you ran this for the first time, did anyone explain to you that it was only a down run in the back end of this race?
Yeah, I mean, I'd already done one up run, so I was kind of aware of that, but it's very different. And I think probably one of the worst things was to run the up run and then having driven back to Durban following that and thought, oh my goodness, if I come back another year, I'm going to have to run down it, because sometimes driving down that highway into Durban is actually more terrifying than when you've got your legs moving and you're actually running there on the course.
So as much as we're talking about the men's and women's winners and talking of an opportunity to win, remember that you can still win 1,000 Rand airtime with Old Mutual. You can call your loved ones, chat with friends, you can update your social media or visit www.worldofendurance.co.za to plan for greatness. Simply answer the questions that are on your screen. You could be a winner. It's that easy, so enter now for your chance to win 1,000 Rand airtime. This is Teboho Silo back in third place, who's following on, trailing on behind David Khatebe, who's leading at the moment over Ludwig Mamabolo. So third place at the moment is Teboho Silo. He was in front at one stage, but now finds himself currently in third position overall. He's somebody who's also been running a strong race, and after his top 5 finish last year, much was expected of Teboho Silo, somebody who knows the route, and he's familiar with the surroundings, he's familiar with the environment. He's also familiar with South Africa, having found some success here going as far back as 2009, where he won the city-to-city 50k. Now, let's talk about the women's race. No, this is I think this is Kloof with the athletes going through all the shaded area. Just a lovely slight shade will be welcomed by the athletes. Gentle breeze is always welcome, so too a little bit of shade. And this will be the car that's leading out Caroline Busman, so expect to see her coming on behind. There she is, just behind the car, leading women. It's Caroline Busman who's increasing that advantage currently over Shane Bosman, who was lying second overall in this race. So Caroline Busman of KPMG ahead of Nedbank Running Club's Shane Bosman in the women's race. A gap of now over 7 minutes between the two. but Caroline Busman still looking very comfortable. She's done the smart thing, some say, by saying, I'm going to run my race, Ellie, rather than saying, I'm going to go out for the win, I'm going to go out for the record. Do you think she's taken the pressure off herself?
I think it's hard to take the pressure off yourself. I mean, you can say that and say, oh, I'll just do my thing and do the best on the day and no big targets, but I'm sure in the back of her head, I mean, there's pressure from outside, but also from within. She'll have put in a huge amount of training since her win last year and saying, yeah, I want to come back, I want to get those back-to-back wins. But she is looking extremely relaxed right now. I'm sure she's getting feedback from her seconds along the way, from the crowds, that she's extending her lead. The nice thing now, it's new that she's got that clock in front of her, and so she'll literally be able to follow along and think, well, I've got 7 minutes and maybe an hour and 20 of running to go. So she might be doing a bit of quick maths in her head and figuring out that she just needs to keep going, and certainly she's looking really, really strong and looks like she's enjoying her day, which is a great thing to see.
For you, obviously disappointing that you aren't able to defend your down run title, Ellie, but had you done your plans, your preparation in terms of what you wanted to run at various splits, what sort of time and how you were going to pace yourself throughout this race?
No, I mean, I think maybe opposed to someone like Caroline, who I would guess has actually done a bit more training on the course. I mean, I've run 4 Comrades, but that's the only time I've ever been on the route. So it's a little harder for an international runner like myself to make exact splits along the way. Yeah, my injury popped up about sort of 3.5, 4 weeks ago. So I'd hope to get in, a little bit more of touch-up training, a couple of last long runs, and then I would have done okay, what pace could I realistically target?
Big T, in terms of the women's race, Caroline Busman at the moment is well ahead of Shane Bosman. I can tell you the Kaiserberg of Nedbank Running Club is also making a big move. So too Colinda Riek, who at 52 is just stunning the entire world with her performances in the longer distance races and shattering age group world records, particularly after the Two Oceans Marathon, which she shattered the 50-kilometer world age group record. But in terms of the women's race here, it's turning out to be an intriguing battle. But Busman, when you look at it from a South African perspective, the significance of South Africans winning the race, 2 South Africans, what is that to you?
Well, I think, the absence of the Russians this time around, I think, is giving the likes of, Wostman that particular chance of really making it big in that stage. And of course, I think when you look at the likes of, these other women who I think, according to me, she has been right there, Shane Bosman, right, giving that really a tough challenge to, Caroline Bosman. But I think what Caroline has done earlier on is just to pace herself well and running her race. She's not even competing with anyone, but she's running her own race.
Yeah, I mean, she is competing, but she's showing them exactly who's in charge and that she's a South African and she knows this course. But I think the nice thing in the absence of the Russians is that there are other internationals here, because you can only say, hey, a South African won if there's internationals in the race. Otherwise, it's a given. So I think we're seeing Cassia Berg of Sweden was in 3rd place. Cassia's come 2nd at the World 100-kilometre Championships last year. She ran a time of 7 hours 20 for 100 kilometres. So certainly it's always nice to win, but you also want to win against great competition. So you can say, yeah, I really earned that and I really showed that I am the best runner out there.
So this is a shot of the leading man and the leading woman. The leading man at the moment, David Hadebe, the 2013 Two Oceans winner, hoping for his first Comrades title, and Caroline Busman, defending champion of the Comrades Marathon, is the leading woman at the moment, extending their advantage. Both are the two. But just to Eleanor, touch once again on the women's race before we go back to Hadebe and talk specifically about the men, is trail running. Trail running has become a training part of many athletes in recent years. I know you are actually quite a big trail runner yourself, but how do you reconcile trail running and road running?
It's all putting one foot in front of the other and trying to get from A to B in the fastest time possible.
Completely different terrain, though.
It is different terrain, and I mean, I think there's much variation within the world of trail running. Like, you can get some super extreme mountain runs, such as the UTMB in France. That's 160 kilometres, huge amount of elevation. I'm sure the lead runners there might not fare so well at Comrades, but you can get to some trail races that are relatively runnable, and then you've got the leg strength that you need, not just the fast speed.
And the leg strength certainly comes in handy on the down run, as Bruce Fordyce made note of earlier. But as we watch David Khatebe charging forward, Alec Riddle up in the sky, is he continuing to extend his advantage over Ludwig Mamabolo, David Khatebe?
Well, I can tell you that the gap is ballooning even more. I've never seen a run like this from the bottom of Fields Hill, or in fact, it's even started before he went down Fields Hill. That's where he opened the gap of 26 seconds on Ludwig Mamabolo. But since then, he's really been putting the hammer down as he tries to go over Cowie's Hill and into Westville. And the gap is almost 2 minutes now. And one wonders if that's not perhaps a little bit too fast too soon. Or alternatively, it's a case of Ludwig holding back a little bit. One of the things about inexperienced runners, and perhaps the guys in the studio can commentate on this in a while, is that when you get over Cowie's Hill, you tend to breathe a sigh of relief and you think you can relax because it looks like it's flat all the way to Durban. But this M13 is very undulating all the way. And of course, one or two of those hills, particularly up to 45th Cutting and Tollgate, are really, really strenuous. And that's where the dreams of many have come unstuck. I mean, we saw Charles Matthäus and Nick Bester in a phenomenal duel over Tollgate. In 2001, we saw a phenomenal duel between Alexei Volgin and Andrew Kelleher. And that was only decided on the other side of Tollgates. We've seen many guys come from a minute or two behind in Cowie's Hill to win this race. So don't switch off those television sets just yet. David Khatebe is having the race of his life, but I do not think this race is over just yet unless we're seeing a superhuman effort. Let's go back to the commentators.
Well, talking about superhuman efforts, Khatebe does seem to be putting in a superhuman effort. If he's extended his advantage, Alec, as you say, to 2 odd minutes, Big T, that is an enormous advantage now. But there is still a couple of hills to come that could still separate Khatebe and Mamabolo. 45th Cutting is still to come, there's still Tollgate to come, there's still plenty of action in this race yet, but Khatebe is certainly on phenomenal pace.
ndizvakukoma ngamanda musoro wa Khatebe ukatsimedza Khatebe na nungo vukuma kha chifhinga chino ngamara hamini awara swikaho na minute swika za furaro vasokwangu zori zvino ringamba risevera timatima zori hosa la fedzi awara nthihi uri ri kona vona muwina jena hapo nera bahone Sahara Stadium Khatebe na mose fedzi ya Ludwig Mamabolo u simedza Khatebe akaditevela ngamaraho fedzi ya araba lavelesa minute ndi mivili fedzi ine vakuti vai fedze kana ine ko va hone bukati ha Ludwig Mamabolo na msuara aneva wa Khatebe ane ndizvakukoma zori arali ranga tonga epace ringabona mbambe ini yanga yakhwinesa richiyenge magumoni kha mbambe duel.
Going through Kloof then, this is Shanae Bosman, the second placed woman at the moment. 7-odd minute gap between Caroline Busman in the lead and Shanae Bosman. But when you look at the women's race, yes, there's plenty of running yet to be done. But a 7-odd minute gap, it's going to take something phenomenal to stop Caroline Busman, who looked so comfortable when she passed through Kloof.
Yeah, and I think probably the disadvantage for Shanae as well. She knows Caroline very well. She's seen her race results. I'm sure they've done a bit of training together. They share the same coach. So she knows from past experience Caroline isn't one to really falter towards the end. So she'll be thinking, wow, I mean, I'd have to pull something extraordinary out of the bag. I do wonder also if Shanae's starting to be a little concerned about some of the other ladies behind her. She's got a lot of unknown quantities in Cassia Berg, maybe Sarah Bard of the USA, Colleen Derook. They're all coming behind her. She won't have the quite information on that, but I would have thought now she might be starting to get a little bit worried about more what's behind her rather than thinking of Caroline up ahead.
Yeah, I think Shanae Bosman is not quite as comfortable as she would have liked to have been at this stage. You mentioned Sarah Bard. It's disappointing that she started to trail off just a little, considering that she is somebody who's very, very strong as a trail runner as well. We talked about that. She won the JFK in November last year, 50-kilometer trail run along the Appalachian Trail. Absolutely beautiful part of the United States. But Shanae Bosman plodding along here. Colleen de Reek, though, is making up some time on her. Currently 4th place overall. Speaking of the United States, Colleen de Reek now running for the United States, based in Oregon, and running hard. She's up to 4th overall, and Kaiser Berg is making a run through the the women's field as well. But in the men's race, it's still David Khatebe who is putting in, as Alec put it, a superhuman effort to extend his advantage over Ludwig Mamabolo in what is a remarkable run so far. But the 2016 Comrades Marathon has thrown up a few interesting twists and turns, but David Khatebe is still pounding the asphalt in fine fashion. It was 3 strides a second a short while ago as he continued to extend his advantage over Ludwig Mamabolo. But I dare say there's still plenty to come. He's just gone over Huntley's Hill, a lesser known hill. At 45th Cutting and Tollgate, let's wait and see how he tackles those.
What interesting is that, if you look at all the challenging hills, they have overcome them. I think starting from the Polishos in Changa, Border Hill, Cowies Hill, as well as the Fields Hill, those are the most, difficult, hills. But of course, right now, it's going to be like winding a bit, but then they know that they are now following the course towards town. That's where they're going to be able to be going there. Ndila ine yakuita ngayo kadre ine yakukidima ngayo musoro akatebe wasumeza sori angapedza asika ujia himbambe ngauri minute mibili ndo amama tomo ndari minute mibili pezi iamba swiji kuba kamba bahino. But I can tell you early, if you are so determined, because this is the start of the race where you're going to be able to ask yourself whether you have got that strength to push you until the 89th minute.
Yeah, I mean, he's looking super strong in the lead right there. And sometimes when you go out on a bit of a limb like that, it comes down to pride as well. If I don't want to look stupid and I've gone out and pushed a little hard, and you can push yourself even harder of like, I do not want to get caught. And, maybe your manager or, your fellow athletes afterwards said, what were you doing? And, getting more than a 2-minute lead. So that can actually keep you pushing. He's looking very comfortable even on these slight uphills. Because, of course, like you're saying, they've tackled the major uphills. But once you get into these, what we're looking at the final sort of 45 or even less minutes, then that is when even the smallest of inclines. But he looks like he's just nicely moving along and holding that pace that he has been for the last little while.
Yeah, but I think for all these runners there comes a time when the body starts aching out on the road, but at the moment it's Khatebe showing absolutely no signs of ceasing. We'll have a quick word from Big T, and then coming up next, Arno Malaba, Zolani Bongo and Helen Luca are going to be joining in the studio. We'll get some words of wisdom as well from Bruce Fordyce, former winner, who will be in studio in just a moment.
Comrades Marathon 2016 awara na mina disco ya foraro tano yonangana pensi ya msuwa na wa haketebe ndiye na kasuma zobana manda kuma ana bala bala sana one aba hono jino usuma za monna ane uko jia manda achie panda pensi ya buso ndiye ori ido pezana achiko jia chi mohechi ubuyashika game kumone pensi ya na manda tangala sana so ngamara kipinga sapezi ona mbili Fetziha Ardofra Level Story Alex Jashino Udaba Ora no Oima. Alec, I guess are you ready wherever you are now?
Of slowing up. Khatebe showing no signs of slowing up as he's pulled that gap to 2 minutes and 20. And Khatebe is really, really running well. This is a phenomenal display by the young runner from Tom. Will he be able to hold on? Ludwig Mamabolo now 2 minutes 20 behind in second. Teboho Selo, who has fallen off the pace earlier, in third. Mike Fokoroni in fourth, and then Claude Mashiwe in fifth. So unless Claude Mashiwe's got something to come back, because both Selo and Fokoroni look like their legs were dead coming down Fields Hill, unless Mamabolo's got anything, somebody's going to have to come from outside the top 5 to try and gun down this young athlete from Tom. David Khatebe looking very well. Just heard over the airwaves that Colleen Durouk is moving into a potential podium position. 52-year-old athlete now living in Boulder, Colorado, America, 4-time Olympian. An absolutely stunning performance by Colleen Durouk, and I'm sure the South African public, and particularly the KwaZulu-Natal public, will get behind her over the final hour or two of this race.
Thank you, Alec. The race certainly getting interesting both on the men and women's side. David Khatebe, a 2 Oceans winner from 2013. He hasn't been in the top 10 in the Comrades, and he hasn't ever run under 6 hours in the Comrades as well. He's got 3 silver medals to his credit, does David Khatebe. No Wally Haywards, no gold medals, and certainly turning on the pace here, Bruce Fordyce.
He is absolutely flying, and I predicted earlier that the race would come down to 45th Cutting. I think he's going to be on his own going up 45th Cutting if he carries on like that. Absolutely flying. I've never seen anything like it. Took off before Fields Hill, and he's just maintained the whole way. And unless something incredibly wrong happens, unless something bad happens to him, I just can't see him being caught. He's looking amazing, and the way he ran through Pinetown was just astonishing.
No, he's certainly moving, but so is Ludwig Mamabolo in second place. Another man we haven't mentioned too much is the down-run defending champion, Bongmusam Tembo. He's up to 6th place at the moment, so also moving up the field. But as you say, David Khatebe running incredibly fast. Behind him, Ludwig Mamabolo, who has 5 golds to his credit. And Mamabolo, of course, the 2012 winner, the 2014 runner-up, something of a down-run specialist. And even he's struggling to keep up with this man in picture. David Khatebe really turning on the pace, Helen.
Well, it is, and it's the first 3 runners, if they can keep up these splits, are scheduled to run under sub 5:20. Now, Bruce, that's a record, and it's quite extraordinary that you've got 3 guys potentially on that pace.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe the standard of the racing and how fast they're going. It's astonishing, and we'll have to see now. There are still a couple of serious climbs. They're approaching a 45th cutting, which is a tough climb from it's about 1 kilometer long, from about 9 k's to 8 k's to go, and then after that Tollgate Hill, which is also quite a tough pull. But from 5 k's to the end, it is downhill and flat all the way to the stadium.
Well, talking about running fast, your leading man and your leading lady in picture there. Caroline Vosman going at about 4 minutes 8 per kilometer, which is about 20 seconds a kilometer faster than any other woman out there. Shanae Bosman wat so wat 7 minute agter Caroline Vosman was. Verder terug in 4de plek is Colleen de Reek. So die vroue wat ook baie vinnig hardloop. Caroline Vosman hardloop so vinnig soos die 30ste man op hierdie stadium. So sy's besig om dit hierdie veld op te skuif. En we'll be back with him just after this break.
An ancient culture carried to these shores a lifetime ago, fusing, merging, growing to transcend lines, cultures and sound, embodied in a voice that speaks to you without forgetting. Do you listen to it? Lotus FM, share the experience.
No roar of the crowd will announce you've beaten your best. Nobody cares that Olympic spirit courses through your veins. The world doesn't care why you train. Until the victory lap. New Energade Light. It's what you put in.
Okay, Mzansi, listen up. There's a fresh season of Teenagers on a Mission on your screens, and it's time to learn something new. Did you know that many of the biggest blockbusters had footage that was shot with a UAV or a drone? Even the South African movie, Chappie. Keep learning on South Africa's ultimate entertainment show with Toms every Monday and Tuesday at 4 p.m. Chronolog SABC 1, Mzansi, for sure.
Well, we're back with the 2016 Comrades Marathon, and of course the leading men, David Khatebe, Ludwig Mamabolo, and we've got news that Bongmusam Tembo has now moved up to 3rd place. So the race really hotting up here between somewhat of the downrun specialist. But David Khatebe, we were just looking, Bruce, at his split there between Winston Park and Pinetown, that 10 kilometers. He was running at 3 minutes 17 per kilometer, which you said is an extremely fast marathon.
Well,
I
mean, that's a very fast marathon. That's essentially a 2:17 marathon, which is incredibly fast. And we're just looking at his splits that the computer's giving us. The earliest part of the race, he was running 3 minutes 43 seconds per kilometer. Then he sped up to 3:33, then 3:35 and 3:36. But remember, we're going through the hilly part in the middle of the course, and now suddenly 3:17. Okay, it's as if he held himself back and has just uncoiled and just unleashed this surge for the finish. And he looks like he's still maintaining it. I'm completely in awe.
Well, that's the way to do it. I mean, negative splits, go as fast as you can. The man behind him, Ludwig Mamabolo, about a minute behind David Khatebe, also looking good at this stage. But unless Khatebe slows down, we don't see Mamabolo catching him.
Well, Mamabolo was full of fighting talk at the media conference, and he just said, look, he's going to take it out, and he lays down that gauntlet for his other competitors. But if you just compare his splits to what we've just read out about David, his 10-kilometer split will average 5 seconds slower. Now, the question is, will that play into his favor coming in? His legs will a little bit be more rested than David, or is David just going to be able to sustain this unbelievable pace?
Well, I just can't get past the fact that David Khatebe has never run under 6 hours in the Comrades. He's on for a 5-hour 16 finish. He's got 3 silver medals to his credit. And the man behind him, Ludwig Mamabolo, a past winner, a 5 times gold medalist. You know, something could still happen here. Khatebe is in unknown territory, while Mamabolo is doing something he's done before, Bruce.
Certainly he's in unknown territory, but he's not in unknown territory as far as hanging in an ultra. And right now he will be going past a board, I suppose, somewhere. I'm having a look at the course, but it's approximately 10 Ks to go, and he's into single figures, and then you can start saying to yourself, okay, 9 Ks to go, and then it's 8 Ks to go. It's your kind of your morning training run, and the distance has become real, and you can start to convince yourself that it's possible. And 2 big hills still to go, so he's going to have to get over those, but the way he's running at the moment, it's just absolutely amazing.
Well, casually checking his watch there as David Khatebe just keeps running, surrounded by bikes and press trucks and people, but at least they're giving him a wide berth there. We heard a bit earlier, I think in the Hillcrest area, the press truck just went slightly off course and some athletes followed them. But luckily for Khatebe, he's got a wide open road at the moment there as he just keeps cruising along here. En David Khatebe uitstekend hardloop op die oomlik. Ludwig Mamabolo in die tweede plek, Musa Mthembu in die derde plek. 2 wenners agter hierdie man, maar dit is David Khatebe, natuurlijk ook nie vergeet nie, kan Twitter en Instagram gebruik hashtag Comrades 2016. En ja, wie gaan inderdaad die wedloop en gaan dit David Khatebe wees, kan hy voorbly of is Ludwig Mamabolo en Musa Mthembu agter hom se ondervinding net te veel? And a great shot there, aerial shot, Helen, as we look at that route, slight uphill it seems there for Khatebe going through at the moment.
Yeah, he's got a bit of an uphill pull now to 45th cutting. But if we watch David, he's really in control of this race, because I just was watching him hugging this. He's almost trying to run the shortest route possible. Before he was hugging the right-hand side. He switched over, obviously, to get a little bit of seconding. But he's on these, there's some big corners, and if you run the straightest route, you're going to save a couple of meters. And to have the mental wherewithal at this stage of the race to actually run smart means that he's still in control.
Well, David Khatebe, of course, his coach is John Hamlet, so he knows everything about this course. John Hamlet, also the coach of last year's winner, Gift Kelehe. And the 34-year-old Clark from Rustenburg here certainly has the best coaching he could hope for, and he seems to have his race strategy down pat. And somebody else with a good race strategy is that figure on your bottom right of screen there, Caroline Wistman, who is still also, like Khatebe, cruising along, just running away from the chasing woman. Colleen de Rieck moving up the pack, but Caroline is at the moment just running away from absolutely everybody.
Well, she's of course done it the hardest way as far as pressure is concerned, and that's to lead from the start. I always say that the best time to lead in the Comrades Marathon is with 1 kilometer to go. take the lead as late as you can and grab it then, but she has led the whole way, so it's been an amazing race of courage and determination, and just to go out there and run her own race.
Well, I'm not sure that's by choice. She actually said she didn't want to be in the front from the beginning, but you know, she's got her race strategy, she stuck to it. I think she was a little bit faster, in fact, than what she planned at halfway. She was planning at 3:15 or around 3:10. She went through in about 3:08. So obviously feeling great on the day and just running fast. And not by choice leading the whole way. I think she expected maybe a Shane Bosman to be slightly ahead of her. But Shane also running extremely well, but not in the same class as Caroline.
Well, Caroline is in tremendous shape. And I think the fact that you can take that risk, you can be just that little bit more relaxed if you know that you haven't really got someone breathing down your neck. And here, Caroline's just running through this underpass. We're coming down. It's sort of Old Main Road in Pinetown. It's a little bit of a dip. You'll come up the hill, and then she's really just got her last major hill, Cowie's Hill, to run across, and then it's just the downhill to Durban, 17 k's from the top of Cowie's Hill.
Well, Norrie Williamson said, Bruce, maybe you can confirm this, at Cowie's you really know if it's going to be your day. If you still feel great, then it's a time to really get pushing. And, Caroline heading up there at the moment. David Khatebe past that point already.
And he knows it's his day because David is just reaching the top of 45th cutting. Shortly he's going to go past 8 kilometers to go, so we can start doing the maths on that and work out. He's heading for a record at the moment. And going up 45th cutting, I can't tell you, it's steep, it's hot, it's tough going, and he looks as if he's in the middle of a sort of a training run. He's flying up this hill.
He is indeed flying. I mean, Caroline Bosman there at the bottom right also still looks comfortable, but maybe not even as comfortable as David Khatebe. This man is running out of his skin at the moment. His projected finishing time, we'll see if that plays out. 5 hours, 16 minutes. And again, we've got our leading man, leading lady in picture there. We will join them again shortly after this ad break.
It's about that time where we award the best in local football.
Catch the 2016 PSL Awards live on SABC1.
The awards will kick off with the glitzy red carpet,
followed by the honouring of the top performers in this PSL season.
We reveal Footballer of the Season,
Player of the Season,
Goalkeeper,
Midfielder,
Top Goal Scorer,
and all the cup competition winners.
The awards will also feature some of the country's top music entertainers. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter @sport@SABC.
And for the latest updates, sabcsport.co.za. We'll bring you the 2016 PSL Awards live Monday the 30th of May at 8:30 p.m.
Brought to you by SABC Sport, for the love of the game.
Smart kids say smart things.
Fana, what do vitamins make you?
Strong and fit and tough.
Baby, where does milk come from?
From the supermarket, Mom. Just joking. From a cow.
No, what are life cultures?
It's the magic that turns the milk into yogurt.
Why does Mommy give you a smart snack?
Because I'm smart. Yogurt is made with milk and live cultures. Nutriday is a thick, creamy, yummy smart snack. What are you doing, Mum?
I want to be as smart as you.
Nutriday yogurt. Say yes to the smart snack.
Well, we're back with the Comrades Marathon, and of course you can also stand a chance to win 1,000 Rand airtime with Old Mutual. You could call your loved ones, chat with friends, update your social media, especially Twitter with that hashtag Comrades2016, or visit the www.worldofendurance.co.za to plan for greatness. Simply answer the question you see on screen at the moment and you could be a winner. It's that easy. So enter now for your chance to get 1,000 Rand airtime. You can SMS Old Mutual in your answer to 34068. Is Old Mutual an official sponsor of the Comrades Marathon? A for yes, B for no, C for maybe if you're not sure. Only one of those are correct. SMS Old Mutual and your answer to 34068. Well, from winners at home to winners back on the road, David Khatebe is still motoring on, and Alec Riddle has a unique view of this race. Alec, how do you see this playing out?
Well, we've reached 45th cutting, and this young athlete is really doing a fantastic race. The gap is now out to 3 minutes. And with less than 8 kilometers to go, one wonders, can he be caught? David Khatebe from Tom Tom Athletics Club. Can he follow in the footsteps of his training partner, Gif Keller, who won last year? We've got two downrun champions running behind him, Ludwig Mamabolo and Mtembu as well, I believe, is moving into the major positions. But nobody is making an impression on this guy. In fact, he is making all the impression on us up in the air, because he is running like a gazelle. He is really running so fast, but it is still a dangerous part of the course. A big climb up 45th cutting, then a hard little downhill into the bottom by Sherwood. I think that's the final cutoff for the athletes later in the day. And then you have the tough climb up to Tollgate where Charles Matthias and Nick Besser were involved in a duel. And of course, when you get to Tollgate, you have the key to Durban, because from then on, it's downhill all the way. And if you don't suffer from cramps, you should be able to hold a lead. So I do believe that David Khatebe has set himself up for a possible win here with a gap of 3 minutes. It's going to be very hard to close down unless it's basically his race to lose now. And he's still looking supreme. Let's see if he can hold on.
Well, it certainly looks like he is going to hold on. He's opening that gap, as you've heard from Alec Riddle in the Bonitas Eye in the Sky. That gap over Ludwig Mamabolo at 70 kilometers was about 1 minute. It's now up to 3 minutes. David Khatebe just motoring along.
And while we were up in the Eye in the Sky, we saw some footage on our other camera of Ludwig turning around and having a look over his shoulder. So he's trying to hang on to his second place at this stage. And here we go, going up a very steep climb now. David going up a very, very steep climb onto the dual carriageway, onto the N3, the main road from Johannesburg.
Well, we've got the coach of none other than David Khatebe on the line. John Hamlet, how is your athlete looking at this stage? Looking great to us.
Awesome. We're hoping to take that record from the Russians. It was the Russian that broke this record down. It'd be lovely to have a South African cruncher, and David, who's quite an excellent athlete and a disciplined boy, I think he's really showing us that we're going to try. We're going to give it all we got.
Well, John, I've been saying David's got 3 silvers to his name. He's never gone under 6 hours. Here he's looking at breaking a record. What is the change in David?
Well, it's the first time he came to the mountains with us and trained with Gift as a partner, and I think it's just added that spice in. It looks a great athlete to run a 2:14 marathon, so he's got the credentials. But the boy has been with us a while, and I think we finally polished him just right. And I hope that keeping all things together, God willing, this lovely, decent person can actually break this record, which will be quite something for him.
Well, he's looking awesome. Between 60 and 70 kilometers, he was going at 3 minutes 17 a K, which is a 2:17 marathon. I mean, after 60 kilometers, that kind of strength at this stage of the race is phenomenal.
Well, if you see what these boys are doing in the mountains, in excess of 250 Ks a week, at high altitudes, and they were sometimes right on the edge of injuries, and we had to keep it together, but that's the name of the game. That's how we bring them to the FTP, and really, you know what, they are such disciplined, decent guys, it's well worth it.
John, that's great to hear. Just as a last question, have you got an update on Gift Kalehe for us?
Gift is off back at 24th. I don't think he's in a fight. He's about 9 minutes. I'll tell you now. How many minutes behind? About 9 minutes. He was 9 minutes behind last time we saw him. I've got his brother handling that. We're going to just check again and drag him in. We want him to get him into the goals if possible. But it's not his day today, and we understand that. Some days it's just not your day, you know.
Well, John Hamlet, thank you very much. Some days, indeed, it's not your day. This race is so tough. And we're going to the women's race at the moment. Caroline Wisman is walking at the moment. Caroline Wisman walking, and last year we saw her walking quite a bit, but this looks different. She doesn't look as good as when she was walking last year, but we'll see. You know, she might start running again. And while we're looking here at Caroline, Dikeledi in the Energade Eye in the Sky, perhaps you can give us your views on this.
Thank you, Anu. Things are starting to change here when we're saying few kilos are left for the Comrade to be finished, especially for the ladies, because Caroline has been leading this race from the beginning, and now that she is left with less than 20 Ks, she has started walking. She's limping. We're wondering what is wrong with her, but it's just a chance for her maybe to pick up. You can remember that they also get through their hills and downs, and so There might be probably not a serious injury with her, but we will definitely monitor it until she gets to the finishing. But it's going to listen to Seboki on Ayahore, Uta Fita, Caroline, Camera Alwane, Joanna, Matra, Buima, Lele, one name. But how Shabajalo, with Manajan Shane, Boss, Manjolakan, my Mongabu, Satan, a little bit later, and they don't tell my Mongabu, but with Leo Rabona Jonas, Sepagan Zahai, Lake Carolina, my Mongapili, since this is less Sibula of fate, and why Metunte, Yanashane Bosman, with Lohana Munyulu, and by Herta, women are better born or Hunzo Sai and Africa Bora, Uluanela, Africa Bora, Ufufisa Flaka and Africa Bora, Kiatzibore, Anna Gueseliana, Mama Tabasabina Pina, Lea Jolena Leta Felani, Dikene Sahara, Esenkanana, Letabona Rebena, Leta Felani, Milita Felajuan, Masose, Ashebi Jalona, with Herol. Thank you so much, Arnold.
Thanks, Dikeledi, and it looks like it was a planned or structured walk there for Caroline Visman up Cowies, and of course she does tend to walk some of the uphills. It's better to walk before you need to walk, Helen, and she's back running.
Yeah, we were discussing earlier how last year, she sort of captivated the nation by sort of taking these very structured walks, and we'd watch other runners pass her and she'd pick up and she stopped and she'd eat potatoes. She would do all sorts of things. She has not done that this year. This is the first walk we've seen her take, so we're all kind of like, uh-oh, is this like a real problem, or is it just one of her sort of tactics that she's sort of waited to keep in her back pocket and share with us? But she's going to crest Cowies, and a lot of people, big support here, and just over 17 kilometres to go until she gets to the finish, and she's got quite a buffer, so she can take a couple more walks.
Yeah, I think maybe this was the walk just up Cowies as she takes another drink there again and walks again. And Bruce, we haven't seen her walk twice in succession this close to each other, but she is smiling and looks quite happy, so maybe this is a little bit of a last rest before that push all the way home from Cowies. And like Helen said, she's got a buffer. She's got more than 7 minutes on Shane Bosman, so she can afford the luxury of just enjoying this moment. And maybe a little walk.
They're very, very short walks, and she's trying to get a proper drink swallowed while she's taking that short walk. And yeah, if it had been a year ago, I'd have had a heart attack. But now we're used to her style. That's her style, and she's proved she's proved herself right. That's the way she does it. Little short walk, get a proper drink swallowed, and then keep going, and she's back onto her normal pace.
Well, now we just need to wait for the toilet break, as she is one to do towards the end of the race as well. But we know that the run-walk strategy works for your average Comrades runner. We just haven't seen any other winner actually employ it like she does.
Well, if anybody is sitting out there and can get down to the finish at Sahara Stadium, we are watching history. We've got maybe 16 minutes until the first man can cross the finish line, and we're looking at an estimated 5 hours and 16 minutes. That's a good 4 minutes under the current best time for the down run. So I encourage anybody who can to come and watch this history being made.
Well, this is the view from that Alec Riddle has, our eye in the sky, our Benitez eye in the sky. Alec, you've got some information for us.
Right, so we're back at live here, eye in the sky, and Khatebi's gone under tollgate now. He's got the downhill run to the finish, and I think it'll be interesting to know what the people in the studio are thinking, but I'm wondering if there's a possible record on here, because we know it's a phenomenal record held by Leonard Shetsov. Only 2 people have gone faster than 2 hours 40 in the second half of the race, and I think Khatebi's going to do that as well. The 2 others who did it was Fordyce a few times and Shetsov once, and these were on the down run. Of course, Kotov did it on the up run. Now, there's a lot of money at stake here today. 400,000 Rand for the winner. But if you're a South African, that's another 100. So that's 500. And then another 190 for the first South African. That's 690. But I'm wondering if there's not a possibility of a record on here. If this man doesn't slow down, at the pace he's running, he's going to knock on that door. David Khatebi is running the race of his life, and potentially the race of the Comrades Marathon. This is a phenomenal showing by an inexperienced athlete who hasn't won anything are really of note in longer than the shorter distance, or 52, 56, he's done well. But the 90 kilometers, he's not proven himself. But today, John Hamlet has got him in phenomenal shape, running for the Tom Tom Club. And David Khatebe is looking to see if he can knock on that 520 door, or how low in the 520s he can get. Love to hear the views of the guys in the studio.
Yes, certainly, Alec, and a record might very well be on here. David Khatebe moving, but if you look at that graphic on your screen currently, you'll see those little flags. At the moment, we've got a South African 1, 2, and 3, which is phenomenal, Bruce.
Okay, and so now David is running down what we call the concrete canyon, and that's between these long, tall concrete walls on either side. It was very hot in there. Every time you go under a bridge, you hear the crowd screaming down at you and cheering, but it is downhill all the way. There's a slight bump onto the flyover into town, but he has got the last of the big hills behind him, and I don't think we're speculating about whether or not there will be a record. There will be a record. Unless he walks at this stage, there's a new record, and I, for one, am completely astonished, because I thought that Leonid Shvetsov 5 hours 20 minutes would stand for 20 years, and I think we're watching history here as we watch him break that record.
Well, we certainly are, and to take you through to watch this history, Bruce Fordyce is going absolutely nowhere. I'm going somewhere as Dwayne DeLocca takes my seat again. But Helen, maybe some final words here from you on David Khatebe at the moment?
Well, I think he's running a phenomenal race, but I think it's also an interesting little competition behind. We've got a set the next second and third person have also passed Sherwood, so they're also 8Ks to go, and both are previous winners of this down run. They've the last winner of the down run, Bongamuso Mtembo, has moved up into third place and also running a fantastic time. He's predicted to run 5:23. Then in front of him is by about 3 minutes is Ludwig Mamabola, on schedule to run a 5:20. So 3 phenomenal performances. 2 previous winners. They've both sort of come first and second behind each other before, and now coming second and third in Comrades. So an unbelievable day of racing.
Well, Ludwig Mamabolo at the moment is showing he's still looking strong enough, but I think this just gives you an indication of just how good Khatebe is looking at the front, Bruce, because Ludwig Mamabolo is looking very comfortable, and on any other day this would be the type of run that wins the race.
That's the Ludwig we know. He loves the crowd, he loves to smile and wave at them. He's very happy with his second place. He's going to shatter 5.5 hours, and it will be amazing to see how many people break the 5.5 hour barrier. For many, many years, it was an extremely special barrier. And I have to tell you, when I started running back in the 1970s, if you broke 6 hours, you could talk about winning this race. And we're looking at runners now 25, 30 minutes faster than that time. It's just phenomenal. Well, 35 minutes faster.
We mentioned that 1989 run as well. Frith van der Merwe, of course, became the first woman to break the 6 hour barrier. Just a remarkable run. But David Khatebe continuing to lead this Comrades Marathon 2016. He's edging ever closer to Sahara Stadium, Kingsmead, the finish line of the 2016 Comrades Marathon, at just over the 89-kilometer mark. And final few hundred meters will be on grass, Bruce, and after you've been pounding the asphalt for so long, how significant is the difference between the surfaces?
It's a huge difference, but I have to be honest with you, the grass tugs at your ankles, actually slows you down. The only thing that's nice about it is he says grass. Well, look at this. I mean, he's loving it out in front. He's loving it, and this is the part of leading Comrades that is so fantastic. Totally in control of his running, no cramps. Looks absolutely at ease and just flying along. I mean, this would be a fast standard marathon if we were watching him running a 42k race.
Well, that really is just phenomenal. Just an amazing cadence, the way he's been able to maintain this stride throughout. There was a time, just around about 45th cutting, where he started to show a few signs of fatigue perhaps in the legs, but there's absolutely no sign of it now. But you can look at the second place runner, Ludwig Mamabolo. He's a fan favorite, and he's somebody who enjoys acknowledging the crowd. That lead, however, has extended now to 3 and a bit minutes, but Khatebe continuing to push forward. But Ludwig Mamabolo is enjoying his time near the front of this Comrades Marathon race once again. 3 minutes 50, I believe, the gap has got now between David Khatebe, who when you saw his splits leading up to Pinetown, was going at around 3:17. He's still going sub 3:30, and in the closing stages he's still on for a very fast race on 5:16 pace. But in terms of can I just welcome Channel 404 viewers who've joined us here on SABC Sport on 2 for this phenomenal race, which is turning out to be a record-setting race, and indeed is well set to be a record for the man in front, who is on the left of your screen, David Khatebe. He's on for a 5:16 race here, so not too far out of Sahara State in Kingsmead. Ludwig Mamabolo desperately trying to catch up, but I think too much in too short a time to make up.
Well, Brian, Ludwig's run itself would be absolutely amazing if he was on his own in the lead. But he's nearly 4 minutes behind the leader. So his run alone would have been an amazing race, and probably a record-breaking race. It's going to be interesting to see how he goes. But I'd love it if David Khatebe would just show he was human by slowing down a tiny bit, but it doesn't look like he's going to do that. There's a slight bump here up the flyover. He's gone past 3 kilometers to go, so he has less than 3 kilometers to go, and he's going to run into town. Thousands of spectators cheering and screaming him on, straight down through the middle of Durban for about 1 kilometer, and then a left turn. And as you take that left turn, it is exactly 1,000 meters to the finish line.
Well, he's approaching the finish at the moment, is this man David Khatebe, but we caught up with him shortly before the race.
2013 Two Oceans champion David Khatebe standing in front of me. What's the difference between running the perfect Two Oceans and running the perfect Comrades?
Two Ocean is very simple for me because it's 56. The Comrade is a long way, but I running 3 times. This year is 4 times, but I learning something for Comrade. So long distance, you must be fit mentally, and the legs we must be fit. If we fit legs mentally is not fit, we can't finish the Comrade.
David, what are the biggest things that you guys have worked on as a team, that you've worked on individually to be ready for Sunday?
So Sunday I will be ready because I know about my story for training sessions. It will be well, and I'm just 2 months preparation. I'm feeling it's good for me for running for Comrades Marathon. I believe I can win it on Sunday.
Well, David Khatebe continues to lead the way, and just words from the 2013 Two Oceans winner. But of course, he caught the field napping in 2013 when he won the Two Oceans. But it was a particularly windy day in Cape Town. Conditions are far more pleasant in terms of weather. But he's certainly caught the field napping again, hasn't he?
Exactly that. But I think what he did, I think he set himself a very wonderful target, which he could be able to really, do. Hamsi oita ngandalene yomswara aneba wakatebe oro kitima mbambe hey no penzia ugadira bowina kamse Comrades uwina mbambe ini abaya Two Oceans jine ngakhaye uasubeza ngangori namsi achiko daka himambe achis diosore himambe ndikrono shika ngape ndingazora zikoro jia bachipinga chote zori mwana mwa achiko jana kahimambe uwa aine mune achiko rwana ene mune naona target zine azibe panda kana zine aziri lezi nzone mbechelo zanga ufona uzita ngandalene babudi. I think he is still looking very strong if you can look right now.
Oh, he's looking superb. He's looking superb, and at the moment, I dare say he's on for a 5:15. With 2 kilometers to go, he was at just under 5:10, and that record of Leonard Schwetztoff's is as good as gone. I mean, it's going to be broken by 4 or 5 minutes here today if Khatebe could just he could walk to the finish line and still put the record from where he is.
And we've just been told that we may have 5 or 6 runners who could go under 5:30 today.
Well, indeed, Fokoroni, Tembu, they're all making up some serious time. Fokoroni's still in the bunch, just off around about the top 5 mark. Bongmusum Tembu's up to 3rd, 2nd place. Mamabolo still looking very comfortable, and that's something we've pointed out, is the fact that Mamabolo's run on any other day would be a winning run in the Comrades Marathon. But this is just phenomenal. To take a few seconds off a record over this distance is fairly phenomenal, but he's going to shatter it. He's going to take several minutes off this record. I'm virtually speechless, which is a rather precarious position to be in when you're a commentator.
No, true that. because I think, you know what, even the press conference, I think it played a very wonderful role wherein these guys have been trying to beat each other and, you know, throw words onto each other. Exactly that, which really worked to them. That's why when you see at, you know, Mama Vulu, he's trying to really pace, you know, closer to him, but he can't, because I think the way how he set his targets is really, you know, wonderful. We're talking about, you know, the man who's on the lead right now, David Katebe. Limunane uyengane ndobono ngariene munna ane na himba bena wa yoba imba ya butebukoma kandela ineba ya butebukoma nga ori ndele yakutama ngayo ogidima ngandela ineba ya butebukoma hata hana mtsiko na mtio ushikashi.
So really approaching the stadium now is the leading man, David Hadebe. He's into the last little bit of this 2016 Comrades Marathon, and Leonard Svetsov's record is going to go, almost certainly. It is just well, his coach said it. I mean, there couldn't be a nicer guy who goes on to win this race, but a man who trains in Rustenburg, and I remember he joked just after winning the Two Oceans Marathon that all he eats is pup and chicken, and that's his protein diet, that's the nutritional diet that he's on. But he did say that he goes towards scrambled eggs and peanut butter in the days leading up to the race, but he might have been on something else, whatever it is. He's eating some superfoods at the moment to get this sort of race. So that was approaching the finish line. This is where he is in comparison, not far away. And 5:13, 16, 17, 18 on the clock. 5:20.49 is the record, and he is within striking distance of not only the record but his very first Comrades Marathon title in what would be the most astonishing, remarkable, exceptional run that we've ever seen in a Comrades Marathon.
Okay, he has about 1,000 meters to run now, I think, and he's flying, as we said. Down below us, we're in the studios over the finish line. Down below us, they're preparing for the winner. The finish line is up, the television camera's up, and a unique feature this year is he's going to be given a mace or a staff that Hermes would carry, because of course the emblem for the Comrades Marathon is the winged messenger Hermes, and he's going to be given that to hold up. I hope he has the strength to do that, but he looks like he does. There will be somebody at the entrance of Kingsmead Cricket Stadium waiting with the baton, and in that baton is a message from the mayor of the one city, Pietermaritzburg, to the other city, Durban, and he will be given that baton to carry around the last lap. And I can tell you from personal experience that that baton is one of the most magical things you can carry. It is like, here we go, he's turning, he's swinging left, and I think it's 1,000 meters from there.
Ndi zwone nga maanḓa ri khou lavhelesa musiwana David Katebe uzwa zwino ri khou amba nga tshone tshifhinga u tsini na u tou vula rekodi ya musiwana Leonid Shechov ane bva ngei kha shango ḽa Russia. Munna we a vha o i vhea kha 5:20.49 fhedzi vha lavhelesa zwino a tshi khou tou dzhena tsini na stadium ene u kha ḓi gidima kha 5:14 zwo tamba zwori zwo zwino u ḓo vha khou dzhena stadium kha musi hanefha nga vho 17 kana 18 fhedzi zwa vhukuma ndi zwa uri ri khou tenda zwori i ḓo fhedza i rekodi i tshi khou rana u vunḓiwa. But Dwayne, when you look at him, he has been the main man since he took the lead. He has never looked back.
Well, he's just been remarkable in the way he's approached this race, because he took the first 15 or 16 kilometers very slowly by his pace. He was 3:43. Since then, he's just dropped his speed throughout this race, right the way down to approaching Pinetown. He was going at 3:17, 3 minutes 17 seconds per kilometer in this race, which is not as fast as we've ever seen, but certainly his strides were looking phenomenal and looking so comfortable while doing so. I can tell you that Ludwig Mavavola is approaching the finish as well, but he's still a few minutes behind David Hadebe, who's got a final few minutes to go. His pace has slowed ever so slightly. He must have just lost a little bit in the last couple of kilometers, but still well on for this record pace, and it of course comes with rich reward for South African winners in particular, who go on to break the Comrades record.
And here he is in the last half a kilometer now, approaching the stadium. He'll be looking for the baton, the person holding the baton that will hand it to him. In his hand, that will be like a magic wand, and all the fatigue, all the tightness, not that he's showing very much, will drain away as he hits that last lap. And it is one of the truly remarkable feelings to have in life, to honor. It's a great honor to lead the Comrades Marathon field home, and David Khatebi is doing that. I'd just like to say, David, welcome to the Winners Club. He's a new member of the Winners Club, and welcome to that club, David. Made us very proud, and you've run unbelievably well. Spectacular running. I've got goosebumps. I'm jumping up and down in my seat because I wish I could be running alongside him, but I can never run that pace. And it's a fantastic moment. And here's the crowd waiting to welcome him into the stadium. The last 400 meters round Kingsmead.
Kezo musi bakopha mifululo na mihungo na posho zote ndi zori hoyi muswana khoi ukodonekeziwa heila imesi yabakhamba ngayo zori ndina muswana anenza zvino ukosomeza oba owina hoka na muswana anokosomeza uyatamba nepezia reka dibar kwamba zori udote uri avunda record ya muswana ameba limit ngandile ya oibeya 520 enoka digima 570 uskashira pezia anefa kamo 18 Joanne, I think this is doable.
Oh yes, the record is going to go here. David Khatebe, just that magnificent stride, his cadence barely broken throughout the latter half of this race. His timing has just been superb. He caught the rest of the field napping undoubtedly, and he's definitely going to run to a new record here. Well, the grass of Kingsmead, a welcome sight for any runner in the Comrades Marathon. But when you have the opportunity to grab the baton and take it towards the finish line, it's even more magnificent. Bruce Fordyce has described the feeling of joining the Winners' Club, and he is acting as Hermes, the messenger of the gods, who had winged feet. And I swear by this performance that this man has winged feet. He's done something absolutely remarkable today by pushing so hard in the closing stages. And this is it. The final few metres. He's running under our noses at Sahara Stadium, Kingsmead. David Khatebe, South African, smashes the Comrades record of 5:18.12. We'll get that verified, the time, and still foot enough to do push-ups after. Just an exceptional performance from David Khatebe. Leonard Schwedstoff's 2007 record of 5:20.49 has been annihilated. Over 2 minutes quicker, David Khatebe, a South African winner in the men's race. A new record for the Comrades Marathon and the most remarkable run that we have ever seen.
And of course, just imagine, I think, what the minister has said at top of the 400,000 rand. There is 100,000 rand top of that, meaning that he's going to be able to really walk away home with 500,000 rand. And Munda Musa of the record of Kala Africa record in Yabaya Comrades Marathon over record in Yabaya 5:20 5:18 Zambas on the Munda Oshimanga.
Well, when you look at the prize money overall here, it's 400,000 for the win. It's 400,000 for the record. It's 190,000 for the first South African, plus the minister's offer of an extra 100,000 on top of that. It's over R1 million that David Khatebe actually will walk away with for winning the Comrades Marathon 2016 in such an exceptional time. But bear in mind, there are still runners out on the road. Ludwig Mamabolo is finishing or reaching the closing stages, but David Khatebe, huge congratulations from all in attendance, because they realize the significance of this race. It has been a remarkable run by a man who went on to win the 2013 Two Oceans. A very likeable individual is
there they go. Cheryl Wynn, vice chairperson of Comrades, handing him Hermes' mace, Hermes' staff, which is a new tradition that started in the Comrades Marathon, and the winner holds it aloft. The winged messenger who's come all the way from Pietermaritzburg to Durban. He heard Chariot Safar this morning when it was played for 18,000 runners. He heard it now running his last lap. It was played just for him.
Well, Vice Chairperson Cheryl Wynn, you're right, handing the what I think is called the caduceus, Hermes' staff, winged staff to David Khatebe, who's just inspired the country with that remarkable run. I can't say any too much about that run. The way he hammered the asphalt in the latter half of this race, it was just sensational. But don't forget Ludwig Mamabolo, who is the second man home. He is striding with purpose and acknowledging those who've come to cheer him along. Ludwig Mamabolo is going to get a warm welcome as well. He was winner in 2012. He knows what it's like to win this down run. He felt confident, and he said he was going to be running this race for his deceased father, dedicating his run to his late father who passed away back in March. But Ludwig Mamabolo had no answer today ultimately to that break by David Khatebe, who went a long way from the finish line but managed to bring it home in spectacular fashion. But we've still got the possibility here with Bongmusum Tembo, the likes of Mike Fokoroni and that, to have 4, 5, maybe even 6 runners go below the 5:30 mark. And as Bruce mentioned, that used to be 6 hours was the magical barrier. 5:30 is that new magical barrier, and we could see a host of runners break it.
5:20 now is the new magical barrier. But what's remarkable about Ludwig's run, and what a popular runner, he's one of the most popular runners, a great guy, full of smiles always. Here he is again. He's running several minutes faster than when he won. You can't ask an athlete to do anything more than get a PB. So he got a personal best, smashed 5.5 hours, and he still hasn't won it. So I hope his run doesn't go unrecognized, because this is an incredible run just on his own. Ludwig Mamabolo should normally have been a deserving and well in front winner. And yet he's in second place.
Yeah, I think it was 5:31 that he won with in 2012. But here, Ludwig Mamabolo is entering the stadium.
Well, what I think, this year, we was very honest with ourselves, guys. I think these guys had a pace, and they've been pacing from the very start. I think everyone, meant business. And I think, according to what these guys mentioned in the press conference, I think they wanted to live up to that, and that which everybody will say. But you've been saying a lot of things, and where are you now? And he can be able to say, listen, from the record that I had in 2012, from the time that I ran in 2012, now I have improved a lot. From 5:30 something now going to 5:20 something. It's going to be very impressive.
Oh, it is absolutely impressive. But Ludwig Mamabolo, he wants the crowd to cheer. South Africans love Ludwig Mamabolo after his heroics back in 2012. Those will not be forgotten, certainly not. Bongmusum Tembu was a winner, and the last down run in 2014 is also approaching the stadium. He's really close to Sahara Stadium, Kingsmead, where Ludwig Mamabolo is taking the acknowledgement and enjoying interacting with the fans who've come out to watch this finish line. Ludwig Mamabolo really is a likeable individual and a man who's done so much for South African ultra-marathon running. In terms of this Comrades race, he's delighted still. Doesn't matter that he's been beaten on the day. As you said, Bruce.
He's not beaten. He's not beaten. He's run unbelievably well. There just happens to be one person who was faster than him, but well done, Ludwig. Thoroughly deserved. I believe this is his 6th gold medal, his second place, and a great run from him.
ndikotenda ngamanda ngauri nga nḓila ine a khou tshimbila ngayo kha vha ḓivhona ndi munna ane a bva sioni kha kereke ya ZCC u khou imba na u tshina nga nḓila ine zwa itiwa ngayo mukhukhu nga ine nḓila u khou zwi ita nga nḓila ine ya vha vhuḓi vhukuma. Kha vha ḓo vhona uri u ita mini. Ndi munna ane o bva vhuvhili ya vha vhuvhili zwi a mutakadza vhukuma hozwo musi wana Ludwig Mamabolo. I think he's just excited, and that's jubilation right here inside the stadium, that you can tell that this guy is meant business from minute 1 up until this minute 20, when they are now crowned the guys who from position 1 to second position. And from the time that we spoke earlier on that 2012, this is the very improved time from 5:31 or 32 to now 5:23.
Well, it's a South African 1-2 as indeed David Radebe, 5:18 that he won this race, and Ludwig Mamabolo coming in at 5:24 odd. But this is just remarkable. How many runners cross the finish line, Bruce, and look this fresh? We've seen push-ups, we've seen dancing.
Beautifully proving the point that you don't necessarily have to be number 1 to be a winner. But Ludwig's a huge winner today, and he was embraced, by the way, by his manager and his coach, Nick Bester, who's the 1991 winner of the Comrades. So he's entertained us. He ran magnificently. He improved his personal best time by several minutes. He just didn't break the finish line, but he's a winner.
Yeah,
he didn't break the finish line first, but he's a winner.
Indeed. But here's Bongmusum Tembu, who is currently in 3rd place. Bongmusum Tembu, he'll be happy with his run. It's an improvement as well if he can make it in around 3 odd minutes around the grass here at Sahara Stadium, Kingsmead, because he ran a 5:28.34 when he won the Comrades Marathon 2 years ago. The last down run, he bided his time, and again, a smart run by Bongmusum Tembu. He stayed back in the initial stages. He was in the top 30, didn't really push the pace, didn't go with the early leaders, but when it came time to run, he certainly tackled the hills and the back stages, and going down Cowies, he made his move and went up to 3rd. Unfortunately for him, though, Mamabolo and Radebe stayed out in front, but another fine run from the defending down run champion.
And if you'd said to me this morning, Bongmusa will run 5:26 and some change, I would have said, well, then Bongmusa is going to win. So that just shows how it's improved.
Well, this is just turning out to be a record-breaking year at the Comrades Marathon. Bongmusam Tembu also acknowledging those that have come out to watch him finish here at Sahara Stadium, Kingsmead. A 5:26 finish for Bongmusam Tembu. This is just sensational to see.
Never in the history of Comrades have more than 3 people broken 5.5 hours. So we're watching history here if we have another runner coming in before 5.5 hours have ended.
Riteva sokali ya mtukuma bane bangava stiva watu super sorry rarko siya machipasanga macheloni sorry Comrades Marathon iwini wanga hanefa kamsinga about 5 hours 30 minutes 34 minutes uye kamsi murao kamsi kawa 28 minutes fetsi ya nangwa arawana mesaje bacheha jena msuwana wa ketebe oto funda record ngandole ya mtukuma 5 hours 18 minutes ngandole ya mtukuma fetsi atebe na msuwana wale mawabulo 5 hours 24 minutes fetsi ya koyi msuwana Bongumusi Mtembu wera ambandare ndine muwa msuwana bandare ngabarko muamba fetsi ya murao hangeni obasa bonale fetsi ya zoshino ngabe atomena chigwada hechi ndiye tena zori 9 adabone kaza mtsiko murone mkuma I think Dwayne Bongumusi Mtembu took it very late.
Well, he did take it very late, but Bongmusam Tembu unfortunately unable to catch the 2 leaders. But speaking of the leaders, some fine runs in the top 3 as South African 1, 2, 3. David Khatebe is standing by with Udo Karel, sir.
What's going on in your heart? What's going on in your head right now?
I'm feeling so good, but anything I saw after halfway, anything can happen. My mind said we go to the rock. I'm going to the rock.
Well, speak to us, because when you won 2 Oceans in 2013, people were surprised. You said you weren't surprised. It was the plan. Today, the plan came together. Were you surprised that you shattered the record?
Yeah, I'm just told you like I'm feel happy because I'm breaking the record of the Russia. Today is in South Africa record. I'm feeling good.
Talk to us about that final 25 kilometers. When you took the lead, you just seemed to keep speeding up to the end.
Yeah, that's that breaking. I feel good. I told myself I don't check anyone. I running alone. I training with my teammate. It's only my teammate can just catch me. If somebody else come, no, that I don't know can catch me.
Well, your coach John did say that working in the mountains with defending champion Gift Kelehe would have helped a big way for you to winning here today. It was the master plan, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's the plan. He told me yesterday, David, you can run well. You can run well. I say, coach, I can run well. If we give me support, I can run well.
Well, David, Superman, Khatebe, well done for making South Africa proud.
Okay, thank you very much, my supporters, everyone. Thank you. Okay. Nice.
Oh, we're back with the leading lady at the moment. Caroline Woosman just suddenly looks like she's pulling up, and that's an awkward-looking walk. That is not the type of walk, the comfortable walk that she's been displaying in recent Comrades Marathons, Bruce. This looks like there's some pain.
There might be a little bit of pain there, a little bit of a cramp in her right leg. It seems to be coming through a little bit skew. Hopefully she can get running again, get herself up and running again.
But she's got a significant advantage over Shane Bosman, who is in second place, and of course the chasing pack, and including Colleen Berriek, the 52-year-old. But Caroline Woosman just rehydrating and, wow, showing no signs of any cramp here, but looked very awkward when she was just taking a few paces there, Big T, but suddenly back into her stride and looking like she's set to go, set to continue. Maybe that's just the mental fortitude of Caroline Woosman.
But looking good for sure. I think when you look at her, the way how she's been walking, you could say that she's out. But, well, maybe she was trying to really pick up the strength and stamina again. Now she's back again on the leading front right here. Now we have to cross down to Kolani, who's going to say with the second man. Kolani, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, I'm with Ludwig Mamabolo. Ludwig. Congratulations, Ludwig. You took the second position. Man, but you still had the energy to dance around. How did you do that?
You know, my friend, I'm very happy thanks to Almighty God. Nedbank Running Club, Nicky Best, our manager, our sponsors, Nike South Africa, Biogen, Future Life, and Nedbank. As my employees, thank you very much, guys. I did my best. I'm very happy. Today the record is broken. I said it before in the media on Friday that whoever wants to come and run, I'm ready for the record. I was there, but I just lost it. But I'm very happy that South African, we're still dominating the race. 1, 2, 3. What more do you want, South Africans? You must support us. Give us the money. We can prepare. We can run 5:15. It's possible. But without enough support, Nedbank is giving us support. Nicky Bester is giving us support. What about other stakeholders? I'm very disappointed about the new teams that comes in this country. They look for no runners. They don't come to us elite athletes to support us. That shows that in this country, politics are still running around in our sport, and we need to clean that up. I was very depressed yesterday. On Friday, somebody said he's developing the black people at an African school. I don't understand that. They need to come clear. This is stealing the money of us, the people.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Because of time, Ludwig, congratulations then. That was Ludwig Mamabolo who came in the second position. Back to you, commentators.
Thank you very much, Zolani. Well, we're just looking at Mike Fukuroni at the moment. I do believe Claude Mushiwa was in front of him, but Mike Fukuroni perhaps has just passed Claude Mushiwa out on the route. Mike Fukuroni, so currently in 4th position overall with the top 3 finishers. David Khatebe in a new record time. Ludwig Mamabolo finishing second, expressing his opinions to Zolani Bongwa a moment ago, and then Bongusa Mthembu having finished 3rd as well. All looking very fresh, all looking very, very healthy as they approach the stadium, but this is slightly more subdued now. Is Mike Fukuroni, who's entering the stadium. He'll be happy with his gold medal, Mike Fukuroni, after winning the Two Oceans Marathon earlier this year, Soweto Marathon winner as well. He'll be delighted with his gold medal overall. But Mike Fukuroni looking very, very subdued. As we saw a moment ago, Caroline Busman looking not just subdued but in real pain out on the road. Mike Fukuroni looking rather laboured in his stride towards the finish line here, unlike the top 3.
He's just looking very relaxed, the way how he's riding, and I think he's quite sure that there are guys who are or either who were in the front and who did well after him. But then I think the way he's really pacing up, he's just very sure that he's got position 4. That's Mike Fukuroni for you. The Mike Fukuroni another kamanga haya chana chipinga pesi bana balisanga ngana tungo ngahava ka chana chapa chaula cha screen the mfumakazi Caroline Wasman ane zinga na musisiko mkondera kuma ukidima ngandena kudima ngayengo rizino usumaza ubachi gidima chima lune ono dima rachipinga chana fukoma zine ardivision other pezana akusika kaimba mena. But I don't know Duane, whether with the very same pace as she's running, are we likely to see her just crossing the line still at position 1?
Well, at the moment there's still room for Caroline Busman to be caught. She's in the bottom right of your screen. The top left is the 4th place finisher at the moment, Mike Fukuroni, who's just coming into across the finish line. He's struggling by comparison to the other runners that have come in, but he is picking up the pace for the final few meters. Caroline Busman, though, is struggling. 45th cutting looked to have broken Caroline Busman, and she keeps stopping, grabbing water and walking. She's taking a few strides, but clearly not comfortable.
We understand she has an 11-minute lead. So that's a big cushion, and if she can say to herself, just keep going, doesn't matter if some of that lead evaporates, but just keep going.
Well, she's taking a stride forward. She doesn't actually stop, and she stops running, and she breaks into a walking stride, and she just seems to shuffle over towards somebody with some water to grab a sachet and then move forward again. But at least she is putting one foot in front of another, with an 11-point lead. Now, it looks like Ndlela is next runner home. Ndlela looks to be next fastest finisher, and he's in the top left, but Busman picks up the pace now again. She's back into her stride. But, Caroline Busman still several kilometers to go. That's 45th cutting. So Caroline Busman has still got a struggle ahead of her, and 2 tough patches of route to negotiate, including 45th cutting to complete, and indeed Tollgate. But this is Ndlela coming home, and he's looking fresh. A very strong finish from Ndlela.
And of course, you're quite right, because earlier on we spoke that it seems as this year, Bruce, we're going to have a lot of people who they don't look tired as we thought. And I really concur with you when you said earlier on that when you pass where there are no people cheering you up, it becomes a very, a very hard, course for you.
Yeah, our leaders, of course, because they're such highly trained athletes, most of them look pretty good when they finish. But later on, we're going to see some tired runners. In a few hours' time, we're going to see some very tired runners.
So Spiwe Ndlela is coming home now. This will be 6th place overall. David Khatebe ended up winning the race in record time of 5:18.19. Ludwig Mamabolo, Bonguso Mthembu, Mike Fokoroni, Rufus Porto crossed in 5th. And Spiwe Ndlela in 7th place overall, while Max King of the Nedbank Running Club is coming home now in 7th.
100k champion earlier last year from Oregon. Yeah, Max King, what a great run with a 2:14 marathon. What a great run by him.
Oh, this is a warm greeting and embrace by his manager in Nick Bester. Mkhize looks to be next home. It is Mkhize, one of the maxed athletes, being applauded by Kewan Walker, his manager. There's now a host of athletes do start to come toward the finish line. So this will be, just trying to see how many runners have made it across already. This will be the 9th run now. This is Mkhize. Ladies Mkhize. So Tebogo just falling away in the closing stages of this race, but a fine run for David Khatebe ahead of Ludwig Mamabolo and Bonguso Mthembu, but Ladies Mkhize coming home now at a very respectable time, 5:38 and some odd change. Tired after the race as expected, but just unbelievable energy for the top two. That was something to behold, and this looks like Silo making his way toward the finish line now. Silo. Well, this 10th place finisher comes toward the line. Alec Riddle has some news from the Bonitas Eye in the Sky.
Right, so we've seen one of the most exciting races in Comrades Marathon as David Khatebe followed up on his Two Oceans win of 3 years ago with a Comrades win and a new record. He was in absolutely scintillating form. He was inexperienced in the Comrades Marathon. He put the hammer down early, and he just kept on going and flying all the way to the finish for a big payday. So we've seen a great men's race, but I think we're also going to see a dramatic final 8 kilometers in the ladies' race, because word is out on the road that Caroline Bosman has had some difficulties. She's not sure if it's cramp or if there's been a problem with one of the bicycles or motorbikes, but Caroline Bosman has been having a few walks, so it's going to be very interesting to see if she can hang on. I think she's got a 10 or 11 minute lead, but if she can hang on to pull off the double, having won last year. So back to the studio, and let's get out and see what's happening with the ladies' race.
So the top 10 are in the men's race, but Caroline Bosman continues to lead in the women's race, a significant margin, 12.5 minutes. She is currently leading at the moment but she continues to pause and walk and break into a walk rather than a run, and with that, every stride that she walks rather than runs, she is going to be drawn back in by the chasing pack. And there are a couple of runners that she should, I suppose, beware of. Colleen Lariek is closing, Kaisa as well, so too Shanae Bosman. I know they're all showing some signs of still being strong, but she realizes she's close to the finish line now, Ellie. And a quick word from you, and then Anna Melharba will join you and Helen Luca. But Caroline Bosman, she's really aching now in the closing stages.
She's obviously having to really dig deep here. I can see she's clearly just wanting to walk. I'm sure she knew she had that big lead of over a minute per kilometre, but she'll know that that can get eaten into easily. And certainly she seems to have not been only taking on her personal bottles, but a lot of the water sachets along the course. So I can see she just putting her head down, grinding it out, and thinking every footstep that she runs, that's going to, hopefully keep her in that lead. And she obviously will have no idea who is behind her, whether it's Shanae, Cassia Berg in third, or Colleen Durouk. So she doesn't know what condition they're in, and is just really, really trying to dig deep and push as hard as she can to maintain that lead.
Well, Ellie, quite a different situation Caroline finds herself in compared to your finish, when you just got faster and looked as though you were flying. But not unlike myself, I can feel for Caroline. I've been there, and you just think that nobody, you cannot pass you. She'll be waiting, and her mind will be playing games on her. And every time that foot hits the ground, the quads are sore, the kidneys are starting to ache, and that downhill really can catch up on you. So,
yeah. And certainly
she's having a tough day at the office.
On some of the pauses there, it looks almost like she's a little wobbly, she's a little unstable. It's not just like she's struggling to walk. I'm wondering if she's feeling a little dizzy, and why that's maybe she's taking on a few more drinks. But if I was Caroline, I'd be thinking, do you know what? I've seen other women do this. We saw in a few years, despite their amazing successes, the Nurgaleva twins often struggle towards the end. So I know she really wants this. She knows what, she's maybe got another, let's think, 35, 40 minutes, and there she goes. You can see her head just clicking. Come on, I've got to run, I've got to run. And even if it's only a few meters, that's going to keep her lead a little bit.
Well, Caroline is nothing if not mentally strong, and she's shown that so many times in the past. In New York Marathon of last year, she actually had a sore foot, and she just powered through that race. But she is struggling here, and I'm almost emotional watching this, as is the crowd out here at Sahara Kingsmead Stadium, and they're watching the big screen as you're watching on TV. And every single time Caroline Wussmann starts running again, there's a cheer that comes up from the crowd here. Such a loved athlete. But well, Caroline, we spoke to her before the race. She's got 7 kilometers to go. Let's hear what she had to say prior to the race about the second half of the Comrades Marathon.
After halfway, I'll start becoming very aware of where I should be in terms of my pace. Do I need to speed up a little bit, or can I just carry on at the pace that I'm going at? And where am I in the field? Because up until then, there's no race really. Anything can happen. If you've gone out too fast, you can lose hours in the last 20 kilometers if you've gone out too fast. So the race is not on until probably actually about 60 Ks. But from halfway, you start thinking about where you are on the field. And then from about 60 Ks, I'll start wanting to know what the splits are. What is the time difference if there's somebody ahead of me? How far ahead? How quickly do I need to run to catch them before the end? What, are they slowing down? Are they looking strong? And then it's just about the race. So if everything goes incredibly well on the day, I think that I might slip under 6-hour mark, but I'm not going to aim for that. I'm going to try and just run according to how I'm feeling, assess how my body is on the day, and make sure that I've got something in the tank so that if it does turn into a race in the last 10 kilometers, I actually have something to give and I can push really hard, as opposed to having gone out a little bit too fast and then being the one who's fading in those last 10 Ks, stressing that someone's going to catch me and perhaps even getting caught. I don't want to be there. I would rather be doing the chasing and finishing strong.
Well, I certainly hope that wasn't prophetic. She'd rather be doing the chasing, and at the moment she's probably being chased down because Caroline Wussmann is struggling here. She mentioned that if you went out too fast in the beginning, it might pay for it at the end. Not sure that's what's happening to her here. She must maybe slightly ahead of her target time at halftime, but not so much that it would account for this. But I guess, Helen, this is just the nature of the Comrades. It can catch anybody.
Absolutely, and many a champion runner has been in the very same position as Caroline. She did have a cushion of about 12 minutes. I did get feedback from the course that Shanae, although at one stage we thought she looked like she was just struggling a little bit, is actually apparently looking very good. So that will be going through Caroline's head. How is Shanae doing? And then there's Colleen Durouk. Oh, there we go. Oh my goodness, that's not good. So
you could see that was almost about to happen. I know Caroline has got, well, everyone's got their distinct running style, but she was starting to lean forward, and you could see she really, really didn't want that impact. She's on a slight downhill, I would think she's beginning to cramp pretty badly there, and if she's suffering on the downhill, that's going to be a struggle through to the finish. But she's still moving. She recovered there. She obviously didn't get a really bad cramp, but I would guess her legs have just gone on her, but at least she's walking.
Well, Elia, just before that happened, I was actually going to ask you, she's probably hoping for a few uphills at this stage, because that downhill would be much tougher for her. And Caroline Wisman still going, just shows the grit required in this race. And I said earlier, she's nothing if not mentally tough, and still smiling at the people next to the road. Somehow she's still managing that.
I mean, my concern would be if I started to have to, your legs have given out, your muscles are giving out, you're walking downhill, you're thinking the women behind me can really, really gain ground on a downhill. However, once you get to an uphill, if she can run that or even walk, the potential for people gaining ground on you is less. But yeah, I think here, I mean, she's definitely the favourite of South Africa. Everyone was so excited to see her coming back, hopefully get that back-to-back wins. And Caroline will be absorbing that. She seems a real people person, and if she can really take that in and just help that carry her through.
And again, she goes into a trot, and a cheer goes up from the crowd at Sahara Kingsmead Stadium as they see that happening on the big screen. And you can see the support she's getting there from the people next to the road. And this is literally quite an emotional moment.
Well, I think even her running stance is very different. She's sort of leaning backwards, which is very indicative that there's some serious cramping and discomfort. And it's almost like if she could just race walk or do something to just retain that position, because her gait is not that dissimilar. So we're now just approaching the last downhill, and it's a steep little hill. Then she's going to have a bit of a break. She's going to swing left now and go up onto the freeway, and just psychologically that will boost her, because you're on the freeway and then it's just home down to the stadium. So she has about 6 kilometers left to go. She did have that cushion, I think, of 11 minutes with from Cowie's Hill, and the third lady was 19 minutes behind her. So she'll be getting feedback, and we just hope that she can just be healthy, and retain it.
Ek dink indien enigiets is Caroline Wisman baie bly vir hierdie klein bultjie op hierdie stadium. Meeste mense sal sê so naby aan die einde van 'n Comrades is 'n bult die laaste ding wat jy wil sien, maar is baie makliker op hierdie stadium vir Caroline om opwaarts te hardloop as afwaarts. En jy kan sien ook soos sy opgaan teen die bult, lyk sy so 'n klein bietjie meer gemaklik. Nie dat sy enigstens gemaklik lyk op die oomblik nie, en definitief nie die Caroline Wisman van verlede jaar nie. As ons kyk na haar tye, as ons nou weer kyk soos hy deur Sherwood was, sy het tussen Pinetown, of liewer tussen Winston Park en Pinetown gehardloop af met Fields Hill teen 3:56 per kilometer. Van Pinetown na Sherwood toe het dit stadiger gegaan. Sy is nou op 4:44 per kilometer. En dit is nog steeds net so wat 10 of 20 sekondes stadiger per kilometer as wat Shanae Bosman gedoen het. So Ellie, she's slowed down to a 4:44 per kilometer. We saw Shanae doing about a 4:20 something, so she's still not going that much slower than her major competitors.
No, exactly, and I mean, she's lucky in one way. I mean, whether in the coming weeks she'll be analysing, did I go too fast at the start, but she did get that really quite significant cushion. If it had only been 3 or 4 minutes, it would be, I'm sure she'd be really looking over her shoulder, but the nice thing is Caroline's not looking over her shoulder. She's just thinking about herself. What do I have to do? I just saw their male runner go past her. That probably wasn't too motivating, but equally now we know she's got someone in sight in front of her, and sometimes that's what you need. You just hang on to someone's heels and you let that pull you forward. But no, I mean, she's still moving at a good pace if she can carry on running. It's if she gets a big cramp and is forced to walk.
Yeah, just on that, we've got Lindsay Parry, Caroline Wisman's coach, on the line. And Lindsay, Caroline's struggling at this stage.
Hello, it's Donna Kutsis speaking from the club manager from KPMG.
Okay, yeah. So please fill us in on what's happening with Caroline from your point of view.
All right. Yeah, she's after the motorbike drove into her. She's in pain. She's completely suffering down the hill. She's downhills and all that, but I hope she will recover soon. And then we will see at the finish line what's going to happen at the end of the results.
Did she suffer an injury from that bike incident?
As far as I know, I can't comment on that because I wasn't with her.
Okay, because it looked like she was already in pain prior to that actually happening, and she wobbled a bit, which may have caused that to happen. I don't think she necessarily had any further injury from that.
I don't think she's wobbling about her pain and that, but she was still okay before the motorbike dropped into her.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for that, Donna Kutsia, KPMG Club Manager, as we stay here with Caroline Visman, still walking, and we'll have a look at that incident that happened a short while ago, actually about 20 minutes ago now, with Caroline Visman. This is, we're looking back earlier, Caroline trying to go to the watering hole there and right into the bike, and in another bike as well. So comedy of errors really there for Caroline Visman. That really should not have happened, and a very unfortunate there for our current leader in the race, but she still has a very good lead. And Ellie, somehow this is reminiscent of your down run win when the twins started walking, and I think Caroline's pretty happy at the moment she doesn't have an Ellie Greenwood somewhere behind her.
Yeah, I'm rather disappointed I'm possibly not out there, but I shouldn't be saying that. I should be focusing on the ladies that are out there today. And it is interesting, that incident with the bike. You see, Caroline actually reacted very well to that. It would be really easy to let that really get to you, get angry, get, frustrated. She just sort of turned around, okay, bike's there, I'm fine, carry on, I need my water sachet, and off she went. So she actually handled that really well. It does maybe show that the bikes do need to give these tired runners, like, they're not stable on their feet right now. They might, if they need to stop, they stop like right away. But I was also just wondering, I wonder what Caroline's suffering here. Was it maybe she went out a little fast? But we've also got to look back. She's obviously had amazing racing season with her wins at Omdidam and the Two Oceans this year. But is that a step too much racing, and it's catching up with her in these final kilometres? She doesn't quite have that freshness in her legs.
Yeah, well, certainly drama here out on the road at the Comrades Marathon. We will return to it as soon as we can, but first we have to go into an ad break.
You don't always get what you pay for. Sometimes you get more. Take Excellence Hair Color from L'Oreal. There's a reason it's called Excellence. It cares more, covers more, and now has even more conditioner. L'Oreal's Excellence has a rich formula. It goes beyond nourishing to protect, color, condition. The richest care for the richest color. And absolutely no grays. Even stubborn grays don't stand a chance. Excellence from L'Oreal. Hair Colorist Paris. We're worth it.
No roar of the crowd will announce you've beaten your best. Nobody cares that Olympic spirit courses through your veins. The world doesn't care why you train. Until the victory lap. New Energade Light. It's what you put in.
Uyakusoloko unomhlobo, mhlobo.
Well, we're back with the Comrades Marathon, and as the athletes make their way towards the finish line. Old Mutual is running a competition where you could win amazing prizes. Simply answer the question that come up on the screen, and the question currently is, who can give you great financial planning and endurance event training advice? Is it Old Mutual, A, your BFF, B, or a stranger, C? Simply SMS Old Mutual and your answer to 34068. Old Mutual and your answer to 34068, A, B, or C there. And the athletes still making their way to the finish line there. And of course, all the attention on Caroline Wisman. And I can tell you that the gap to Shane Bosman has closed to about 8 minutes. So Shane Bosman at least, or at most currently, 8 minutes behind Caroline Wisman.
Well, Shane Bosman has actually passed over the mat at Sherwood, which indicates to us that she's got it just over 6 kilometres. We've just picked up that Caroline has just come down past the mat and walked up that hill, quite steep hill, onto the freeway. So I think Shane is closing quite quickly on Caroline. So that we're in for a very interesting last 6 kilometres with... yeah, we've just got to wait and see. You know, I really do feel for Caroline because she's experiencing a lot of pain. She almost sometimes shows just a little bit of disorientation. And Ellie and I have just been chatting about Caroline from the time she started running and being competitive. She's had unbelievable races. They've been positive. She's improved. She won't know what this is she's experiencing. It must be an awful feeling for her.
It'll be an awful feeling, particularly because she's led for the entire race as well. So you'll be thinking, oh my goodness, is this crumbling, like literally in the last sort of, 8 kilometres or so. So that'll be really difficult to deal with. Like, why couldn't this have happened? Why couldn't I've got a few more kilometres down the road? What I'm also intrigued at is if Shane Bosman indeed is still in second place, if she's getting any information, sometimes even just the public, the supporters along the route start shouting, hey, Caroline's walking. That can really boost Shane and maybe encourage her to push a little harder, because otherwise Shane thought she was so far behind, she probably wasn't necessarily thinking of catching Caroline, whereas now it really becomes something that could happen.
Well, that is certainly the case, and like we said at Sherwood, which was about the 7 kilometre to go mark, Shane was 8 minutes 22 seconds behind Caroline, but Shane was running at 4 minutes 30 a k, and Caroline has slowed down significantly since then. She could be going at 6 or 7 minutes a kilometre at the speed that she's walking, with a little bit faster running in between, but that gap could be down to about 4 or 5 minutes by now, and there's still a long way to go.
Caroline is, Shane is actually running about 15 seconds per kilometre quicker than Caroline at the moment. So if she gets that information and she's feeling strong, there's quite an incentive.
Well, that was 15 seconds a kilometre quicker before Caroline started walking like this. So it's, like I said, it could be a minute, 2 minutes quicker at the moment than Caroline. But Caroline Wisman still going. Split screen to bike two. Caroline Wisman still going, but Shane Bosman is going fast. You can see the support Caroline gets as she walks again. Those cramps really getting to her, struggling at the moment. But it is Caroline Wisman still leading this. She's got some way to go. There's her coach, Lindsay Parry, trying to talk her through this, give her advice. That's what he's there for. So Lindsay Parry just telling his athletes, keep going, and exactly what to do. And there is Lindsay Parry's other athlete, Shane Bosman, and you can see the difference there, Ellie, between the two of them.
Yeah, huge difference. And Caroline actually just was going past the 5 kilometre marker there, and you almost hope she probably didn't see that, because at that point you're thinking, wow, 5 kilometres, the pace I'm moving at is pretty slow. But yeah, there's Shane. She's got a nice few guys around her, and that will certainly be a help. They'll help pull her along, just a little bit of company until possibly she gets to eyesight of Caroline. But you can just see Shane looks far more comfortable. She looks relaxed. It's the same stride that she had probably 2 hours ago, whereas if you look over at Caroline, it's really quite choppy, it's uneven, and yeah, it's looking like it could be Shane. Once she gets Caroline possibly in sight, that'll give her extra push to get ahead.
Well, that means that Caroline took about 12 minutes to do the last 2 kilometres, whereas Shane is going at 4:30 a kilometre. So Caroline is losing about 1.5 to 2 minutes per kilometre to Shane, and the gap was 8 minutes. With 5 to go, it could now only be down to, this is going to be close, and I'm trying to work it out in my head as we're talking. The gap down now to 7 minutes 20. But if Caroline's going at 6 minutes a kilometer, Shanae is going at 4:30. 5Ks to go. It's going to be extremely close, Helen.
Well, I think it looks like Shanae could be coming up towards Tollgate Bridge. And once she crests that, she may be able to spot that bike that's next to Caroline. And when she can see that, then I think we might see something. But she's also got to manage her own tired legs. You still know you've got 5 kilometers. You've got to make sure if you overstride, you can also get a cramp. So it's just managing that, but keeping moving forward, and she will close that gap.
Yeah. I mean, Caroline's going to be a nice moving target now. She's got that big car with a huge clock, so Shanae's going to see her from quite a distance away, and that's going to make it look obvious. But the one positive thing to say for Caroline, despite the fact that she's been pausing and sometimes looking like she's really going to collapse on those legs, she's not cramping when she's moving. So once she gets moving, she's actually doing okay there.
Caroline Bosman op pad af met die bult, Shanae Bosman op pad op. En Lindsay Perry se 2 atlete, een van KPMG, een van Nedbank, is besig om mekaar te jaag hier, maar dit is Caroline Bosman wat nog steeds voor is. Met 7 kilometer om te gaan was die gaping 8 minute 22 na Shanae Bosman toe. Met so wat 5 kilometer om te gaan was dit slegs 7 minute 20. Shanae Bosman besig om vir Caroline Bosman baie vinnig hier in te haal, en hulle gaan naby aan mekaar wees soos hulle by die Sahara Kingsmead Stadion inkom. And Helen, this could come down to, if I dare call it, a race into the stadium. I don't think Caroline's in any shape to race anybody, though.
No, I think if Shanae can hold her current form, and it does come down to a competition, like let's just say on the grass, I would think that Shanae's looks better. But they say this race is not over till you've crossed that finish line, and it's just like we've seen Ellie catch up before, and you're sort of our benchmark, Ellie, of what can happen in good runners at the end of this race. So and just Caroline just looks uncomfortable, and I mean I just admire her just for keeping on. And it's the old secret, no matter what condition you are in, you just keep moving forward, closer
definitely
to that finish line.
And I can just add to that, these are the 2 women. This is number 1 and 2, definitely. Kajsa Berg, who was in 3rd, hasn't gone through the Sherwood timing mat yet, so they are very, very far apart. And you can see that SMS line, the support that Caroline Bosman is receiving, and just for this mental grit, how it's pulling her through this race. People are holding thumbs for her. Just keep those SMSs coming in, #Comrades 2016, and Caroline receiving all the support. I almost feel sorry for Shanae with the amount of SMSs and tweets that Caroline's getting.
Yeah, I mean, I think, of course, Caroline's become a bit of a personality since last year, and it's a great story with her, having taken up her running to lose some weight after she'd had her children. But exactly, I mean, Shanae is an amazing athlete, and we forget as well that I think Caroline's 33. Don't like to emphasise Shanae's age too much, but she is 40, and even in ultra running, it becomes harder once you get to that age. So I wonder if we could even see, a Masters runner competing for the overall win with the women.
Well, interestingly enough, the average age for women in this year's Comrades is 41. So those of you sitting at home thinking, well, I could perhaps do that. Although looking at Caroline Bosman at the moment, most people probably don't want to do this. 4 kilometers to go. She starts walking at that marker, and we can look at Shanae Bosman. She's still catching as Caroline Bosman walks again.
The one thing with Caroline, though, I notice is that she's not been brave enough to turn around and look over her shoulder, and I think that is like a real, it's not a sign of a weakness, but it's a very tempting thing when you're in the condition that Caroline is, and she just is looking for, but she's not comfortable.
What I'm almost wondering as well, as soon as she got to that 4 kilometre sign, she started walking, which she did also at the 5k sign. So is she literally now going, I just need to do 1 more kilometre, then I'll, I've earned a little walk break, because that's what I really need right now. But yeah, maybe she's just not looking over too. She's probably not even looking at that clock in front of her. I mean, we're now on 6 hours 5, probably a time that maybe Caroline had hoped to be at the finish line even faster than that. But I doubt she's thinking about anything other than simply, I've got to keep going for another 4 kilometres.
Well, that's probably a very good strategy, try and get to each kilometre marker at this stage, earn a walk break. But just look at the difference there. There is Shanae Bosman. She is cruising along. Caroline Bosman is struggling down here. And this is going to be very close. And at the moment, it might look like Shanae Bosman could take Caroline Bosman on this race.
Very much so. And Shanae will also be feeling a bit of pain. I mean, she's looking comfortable, but I don't know. David Sebi, when he was winning the men's race, looked incredibly comfortable, but your legs are they're sore. They're sore in this space. So, it's just, I really think that Shanae must be getting quite excited. She's got to be able to spot Caroline by now.
Well, she could be excited, but also the downhills, every time both of these athletes hit a downhill, you can see them just that little bit of pain coming in. Obviously for Caroline, a lot worse than for Shanae. But Caroline just keeps going.
She does keep going. She's obviously very determined, and you do start going even, as an ultra runner, 4 kilometres, it does start seeming a long way. But I think Shanae's probably got that little bit of personal revenge. She hasn't finished a down run the last time she attempted it, so she's probably super motivated, even in the she's probably thinking, even if I get second, great, I've made it to the finish, I've got that down run, I can nail both directions on the Comrades, and everyone is hurting at this point, and it's just really pushing your training to the absolute limit. And I guess Shanae held back a little bit more earlier on, and Caroline obviously had a bit more confidence, and it isn't quite panning out in these final hour or so.
Wel, Caroline Wisman was deur Sherwood in 5 uur 46 minute. Dit is so wat 20 minute later nou, en sy het slegs 3 kilometer afgelê. So sy beweeg hier teen 6 of 7 minute per kilometer. Shanae Bosman heel waarskynlik hier by 4:30, 4:40 kilometer. So Caroline Wisman verloor amper 2 minute of meer as dit selfs per kilometer teenoor Shanae Bosman, en met nog 4 om te gaan. Dit is so wat 6-7 minute wat sy gaan verloor in die laaste 4 of 3 kilometer. So baie moeilik vir Caroline Wisman, soos wat sy weer begin stap, en Shanae Bosman wat ongelooflik goed lyk. And Shanae looking good in that split screen there, Helen. Caroline's still struggling, and I think this is going to go down to the wire, but at the moment Shanae Bosman must be the favourite.
I think so, and she even looks stronger than the male runner next to her. He she just seems as though she'd like to just let fly, but I think she's being a little bit cautious. She also knows the challenges of this race. She's got a couple of freeways to go over, and then they come into town. Then it's a long flat street, and you're flanked by hundreds of people cheering you on, but she'll certainly be getting a lot of lift. But look at the support that Caroline's got. I mean, that's just got to keep you moving forward.
I was just thinking, support is all good and well, but there's such a crowd around her now, and she probably just wants to be left alone. Just let me get on with it. Isn't that what she's thinking, Ellie?
I think I would at that stage. I mean, certainly I've sometimes, tried to shoo people away, because you need to be in a little zone, and you just be thinking, keep moving forward, keep going. And, we've already seen Caroline had to come grinding to a halt. She slightly stumbled. She won't want to be crashing into other things, and she's not too steady on her feet right now. So if I was her, I would just be, looking after myself and, soaking up the atmosphere, but trying to keep people a little away from me. But Shanae's looking super strong here, and probably a motivation for Shanae too is she won't know where 3rd, 4th, 5th are. So she's, even if she doesn't know how close she is to Caroline, she'll be thinking, I need to keep moving, because, hey, Shanae got 2nd last year. Wouldn't it be wonderful even if she got 2nd again? So she'll be getting pushed from behind, even if 3rd and 4th are quite a step back of her.
Well, certainly, but for 3rd and 4th, I can tell you now, is not something she needs to worry about. They haven't gone through that Sherwood timing mat yet, so they're very, very far behind, and we can't even tell you who they are at the moment, as Caroline Wisman still digs deep, and Shanae Bosman chases hard, Helen.
Well, if Caroline can maintain this, and I mean, I think she'll be more of a heroine than she already is, because I think she'll have won a lot more hearts just by her absolute courage. Now, that's 4 minute different. There's probably 4 kilometres to go. So 3 kilometres, I've been told. So Shanae has to just pick up that place and maintain it. But it's a long way, but it's a short way. We've just got to wait and see what happens, But in this picture, Shanae really does seem to have the upper hand at the moment.
Well, 3 kilometres to go. Caroline's losing at least 1.5 minutes against Shanae per kilometre. That works out to a 4:30. The gap is 4:24. That is close.
It's going to be super close, and I'm almost, without wanting to predict it, can you imagine if Caroline won and Shanae comes over, I don't know, less than a minute behind? Shanae would probably thought, my goodness, I could have run, a few kilometres 5 seconds faster, and really made it there. But like we've said before, I think if it comes down to, a sprint finish around the stadium, Caroline's much more likely to cramp, to collapse, whereas Shanae, she's going to dig deep there. Shanae has, got a bit more speed in her background in her half marathon times, and whether even something like that comes to play if it comes into the final kilometre.
Well, if anybody's interested in at the moment, I think probably not. Kajsa Berg just crossed that Sherwood timing mat, and she's 19 minutes behind Caroline Busman, which means she was about that stage about 10 minutes behind this lady in picture, Shanae Bosman, and Shanae Bosman still chasing hard, looking good at this stage, and just keeping that metronomic stride going, as Caroline Busman still struggling, and the two of them, this is extremely dramatic at the moment, and it would be interesting to see how that split keeps going down all the time. We also obviously caught up with Shanae Bosman before the race. Let's get her thoughts on the Comrades Marathon.
Shanae, you and Caroline pretty much reclaimed the Comrades Marathon for South African runners. Can a South African woman cross the line first on Sunday?
Yes, I think definitely it will be a South African champion again. I think last year was the most amazing year, and it was a special day in my career. It was one of my best days ever. Coming in second is still a very special day for me, and like Caroline taking back the Comrades to the South Africans, I think it was a really, really special day.
Kom ons praat nou 'n bietjie van die voorbereiding. Wat het ingegaan vir hierdie jaar se wedloop?
Weet jy, ek het hierdie jaar waar ek gewoonlik net 10 na die training camp te gaan, was ek hierdie jaar vir 23 dae in Graskop gewees. Ek het spesifiek geoefen van Graskop af Sabie toe, wat nogals baie afdraandes is. En ja, ek het my werk gedoen, ek het my oefening ingesit. Ek dink Two Oceans was nogals 'n teleurstelling geweest wat toe ek blaaseffeksie gekry het, maar ek het nog steeds 4 geëindig. Maar soos Colleen Reek ook nou gesê het, soms gebeur dinge vir 'n rede, en dalk het ek Two Oceans te hard gehardloop. So ja, ek moet sê my voorbereiding het goed gegaan, en ek sien baie uit na Comrades op Sondag, en ek gaan net my eie wedloopplanne hardloop en kyk wat ek kan doen op die dag, en ek dink dit is baie belangrik. Mens moet fokus op jou eie reisplan en ja, en jou beste gee, en die belangrikste van alles is, jy moet dit nog steeds geniet. As jy vir 89 kilos baie gestres hardloop, dan is dit nie baie lekker nie, en dis waarvoor ons geoefen het. So hoekom kan mense dit maar geniet ook op Comradesdag nie? Dis baie belangrik om nie by Veelsiel te vinnig af te gaan nie. Ek het by soveel mense gehoor dat mense moet liewe bietjie stadiger afgaan by Veelsiel, en dis presies wat ek gaan doen. Ek gaan nie te hard afgaan nie, en eers na Kouwesiel sal ek miskien bietjie vinniger gaan, maar voor dit bly by my reisplan al die pad.
Well, there you heard from Shanae Bosman, the second place runner currently in the Comrades Marathon. But I can tell you that Caroline Bosman has stumbled again and nearly fell. She didn't fall this time. She started walking again. And the gap down to 2 minutes and 34 seconds with 3 kilometers to go. Caroline's still trying hard to keep going, but I don't think she'll have it in her to keep off, or hold off rather, the fast charging Shanae Bosman here at the end. But Caroline's still taking on fluids, trying to stop these cramps and the pain in her legs, and she's going, but Shanae finishing extremely fast.
We watched you beat the Russian athletes. There's no real connection with them. You didn't know them, so it was quite easy to pass. Now we might have a situation where Shanae passes Caroline. They've both got the same coach. They don't necessarily train together, but they know each other a little bit. What do you think? We've seen in the past when Bruce used to tap different people on the shoulder, but I don't know if that's in the girls' makeup. So what do you think might
I think
happen?
once you're into the final 3 kilometres, can see now that they are getting extremely close, and if Shanae comes around this corner, she might start getting Caroline in eyesight, and that is going to be an absolute boost, and maybe at just the right time, because of course if she sees Caroline ahead in the final 1 kilometre, she might simply have run out of road and not be able to catch her in time. But I honestly think at this stage in the game, if Shanae goes past Caroline, both ladies are working so hard, I wouldn't expect them to exchange much. If anything, I would think Caroline might say, okay, good on you, off you go, and realise that the pace that Shanae's moving, I mean, we've seen Caroline, she's really going as fast as she can. It might seem much slower than she'd hoped for, but she's not going to have a finishing kick.
Well, we're trying to show you the gap between Shanae Bosman and Caroline Wissmann, and unfortunately the bike there was caught up a bit in traffic trying to get to Caroline Wissmann, who is walking there, and you can see that gap. And as Ellie said, Shanae Bosman is about to come around that bend, and she will see Caroline Wissmann walking in front of her, and there you see it. There is Shanae Bosman in the background. She's got Caroline Wissmann in sight here, and she's going to pass her any second now, and it'll be interesting to see what happens when she passes. Will she just do it? Caroline's still trying to go, but Shanae Bosman coming up on her shoulder now, and there she goes. She just cruises past Caroline Wissmann, doesn't even give her a second glance, as Shanae Bosman takes the lead in the Comrades 2016.
Well, that's drama, I think, you know, and I do feel for Caroline, because she's just become such a popular icon. She's motivated so many people, but this is Comrades, this is the down run, this is racing, and this is exactly what happens. So well done to Shanae. She's really sort of done her apprenticeship a few times in this race. She's had great success, she's had disappointments, and she's been in that situation that Caroline's been in. So
yeah, I mean, it's obviously going to be heartbreaking for Caroline to have led for 87 plus kilometres of this race, to be overtaken so late in the game. But you've got to feel for Shanae. I mean, she's had tough races here. She's really worked for this, and it was lovely there to see she was getting a bottle from her husband at the side. I can only imagine his excitement that what she's earning here. And yeah, she went past so decisively there, and I'm sure she's going to do what I did. You just put your head down and you go, I want this so much, I'm not going to look back. Maybe Caroline has got something, and so she is just going now really, really push to the finish line. But hopefully she's getting confidence now. And the nice thing about having the lead for such little time, you don't have that pressure, right? She's just got to hold it for it's going to be sort of 8 minutes or so, and then she is, it looks like, going to be the first woman over the line.
Well, Shanae Bosman wat nou voorhardloop, sy het die wedloop heeltemal in haar sig, die eindstreep in haar sig op die stadium. Caroline Wissmann is 'n klein blou figuur daar in die agtergrond wat al hoe kleiner word. Shanae Bosman wat nie eers terugkyk nie, en sy het nog net so wat 2 kilometer oor tot die eindstreep van die wedloop. En by Two Oceans in die jaar was dit andersom, toe Caroline Wissmann verby Tanith Maxwell gehardloop het. But Helen, this must be extremely heartbreaking for Caroline, because she clearly said that this year Comrades is her main focus. She didn't even want to or necessarily try to win Two Oceans. It just turned out that way. This was what she put everything on.
Absolutely, but I think, you know, we maybe she's reproved a few of the old rules that we have heard, that to race 2 major races in 1 year is quite taxing on the body, especially the distance of these races. But I admire Caroline, because she came to this race and she said what she wanted to do. And you get a lot of people hide and they're wishy-washy and they don't want to. She put herself on the line and said, I want to defend my title and win this race. For that, I respect her. I respect Shanae for just persevering and doing her own race and coming through. So they're both still great athletes.
Well, some other news rather from the race here is that third place still Kajsa Berg. Yolandi McLean's running quite well in 4th place. Sarah Bard going a bit backwards, but not as much as Colleen de Reek. Colleen de Reek in 6th place at the moment, but she's running slower than 5 minutes a kilometre as well. So Colleen might also struggle towards the end here. This lady, however, not struggling at the moment. She doesn't have far to go now, but you can see the look on her face there. Comrades takes this out of you.
Yeah, and I mean, I would have thought Shauna's getting a pretty emotional right now as well. And maybe that's partly it to just hold it together and can have that celebration and maybe a few tears at the finish line. And yeah, going back to what you were saying about Colleen Duroux there, we heard a while back, it was quite a while back at 20 kilometres to go, Colleen was suffering from some pretty bad cramps and having to take some walk breaks. So, I mean, Colleen's obviously staying in there, but, you know, learning what the Comrades is about.
Well, while Shanae Bosman is here running towards the finish line, don't forget about the Old Mutual competition. They're running a competition where you could win amazing prizes. Simply answer the questions that come up on screen, and we'll have a question there for you very shortly. And SMS your answer to 34068. It's that easy. You can win 1,000 Rand airtime. Don't forget to enter now.
Well, I think Shanae's definitely on for a sub 6.5 hours, and that is a good run to break 6:30. We were expecting slightly faster times, but I think that's the nature of the race. It's just it's been turned upside down because of everybody's expectation. I think we were all guilty at the beginning to say, well, we did say it's actually just Caroline's race to lose, and she has lost this, and she's going to be analysing it. Did she go out too fast? But it's just one of those days. She will learn from this, and I know one thing, she will be back. But at the moment, with 1 kilometre to go, it is Shanae Bosman on her way to winning her first Comrades.
Yeah, well, Ellie, I've got a question for you. We saw all the leading men slow significantly in the last 7 kilometres. Is that the heat, or what would cause that?
I'm wondering if Caroline was suffering from the heat, and certainly I think some of the men will. But in the men's race, I mean, we've got to say there is more depth. Like, there's more men that can potentially get a gold medal. And so some of them go out, you know, they really push their fitness. They say, okay, maybe, you know, if I have a really, really good day, I could sneak into those gold medals. And so they just, you know, they go a little too hard and they slow down at the end. It's less typical in the women's race, but, you know, we're seeing today, you know, I don't think Caroline going through halfway, we were all like, okay, that's looking comfortable in about 3:08. So I don't think Caroline necessarily pushed beyond her fitness, but some people just deal better with the heat, and certainly the amount of water Caroline seemed to be taking on did indicate that maybe she was beginning to feel the temperatures a little.
Well, with about 19 kilometres to go, I was telling some friends that Caroline's got this, barring disaster, and certainly disaster has struck for her. Not for this lady, though. Shanae Bosman still soldiering on. You can also see her legs here and there getting very tired, but she has got the stadium in sight. She knows all she has to do now is come in, run on the grass, and Comrades 2016 will be hers. She's been running this race for many, many years and trying to get this win, and certainly in 2016 it's going to be hers.
Oh, yes, it is. There's no doubt about that. And Caroline also, I think she's built up a big enough cushion that she can walk in and still hold on to that second place. And but I think we must just really reach out to Shanae Bosman. It's her day, her win, and well done.
Well, Ellie, what does this mean to Shanae Bosman? She's run this race so many times. Her first win, she's got a few gold medals, she's got a second place, she's going to get the win this time. Must be extremely special for her.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I remember, I think it was 2 years ago on the down run, you know, Shanae was the one that was touted, you know, is this South African going to be the woman that finally breaks the Russian domination? And we weren't talking about Caroline there, so it goes to show that things can change. And I'm sure this will mean a huge amount. You can see she's already celebrating. She's can see that she's got it there, and she really has worked hard. I mean, Shanae has had some health issues. You know, she came from shorter distance, fast racing, and she took on the Comrades, and she did very well, but didn't nail it to start with. And here she has absolutely nailed it. She's run her own race. She's been calm. She's been controlled, and now she can enjoy the celebrations of that absolute top position on the podium.
Well, something that not a lot of people know is after 2 Oceans, Shanae Bosman actually broke her toe. And she couldn't train until she went to her Graskop training camp. So she couldn't train properly until a couple of months ago for this Comrades Marathon. And, you know, to come back from that without proper training is either phenomenal or maybe the rest actually did her good.
Well, it was funny. She said to me the other day, there's something only a couple of people know and I'll tell you after the race. So I guess that's what it was. But that's smart. She didn't want to look like a weak target. She didn't want to look like other women looking at her, hey, I've missed some training. But this is going to be the moment that Shanae will have seen on TV, seen other people coming into this stadium, absolutely huge crowds. She can enjoy a moment, enjoy the music, and really go, wow, I've made the day.
Well, Shanae Bosman comes into the Sahara Kingsmead Stadium. On the grass she is, not far to go now, and this is the moment she's been hoping for, waiting for the last number of years. She's been so consistent over this race. She's run these kind of times so many times, and here she takes the adulation of the crowd. We have a South African winner, and the crowd is happy about that. It's not the one they expected maybe, but it is Shanae Bosman taking the accolades here as she completes the last couple of meters and comes through here. Arms are raised, big smile on her face as she just enjoys this moment, as we see Shanae Bosman finally getting that Comrades Marathon win that she's been waiting for so long. And it's a great moment here for South Africa and for her. She's not got far to go now as she comes around that last bend. She's going to see the big finish banner now. And Shanae Bosman, I've never seen a big smile like that. I mean, Shanae is not one that smiles that often, but a huge smile here from Shanae Bosman, Helen, and a great moment for her.
It's a wonderful second position last year. She's improved on that against all odds. First this year, she's put to rest that little thing that was possibly niggling in her, that the last down run wasn't a good day for her, and she's overcome all of those challenges, and I admire her. Well done.
Well, manager Nick Bester there congratulating his athletes. Big smile from him as well. And what a moment here for Shanae Bosman. She's won the Comrades Marathon, and she couldn't do any more. I think this was her lifelong dream, and being congratulated there by all the various dignitaries, as getting the Ola towel there and everything that I think she's been dreaming for so long. And Shanae Bosman, this moment is all about her as she takes this win, and it's a long way back now to second place. Shanae really has this so much.
Yeah, and I wonder whether that second place last year really spurred her on. I mean, Caroline was way ahead with her win on the up run last year, but then Shanae was significantly ahead of third, fourth, and fifth place. So she just thought, okay, do you know what? I'm closer to first place than I am to third, so I'm going to come back next year and see if I can close that gap. And she's certainly done that. And it's interesting that in the races leading up this year, maybe some people from outside were thinking, oh, Shanae, her times are a little slower, they're not so strong. Maybe she held back a little and she was going, no, do you know what? Those really are truly training races, and this is the big day.
Well, she's talking a lot about all the training she put in for this race, trying to get her quad stronger to handle these downhills, and that's very important. And Shanae is also a very, very strong athlete. Getting the Caduceus there, the Hermes staff, as the winners get this year. Serpent there entwining that staff, an extra little incentive or reward there rather for Shanae Bosman as she poses for the pictures at the finish of Comrades 2016.
And she also is 40, so she also is the first in, I think it's the veterans category, that would be, and yeah, so first overall, first veteran, so quite inspiring to all of those people who think they're too aged to get out there and give this race a good go. But a wonderful performance, and she sacrificed a lot. She was telling us how that she went and stayed up there.
Well, while we were giving Shanae Bosman her moment of glory there, Caroline Visman did not stop. It could have been completely demoralizing for her to see Shanae Bosman pass her, but she did not stop. She kept soldiering on. She just kept going. And this is not the Caroline Visman we're used to seeing. We're used to seeing her finish with a smile. But here she is finishing. She's showing true grit and determination. And what's become a very, very tough race for her, she is going to finish in style.
Yeah, this is finishing in style. She's obviously said, look, it's a running race. I'm going to run around that stadium. I'm going to give my fans, show their appreciation. And yeah, I mean, Caroline is obviously really, really hurting here. I would have thought she's laser beam focus and just looking for that finish barrier. I've done it myself, where you come around a corner and you think, not one more. but she is looking very uncomfortable, but she is going to make it. And I think all in all, you have to say, I mean, the Comrades is a very humbling race. Maybe she's been a little bit humbled, but she's also said, you know what, I'm not giving up. Yes, I came here to win, but winning isn't everything, and I'm still going to give my absolute 100%, even if that means a slightly, I'm sure, disappointing in Caroline's opinion, but still an extremely strong race, and maybe is she going to sneak under 6 hours 30?
Well, I don't think she'll make that. And of course, the Comrade slogan this year is Tuba, it will humble you. And interestingly said, being humbled doesn't mean being weak. And Caroline Bosman certainly has a humbling experience here, but she's showing strength and determination as she finishes this race. And it's going to be a 1-2 for Bosman and Bosman, same as last year, but swapped around for the two of them. And this downhill, it just proves in some way how hard this downhill can be and how much harder, Helen, than the uphill run.
Oh yes, the down run is it's a painful affair, you know, for many. So well done to her, and you can just see. And this is also what makes Comrades. The crowd have just been cheering for her every time she's started to run again after a walk, and they're actually going crazy for her now. I mean, I think she's increased her popularity base just through showing her courage.
Everyone's going to have so much respect for Caroline for doing this, and I'm just so glad she's actually made it to the finish line. She's looking like she may well going to collapse over the finish line, and thank goodness that didn't happen maybe a kilometre down the road, but now she is literally going to be in sight of the finish line and coming over any second. There she is, just over 6 hours 30.
Well, at least she's seeing the humour in this as well as she wobbles her way across the finish line, but laughing, a big smile on her face, and congratulating Shanae Bosman. And that is the Caroline Bosman we know as she collapses onto the ground. She's not going to walk for days after this. And a great finish there from a great champion. Just congratulating Shanae Bosman on the win as well.
I think she won't be too worried if she can't walk for days, and I'm sure she won't be the only one. There are probably going to be about 16,000 people that can't walk for days. But yeah, I mean, absolute great, and lovely to see her congratulating her friend and sometime training partner, Shanae. I mean, that shows real class that she's laughing at herself. She says, wow, that wasn't what I was planning. That's not what I thought at 5:30 this morning. But do you know what? You know, I've made second, and you can't complain with that. You've got to look back at what Caroline's done in the past years. I think this is her 6th finish, and how she really has worked her way up the charts. And I bet 3 years ago, if you'd said she'd come second in the Comrades, she would have been absolutely ecstatic. So hopefully she is later on today as well.
Well, I think she just pointed to that little piece of shade. Can I just please crawl into that? And you can talk to me, because Caroline Bosman is a spent force in 2016, but the smile is still there. She's congratulating her former team manager and, of course, Shanae Bosman's team manager, Nick Bester, on the win for the Nedbank team, as she's getting more assistance there right at the end. But Caroline Bosman, she's down, but she's not out, and still a great second-place finish here for her.
Yeah, and the fact she was crawling into the shade does make me think, was she suffering in a bit for the heat? It is a bit hard to tell exactly how hot it is out there, but like I was noticing, she was grabbing lots of water sachets, bottles. She's drinking even now at the finish line, and I think she's probably wondering if that's going to help her legs or not right now. It could be a fairly painful getting her away from the finish line. She'll just be glad to be finished.
Her legs will be sore, but and she seems to be, for the last sort of 30 k's, trying to take on a lot of water. But here we've got on our picture our 3rd place lady, Kasia Borg. She is from Sweden and a novice at this race. Yeah, and she's looking quite strong. And I mean, are you familiar with running against her in international races, Ellie?
I've not raced against Kasia, although I do know she came second at the World 100k in Winschoten in the Netherlands last year. She ran a very solid time of 7 hours 20 for the 100k, and that was behind Camille Herron of the USA. Camille was meant to be racing today but had to withdraw due to hamstring injury. So a silver at the World 100k. I was actually sharing a room with Kasia, and I know she was a little intimidated by the hills. I guess Sweden is possibly a little flatter, but she has shown she's really prepared well for this. Impressive preparation. She has twins that are only 1.5 years old, so she was telling me she does a lot of training with her stroller, and that makes her strong. So it also gives her a bit of focus. She has to use the time available. And there we have Caroline getting taken off to the medical tent. I think she's probably pretty good. She just can't be walking anymore on her feet now. But Katsia, I know she looks like she's running a little awkwardly. I have to say, I have noticed over the last few days she has got a unique running style, so I'm sure she's hurting, but that doesn't look too unnatural for her. And what a great run for a novice here, and lots of strong Swedish runners. We've had Jonas Bud come second before. Frida Södermark is out there today. She's come seventh. So every year they bring a few more of their teammates with them, and we often get some strong Swedish, both ladies and men's, in the race.
Well, as we suspected, those tweets just showing the support for Caroline Wissmann. And if anything, as you've said, Ellie, her support has increased, the popularity has increased. But keep your tweets coming with hashtag Comrades 2016. Kajsa Berg here coming into third place. And as we saw Caroline Wissmann getting stretchered off there, again, it's so weird comparing these two athletes, Shanae Bosman and Caroline Wissmann, because at Two Oceans, Caroline won and Shanae got stretchered off at one stage. So very interesting, the comparison between the two of them. And it just shows when it's your day, it's your day.
Well, Ellie, another thing, I mean, you just mentioned that Kashka, the lady we're seeing on the screen, you know, they've all done well in the World 100-kilometer race. And, I mean, there obviously must be a lot of talk of comparing sort of, which gives an athlete a lot more credibility to come and do well in Comrades or the World 100K. And we've seen a lot of girls go from Comrades, run the 100K and vice versa. So when they go to these races, what is the talk? You know, like, hey, you're not a real runner unless you've gone and put yourself on the line at Comrades.
I think it depends, and maybe it partly depends what country you're from. I mean, obviously, coming here to Comrades, you're not necessarily, you know, directly representing your country. Whereas if you go to the World Championships, you've got to earn that spot to be selected on your country's team. You get to wear your team colours, and obviously that is an absolute huge honour that lots of runners aspire to. I think, obviously, as South Africans would say, for sure, Comrades is the race. And I mean, my personal perspective, I've run both World 100K and Comrades, and I do feel the level of competition is consistently better at the Comrades, and I think a lot of people find that they come here and they go, do you know what, this really is world-class competition. And because anyone can enter, it's not restricted to a select number of athletes from each country, which means, you know, in past years we've had lots of Russians or lots of Swedish people, lots of Americans. So we'll have to ask that of Katsia later today. Now she's had the two experiences, like I said, a silver at the World 100K, and I'm sure she'll be very, very happy with her third place today.
Well, of course, third place here is a gold medal, so it's not necessarily one better, but it is a gold medal at what they call the ultimate human race. And as Kajsa Berg is very close to the stadium here, I just reflect again on Caroline Wissmann only being 5 minutes behind Shanae Bosman, and with that amount of cramping or the stress she experienced in the last few kilometers, it's still a great race by her. But Kajsa Berg here, not far to go. There she goes into the stadium. And our third woman looks a little bit unsure, a little bit lost of where to go here, obviously not having done this before. But it is Kajsa Berg getting that rose as she also heads onto the grass here, and happy there with her third place.
And that's a great performance for a novice, a 6:37, and I've been looking at the results, and it looks like we might get about 8-9 girls breaking 7 hours, which is really quite remarkable. But for an athlete to come here and be driven over the course, see the hills, never really known what it's like if they're not sort of run the long trail runs, it can be just a little bit scary, I would think.
Yeah, I would have thought so, because, I mean, if you're doing even something like World 100K, the crowds are far, far smaller than something like the Comrades. So just the experience can be overwhelming with running with such a large field, so many people around you. Of course, foreign languages coming from all corners. The hotter weather, for sure, might be a factor for Katsia coming from Sweden, but she's dealt with it very well. And you can see now she's looking pretty relieved, but extremely happy to be coming over the line in her third place position. I'm sure she wouldn't have hoped for better than that.
Well, Kajsa Berg can be very, very happy with her performance here. She also gets cheered on by the crowd as the Swedish runner here comes through for third place, and she's got one more bend to go there, I think, before she sees that finish line as well. And the crowd really appreciating the efforts of these athletes. And another Nedbank runner, Nedbank having number 1 and now number 3 in this women's race. And as she waves that rose in there, a little bit of a smile there from Kajsa Berg as well, as she gets in here and she crosses the finish line in 6:39.03. Great run there for the Swedish runner. And we'll be right back with the women's race. We'll welcome back women number 4 just right after this break.
Smart kids say smart things.
Fana, what do vitamins make you?
Strong and fit and tough.
Baby, where does milk come from?
From the supermarket, Mom. Just joking. From a cow.
Nunu, what are life cultures?
It's the magic that turns the milk into yogurt.
Why does Mommy give you a smart snack?
Because I'm smart. Yogurt is made with milk and live cultures. Nutriday is a thick, creamy, yummy smart snack. What are you doing, Mum?
I want to be as smart as you.
Nutriday yogurt. Say yes to the smart snack.
So have you noticed how your antiperspirant's freshness fades as the day goes on? That's why Shield has developed something different. New Shield Advanced. The world's first antiperspirant activated by movement with motion sense microcapsules. When you move, you activate a new burst of freshness. So, you keep moving and keep feeling fresh. No other antiperspirant works like it. Shield, it won't let you down.
Welcome back to SABC's live coverage of the 2016 Comrades Marathon as we welcome the 4th place finisher in the women's race, Sarah Bard of the United States, a 32-year-old, a 2:43 marathoner who has overtaken Yolandi McLean of South Africa in the closing kilometers. As Sarah Bard finishing very strong trail runner who I mentioned earlier won the 50-mile JFK in November 2015. It's a trail run over 50 miles along the Appalachian Trail. That Sarah Bard, who was 4th in the World 100-kilometer championships as well, is coming in for a very strong finish as she's overtaken Yolandi McLean in the closing stages, but somebody who is a very solid competitor over 10 kilometers on the road. 37 minutes she can do in that time, but at the 100 kilometers, 7:29 to finish 4th in the World Championships. She'd be very happy with this performance, a 4th place finish then in the ultimate human race.
Something Amanda, tuere musu chikuleberesa kambambe ya bafumakazi ungamba zori ndi mbambe ine inadeba zokale kana idoba na chiga chadeba zokale nga manda ara kuleberesa ngamdira ye Shanay Bosman ajia wugwena ngaho kakarangwaya na ngwaha ngamra musikerlan Wasman zosko konda kai sokora chimira ngandale na kuchimira ngayo pezi ungasiya bazori mutonga wo kasa pek na ngwana yana kana makazi Yolanda McLean kana Sarah Bard ndibona batwara kubala bayila uri kahimbambe ubachiba takuwa abado batwara bakaita suwana kuma. I think when you look, Bruce, to the way how this woman has been pacing up, it's just that the beginning, it was a race between Caroline as well as Shanay Bosman, not forgetting Sarah Bard.
Sarah Bard has placed herself beautifully. She came in very strongly there in contrast to our first and second ladies. I mean, even Shanay, she won, but she was tired and she was hurting at the end. So there's something about the pace that the first and second ladies went out at. Maybe it was a little bit on the quick side. But I'm still drawing breath. What an amazing race, and what a dramatic sporting event. I mean, this Comrades Marathon is truly astonishing.
We've had 2 incredible results, Bruce, and you're spot on with that as we continue seeing the celebrations for the Nedbank Club runner being congratulated by Nick Best, former winner of this event, of course, 9-time gold medalist, but running for Nick Best's Nedbank Running Club. But you're so right, Bruce. In terms of races, this is just remarkable. remarkable because David Hadebe, what he did to this race was absolutely in terms of time, smashing the Comrades record of Schwitzhoff. And then in the women's race, the complete opposite, where there wasn't a comfortable run from somebody who just broke away and went off to a phenomenal time. Instead, went out and suddenly seized up. And then Shane Bosman catching her from behind. That turned out to be another remarkable finish, but very contrasting finishes. That said, we've got Zolani Bongo down at the finish line.
Shane, you came second last year, but this time, a different kettle of fish. You're the champion. How does it feel?
Oh, it feels amazing. It's a dream come true, and I'm very, very happy. God gave me this talent, and I'm so happy. This is really a miracle to win this race, and I'm really, really happy today.
There was drama out there. Did you have any idea of what happened to your number 2?
Yes, I heard with 15 k's ago, people was telling me she's cramping, but I still heard I was 10 minutes behind. So I was just running my own race, and at the next moment, with 5 k's to go, I could see the leading car, and I just said to myself, this is your chance, you need to run very hard now. And with 2 k's to go, I passed Caroline and I went into a lead, and that was such an amazing feeling. I couldn't believe that I was in the lead. So yeah.
When you went past her, what went through your mind?
It's a dream. I can't describe the feeling. I was so happy. I couldn't believe it. So yeah. But yeah, I must actually tell you that it's all glory to God. He gave me this talent, and I'm very, very happy for today.
Do you have any words for her?
Yes, Caroline did very well. She's my also training partner, and yeah, I'm glad that she came second. I could see she was in a lot of pain when I passed her, and yeah, I'm glad she could hold on and finish second. So yeah, she will come back stronger again.
Well done, hearty congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Well, I think this is Kiri-Ann Marshall out on the course. She's approaching the stadium now. Sarah Bard, I know, seemed to overtake Yolandi McLean, but I don't know where Yolandi McLean is. This looks to be Kiri-Ann Marshall, another one of the KPMG runners. So she is... I'm hearing that she's 6th overall, so Yolandi McLean must have snuck in to the venue. Just trying to keep an eye out of the window while watching the monitor at the same time as well. But Kiri-Ann Marshall, who's coming in now in a very respectable time.
And looking good, looking strong, got a smile on her face. She's obviously enjoying these last couple of kilometers.
Just trying to see if we can have any sign of Yolandi McLean, because she might have actually finished. Just trying to see in the finishing area if I can spot her at all. That said, we do know the top 4 finishers in the women's race, as Shane Bosman ahead of Caroline Wusman, Kaiser Berg finishing in 3rd, and then Sarah Bard finishing in 4th a short while ago. But the 6th woman home here is Kiri-Ann Marshall. McLean did come in 5th position. I'm trying to see if I could spot her somewhere. That said, Kiri-Ann Marshall for a very respectable 6th place finish, and another South African home. And she'll be very proud. And of course, always the male runners around the female runners, sometimes adding a little encouragement, sometimes an annoyance for the female runners in terms of how close they might get. But the words of encouragement are always welcome out on the route, no doubt. Kiri-Ann Marshall just taking it in. She's approaching the final turn now, and here she comes into the finishing straight. It's the last few meters. Kiri-Ann Marshall just trying to drag it to the line. Just to bring you up to date on what's been happening, is that David Ratebe won the men's race earlier today. Shane Bosman beating Caroline Bosman to first place in the women's race. And Kaiser Berg finishing third in this women's race, despite running with, we hear, a hip concern. Sarah Bard fourth. Sarah Bard finishing fourth. Yolandi McLean apparently finished fifth, and this is the sixth place finisher, Kerry-Ann Marshall. Well, and now this is Colleen de Rijk, the 52-year-old. Now, this is somebody who set a world age group record at the Two Oceans Marathon. She smashed the world record over 50 kilometers by over nearly 15 minutes while running the Two Oceans Marathon. But Colleen de Rijk, just a remarkable athlete, an Olympian, a four-time Olympian as well, somebody who went to the Olympic Games for South Africa, went to the Olympic Games for the United States. She's continued to impress on the international stage, and at 52, somebody whose father, Frank Lindeke, used to run the Comrades Marathon. Her brother, Colin, has earned a top 10 spot as well back in 1995. But to see Colleen de Rijk doing her first Comrades Marathon at the age of 52 and coming in with a gold medal, she'll be absolutely delighted.
She will be, and what a fantastic run. Smile on her face, and yes, arguably the run of the day, given her age category. First master home, brilliant run.
ngavanda chikola sauri bafumakazi batakuwa hanging matobolinga machironi bolinga tsobona so ndiyo bathu bane banga bakona unekezana mutsiko fazia uchinga banga Colleen de Rijk ni mfumakazi ne ndi mulwana fukuma mingwa ya futatu bili fazia ngandelenya kukitima ngayo ndandelenya shima ngayo onotiwa yakaze olympic ole chwalo kuma fazia koyo uko pa muvoni aba busumbe kadibana namosi utobona sori hango neta ngoraro. She looks not really tired, but I think even if she was gonna go a kilometer, she was gonna go,
this is Colleen de Rijk. I mean, somebody who's just an astonishing athlete. I know she was aiming for about 4.5 minutes a kilometre in this race, but ultimately not running that sort of time in the end. But she's somebody who has just dominated the longer distance events over the years, and that battles with Ilana Meyer over the years, I think, was some of the most enthralling that South Africans ever saw, first in the marathons and then indeed over the 10,000 metres. But Colleen de Rijk has finally got that Comrades gold medal behind her. She's come out, done the race, and she was building up to this race, but just phenomenal to see Colleen de Rijk claiming a gold medal in the Comrades Marathon, a 7th place finish here. But now back to Kloof, where some of the back runners are starting to come through. Now these are runners who are going to need to they're going to need to be pushing it towards the closing stages. Some might be finishing in the final hour or so, but others will be hoping for slightly quicker times in this Comrades Marathon. But at Kloof, 540 metres above sea level, there's a host of runners still coming through, and this is what the Comrades is all about. It's for the average man, the average woman who have a day job, who don't train as elite athletes, to give themselves a goal, an aim, something to focus on, and who come out and achieve that goal on this great day.
Banda Dwyer musi uchikola balesa zvino ka chigwada chinara kuchibona hapa ni vanna na vafumakazi vane ungamba zvauri kavo asi vafunga audhowina ndi mafunga auri refarisana rothe ritakuwa rothe riyepanda namusi vachikora roita zindowandawa dzavo kana nyonyozo dzavo uwazviona zvauri vakudziita mumbulo mulwana uri karive na chiga chitihi kapuchiro hasho uri rindi when it comes to kofero gidima Comrades Marathon. And I can tell you, Dwayne, when you talk about men and women who they are not in here for any prize, but they are just in here just to make sure that they get medals to showcase that at least once in my lifetime I was part of the Comrades Marathon, Chris.
Well, and these runners are still running, remember? We're going to see a lot more runners behind them walking, and in fact our commentary task gets quite tricky later on because we have to talk for hours about lots of people walking. And nothing wrong with that, but these runners are still running, so they're going to end up running quite good, solid Comrades Marathons. It's later on when you see the people walking and walking slowly and walking up those big hills. That's where you see the real backbone of Comrades and the courage of the Comrades Marathon. Very interesting team prize race taking place on the field in front of us, because we've got 2 or 3 Nedbank in the ladies race, 2 or 3 Nedbank runners who have finished, and now KPMG with 2 or 3. It'll be interesting to see how that unwinds.
Well, the team race indeed will be clarified later on towards the prize giving, but certainly the throngs that are coming through at Kloof, these are the runners that will be still in with some really good times, comparatively speaking. These are the runners who they've done the distances, and they're going to be putting in some decent times in this Comrades Marathon, and they'll all be hoping to finish in fairly comfortable times. Fikile. Fikile Mutuma. I think she's the first KwaZulu-Natal athlete to be coming home. So representing KwaZulu-Natal, the home province, the host province of the Comrades Marathon. She'll be the 8th woman home after Colleen de Reek's 7th placed finish. She's zigzagging just a little bit. But Fikile Mutuma from South Africa, and certainly best KwaZulu-Natal athlete last year. She's going to be following that up with another performance best KwaZulu-Natal athlete this year. And she'll be delighted with this finish when you consider that she's had a couple of top 20 finishes in recent times, and broken into the top 50 since 2007. But her best was a 12th place finish in 2014. To break into the top 10 is just, it's a different level.
She'll be delighted, and I think I saw a yellow number. Yes, she's wearing a yellow number, which means she's doing her 10th Comrades Marathon. So a double triumph for her, a gold medal, and earning her permanent number.
Well, the finish here at Sahara Stadium, Kingsmead. Delighted to welcome the leading ladies home. And the 8th woman home from KwaZulu-Natal, representing the province, and that's always the special moment. But the very first run back in 2006, she finished 171st. But since then, she's been in the top 50 in the women's race in every year since, and that is a special achievement. She did miss the 2009 run, but every year that she's run since that 2006 debut, she's finished inside the top 50. So Fikile Mutuma, who was always set to go under 7 hours, is going to be coming home comfortably under 7 hours in this Comrades Marathon. It's going to be a personal best as well. She was aiming for that. She'd done a 7:08 back in 2014 in the last down run, and that's another barrier that she's gotten over. A finish for a local favourite, Fikile Mutuma. And she comes around the final corner. She's being warmly welcomed home by fellow South Africans, and indeed by those from her home province in KwaZulu-Natal. Fikile Mutuma, again, the top KZN athlete in this field, warmly embraced by manager Nick Bester come the end.
Another thing the Muslim collaborators Mfumakazi na Kochena wimaboni haba habu maro oshumeza ushuma sabu divkuba ngandela ini akuzitanga ya fenzi ya shtaka sabu sori limutu afaro hayani kahe drobo ini aba ya Durban kara kafu dole bala KwaZulu-Natal ane ndikale ko dijela mambe hezi na ko diba wimaboni haba habu fumbili wimabu foot tano zo zino uko jena ka top 8 kara ka top 10 woni ko do na kamsi na medal wa divkuba fenzi Mfumakazi wa ne aba tai koyo person nene uko jena ndi Mfumakazi ya ne wangamba zori na ndi batubanje kuma bakoti aba zori kamusi akafeza nane akona no jechibo chene chino nane uko jena bukati ya mtabe kachino chipinga huno zo zino udoba chipida chabatemna ko wana mungene uno aba wa msuku ngamana ndori batu bote bafa mu hotoma uya fala kabu buni aba habo fumi batu otu wana gold medal the Senator Kolaba Mfumakazi ko jena ngandira. Quite a wonderful time just to see women just pacing in their own way and making sure that they have set, I think, wonderful records, target for themselves.
Yeah, a sub 7 hour run here. It's not too long ago that 7 hours could win the ladies race, and it's so we see a massive improvement. And now the team prize has become very interesting because we've got Born to Run also showing a few finishes, yes. And Nedbank and
well, Yolani Basson just coming home here, taking the Applause as she hits the finish line now. Yolani Basson, who represented South Africa in the World Trophy 50 kilometres back in 2011, some 5 years ago now running in the veteran categories, as it were. In the 40 to 49, she finishes in 9th position overall in the women's race. She'll be very happy with that, Yolani Basson. The good couple of years in terms of vet running. So it looks like Cooper is going to be 10th overall rather. Just to confirm, Salome Cooper, another born-to-run athlete, to be coming in 10th place. So in terms of born-to-run athletes, we have some. This is 10th place runner indeed, Salome Cooper. So another born-to-run athlete, Yolandi McLean and Yolani Basson, and now indeed Salome entering Sahara Stadium, Kingsmead, and this will be rounding out the top 10 in the women's race.
And so now we've got a three-way race for the team prize between Nedbank, Born to Run, and KPMG. It'll be interesting to see the next couple.
It's just interesting to see. I don't think as qualifying none as a South African, I don't think, because she runs under the United States flag.
Good point.
She would not qualify for KPMG. That's it. Salome Cooper is South African. She takes the applause of those in Sahara Stadium, Kingsmead. Coming into the finishing stretch now. And here she is, being welcomed home by those in attendance who've come to enjoy the finish at Sahara Stadium, Kingsmead. Well, Born to Run might be what it says on the vest of Salome Cooper. For so many athletes, there is a belief that they have been born to run.
Well, I think one thing that we need to really commend, Dred, is that most of the South African women, they are really taking charge of this marathon, because you can tell that, in the previous years, we could be able to see a couple of people from outside the country taking the lead. And of course, maybe the absence of the Russians this year has just driven all the South African women to make sure that they really stand on their own and say, we need to be, seen and be counted.
Indeed. And a warm embrace from Yolani Basson, her teammate, who finished 9th, just one place ahead of her. Joining Big T and I in the commentary position as Bruce Fordyce takes a welcome break. We are going to have Alec Riddle in just a moment and get his view. He's just returned from the Eye in the Sky. Get his take on the overview of the race as he saw it from above. But another warm embrace. Now, this is how things lined up today in just the most remarkable run. A new record for the Comrades Marathon. Svetsov's record is no more. 5:18.19 for Deb Hadebu, who wins ahead of Ludwig Mamabolo in a very respectable 5:24.05. Muslim Tembo, the downhill defending champion, finishing 3rd. For Koroni 4th, as the Two Oceans winner. Rufus Porter 5th. Claude Mashiwa 6th. Spua and Lela 7th. Max King 8th. Charles Tiani in 9th, and 10th overall, Nedisem Kize in a 5:38.34. That is an enormously quick field for the men's race. The women's race is slightly slower, and there was a battle up front between Bosman and Wustman. In the end, it was Wustman who started to cramp in the closing stages. Shanae Bosman overtook her and finished in the 6:25.55 to claim her first Comrades Marathon title. Caroline Wustman, defending champion, finished in 2nd overall. Kaiserberg of Sweden, the top finishing foreign runner. Sarah Bard of the United States in 4th. Yolandi McLean and Kerry-Ann Marshall, 2 South Africans, 5th and 6th before. South African-born Colleen de Rieck, legendary at 52, finished in 7th position overall. As Figilin Butuma also finished below 7 hours as well. But while we look at the results of the men's and the women's races, and we go back to Kloof for some visuals of the runners coming through. Alec Riddle has joined us now in the commentary position, and Alec, we welcome you to give us a perspective from down on the ground. You've watched this race now from the air for the opening 6 odd hours or so. Give us an overview of your take of this 2016 Comrades.
Yeah, it's hard to put it into words. The visuals you get out there, you know, for example, as they're running into halfway at Drummond, the kids running up the hills, out of the valleys to cheer on their heroes. Literally thousands of them. It was absolutely fantastic. But, you know, the Comrades is the Comrades. And, the first half, we see a few people trying to chase hotspots, and the contenders hang back. And round about in Changa, they start moving through. We saw the first of them come through was Mike Fokoroni and Tebelo Cello, and they really set it alight. And then, of course, it was the turn of David Khatebi. And, when you're up there in the sky and you look at this guy, you could see this guy looked really good. At one stage, I thought it was Gift Keller. He looked so good. And, John Hamlet had said he'd been training with Gift and was in great shape. So he took the race by the horns and went as hard as he could, and there was no coming back. But we'll speak about Ludovic Mamabelo and David Khatebi in just a moment.
Yeah, we've got all the runners coming through at Kloof at the moment. Now, the midway cutoff happened at Drummond a short while ago. We'll get details from what happened and indeed chat to the first runner who missed the cutoff mark in just a bit, but this is happening at Kloof. But in terms of the runs, though, Alec, I could hear the excitement and almost bewilderment when you first told us Khatebe is running at 3 strides a second. And from there, we all sat big-eyed watching this remarkable run. We'll get your views in a moment or so, but first we've got to cross over to Lindani Mbenza, who I believe has the first runner who missed out at the halfway mark cutoff gun.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and the cut-off for the 2016 Comrades Marathon has gone off, and let's just find. This is the final man to go through the line. Sir, how are you? Baba, how are you? Congratulations, you are the last man to cross the line, off the cutoff line for the Comrades 2016. How proud are you? How proud are you that you went through?
I'll try.
We love you. All right, sir, good luck. Congratulations, and we'll see you at the finish line. We are here at Drummond, just off the Valley of 1,000 Hills. Very beautiful part of KwaZulu-Natal, but for some people, it's not going to be so beautiful and not going to be so memorable because they have not made the cutoff time, which is 6 hours for the Comrades Marathon. And just get to hear what they have to say. What a long run. I'm sure you were a few seconds off. How do you feel?
Very unlucky. Few seconds and my first time. Oh my God, I can't believe this just happened.
But just looking at this race, how proud that you did get to the starting line and got as far as you did?
I'm actually proud of myself that I made it this far. Oh my word!
And where are you from?
I'm from Pretoria.
All right, congratulations. Unlucky. Good luck for next year. All right, Baba, how do you feel, Musa?
I don't know what happened. I prepared myself, training, everything, it's perfect, but I don't know what happened to me. I was just get tired, but now, next year I'm coming. My fitness is still there.
And you're going to be crossing the line next year?
I'll be crossing the line just for a second, and then you cut me. You, man.
All right, so let's just look at Sis Nomsa. Sis Nomsa, how unlucky?
I'm speechless. I'm really speechless, but next day we're coming back.
Well, certainly is a disappointing situation for the runners who can't make the finish in time. The runners continuing to stream into to finish here at the Sahara Stadium, Kingsmead. Another female finisher. It's Anne Ashworth.
And these athletes coming in now just over 7 hours are still phenomenal performances. It wasn't long ago that you could win the ladies' race with a time of 7 hours. In fact, I remember 1990, Nadine Harrison winning in 7 hours, sandwiched between 2 excellent Frith van der Merwe wins.
Oh, the Frith van der Merwe wins were simply sensational. That 5:54 and 89 is out of this world. But as you say, 97 hours could actually win it. This is Gerda Steyn coming in now after Anne Ashworth, who actually started the who started the Born to Run club, which Yolandi McLean actually runs for. But this is Gerda Steyn coming in now. So another South African coming in just outside 7 hours. She would have been aiming for a slightly faster time, I would have imagined. But Gerda Steyn will still be fairly chuffed. Disappointed perhaps that she doesn't finish in a gold medal position. But Gerda Steyn, oh, she's still got a big smile on her face. She's a bubbly character. She'll be happy enough with the time when she looks at it overall. Perhaps mildly disappointed missing out on that gold medal. And we've got Alec Riddle and Big T still discussing the race that was. And just looking at the finish line now, Alec. Now, we got your view of the first sort of part of the men's race, but the second half, when Khatebe broke, and I mentioned the fact that I could almost sense the surprise in your voice, saying this guy's 3 strides a second, and he looked so comfortable. There was a fear that he might have gone too soon, that he might have gone too hard. What did it look like from the air, from where he broke to finishing?
Yeah, well, you know, we've seen athletes do fantastically well in events like Two Oceans and never be able to transition it. So one doesn't want to get too excited when one sees a guy like David Khatebe take the race by the horns like that. What you've got to bear in mind, and we can only speculate, Big T, example, Ludwig Mamabolo, he's racing the race of his life. He's racing faster than Bruce Fordyce ever raced. And this guy just takes off like a cannonbolt and goes. Do you go with him? Don't you go with him? Can you go with him? Can't you go with him? And you ran a phenomenal race and you got beaten by 6 minutes.
And of course, I think that's what we have been talking about. To say, listen, if you have paced yourself and you have put yourself a target, exactly, you can be able to really reach that one out. But then I think, again, on the other side, the course itself, does it really allow you? Did you tell or you psych your mind that this is what I want to achieve? Now, when you see a man like Khatebe just pulling through, just, you know, going forward, maybe in the next 2 minutes or so, what comes to your mind? And of course, then that's why you're saying he has been racing, you know, that race which normally he couldn't be able to do.
We're just seeing a couple of athletes who are finding it tough in the closing stages, and just a little support from a fellow runner.
I know what that's like, because I think it was the 1991 Comrades when I finished in around about 7 hours, having gone through Westville in just over 5. So I was like the matchstick man full of cramps. So that is tough. It's really terrible.
Well, it really is. The aching bodies. Absolutely aching. Some of the bodies out on the road, and even those who feel comfortable, there's some pains in the body. We saw it illustrated in the most disappointing way for Caroline Busman today. She started to pull up with about 14 Ks to go, with about 8 Ks to go. She was really struggling, eventually caught by Shane Bosman, and finishing second overall. Third overall, though, was Kaiser Berg. But in terms of interviews, I think we've got an interview with the third place finisher in the is it the men's or the women's race? Men's race, Bongmusa Mthembu.
Bongmusa, you were the downhill defending champion here today. Unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be. But how do you feel after the race?
I mean, I'm not going to say unfortunately, but I mean, I'm happy about the way I ran, and I mean, look at the time I ran. I mean. Plus, remember last year how I ran. I mean, I've given it all. I'm happy that I've run this time. This is my best ever time that I've run today, and I'm very grateful.
Today was a very special day because potentially 3 men could have come in under the course record, and it's good to have that record being held by South African again.
Absolutely, man. You know, we give it all as an athlete. I mean, what else can we want? And I mean, the sponsors, they should be happy. The team, they should be happy. The management, they should be happy. I mean, even for us, I mean, this is a bright future for the athletics, and I'm very grateful about the way I ran today.
At which point did you feel that winning the race was probably not an option for you on this course today?
I mean, you can't say that. I mean, this is a long way. You can't give up. We have to fight up until the end of the race. So that's what I did. I knew that I'm going to run in which point. So I did exactly from Hillcrest. I started to push my pace. I ran well, and I ran well for the first half. I passed halfway, 2:43. That was my aim. And I knew that from Hillcrest, I'll just push the pace up until I finish. I knew the guys, they were very, very fast. I knew only 3 or 2 will survive. I knew Ludwig is going to be the first. I mean, the way he won, I respect on him that, these guys are working very, very hard. That's what we need in our sport in South Africa. That's what we need as an athlete. I mean, Katebe, what else can you want? He's got a sponsor, he's got a good coach who always with him. He will always give him good advice. We know how he ran. He won 2 Oceans. That guy's got he's got a speed. And once you do some little thing with him, he's going to do well. I mean, for me, again, I like to thank even my sponsorship, 32GI, and also Nike, and also my team, Rutherford. These guys are very, very doing a great job for me, and also all the guys have been helping me throughout this day, and I've been through a lot, since whatever happened to me, 2014, it was very, very hard for my life, and to come up today and win. Last year I wasn't very, very well, and my mind wasn't even a race. So I was very, very broken in my heart. So coming up today and run like this, I give it all. So I'd like to thank my God, and I'd like to thank all my family, my friend, my sponsorship, whoever helped myself in my journey. I think I went through a lot, and today I'm very, very happy.
You lost a loved one. Do you feel you paid tribute today with your performance?
Absolutely, man. I think wherever she is today, looking up for me, and she's very happy. It was very, very emotional for me when I crossed the finish. I always think about her. It's very, very difficult to lose your loved ones, and for me it was very, very hard. I'm still young, and it wasn't just my girlfriend. It was my wife. So it was very hard for me. But I just kept going. I was very happy that I finished last year. So I just told myself, I just had to go to sports physio, and so to get through my mind, all those kind of things. Come up today, working together, get a good people, come together with my team and my coach Ubabu William Tolo and those guys, Martin Wenya. This guy is always with me. I'm talking about the guys who always train with me, about Tuso Musia, Luzo Gumteliso, Manda Tumagute. Those guys, they're always with me. They are my family. I think today they are very, very proud of me.
Comrades Marathon, thank you very much for your time and well done.
Thank you so much, guys, with your time. And also, thank you. I'm in a part of yourself, but I think it is very, very marvelous to me. Thank you so much, guys. Cheers, man.
So that was words of Bongmuso Tembu, third place finisher overall. As we go back to the visuals at Kloof, the athletes are still running through. The vast majority, some are shuffling along, but nobody's really walking, which is a good sign for these athletes out on the road. It's a very welcoming 21 degrees Celsius here at Sahara Stadium, Kingsmead. We've enjoyed some intense action in the men's race and some enthralling action in the women's race. But Big T, you hear the words of Bongmuso Tembu, and I can't help but think that a 5:26 on any other day would have walked away with a victory. Maybe not.
No, exactly. I think that's what we have been trying to articulate earlier on, that when you talk about this year's race, I think a record has been broken, and with a time of 5:25, because we all know that previous years it has been 5:31, 5:28, 5:34, 5:38, and these guys, I think they're quite excited about the achievement of today.
I think the other thing is what's quite surprising is Mthembu, we hardly saw him. And he ran one of the all-time great Comrades performances. So it just shows you that although we had the South Coast Strider guy and the Zimbabwean, they went out hard. They perhaps had a role to play in this record today because they were getting so far ahead that perhaps somebody like David Khatebi and the other guys, they decided to move a little bit earlier and they got on track for a record. And there's big incentives here. It's all a mind game. When you're running, I would expect that David Khatebi has won more than R1 million today with the incentives. Yep. So when you're running for that type of money, I reckon, these guys fight like their ancestors used to fight, to protect the family, to protect the food on the table, to protect their land. And this guy fought as hard as he could. Man, you could see he was determined.
But again, I think that which transpired from the press conference really hyped a lot of athletes to say, if you can beat me, just follow me. And that's what I think Karebe, like if you listen to the pre-interview before the race, he didn't really set that hard target of himself. And he was like saying, look, I'm going to take it as it comes. And that's what he did. But you check on the side of Gift Kelehe, your likes of Bongmuso Tembu, your likes of, Ludwig Mamabolo, they all have been firing through the day.
And the other thing that's also very important here is the impact of the mind. And sometimes when you don't know how tough it is or what you're trying to achieve, and you're running with a little bit of inexperience, you can perhaps just confound the critics.
Views between Alec Riddle and Big T, but views of Cowie's Hill now, 366 meters above sea level, and I can tell you that Elizondo is on the ground.
Absolutely, Dwayne. This is what the Comrades Marathon is about. The runners on the field. Nikichimile anibahle anikhathelanga kanti.
Ngikutshela ukuthi lutho angikhathele. La ngiyakhona ngeDurban ngenyawo. This is my legs. Take me to Durban. Ngizojump finish line. Ngibangibone high flats. Endwebu, eSouth Coast, eNhlangwini. Ncibi inhlanhla Goodman. Oshama sonke lokho sothi khona nganoni. Yiyo laba. Phakathi intombi yakho. Mina ke ngizala intokazi yakaqoze komnango kokozele komnqobo. Bathi inkalokazi.
Just tell us a little bit about why ugijima ngetshebe.
Uyabona ngithanda kakhulu iTV lento eniyenzayo yona engichaza kakhulu njengoba ngiyabonakala emazweni aphesheya emazweni ase-Africa khona le South Africa wena seJozi angongisa ke South Africa nakhona koPitoli bayangibona hayibo wena
kanti sizobonana kwi-finish line kukhanje kabi Sibusiso awutshela abantu basekhaya ukuthi kunjani ugijima Comrades.
Yeah, ekhaya, my family, I want to say hi to my family. I made it.
Yes, you made it.
I made it after I had a very long injury, of which it took me 6 months. Here I am, South Africa. Here I am, my family, from Kunu.
Wow. Wiseman, let's talk to you a little bit. A number of Comrades, how many have you been running so far?
I've already run 18. This is my 19th one.
No ways.
I'm going to finish it
Why
now.
do you keep on coming back? Why do you
because
keep on coming back?
Because it's nice to come here.
Love it.
Yes.
And tell me, which is better, the down on the app?
They're all the same, my sister. It's just a run and it's a run, I tell you. Yeah, but, you know, the up is a little bit better because you'll be using more force, but the down is a little bit because you'll be just running down and it tears your muscles, I tell you. This is Vugani from Port Elizabeth. We love you. Thank you.
Right, Simon, but the Comrades Marathon is Ogutoba. It will humble you. Are you feeling humbled? Is your body being humbled?
Yes, I'm feeling humbled. Vele iyathoba yona. Ithoba ngeqiniso mara ngiyaenjoy ngoba loqala ngigijima manje and I'm happy. I'm enjoying this.
Oh, all right.
I'd like to say hello to everyone. I'm representing everyone who know me.
Hello, everyone. Encourage everyone at home. Why should they be here running the Comrades?
I tell you, sister, the camaraderie is exceptional. The support of the people, you guys are awesome.
Yes, we love that. Desmond, let's talk to us about the Comrades. How are you feeling so far? Cowie's Hill, you're very close to the finish.
I don't feel too bad. The legs are a bit tired, but otherwise keeping strong and try for sub-9.
And the weather conditions, it's heating up immensely. How's that taking a toll on your body?
It is quite hot, especially on the highway, because there's no shelter, but as you can see, just keep on rehydrating.
Yeah.
That's it.
Best of luck. We'll see you at the finish line. Congratulations so far. Tebogo, why are you running the Comrades? Are you running it for anyone in mind?
Yes, I do run it firstly for my employer, which is Nissan South Africa, to promote it, employee wellness. Secondly, I run it for my church, which is promoting the people who love Jesus. They can do it in life. Thirdly, which is most important, I run it for my family, my wife and beautiful daughter, my mother. I just love it.
All right, that's beautiful. We'll see you at the finish line. Christian, how you doing?
I'm very good, good.
Cowie's Hill, did you think you would make it in one piece?
No. No, it was difficult, but I've came so far, so yeah, I'm heading into the finish line almost, about an hour to go, and then I'm there.
All right, so are you keeping to your training schedule? Is everything going according to plan? Are your times on track?
No.
Oh, no.
No.
Why is that?
I got an ring string. Then I can't run. My legs are tight. Yeah, I've got cramps and everything.
All right, Sally, so sorry about that, but I know you're still going to soldier on. And just like Caroline Vosman, she had that injury, but she still soldiered on and made sure that she was sick.
I will finish it.
Well, definitely. Congratulations to you. One of our colleagues from the SABC, you're cramping up a bit, Mohua. What's happening? Tell us about what the condition is like.
No, I have the muscle pulls, and so this thing is very difficult to me, but I've done my race. But before 8 hours. Yes.
So you are definitely getting a medal.
Yes.
I love that ambition. I love it, and I know it's going to happen.
Yes, I promise you, and then I got it at that metal.
All right.
Yes, already there. I'll take it. I'll go there and collect it.
All right, we're so proud of you, Mahuba. Let's talk to you. How are you feeling? You're smiling. You don't even look like you're phased by the race.
Well, this is my third comrade. The previous two I've been doing more than 10 hours. Right now it's just 23 past 7 hours. So I will get there before 10 hours. So that is a proud moment for me.
I'm always fascinated to know if you are keeping to your times, to your schedules. Are you going to reach the target that you set out at, 5:30 in the morning?
Yes, my target is 10 hours. So I'm left with less than 18 hours. So I will definitely get there before 10 hours.
Right,
so that is on schedule.
Okay, fantastic. We'll see you at the finish line. Let's talk to you. What does Mahewu do for the body?
Well, it gives more energy for me to climb these hills. Yes.
All right. And how's your times going? Are you happy? Are you comfortable? Are you going to be making it to...
Definitely, I'm comfortable. You see, I'm always working below 10 hours. Yes.
All right. And then who are you guys running for? Ishmael and...
I'm okay.
My target is 8:30. Yes, because last year I never make it on time. I made it in 10 hours.
So you are going to make it?
Yes, I'm going to make it. I still have time now. Just that this car wheel I had to walk.
I can see a lot of people are walking Kawit Hill. Why is that? Is preparations...
No, Comrades, it's Comrades. Beside the preparation, to say, this hill, it's one of the hardest hills. Each and everyone, if you can notice, they are walking. So I can say it's not one of that easy hills. That's why I say it is indeed humbling us. Yeah, that's what I can say. But apart from that, we are going to finish it. So let me just keep moving to finish my time.
Oh yeah, no, keep moving. What's happening?
No, I'm just coming here to tell what the race. I want to finish this race. I'm doing it for my child's birthday because I'm not from far from National. So I just want to enjoy myself. And next year I will be back.
That's beautiful, and that's why we are part of the Comrades, for these beautiful stories. Who are you running it for?
I'm just running for myself. I wanted to do sub-9, but it seems like a lot of question now. But it's okay. The joy, the fun, the endurance, it's good. Yeah, so I'm happy, even with my time, yeah.
All right, I love people that run the Comrades with such a huge smile.
We spoke in Cape Town anyway. Yes, I was hoping for a sub-9. Last time my friends fought for me to say, he's wasted too much time on the TV. But anyway, I don't care because I need to be on TV anyway. You know what? And there was a hashtag that I spoke last time. Hashtag Team Look Good California.
Now I remember you from Cape Town. And just to wrap things off, who are you running this for?
For my total, two of my main objectives almost fulfilled. Number one, participation. Number two, to finish it. Now, starting to go. Durban, hashtag. Thank you very much.
Durban. I'm taking you back to Coventry. I'm very fascinated by the guy that said he runs these marathons just to be on television. That is what SABC Sport is about. It's back to Coventry.
Vibrant and energetic Olizondo at Cowie's Hill. It's an interesting time. It's certainly a tough race for a few of those athletes who expressed their discontent with the weather conditions overall, but we saw a remarkable race overall. And David Gadebe's record, the 5:18, when Gerte said it is possible to do a 5-hour Comrades, everybody laughed at him, just about. But you look at this 5:18 now, look, anybody who said Shetsov's record was going to go anytime soon might have been laughed off as well. But Alec, when you look at that 5:18 and the way Radebe did it, how do you reconcile that for the average runner?
Well, let's put it to those viewers at home who know somebody, or perhaps they have got off the couch and run one of the weekly park runs. There must be hundreds of thousands of people in South Africa who've run a park run, 5 kilometers or a 5-kilometer club time trial, and they probably afterwards admired in the results somebody who ran a sub-18 and won the race. Well, Gadebi ran sub-18 18 times in a row today. That is astonishing. And let's just put it in context. What's your best parkrun time?
No, we're not going to go there. Not on live television. Maybe Big T will share, but
no ways. I'm not going to share that one anyway. But you know what? To me, it boils down to say, you know, there must be change in South Africa in terms of the way how people take and really approach things. And you should have heard what Ludwig have said, that it's doable. You know, anything that we can aspire doing, you can end up doing.
You know, when I saw him running, I almost wanted to say, can we not keep this guy away from the Comrades and the Two Oceans and put him in the marathon, because he's got so much speed and so much belief in himself. He could be our next Willie Matalo, who won New York in 92, or our next Josiah Tugwani, who won the Olympics in 96. Of course, Willie Matalo is still associated with the race and coached the third place finisher today.
That's right, yeah. He coached Bongmusum Tembo, who finished third place, the defending downrun champion he was coming into today's race. But we're going to have the very first cut-off at the finish line in a short while. The silver cut-off at 7.5 hours, of course, and that's at 7 hours 30, so just under 90 seconds before the silver medal cut-off. But the other thing that I must mention today that has just astonished me is 52-year-old Colleen de Rijk finishing in third place overall in the Masters category is just astonishing. She finished in the 6 hour 57th place finish in her first attempt at a Comrades Marathon, and managing to finish only behind Lazarus Soroko, 6:42, and Sean Micklejohn, of course. Remember, he was celebrated as the KwaZulu-Natal athlete who came home first in 95. Brilliantly, but Colleen de Rijk at 52, third place in the Masters overall. That's just astonishing.
Let's. I'll come back to you about Colleen de Rijk in a moment, but I think we've got 30-odd seconds till the 7.5 hour. This is one of the big medals of Comrades, the silver medal. Do you know that you have to average under 5 minutes per kilometre to get the silver medal, Big T? This is what these club runners who can't go for the gold, this is what they're chasing, that silver medal. And there's only 20 seconds left.
Exactly, because that's what people have been talking about.
5 seconds.
4, 3, 2, 1. There's the bull row.
Yeah.
Well, that's one of those disappointing cut-offs to 7 hour 30. But, well, in terms of disappointment, you've just come so far, hoping to get a medal, a silver medal. And from now, you get the bull road.
Ya ndi chipinga chine bunja ziklaba zena ndikwambanga hazo bo faranani klaba zane zabo manoni bunja batangwana ndikwambana bo bembe athletics club kwambanga zezo penzia mashini mabuya Peter Mutubi ndimu abagidi bo shuma so abadinga manda nandi kulingezo la so dinga wana nyane tofa hayane ndikona ndi NFP ndakomana bele sapa Peter Mutubi. But I think you know, Alec, when you look overall, I think this year, and everyone will be able to be very happy and excited about what has happened in our country.
Yeah, excellent. And we're heading out to Kloof. We've just seen some scenes here from Cowie's Hill. Now we're in Kloof. In fact, just a moment or two ago, I saw two Achilles Club athletes come through, and that was Karen Watson-Smith and Candice Pizzolati running for the Achilles Athletics Club. And there's hundreds and hundreds of athletes coming through Kloof. And yeah, great excitement out there.
Indeed, great excitement. And let's get down to the very excitable Busiwe Ngobo, who is at Kloof.
Ramina ibusiwe ngoba upozuma pholo mashamahle engathi azoshimayela kanti ngiyathemba ukuthi niyathokoza njengoba sinilethela the 2016 edition of the Comrades Marathon. Mina njengamanje I'm here at the Nedbank Green Mile, which is in Kloof, 65 kilometers into the Comrades Marathon. The atmosphere over here is absolutely amazing. Kanti khona manje ngimenobhuti wami khona lana ogijimayo futhi unjani namhlanje?
Ngiyaphila kunjani?
Ngiyaphila igama ngizothi bani?
Andele Matawe.
Nele, uzizwa kanjani ngokuthatha iqhaza ku-Comrades Marathon yalo nyaka?
Great time, eh? I'm really enjoying it, and we're almost there. This is my third one, and this is for my baby.
Oh, this is for your baby. How old is your baby?
He's 1 year old.
1 year old. How has it been for you so far? Do you think it gets easier the more Comrades Marathons you run?
Unbearable, but we manage it.
Well, good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
There we go, doing it for his baby. Nakulana Zipeta Ayanda. Sabona Ayanda. I'm well, thank you. Ayanda, tell me, how has this run been for you today?
Yeah, this race is difficult. I didn't train for it. I was having insults, no? Now I've got a problem. Even all the legs, both sides, I got the cramps. But I'm going to work until the finishing now.
Walk until the finish line, Ayanda. Good luck to you, hey? Oh, Ayanda, utayambulala ama cramps. Sabona babunjani?
Right, on the right.
Baba, uneminyaka emingaki?
Ndina 65 years.
65 years old. The Comrades yakho yokuqala le.
Ndina 10 years. The marathon.
If a 65-year-old can run it, why can't the rest of us? Let me just try and get one more person to speak to. Here's a gentleman over here. Sawubona unjani?
Unjani ma?
Ngiyaphila, ngizothuba igama.
Umlife.
Mlife, how is the Comrades Marathon for you this year?
So far so good. I can't complain. Hoping to reach Pietermaritzburg soon.
Soon, you've got 24 kilometers to go. You're almost done. Is this your first one?
Thank you, darling.
Okay, thank you, darling. I don't know whether or not it's his first one. Well, Africa Zonga, that is how it's going down right here at the Nedbank Green Mile. 65 kilometers into the run, just 24 kilometers to go. You can see the atmosphere, absolutely amazing. We're cheering on the runners. This is the 2016 edition of the Comrades Marathon, brought to you by SABC Sports. But right now, Africa Zonga, Yamabengeleni Mingai Kahelo. We'll be back right after this short ad break.
Are you South Africa's biggest Bakers fan?
We love making Bakers biscuits.
Each one is really special.
We mix together the finest quality ingredients.
But the most important ingredient of all is love.
Are you South Africa's biggest Bakers fan? Show us and win your share of 2 million rand in airtime, cash, smartphones, TVs and the grand prize of 100,000 rand. Buy any Bakers promo pack and dial the unique code found inside. Best baked by Bakers.
Smart kids say smart things.
Fana, what do vitamins make you?
Strong and fit and tough.
Baby, where does milk come from?
From the supermarket, Mom. Just joking. From a cow.
No, what are live cultures?
It's the magic that turns the milk into yogurt.
Why does Mommy give you a smart snack?
Because I'm smart. Yogurt is made with milk and live cultures. Nutriday is a thick, creamy, yummy smart snack. What are you doing, Mum?
I want to be as smart as you.
Nutriday yogurt. Say yes to the smart snack.
The Right to Win, South Africa's only democracy game show.
The Music Awards.
Summers, South African Music Awards.
Yes, the team that is the fourth on the league.
Soccer, I'm a rugby fan. Who elects the mayor?
At least we're all on the same page.
Time's up. Do you think you can beat our contestants? Find out right here on SABC2, where you belong.
Well, remember that you can still win 1,000 rand airtime with Old Mutual. Call loved ones, chat with friends, update your social media, or visit www.worldofendurance.co.za to plan for greatness. Simply answer the questions on screen. You could be a winner. It's that easy. So enter now for your chance to get 1,000 rand airtime. Standard chance to win. How often does the Comrades Marathon happen? A, B, or C? SMS Old Mutual and your answer to 34068. So plenty continuing to happen as we are just outside Sahara Stadium, Kingsmead. Visuals of the runners starting to come in. But in terms of Colleen de Rijk, I just want to mention very briefly, Alec Riddle. Am I allowed to mention that you? Is this giving your age away if I mention that you used to actually coach Colleen?
Well, yeah, I was very young when I started coaching. Yeah, I had the privilege of working with Colleen when she was at university. Her brother Colin and I were big mates and know the Lindeque family very well. They've got a rich history with this. And as you said rightly, I mean, what a phenomenal performance by a 52-year-old. But I mean, she's such a pedigree athlete, 4-time Olympian, 3 medals at World Cross Country Championships, a couple of world records on the road, an Ironman World Championship win. But as much as she's a great athlete, Big T, I don't know if you've ever met this remarkable lady. She is such a wonderful person.
ndi zvavukoma ngamanda musi uchilabalisa ndela ye vafumakazi vashuka ḓuvha ḽa ṋamusi vha ita ngayo unga zwi amba zwori hu vha na u konḓela hunzhi ya vha hone nga nḓila ye vha ita ngayo wo vha si vhuya humbula zwori khamusi vha nga tovha nga u ralo khamusi ndo zwi amba mathomani zwori maybe the absence of the Russians maybe pushed our South African ladies to the very point.
Well, one wonders how that impacted on the overall outcome of this race. Either way, Shane Bosman is a winner. But there were those that will be hoping for silver medals, and there are those who might be hoping for Bill Rowans. But the cut-off happened a short while ago, and I believe Udo Karls is down at the finish line with the first person who missed out on the silver.
Christopher Zuma, that gun goes off, the cut-off for silver, and you missed it by literally 3 seconds. How does that feel?
Terrible for me, because I was pushing all the way for the silver, but I've missed it in the finish line. But next time, I'll make sure that my time is more.
Well, talk to us about your preparation, because in order to make the silver, you need to run just about the sub-5 for every kilometer class 89. Was that in the training? Was that happening?
Yeah, it was in the training and happening. The problem is the cramps. That started in Mayville. That's made me slack a little bit.
Were there a couple of times where you needed to take a walk today?
There's a plenty of time that I have taken a walk.
So from here on into next year, how do we get that silver medal?
Yeah, I need to train more hard because it is the uphill. Next year I have to do more hills then.
Well, listen, you didn't get your silver medal, but you got yourself on television, yeah?
Okay, I know. Thanks very much, bro.
There we go. Thank you so much for your time.
Well, there's still excitement and anticipation of runners who might be coming into Sahara Stadium, Kingsmead, to greet their family, to greet their loved ones who are all waiting for them here at the wonderful venue. It is generally a cricket ground, but which also serves as the finishing area for the Comrades Marathon, the 2016 Comrades Marathon, a down run from Pietermaritzburg to Durban, 89.208 kilometers, and covered in record time by an astonishing David Hadebe this morning. Absolutely phenomenal run in which he shattered the Comrades record. But I tell you, there's going to be loads of discussion on numerous matters throughout the day as we continue on this record-breaking day in the Comrades Marathon. But let's skip on over to Valen Kirtley, a Comrades finisher on multiple occasions, but Valen thankfully giving us her time today to be in studio.
Well, thank you very much, Dwayne. You're actually making me blush a little bit. 2 is not multiple, but I do hope in years to come I will be able to properly put my name behind that title to say a multiple time finisher, but 2 times, and it is the most wonderful event to have said that you're a part of, because it is truly a life-changing event. It has been a record-breaking day here at Sahara Kingsmead down in Durban. It reminds you a little bit of the 1989 race where we had Frith van der Merwe smashing the women's record for the down run, and we had Samuel Shabalala becoming the first black man to become the Comrades champion. Today we had David Khatebe smashing the men's record, and then we had such drama in the women's race. As we speak, they've actually got the elite athletes press conference that's currently underway, and I see a couple of the journalists are busy tweeting about some of the proceedings there. And the champion David Khatebe, after his record-breaking run 5:18, he said that he's going to celebrate by doing a fartlek session tomorrow. I'm not too sure anybody would be taking their cameras down to hold him to that, because he, as well as Ludwig Mamabolo and Bongmusa Mthembu, have made all South Africans so very proud today. Let's shift focus, and in studio with me I've got Dr. David Mabunda, who is the CEO of Izimvelo KwaZulu-Natal Wildlife. A very good afternoon to you, and welcome to SABC Sports Live coverage of the Comrades Marathon.
Good afternoon, Valen, and good afternoon to your viewers.
The Comrades Marathon Association, through their Amabidi charity drive, raise money for a number of different causes. One of them is the wildlands conservation, of which you guys work closely with.
Yes, Valen, we work very closely with stakeholders like Wildlands, WESA, and many others, community-based organizations. Biodiversity conservation is very important. In fact, it is a job of everyone to conserve our nature, and the protection of our rhino is very important, and we hope through this event we can actually promote awareness and protect our rhino, because the rhino in this province is the business of tourism. It's part of our brand, it's part of our logo as Zambelo Wildlife, and it's part of our future.
Why use the vehicle of the Comrades Marathon?
Well, this is the most popular event. I feel very challenged. The fact that the winner is also a David, I feel that next year I should actually submit my application form and be part of it. It's very important. The Comrades is synonymous with iconic events, and the rhino in our province and in our country is very iconic. This is the home of the rhino. It originated from here to form all these other meta populations around the country, and we think that by protecting the Tuthuwe Mfolozi rhino gene pool, we are protecting the country's rhino.
The Comrades Marathon also attracts people from all over the world, and they really make a holiday of it when they actually come to South Africa to compete in the Comrades Marathon, and that is music to your ears.
Certainly, Valen. When people come, whether they are from the other provinces, the African continent, or international, they come for business, they come for tourism experiences. They will never leave the province without visiting our parks. They're very important, and whenever they go, they support our small trade, people that are trading along the routes towards our parks. They support various informal businesses and formal businesses. So it's very important that we really protect the rhino, because the rhino is the main attraction. It's part of the Big Five. I can't imagine us being called a Big Four destination.
Why is it that, we've been speaking about rhino conservation, we've been speaking about, winning this fight against rhino poaching, but we hear the stats, unfortunately, year in, year out, and it doesn't seem as if it's a battle that we're winning.
Fighting transnational organized crime is a very complex task. We are turning the corner. The numbers are starting to show a decline. However, it's not enough. One rhino killed is one too many, and we need to intensify the struggle. We are working with law enforcement agencies, working with communities. The poachers, Valen, are somebody's father, somebody's son, someone's husband or boyfriend. They live amongst us, and we are asking our communities to be the eyes and ears of this nation, because poachers feed their stomachs, and we want to feed the rest of the nation, the rest of our communities.
Dr. Mabunda, there has been a lot of initiatives to raise money to stop the scourge. Do the funds make a difference?
The funding is making a difference. We are working with the non-governmental organizations who receive this funding. They buy us equipment, all kinds of things that we need. It is making a difference. Every cent counts. We must work together as a community, as society, and as a sector. We're working very closely with business. They are supporting us in various ways. It is a very difficult fight. It reinvents itself almost every hour, every second, and every day. And we need to be a step ahead of the poachers.
And just as we conclude our interview now and we take a look at some of the visuals of the athletes that are still pouring over the line here at Sahara Kingsmead in Durban as they complete the 89-kilometer journey from Pietermaritzburg to Durban on the 91st running of the Comrades Marathon. As a South African, how do you feel about the historic day that you've witnessed?
I saw people that are much older than me going past the line, receiving the silver medal. I feel challenged, but I feel proud as a South African because the first three athletes that went through are South African. And also the women race was very exciting, nail-biting and scintillating. And I think in this spirit, we should also convey our appreciation to the South African society, to the SABC and everybody that has made this possible. We must mobilize our people against all kinds of crime, particularly rhino poaching, and stop it.
Lovely stuff. Thank you very much. That's Dr. David Mabundo, who is the CEO of the Ezemvelo KwaZulu-Natal Wildlife organization. And just speaking about the importance of conserving the rhino, and Dwayne, when you linked to me, you spoke about the fact that I did complete this race, and having run my first one, I actually was right back in the bunch, and one of the guys that actually ended up running ahead of me was a gentleman in a big rhino suit, and I couldn't believe it, but he actually came over the finish line. And those are just the kinds of initiatives, those are the kinds of spirits that you see coming to partake in the Comrades Marathon. Dwayne, it's over to you guys in the commentary box.
Oh yes, we've seen so many colourful characters in the Comrades Marathons over the years, and of course so many memories of the various finishes over the years. But Valen, you've done it twice, you've completed it twice, and 2 is a multiple. Regardless of how you might view it, you certainly are keen to do more, no doubt, and I know you will in the future events. So Valen Curtin in the studio, going to be continuing to bring us details from winners and indeed those members of society who've made their way up to studio. Here enjoying the action though in KwaZulu-Natal at Sahara Stadium, Kingsmead, and so many golden moments over this Comrades Marathon. I know personally, when you think back, I think back at some of my highlights growing up watching this race, sitting on Botha's Hill and trying to spot Alan Robb's red socks running past every year, or watching Bruce Fordyce shuffle his way to another victory, or indeed watch the likes of Sam Shabalala, who was just the most astonishing runner, became the first black winner of the Comrades Marathon back in 1989, in a year that was remembered for both the men's and women's victors for quite contrasting reasons. Sam Shabalala with a remarkable win in 89, shortly before his debilitating taxi accident, a motor vehicle accident in which he was quite severely injured, but just a remarkable run in 89. And to think about Frith van der Merwe's run in that 5:54, finishing 15th overall in 1989. And then, of course, some of the other moments that you remember from out on the course, the Sean Micklejohns doing their bits, the races. We've spoken about Nick Bester and Charles Matthias, and the way they were sprinting alongside one another in the closing 8 kilometers of races gone by, or Thompson Magawana using the zigzag approach to uphill running. So many moments that stand out, and so many colourful characters with interesting hair, colourful hair. There's so many, absolutely so many, and those are from recent memory. Of course, many more remember the likes of Wally Hayward running live. And Wally Hayward, I think in 1989 was another 9:44 he finished in. When you consider he was 79 years old at the time, he finished in a 9:44, which meant that he was quicker than half the field that year. Now that is simply an astonishing achievement. Well, Coca-Cola wants us to tell you. I want you to tell us your golden moment. If you use hashtag golden moment, let's take a look at one of those golden moments.
A man by the name of Bill Rowan took the lead and carved a special piece of Comrades history as the first man ever to win the race. His time of 8 hours 59 minutes remains the slowest men's winning time ever. Bill Rowan was honoured in 2000 when a medal bearing his name was introduced for runners completing the course between 7.5 and 9 hours.
Tweet at Coca-Cola_ZA then with hashtag golden moment. Yes, indeed. There's some amazing golden moments over the years of the Comrades Marathon. This is the 91st edition of the Comrades Marathon, and still many finishers continuing to make their way toward the line. Oh, yes, gloves and well, it looks like an amateur boxer with the headgear that he's got on, and the gloves. So head guard and white gloves. always distinguishing features out on the course. But these runners who've set themselves times, they'll be walking away with Bill Rowan medals, coming in anything under 9 hours now, between 7.5 and 9 hours. It's an achievement in its own right, depending on the goals you might have set for yourself. But all crossing the finish line, all celebrating different personal milestones and achievements in this 2016 Comrades Marathon. It's been an astonishing day from a men's perspective. It's a record-breaking day, and it's a race of camaraderie, as we so often see athletes running side by side, celebrating one another's achievements on the grass of Kingsmead this year, as they come into the finish line after nearly 90 kilometres from Pietermaritzburg to Durban. So as we look at the finish line now, approaching 8 hours in the race gone by, well into the Bill Rowan medals. Helen Luca and Ellie Greenwood are alongside. But Helen Luca, if I could just ask you overall, as a former winner of this race, just what was your take on the day so far, with nearly 8 hours in?
Well, I think it's reminded us all of how much one has to respect this race, and that you can never take anything for granted. And I think we just saw a very courageous effort by Caroline. Nobody thought she wouldn't take the honours, but that's Comrades. That's part of the magic. It's part of the special day, and the way Shanae just came past and took first prize, and I think extraordinary, and for both athletes, and then just all the other athletes that have taken part. I've picked up that 26 women have come in under 7.5 hours, and that's great, because that just demonstrates that there is a lot more depth in women's running. They're improving, and to break 7.5 hours at Comrades it's a very good goal, and it's very few people have that opportunity, or have that ability, or let's say put the ability and the training together to actually achieve that. So I just think it's great for running.
Well, it's absolutely excellent, Helen, and Dwayne DeLocca vacated his seat. It's time for me, Arna Malherbe, to take over again here. And I just came from the press conference, in fact, for the women's finishers, and a few interesting comments there, especially from Caroline Bussmann, where she said her aim today was to go under 6 hours. She took that risk, didn't quite pay off. She ran a time halfway that she thought would get her under that 6 hours time, and it didn't quite pay off, but she wouldn't do anything differently. She's happy with the risk she took and with the goal she had in mind. And Ellie, your comments on that?
Yeah, I mean, you can't criticise her for going for it, and there'd been indications of that, and indications that maybe she was going to go even faster, but we saw her go through halfway in just under 3:08, and definitely that was like, okay, if she carries on like that with the more of the downhill towards the finish, then certainly it looked like she could be on pace for that sub 6 hours. I don't blame her for going for it. Certainly she was looking comfortable, and that was it. I mean, it'll be interesting to hear later on. She seemed to almost fall apart fairly quickly, like at halfway, and even after halfway she looked cruising, she was comfortable, and if you don't take risks you never get those really big goals. So she went for it, and I'm glad she's not disappointed.
Yeah, I think her attitude today to the entire race was just fantastic. But we're going to cross to the studio where we hook up with Valen Kirtley.
Are we almost going on?
All right, thank you very much to our commentators as we continue to look at the finish line. Welcome to our on-site studio. Of course, we're just above that finish line, and joining me in studio now is the chairman of the Road Accident Fund, Dr. Ntuku Bengu. A very good afternoon and welcome to our broadcast on SABC Sport.
Good afternoon, Valen. Pleased to be here.
It's this one time of the year that we get to meet one another, but just refresh our memory and tell those viewers that may not know the Road Accident Fund's involvement with the Comrades Marathon.
Yes, the Road Accident Fund has been involved with the Comrades Marathon for a number of years now. It is a very important program for us in our calendar. The whole title, the whole name of the event, Comrades, is very much in line with the values that we espouse within the fund in terms of Ubuntu, which is in our vision and mission statement. But it certainly is very much linked with where we want to be in relation to the Road Accident Benefit Scheme. As you may know, that we are in the process of transitioning from the Road Accident Fund in terms of the Act as it stands to the Road Accident Benefit Scheme. But in terms of, you may want to know why this is important. It's important because you may be aware that in terms of the many accidents that we see on the road, a big number of people who die unfortunately on the road are pedestrians. And if you look at runners, those are vulnerable members of society for us. On the day-to-day, they may not be at risk because of obviously the road closures, and then there are marshals who control traffic. But the year when they are out running on the road, they are exposed to accidents that we unfortunately see on a day-to-day basis. So we promote road safety, especially to the runners, as they do their practice runs during the year. But you may know as well that today, as we know, there are lots of people who've come in from out of town. So the road safety message is important to them too as they leave and go back home. Because at every opportunity we need to preach the message of road safety.
It's heartbreaking to see at any time of holiday, any time of celebration in South Africa, when we have a long weekend and people are going home or going back to their place of birth or the place where their family is from, and then we hear the high number of deaths on the roads. It just seems to be something that we're not winning against as South Africans.
Yeah, indeed, Valiant. This is worrying because what we can't run away from is that most of the factors are human factors. So we really appeal for drivers to be responsible on the road and realize that the cars that they're driving are dangerous tools that account for a lot of deaths. So we can never stop preaching that message. You're quite right. And what we also may have come out and were initially happy that the statistics were starting to come down. And then you have one long weekend that just reverses all of the gains. It's tragic.
What is the kind of work that the RAF do with the authorities and those people that are responsible for actually ensuring that our roads remain safe?
Yes. The Road Accident Fund is one of about 11 entities that report to the Department of Transport. Our mandate means that most of what we do is work with victims of accidents, meaning that would be after the accident has happened, whether we're looking at people who unfortunately die and we deal with our families in terms of compensation, or those who survive and we are responsible to look after their healthcare needs in relation to the accident. But we also have a duty to promote road safety, and our involvement includes working with, for example, children at school. We have we've got programs to promote road safety at school, scholar patrols, and we do from time to time also man roadblocks and give away car seats for children as well. So it's very much all encompassing, including as well our CSI projects that are geared towards promoting road safety. So it's an all-year involvement, but I must state it's not only unique to the Road Accident Fund, it's also with our sister entities like the Road Traffic Management Corporation, Road Traffic Infringement Agency. All of us are responsible for promoting road safety.
And it's, of course, the platform of the Comrades Marathon is a very important place to preach that message. That's the chairman of the Road Accident Fund, Dr. Ntuthuko Bengu. Thank you very much for chatting to us live here on SABC Sports.
Thanks, Valiant. It's been a pleasure. Thanks.
All right, these are some of the visuals that you're seeing at the finish line down in Durban. 8 hours of running so far. The next cutoff that we're actually going to be seeing here down in Kingsmead is at 2:30. And one of the ladies that you've actually been hearing her voice quite a bit throughout this morning's broadcast is Helen Luca, a lady who has got 3 Comrades wins to her name. She's actually going to be firing the gun for that Bill Rowan cutoff come 2:30. That's quite a while away, and there's still a lot of people that will be able to actually achieve that. But let's go out onto the road and find out what Oli Zondo is up to. She's at Cowie's Hill.
Valen, loving the characters here at Cowies Hill. It is hot, and I've emphasized and reiterated the atmosphere. Absolutely electric. Ngiyayithanda babu Abel into oyigqokile ulokhu uyagijima imarathon yonke ngayo le outfit lena angitshele kancane ngayo.
Kushothi mangitraina njalo nginokubona inyoni zilaphansi estradini bese ngiyastopa ngisiclean and then like ngoba ngithanda inyoni ngithanda kakhulu ilwane. Yeah, so I've decided to stop running ama silver because I've got 7 silver.
Yeah.
And all my finishing, I'm sure uyangibona ngishaya 20 push-ups.
Yes.
So it's just a joke. Just
now ngicela ukuthi ushaye ngengoma nje ushaye ngebeats ushaye nangedance yabona.
Ngibene injury kuseni bengilayisha luggage eningi because ibus beyilate, so I can't dance because my injury won't let me go there.
Right, I know siyabonga yena ugijime kahle sokubona kwi finish line ne.
Zobashaya.
Zobashaya. Let's talk about it, the up or the down run. Which one do you find most fascinating? Motion is uKhawi's kodwa ukuphethe kanjani?
Kube nzimana khona unyuka nje kuyasho ukuthi umuntu sehambe.
Kodwa uzofika mos.
Hayi nje siyakhona uzoqeda.
Siyobonana eThekwini.
Kanjalo nje sisi.
Samson awungena ungitshele kancane ukuthi yini lento eyenza ukuthi ugijime Comrades in year out.
You know what? It's just a miracle that we always do this. You know, it comes from the heart.
Absolutely.
But most of all, I want to thank my family, my wife always supporting me. Run Walk for Life, my friend Shaw, you know yourself. I told you I was going to talk to you about this.
All right.
But everybody else, it's fun. We're almost there. 18 Ks to go. Love you guys. Thanks a lot.
We're very, very proud of you. Ilanga liyashisa. How are the conditions on you, on your bodies?
Angise right njengamanje unyaka wami oqala futhi ngingena iComrade ngizizwa ngikhululekile kuyingena kwami khona istress esasingibambile ngathi hayi angingene emgwaqeni ngizizwa ngiright ngizoqeda futhi.
Sukufisela inhlanhla ne?
Yeah, ngiyabonga.
All right, Sigena. Let's talk about the Comrades. Who are you running it for? Why is this so special for you?
Ngiyabonga ukuthola ithuba lokuthi iComrades ngiqala ngqa ukuthi ngigijime ngiqede.
Yeah.
Ngoba kwisifiso sami ukuthi ngangidlala ibhola kodwa manje sibambe ngakho.
Okay. Na khona ngithi ububukela ku SABC ubona abantu bagijima na uthi ngiyafisa ukuthi ngibe la.
Yebo.
Yebo.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu kabi. Ngiyabonga.
And yes. Talk about the up run or the down run. Which were you?
Down run.
Yes,
because if I well trained, it's very good. Down run is more good for me. So I would like to say hi to my lovely wife and my kids. My wife is Notando Zungu. At Port Down Fort. It's Kawin.
Let's the preparations then coming into the Comrades. What was your plan? What did you have in mind?
My plan was I come to run the Comrades to finish it in time.
What's that time though?
That time is...
we are in time for 10 hours.
Yes, 10 hours.
10 hours, definitely. Right. See, now we back here for the back-to-back, me and my friend. We did it last year. It was the up run. So now we're going for the down run. So we are in time for back-to-back now. So, yeah, actually we are in time now.
All right, and who are you running it for? How do you keep yourself motivated throughout the run?
For our families and definitely for our clients, because both of us are personal trainers. So we're doing this as an example to our clients. So encouraging them to run also. So I want to say thank you to my family, my mother, my son. Baby, you're the best. You made this possible. I love you. Mom.
So sweet. Okay, so they say that the Comrades Marathon is humbling. It gives you a humbling experience. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, and why do you say that?
Crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, but okay, just want to say hello to my family and my wife and my children and my aunties and my parents and to Ravensmith Club and to my college who I'm working with, Revelox in Western Cape, and all the people who's watching me today, and to all the people who's watching me in Cape Town.
And they'll be watching you at the finish line as well. Congratulations. I want to talk to you quickly. How are you feeling?
Very, very great. Myself and Samaya is running as a team, and we just want to say thank you to everybody that's supporting us. Are we going to give a shout out to our little kiddies? Katie, Ilke, MCA, Papa, love you. Bye.
And I
I want you to encourage people at home. Why should they be running the Comrades Marathon? Because we've been told that it is one of those marathons that each and every South African has to run.
Today is that on the road you make a lot of friends, so it humbles you. So I would like to thank my family and everybody who support me today. And I think my coach, Barry Hollard, he's done very well because I'm still strong. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, fantastic. We've seen so many people walk Cowies Hill. Is it because they're not prepared enough, or is it just that
it feels like this in Perth? I'm exhausted, but I'm going to finish.
You are definitely going to finish. What was your plan coming into this? What's the time that you've set out for yourself?
I ran for charity for a school in just outside Pietermaritzburg, Umselinga. So that's what I ran for.
That is fantastic. I don't want to keep you. Keep on doing it. We'll see you at the finish line.
I just want to say, it's marvelous. We have been running, very nice. We prepared, and then I'm having my captain here. I'm very proud of her. You see here, she's Maria is here.
I want for all my family say hello in IDB.
My first one, Cooks. Bronze, it's in.
Okay,
yes.
no, before you go, it is your first one. How do you decide that you want to run the marathon? When did you even make that decision? What was the date? Do you remember?
For the love of the game. I can't remember. I prepared 2.5 years. So I can't remember, but it's for the love of the game.
That is beautiful. That is beautiful. It is said that it's 34% of the runners are actually new runners. It's up from 23% from last year. So it really is amazing. Let's talk about your experience so far. Cowies Hill, I know it's not easy.
It's been an awesome run. Amazing weather, awesome people. We're almost home. That's the main thing, getting home.
Yeah. All right, so finish line, you are going to make it in the time that you've set out.
Yes.
Fantastic. She's very optimistic. She's very positive that she will make it into that finish line in the time that she has set out. It's Cowies Hill. It's draining. It is not easy, but it's back to commentary, and I know that Dwayne is there.
Thank you.
Well, actually, Dwayne is not here, but I am, Arno Malherbe, along with Ellie Greenwood and Helen Luca. And before we get to the two lovely ladies here on my right, we need to remind you that you can still win 1,000 Rand airtime with Old Mutual. You can call your loved ones, chat with friends, update your social media, or visit www.worldofendurance.coza to plan for greatness. Simply answer the question on screen and you could be a winner. So keep looking out for those questions, and you can just SMS to the number your answer, Old Mutual and A, B or C. It's that easy. So enter now and throughout the day for your chance to win 1,000 Rand airtime. And as we see the runners streaming in, all these runners, of course, going to get the Bill Rowan medals. I think this is more my kind of speed. But a 9-hour Comrades is still quite fast for those of you who can work out splits and times. It's about 6 minutes a kilometer. And if you look at your average park run, which is a 5-kilometer run, it means you have to run that in 30 minutes. And for a lot of people, that's still very, very tough, let alone doing 90 kilometers in that time. And I just want to say one more thing about the women's race. I think I'm still emotional about it. It's interesting, that whole incident with the motorcycle and Caroline Wisman, when she was at the press conference now, she's blaming herself, where she said she had a bit of a wobble, she felt a cramp coming on, she didn't realize the bike was that close, and she stopped suddenly and veered to the left to try and get a bit of water to put on her legs. And of course the one bike touched her slightly, the other one crashed into the other one, and she said after that she felt quite guilty for her cramps causing a minor accident. I wouldn't say a major accident, but that's just typical of Caroline Wisman and her attitude towards this race.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Caroline's a lovely person, and that's typical that she says, oh no, my fault. But honestly, I think when you're coming past a water station, it's somewhat to be expected, especially in those later stages of the race, that a runner might, veer in and get some water. So I don't think she's quite right in taking the blame for that. But she did deal with it really well, and just, took it in her stride and carried on as almost if it hadn't happened.
Well, she certainly did. En daar's twee van die internasionale atlete wat hier om die draai kom van Duitsland. En lekker om soveel internasionale atlete te sien wat hier kom deelneem. Kan sien die blou nommers ook daar, en die twee atlete van Duitsland wat hier gemaklik 'n Bill Rowan medalje gaan kry. And such an international flavour to this race, Helen.
Oh, it is, and it's just, I love talking to the international runners, because it also gives you such a great sense of pride. They just love it, the enthusiasm. They kind of cannot stop raving about the race. They want to go back. They come back the following year with more and more friends. And I was just going onto some social media sites, and as we all know, Colleen DeRook lives in Boulder, Colorado, and the number of people that have been following her, it just sort of makes this race grow in its prestige and its influence. She's such a well-respected global athlete that there'd be people following her from all around the world, and it's like she would have inspired many people to kind of come and investigate this race. What is it really like? And it's interesting, Ellie. Why did you come and run, Comrades? I mean, what sort of captured your imagination? You're not South African. You're not a, local lady as such.
It's funny. I was just about to ask you the exact same question. So, what makes somebody from, where are you from anyway? Canada, decide to come to a far corner of Africa here?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I can tell from the accent I'm British born, but now live in Vancouver. So I always say to people, do you know what? Like, I get on 2 10-hour flights, and it's more than worth it to come here. But I'd heard about it. I'd competed at the World 100K, and it was actually one of the British team managers there who said, you must come to Comrades. And initially I rather brushed him off, but he said, no, I don't think you quite get what this race is about. And certainly it appealed. I'd done quite a few ultra distance races by then. I even managed to get on the Nedbank team as of the first year, so it brought me in almost to a family rather than it being an individual event. And like a lot of these international runners, they probably think, hey, I'll check that off once, but then you come and there's no other ultramarathon that has anything like this number of participants, the amount of support, the history, and so it just has that atmosphere. It's the Boston Marathon, the London Marathon of ultra races, and to have that atmosphere, it's addictive to get that level of support and fun and camaraderie out on the course, whatever pace you're running at.
Yeah, I say that every time I come here. So even as a sprinter, I get it. It's so much hype and history around this race, and we'll get back to the hype and the history and all these people finishing. But first, we have to honor the winners of the Comrades Marathon, and we go down to the medal presentation as we honor our winners and give them their well-deserved rewards.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you. My name is Kula Badla, and on behalf of the Comrades Marathon Association, I'd like to welcome you to the Comrades Marathon Race Day prize-giving ceremony. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome some of our dignitaries on stage, starting off with the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, the Honourable Mr. Willies Nkunu. The MEC of Arts, Culture, Sport and Recreation of KwaZulu-Natal, Ms. N. Sibidla Sapetla. The President of Athletics South Africa, Mr. Alex Kosana. The President of KwaZulu-Natal Athletics, Mr. Selo Mokoena. The Head of Brand for Old Mutual, Ms. Karen Thomas. The Vice Chairman of the Comrades Marathon Association, Mrs. Cheryl Wynn. Then the MEC for the KZN Department of Health, Dr. S. Dlomo. The Speaker of KZN Legislature, Mr. Logi Naidu. The Chairman of the CMA Heritage Committee, Mr. Jeff Minnar. And finally, the Chairperson of eThekwini Sport and Community and Emergency Services, Councillor Zandile Gumede. Right, it is time to commence the Comrades Marathon Race Day Prize Giving 2016. The event that we're going to be starting off with is the first KZN man, and that award goes to Bongamusa Mtembu of the Arthur Ford Running Club, who finished Comrades in a time of 5 hours, 16 minutes and 39 seconds. Congratulations. Bongamusa is going to be presented with the Premier's Trophy by the Honourable Premier of KZN, Mr. Willies Nkunu. He is also going to be presented with a prize check of 35,000 Rand by the MEC of KZN Arts, Culture, Sport and Recreation, Ms. N. Sibidla Sapetla. Congratulations, Bongamusa. Then our first KZN Women Award goes to Fikile Mbutuma from the Nedbank Running Club in KwaZulu-Natal, completing the Comrades Marathon in a time of 6 hours, 22 minutes and 49 seconds. She's going to be presented with the Premier's Trophy by the Honourable Premier of KZN, Mr. Willie Mkunu, as well as a prize check of 35,000 Rand by the MEC of KZN Arts, Culture, Sport and Recreation. Congratulations, Fikile. Right, ladies and gentlemen, the award for the first South African man goes to the man of the day, Mr. David Khatebe from the Tom Tom Athletics Club in the Northwest, with a new record, 5 hours, 18 minutes, 19 seconds. Congratulations, a prize check of 190,000 Rand presented by the marketing manager of Old Mutual, Ms. Karen Thomas, as well as an additional prize check of 100,000 Rand. Congratulations, David. And then our first South African Women Award goes to Shanae Bosman from the Nedbank Running Club, completing Comrades in a time of 6 hours, 25 minutes and 55 seconds. And Shanae gets a prize check of 190,000 Rand presented by the marketing manager of Old Mutual, plus an additional prize check of 100,000 Rand. Congratulations, Shanae. The next category that we're moving on to is the top 3 women for the Comrades Marathon 2016. In third position is Kasha Berg from the Nedbank Running Club International, completing Comrades in a time of 6 hours, 39 minutes and 4 seconds. Kasha is going to be presented with the City of Durban Trophy by the Honourable Premier of KZN. She also receives a large bronze medallion, which the President of KZN Athletics, Mr. Selo Mokoena, will give her. A 1-ounce gold medal presented by Old Mutual and the marketing manager from Old Mutual. And finally, a prize check of 150,000 Rand presented by the Vice Chairperson of CMA, Mrs. Cheryl Wynn. Congratulations, Kasha. In second place, congratulations to Caroline Bosman from the KPMG Running Club, completing Comrades in a time of 6 hours, 30 minutes and 44 seconds. Caroline is being presented with the City of Pietermaritzburg Trophy by the Honourable Premier of KZN. She also wins a large silver medallion, which the President of KZN Athletics will present to her. A 1-ounce gold medal presented by Old Mutual and the marketing manager of Old Mutual. And a prize check of 200,000 Rand presented by Vice Chairman of the CMA, Mrs. Cheryl Wynn. Congratulations, Caroline. And then our top lady for Comrades Marathon 2016, congratulations to Shanae Bosman of the Nedbank Running Club, completing Comrades in a time of 6 hours, 25 minutes and 55 seconds. Shanae wins the Comrades Bowl Trophy presented by the Honourable Premier of KZN, as well as a large gold medallion presented by the President of KZN Athletics. And a 1-ounce gold medal presented by Old Mutual. Shanae also wins a prize check of 400,000 Rand, presented by the Vice Chairperson of the Comrades Marathon Association, Mrs. Cheryl Wynn. And a laurel wreath from the President of the Athletics of South Africa, Mr. Alex Kosana. Can we get a huge round of applause for our top lady at Comrades 2016? Congratulations, Shanae. Are you okay? We now move on to our top 3 men for the Comrades Marathon 2016. And in third position, congratulations to Bongo Musa Mtembu of the Arthur Ford Running Club, in a time of 5 hours, 26 minutes and 39 seconds. He's being presented with the McCullough Trophy by the Honourable Premier of KZN, as well as a large bronze medallion by the President of KZN Athletics. A 1-ounce gold medal from the marketing manager from Old Mutual. And a prize check of 150,000 Rand from the Vice Chairman of the CMA, Mrs. Cheryl Wynn. Congratulations, Bongo Musa. In second place, congratulations to Ludwig Mamabola from the Nedbank Running Club, finishing Comrades in a time of 5 hours, 24 minutes and 5 seconds. He is presented with the Anderson Trophy by the Honourable Premier of KZN, a large silver medallion from the President of KZN Athletics, a 1-ounce gold medal from the marketing manager of Old Mutual, and a prize check of 200,000 Rand from the Vice Chairperson of the CMA. Congratulations, Ludwig. And in first place for the Comrades Marathon 2016, a new record holder. Congratulations, David Khatebe from the Tom Tom Running Club. His new record time, 5 hours, 18 minutes, 19 seconds. A phenomenal run. He's being presented with the Winner's Trophy by the Honourable Premier of KZN, as well as a large gold medallion from the president of KZN Athletics, a 1-ounce gold medal from the marketing manager of Old Mutual, a prize check of 400,000 Rand from the vice chairperson of the Comrades Marathon Association, and a laurel wreath from the president of Athletics South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have a huge round of applause for your new Comrades record holder, Mr. David Hatebe. He is also being presented with an additional prize check of 400,000 Rand for the brand new record at the Comrades Marathon. And that's going to be presented by the Vice Chairperson of the Comrades Marathon Association, Mrs. Cheryl Wynn. That new record once again for David Hatebe from the Tom Tom Athletics Club, a time of 5 hours, 18 minutes and 19 seconds. And then, ladies and gentlemen, we have a brand new presentation that's going to be taken place as soon as we're done with these photos. So we're not done with the prize giving yet. There's another category that's been added. Yep, you better stick around for that. We're just finishing with the photos here, and a very, very worthy moment to be celebrated. Congratulations, David. We now have a special presentation this afternoon, and it was something that was introduced by the Comrades Marathon Association last year, where the CMA is awarding special Comrades blazers to previous Comrades winners. And we have some very special guests with us this afternoon. For our ladies, I'm going to move across to this side. I'd like to call on Miss Betty Kavanagh, who is going to be presented with her Comrades blazer by the Vice Chairman of the Comrades Marathon Association, Mrs. Cheryl Wynn. Can we please have a round of applause for Mrs. Betty Kavanagh, a previous Comrades winner.
Which was the first year that women were allowed to compete.
Betty won the Comrades in 1975, which was the first year that women were allowed to compete in the Comrades Marathon, and she's paved the way for ladies to compete in the ultimate human race. So we thank you for that, Betty. Thank you very much. We truly appreciate all that you did for women at Comrades Marathons. Thank you. Up next, I would like to call on Mr. Jackie Meckler, who's a 5 times Comrades winner, who is also going to be presented with his Comrades blazer by Mr. Jeff Minnar, the chairman of the Comrades Marathon Heritage Association. Congratulations.
Jackie, congratulations.
Jackie is also the oldest living winner of the Comrades Marathon. Okay, I'm going to read out the years that Mr. Meckler won the Comrades. The first was 1958, followed by 1960, 1963, 1964, and 1968. Congratulations, Mr. Meckler. And finally, I'd like to call upon Mr. Tommy Malone, who won the Comrades in 1966, which makes this year the 50th anniversary of his win. And he will be presented with his Comrades blazer by Mr. Jeff Minnar, Chairman of the CMA Heritage Committee.
Great, right? Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Mr. Malone. Once again, can we have a round of applause for all of our phenomenal Comrades runners on stage today and fantastic recipients of the awards. We'd like to thank all of you for supporting Comrades 2016, and this brings our prize-giving ceremony to a close.
The room is done. The bag is packed. I should have just enough time left.
10 fingers and 10 toes.
Oh, look, she's perfect. Look. Oh, George.
Jody.
George, she's not.
So we need you to wait outside.
She's crashing. She's losing blood.
I need 2 units of O positive.
Just enough time left to build the mobile.
Donate blood today and give someone a tomorrow.
It's about that time where we award the best in local football.
Catch the 2016 PSL Awards live on SABC1.
The awards will kick off with the glitzy red carpet,
followed by the honoring of the top performers in this PSL season.
We reveal Footballer of the Season,
Player of the Season,
Goalkeeper,
Midfielder,
Top Goal Scorer,
and all the cup competition winners.
The awards will also feature some of the country's top music entertainers. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter @sport@SABC.
And for the latest updates, sabcsport.co.za. We'll bring you the 2016 PSL Awards live Monday the 30th of May at 8:30 p.m.
Brought to you by SABC Sport, for the love of the game.
If you see more and more women admiring their beautiful nails, it's for good reason. The latest innovation from Scholl. The all-new electronic nail pen for your toes and fingernails, with 3 heads for filing, buffing, and polishing. The easy way to naturally and shiny-looking wow nails. Wow. The new electronic nail care system from Scholl.
Unfair dismissal, wrongful arrest, blacklisting, contractual disputes, uncontested divorce, or drunk driving charges. It can happen to anyone.
Join Clientele Legal today and have a tough professional lawyer by your side 24 hours a day.
All Clientele Legal plans include a bail benefit. Should you be arrested, we will go to the police station on your behalf and pay the bail. SMS assist to 41446 and we'll call you back.
Well, it was great to see the prize giving there, and the athletes clearly deserving the prizes that they got, and the other athletes very deserving on the road here. Still, I'm joined by Mike Finch. These guys here, they might not be the winners, but finishing with the Bull Roan, not too shabby.
I've always maintained that the Bull Roan medal is probably the best medal. People say, well, the faster you are, the better.
I certainly think that, oh, there we go, I'm on the microphone now, sorry about that. Off here for a second, I did have some very good points before that. But just saying to Arno, I think the Bull Roan medal is probably one of the nicest medals at Comrades. It's the medal that I think is, if you're a reasonably good runner, you can probably break 9 hours for the Comrades Marathon. You put a bit of effort into it, and it's a good 6 minutes a K for the average distance, and very achievable. And it's a beautiful medal. It's got the sort of bronze on the outside and the silver in the middle. It's the closest I'll ever get to anything decent medal-wise, but it's a pretty thing. So I think people do this medal totally deserve it. It's probably the top 15% of the field who finished under 9 hours, so it's a very good time compared to the rest of the field.
Well, it is. We were just saying it's equivalent to a 30-minute park run, and most people struggle to do that. So it gives you an idea of how good these athletes are. But now we're going to Koli at Cowies, and let's see what's happening over there at Koli.
Come through officially.
Hi, how are you?
Good in here.
Good, thanks.
Officially 17 kilometers left till the finish line here at Cowies Hill. How are you feeling today?
I'm still on time, and it just cramps here and there, and hopefully I'll reach the finishing line within 10 hours.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah. So. Yeah, it's tough, it's tough, and I just want to say to the guys at home, Rondas, everybody, thanks.
Wow, we're so proud of you, but you are just walking Cowies Hill. Why aren't you running it?
No, we still covered with the time, ne? No, we're going to finish the race.
Also, it's a strategy.
Yeah, it's a strategy. You see? Yeah, we're going to finish the race.
Right. And what's the time that you're looking at?
9 hours. Yeah, I mean 11 hours 30 minutes.
Okay, no. Best of luck.
We want to see you running, ne?
Me running.
Motivate the listeners and the viewers. We want to see you running. All the guys are working for Big Cup, and all the celebrities must come and train.
Right. That is a challenge to everyone except me. At the SABC Sport, they want to see you running the Comrades Marathon. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. We're doing well. We're almost there. Sub 11.
I'm a novice and I'm feeling so much great.
When did you decide to take part in the Comrades?
This year. Yeah.
And what prompted that decision? Did you just wake up one day and be like, actually?
No, last year I watched the TV and I saw them running. Then that inspired came in.
And you watched it on SABC, right?
Yes. Thank you very
Talk to us about the Comrades a little. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling fine, maar als net beetje zwaar. Kunzima. Kodwa ke nje igqiba.
How is it? Is it taking the strain kahle?
Ayinhle kahle.
All right, abantu ababukele phandle baxelela baze kwi-Comrades now.
Ewe ayibayeza.
All right, nonigijimeni kahle. We'll see you at the finish. This is now officially, it's going to be medal number 2 for you.
Yes. I'm going to get 2 medals today.
Right.
Yes.
And why do you keep on coming back year in, year out?
I'm enjoying really. It's nice. Even those who are at home, they must join us. Right. It is nice for South African to do this.
Okay, tell me why you run the marathon.
I collect school shoes for kids. This is what I'm doing. I started this project 3 years back, and people are responding. I collect shoes and I give it to school kids who don't have shoes. And I want to thank all these people who have contributed, and everybody who have contributed to this project.
No, we're proud of you for running for a cause, and we can't wait to see you at the finish, okay?
Very much.
All right. And you look so amazing. You don't even look tired. You could even run tomorrow as well, eh?
Yes.
Tell us a bit about your preparations coming into the marathon.
I didn't prepare much, but I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
I'm running for my children's father, who died last year. He ran about 18 comrades. Yeah.
Beautiful, and you are going to be getting your 11th today.
Yes.
Sure. Best of luck. See you at the finish.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Woohoo! And you are running in a very interesting outfit. Tell me more about it.
I just wanted to look fancy for the camera, and I wanted to do a little shout out to my girlfriend Kerry, my family. Mom, I love you. Yeah. Feeling good, feeling fresh. Easy like Sunday morning.
Oh my gosh, you did not just say that. How are you feeling?
Very good, thank you.
Yes.
Very nice.
About Cowies, a lot of people are walking it. Is it really that difficult?
It is, yeah. After the kilos that you've got now, it is difficult. So, yeah. But it's actually the only way to do it is to walk it up.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, and you're going to make it to the finish in the time that you've set out?
Yes, I hope so. Yeah. I want to do a sub 11, and that's what I'm aiming for, yeah.
All right, well, we're crossing fingers for you. We hope you'll be able to do that. The camaraderie on the road, are you guys running as a team, or is it just like an individual sport?
For myself, it's like individual, but my teammates is all finished now. I think they're getting a silver medal, but I hope I'm going to finish now.
17 k's to go. And the weather conditions, I'm just feeling like it's really, really hot. Is this working in your advantage?
But it's not that so much. It's not that hot, but it's hot. But it's not like 20 The other competitions up one was more. This one is more easy, but it depends how we train.
All right, no, fantastic. See you at the finish. So proud of you. All righty, let's talk about the people on the sidelines. There are thousands and thousands that have come through just to support you. How are they treating you on the sides of the road?
Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing.
What are some of the gifts that you're getting?
Water. Water is a special one. We need to rehydrate a lot. Amazing. It's a mental game now. It's all in the mind. If your mind is not ready, you're not going to get to Durban. We are going there. The spirit of the comrade is amazing. The people, the support, plenty of them. You should have heard the noise in Pinetown. Wow. Man, it lifted me up.
That is beautiful. And they say that the Comrades Marathon is a very humbling experience. Kutwa hashtag izogutoba. Are you feeling tobad? Are you feeling humbled?
My sister, I was just under a tree now. I was tired. But now I just SMS my wife. I told her that now I'm awake. I'm working. Yazwagal.
Under a tree. Classic. Have you been humbled by the comrades?
Izogutoba.
Hashtag izogutoba. How are you feeling?
Hey, exhausted. But I'm hoping to be there before 11 hours. Yeah.
All right. So would you say that you're addicted to the comrades?
No, you see the spirit of comrades that keeps us together. There's nothing like this or that outshine this in South Africa. So we keep coming here, challenging ourselves. The vibe on the street, it's just amazing.
That is beautiful. Tell us more about the comrades for you. How's the experience like? How are the people like on the road? Where are you from?
Pretoria, Mamelodi. Enjoying it, hard, but very exciting. And the camaraderie, we've met many people, made friends. Yeah, so in pain, there's also some positives. So great, we'll come back next year.
You'll be back next year.
I'm from Ebony Park, I'm a migrant. I represent my club Sebenza. Okay, this is for Mukhwengi and Tulimatonsela, protected the Constitution.
All right. And then just lastly, talk about the comrades' experience for you.
Yeah, comrade, and especially when it's town run. Yeah, but I'm still gonna make it today. Yeah, I'm from Ngwenya. From PMB.
All right, we're very proud of each and every runner that has come through. Over 19,000 that are taking part in this year's Comrades Marathon. It's back to you in commentary team. Hashtag izogutoba.
Well, thank you, Toli. And as we look at the athletes, they're going up Cowie's Hill. Those ones will not get the Bull Rowan medal. They're still too far out for that. But of course, the Comrades is all about the human side of it, the ultimate human race. And we've got Udo Karlse with a very special runner, Munisi.
So if Shane Bosman or David Khatebe or the heroics of Caroline Woostman did not inspire you today, I want you to come here. I want you to come here and meet somebody who I know is going to inspire you. Richard Munisi, visually impaired runner, 5% vision. How many comrades did you complete today?
It's 12. It's the 12th one today.
That is an amazing story. Now, firstly, you're in the dark in Pietermaritzburg, and like I said, you are visually impaired. How do you get through that crowd in the darkness in the morning?
Okay, I was with my partner early in the morning. And then on the 28 mark, she gets the cramps, and then she said I must go on with my running. I supposed to use my walking cane all along, and then just fall on the way, and then get up and running again. And then, I tell myself that I will reach in the stadium. What I like today, I beat the time of last year. Because last year I did 8 hours 50 minutes. Today I make 8 hours 26 minutes. It's awesome.
Listen, I think you inspired the whole of South Africa. Now, I just want to show you the pain that this man has gone through. 3 falls on the course. and he's lived to tell the tale, and more than that, he's finished Comrades number 12. Richard Monisi, an absolute inspiration, and I just want you to inspire the people at home, people who perhaps are in a position where they could easily run the Comrades. Speak to them and tell them why they should run Comrades.
Okay, I want to tell you, if you run a Comrade, you got your legacy. You build your own legacy, because if you can't run the Comrade, you're shot by the torturing. You see, when I miss the Comrade, I miss my torturing. That pain, if you don't have that pain that year, you will feel you didn't do anything. It's an achievement to run a Comrade. Because a lot of people, you meet a lot of people, and then you inspire a lot of people. As a blind guy, I inspire a lot of people. When they see me on the way, they support me a lot, you see. So I hope they can support me to get to overseas, to go and run overseas. I will be happy. If I can go to run overseas, I will be happy. It will my destiny, that one.
Well, there we go. Remember the name, Richard Monisi. He wants to go and run overseas. He's completed 12 Comrades. Now that's an inspiration, and that is something which humbles us. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Udo. Richard Monisi, you said there are 3 falls. I think that's 1 less than Caroline Wisman. But we keep talking about the women's race because it was so dramatic. But Ellie Greenwood, I'm going to use the last few minutes we have here with you. That men's race was absolutely spectacular. David Khatepe, he said that with 35 kilometers to go, he just told his coach he wants this record and he's just going to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, that's super impressive. Like, we were watching it and thinking, like, okay, it was almost a little worrying. Like, he's out on his own and it's too much too soon. But he looked so relaxed as well. So that's impressive that he said he was going to go for the record, because obviously that's pretty ambitious. But he got it by a good 2.5 minutes. So not only did he get it, but he really, really smashed that record. So very impressive, and you've got to have the courage to go out and do that.
And just back yourself. And it worked for him. Caroline said she wanted to do 6 hours, didn't work for her. But David Khatepe, I haven't seen anybody, well, for a while, that much in control. Maybe Gift Calais last year looked the same way, Mike. But he was so much in control. He said he didn't even think about looking back, just kept checking his watch and the pace and just went for it.
Well, to put it in perspective, second place Ludwig Mamabolo was faster than Bruce Fordyce's 1986 record, which stood for something like 21 years. So to finish second and still break Bruce's record, it shows you what an impressive performance Khatepe's time was. So it was a completely dominant performance. I think we were all saying in the studio as he went off, there's just absolutely no chance he's going to survive this. I certainly thought he's gone too quick. He's going to get caught in Pinetown. But when he went up Cowie's Hill, that's when he knew he probably had it, because that's when it really hurts. It hurts up Cowie's, and if he went up there that fast, it was going to be difficult to catch him after that.
And this, for a man who's never ever before run under 6 hours, it's an absolutely phenomenal achievement.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show that you can't, we look at past results and say, oh, look, there's all those past winners there. What are they going to do? And we sort of always focus on them. And yet, someone can really have that breakout performance. Obviously, the training and the training partners that they're with can make a huge difference, and maybe slightly less eyes on them. And so they just have that confidence to go out and really prove themselves.
Yeah, it was an absolutely dominating performance, and you've got to feel, Mike, you mentioned Ludwig Mamabolo, to run that kind of time and not win. What more could he have done?
Yeah, I think what's great is we had the press conference just half an hour ago, and Ludwig Mamabolo is a real character. We saw him in the press conference on Friday talking himself up and saying he was basically, they would have to beat him to win, and he was quite right. He was second place. He said he was going to go out at a certain speed, and he did, and he was extremely happy for David Khatepe, because he kind of believes that as long as the trophy still is in South African hands, he's happy, whether it's him or Bongmuso and Tembu or Gift Calais, he's happy about that. So he was extremely magnanimous. He was saying that he ran a brilliant race himself. He was very happy, a personal best for him, and to finish second to a record, well, he can't be more happy. So that's what I love about Ludwig Mamabolo. He's a real character. The sport needs people like him, and he brings out actually the best in the other athletes. The same thing from Bongmuso and Tembu, and of course our champion today. And they spoke well at the press conference. They spoke with passion about the race, and it shows that the Comrades Marathon is alive and well among South African runners at the moment.
Yeah, I think Ellie should just forgive a bit of patriotism here, but it is great to see these South African runners winning, and not only winning, but being good ambassadors for the sport of ultra-distance running.
Yeah, I think that's what it needs. I mean, it's all about personalities. It's impressive to see fast times, but most people can't really relate to that. And yet, you know, we can relate to someone who seems to be out having fun and enjoying it. And if you can see someone running as fast as someone like Ludwig Mambola, and you think, wow, they're having fun, then surely I can have fun at it as well. And it's something, yeah, that people relate to. They like to watch it, and it makes it a much more personal approach rather than just about the numbers.
Well, we've got some breaking news. The Minister of Sport has updated his or upgraded his 100,000 Rand incentive to 150,000 Rand for David Khatebe for breaking the record as well. So that's being added. I'm not sure if he's added another 50 or another 150 to the original 100 that he promised the South African winners, but another great incentive for our athletes. And for those of you at home who have never run this, and I know we've got 7,000 plus novice runners, so I assume we have at least 7,000 plus novice viewers who may have never watched it. If you wondered what a bus was, as we keep talking about the buses, that is a bus on your screen, and it's probably the Bill Rowan bus. They're going to this 9-hour cutoff, and they do have people called bus drivers. You might see those little flags to the right. That is the bus driver, and they're specifically selected people who can actually run quite a lot faster than this, but have chosen to sacrifice their own race in some way to help other athletes to reach a specific target time.
Yeah, it's a thankless task being a pace setter, they call them, or bus driver, because when you run these sort of races, whether you're running a half marathon or a marathon as a pace setter, I've done that a few times myself, and you get abused by everybody in the first half of the race because you're either going too fast or going too slow. But when you get to the finish, just like these guys are doing well within the cutoff, and this is obviously, as Anna said, at the sub-9 mark, then everybody is extremely thankful, and they hug and kiss you and all sorts of shows of emotion because you've done a good job. So these pace setters are an invaluable tool in the Comrades Marathon, because it means you don't have to even worry about the pace setting yourself. You just literally follow the flag, and he will take you through to the finish, and it takes a bit of the pressure off. It's pretty there's no pace setters in the elite race, Ellie.
Well, sometimes there is, actually. Sorry, Ellie, we'll get back to you.
Not with flags, though.
But first, we've got to go for a quick ad break, and we will be back for that Bill Rowan cutoff right after this. Okay, now we've decided it's more important to show you some running, so we're going to bring this bus in, and we'll go back to Ellie Greenwood. And like I said, we're going to milk her time here with us. She's not going to be here too long. And Ellie, have you ever experienced this side of the race? You said you had some athletes you were coaching and everything as well.
Yeah, I had a few athletes that I was coaching. I don't think they'll be on this bus. They were more aiming for around about 11 hours, total novices, new to this kind of thing. But it was interesting. They were asking me, we've heard of these buses and should we go with them? And I said, look, it's really a personal preference. I get it that, it can be great. Obviously, the bus drivers know exactly what they're doing. You can see here they're nicely coming in just a few minutes under, so it's not too stressful towards the end, and yet they get that really prized time that they're working for. But of course, some people, you don't want to necessarily be running with some, a big group all the time. That's not for everyone. So I was leaving it up to their personal choice, and I said, look, hang on for a little while, see if you like it, dip your toe in, and if you go, this is all a little bit too much for me, then you can always pull off and do your own thing, but keep an eye on them, because obviously...
Well, the decision is, do you stay with the bus right from the start? Do you join a bus kind of halfway through? And I've heard some of the bus drivers actually say that, if you're going to run with the bus, stay with us from the beginning, because if you join us somewhere through, you might not know why we're going actually a little bit faster or a little bit slower than the pace. So it might be a bit difficult to join it somewhere through.
Yeah, I agree. And obviously, these bus drivers are pacing themselves, so if you go out ahead of them and then drop back, then that implies you've actually gone a bit too fast, and then you might run into trouble. And equally, if the aim is, hey, I'll catch one of them later, that's probably unlikely, because that's implying you could actually run a little bit quicker. So yeah, it's go with them, see if they're for you, and definitely, if you're really going for a target time, I think it is the thing to do, because they certainly have got the course knowledge.
Well, of course, a lot of the Comrades is the drama around the cutoffs. We will be back for that Bull Rowan cutoff directly after this.
You don't know the person sitting next to you. So now tell them and say, you better treat me nice because I might be your next boss.
But if you don't recognize the greatness within you, you will never achieve it. I want you to look beyond South Africa. I want you to look to the world. I want to know what your contribution is going to be to transform the world.
Did you know there is a 100% chance we will be affected by hospitalization, but only around 5% of us have hospital plans? Relax. The Hospital Plus plan from Clientele is affordable. It starts from only 99 Rand per month and pays up to 20,000 Rand cash per hospital stay. Plus, it includes cover for accidental death, accidental disability and dread disease. Simply SMS CARE to 42932 and we'll call you back.
Ke tshepa hore dijo tseo tsong o di ja di rothisa mathe.
Ke di menyemenye.
Ke se thabela maikutlo ha ke o hopola.
Oh,
Botle ba hao e ka re palesa ya lewatle e bitswang Sentebale. Ke batla ho etsa mohatsa kgomo tsa ntate.
mantswe ao ke molodi o monate tsebeng tsaka. Moratuwa, pina rona ke eo.
Utlwa mona Dineo. Mamela pina e. Wa utlwa Dineo. Banna.
Ithabise le thatohatsi ya hao ya station le Sedi FM ke molelo.
Well, thank you for taking part in the Old Mutual SMS competition. Here are the names of all the winners. We'll get to the winners in a moment, but we've got the Bull Rowan cutoff happening in just a moment. We've got Helen Luca standing by. Helen Luca, part of our commentary team, of course, three-time winner of the Comrades Marathon, standing by at the finish of 2016. And these runners realise that the Bull Rowan medal is only a few seconds away. Arno Malherbe remains alongside in commentary. Arno, just scrambling times here for the athletes in the closing stages. Well, we're getting down to the countdown.
10 seconds om te gaan, ja. En daardie atleet moet dalk 'n bietjie hardloop as hy die 10 sekondes wil maak. Bull Rowan natuurlik 'n teken vir al hierdie atlete. 3, 2, 1 en daar's die skoot deur Helen Luker. Bull Rowan is verby. Atlete wat nou inkom vir die volgende 2 ure gaan bronsmedaljes verdien. En daar's een van ons eerste bronsmedalje atlete wat oor die lyn kom. Net uitgemis op die Bull Rowan. En nou is daar redelik 'n groot gaping tot ons by die laaste kategorie kom, die Vic Clapham medaljes. Maar dit is hierdie atlete wat almal bronsmedaljes gaan verdien en nie die Bull Rowan medalje natuurlik nie.
Well, disappointment for a few of these athletes coming through, but again, still a very respectable time and a shade over 9 hours for the Comrades Marathon of 2016, and for many it'll be a personal best, but it's just wonderful scenes. It's a couple of big buses that have already started to come into this the venue here at Sahara Stadium, Kingsmead. And of course, you'll start to see some billboards and a few fancy outfits as well towards this time and onwards, as we see the athletes that are making their way in now. These are among the first bronze medalists who will have up to the 11-hour mark. After that, between 11 and 12, is the Vic Clapham medals, named in honour of the man that started the Comrades Marathon, going all the way back to 1921. Well, some of these athletes just being edged along, being inspired by runners alongside them, running with a flag of the United States, this runner. Or is it? Oh, well, I thought it was a United States flag for a moment. It just looked like all the colours in the right way, folded up, but instead it's messages, as I mentioned earlier. There will be some messages coming through, placards, banners, all coming through in the closing stages, and a few flags of countries as well, including some Brazilian finishers who've made their way to the finish line already.
Ek wonder nog steeds waar Hanley was. Sy het een van daardie goed gehad aan die begin wat gesê het hier is Hanley nou, en ek wonder of Hanley klaar gemaak het, maar daar's Raylene wat nou klaar maak, en hierdie atlete wat bronsmedaljes gaan verdien vir die volgende 2 ure. 'n Paar groot busse wat deurgekom het, soos Dwayne gesê het, veral die Bull Rowan busse was redelik groot, en van nou af bronsmedaljes Vic Clapham vir die laaste uur, en natuurlik dan die groot drama met die 12 uur afsnypunt. En hier is die wenners van die manswedloop. David Gatebe natuurlik eerste, Ludwig Mababola, Bongmusa Mtembu wat hom huis toe volg, 3 Suid-Afrikaners onder die top 3, dan Mike Fokoroni, die Zimbabweër wat deurkom, gevolg deur nog 3 Suid-Afrikaners in Rufus Porto, Claude Moshiwa, Sipiwe Ndlela, en natuurlik 3 atlete onder die 5:30. En die vrouwenwenners, Dwayne, what a race for this women's.
Just a phenomenal race. It was intriguing all the way. In the final few kilometers, Caroline Wusman was leading by a comfortable margin with 8 kilometers to go. It was very nervous with 4 kilometers to go. And just outside Sahara Stadium, Kingsmead, Shane Bosman passing Caroline Wusman, the defending champion, and Shane Bosman going on to win her first Comrades Marathon. A terrible bout of cramp in the closing stages for Wusman. Kaiser Berg of Sweden, though, a very strong finish in third. And Sarah Bard, with a hip problem, managed to finish 4th overall. 2 South Africans, Yolandi McLean, Kirianne Marshall, 5th and 6th. And then Colleen de Rieck, 52 years old, runs a 6:50.21. And she ended up being the 3rd fastest Masters finisher overall. And one of the Masters who finished above her was Sean Micklejohn, a former winner himself. But Fikile Mbutuma, Yolani Basson and Salome Cooper, the athletes to round out the top 10 in the women's race.
Fikile Mbutuma daar in die 8ste plek, natuurlik die eerste atleet van KwaZulu-Natal ook wat deurgekom het. En ons sien daar 9 vrouens onder 7 ure, op die einde 26 vrouens onder 7 ure 30. So 26 silwer medaljes vir die vrouens, of liewer 16, die top 10 wat natuurlik goue medaljes kry. En soos die atlete hier in die stadion inkom, atlete wat baie gelukkig is met hulle Comrades Marathon vandag. En die kameraderie onder hierdie atlete natuurlik uitstekend.
Well, this looks like a family affair, or some very close to one another, but certainly running partners making their way into the venue. And running side by side. Could be sisters, could be friends, but you see so much of this out on the route during the Comrades Marathon. Yeah, it does look... they do look very much alike one another, but they are wearing the same running kit, which sometimes could prove deceptive. But with the hairstyles, similar heights, you might get the feeling that they are indeed sisters. Whatever it is, they are very close, finishing side by side, hand in hand. Well, your still opportunity to get involved in social media. Hashtag Comrades 2016 is how you can interact with us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. Just tag us as the Comrades Marathon continues. Just thinking back to that incredible race of David Gatebe's, that record-breaking race. We saw the confirmation of the top 10 a moment ago, and these two finishing side by side. Surely they have to be sisters. They look like twins even.
Well, that's what I suggested. Maybe some twins there. So obviously very happy to finish together.
Oh, this is the emotion, the overwhelming moment to come the end of this Comrades Marathon. And a warm embrace for two that's ran side by side and finished in the closing stages hand in hand.
We know one of them is called Amanda and Sandra. So there you go. Amanda and Sandra, they are finishing. And great with these numbers, with the names on it. The green number finisher there, he's done more than 10 Comrades, of course, maybe a lot more. And still a lot of athletes here coming through. They've just missed that Bull Rowan medal, and they will always all receive bronzes. And of course, a man who knows a lot about running this race, has done quite a few himself, Bruce Fordyce, coming in here into the seat next to us. And Bruce, you said you have some news for us.
Yes, well, I've been out doing a few of the other tasks I have to get through, which is great fun on Comrades Day. One of those is talking on top of the tower and just chatting to the guys who call the whole race for the crowd. The second one is a huge honor, and that's handing out the green numbers to the people who have completed their 10th, their 20th, their 30th, even their 40th Comrades. And I think for many runners a big shock is that Alan Robb dropped out of the race at Drummond at halfway. And I think most people, I certainly would have bet my house that Alan would finish. And when I spoke to him, I chatted to him, he said he just felt absolutely flat from the word go. No spring in his legs, feeling really heavy and tired. And he got to halfway and thought, what am I doing here? I could be back at the finish in the park mixing with the past winners and having a couple of drinks and something to eat. And he said he just climbed off the road, and that's one of the things that does happen, and it's a shock to the Comrades running community, because Alan has done every single Comrade since 1974 with a worst time of 10:45 in that shocking year in 2013, and he loves the down run, and he dropped out.
Well, that's amazing. And if I look at the Comrades today, Bruce, I mean, maybe you can shed some comment on this or some light on this, because almost all of the top 10 men finished quite slowly in their last 5 kilometers or so. We know about Caroline Visman's problem. I've also had a friend or two who had to drop out. Is there something about today that makes us a bit tougher than normal, or is that just the normal Comrades?
I can't work it out myself. Even our race leader, our winner, fantastic time. But remember, we were predicting at one stage a 5:16.
Yep.
So David lost 2 minutes somewhere in the last 4 kilometers or so. So perhaps it's some humidity, the heat maybe. But having been in the green number tent and handed over quite a few green numbers this last hour or so, I can tell you that the runners are coming in drenched in sweat. They are drenched in sweat. And they're all drinking when they get in, and it looks like it's possibly a lot more humid than we anticipated.
Well, there has been some uncomfortable conditions for many of the runners out on course, but certainly showing no signs of it, really, even if he lost a couple of minutes out on the road, Khatebe, because of that remarkable finish in record-breaking time, which sees him earn over R1 million for the victory today, when you consider all the milestones that he managed to achieve, including first South African home, including being the winner, and indeed being the record holder, not to mention other incentives added on top of that, but still not as much as Gift Kileo, who won the 90th edition with several rewards that were added in just for it being the 90th Comrades Marathon. This is the 91st, some sign language for the camera. And he's enjoying his time coming the end of it. Now, the Comrades Marathon is so much more than just a race. It's not just an opportunity to get out into the road and finish a ultra-distance marathon. There's many charitable aspects as well. And let's find out more about one of those charities, Wildlands.
The Wildlands Conservation Trust are a non-profit environmental organization. We do amazing work nationally all over the country. We're very lucky to have Comrades as a strong supporter, and Old Mutual, who are our official sponsor of the Comrades Marathon activation. And from that activation we get a lot of funding, and with that funding it is split into two. The one goes towards our rhino conservation projects, which consist of investigations and prosecutions, aerial support, so eyes in the sky, and tracker. So what that is fitting all of our rhino with tracking devices so that we know where they are at any given time. And we're also in the process of dehorning all our rhinos, so it just completely eliminates the risk of us losing them to poaching. So that's the Rhino Project. And then we also have a lovely community project called Trees for Life. And essentially what that is, it involves previously disadvantaged communities. They learn how to grow indigenous trees.
My name is Figi Lengoba. I'm 48 years old. I was working together with Wetlands for 4 years. Planted around 6,000 trees.
When those trees reach a certain height, they barter them with us. They give them to us wildlands, and in return, they get all kinds of livelihood support items.
Wetlands give me a ShopRite vouchers, and with my trees, I managed to buy groceries and Unilever hampers.
Our projects are special because they focus on the community, for one, and the other aspect is also for the conservation of rhino. I mean, it's an endangered species. You know, your children might not be able to see one in the wild ever again. You know, that's the reality. So it really is an emotive thing that people can contribute to. So we would urge anybody that wants to run to run for us.
Well, the legendary Blanche Moyler making her way toward the finish line. Well, over the age of 60 and still going strong. Blanche Moyler, who we've known over the years and come to love, a legend of the athletics community. Making her way to the finish line and acknowledging those at the finish line as well who've acknowledged her presence. And to the finish line she goes outside of 9 hours, so bronze medal time here for Blanche Moyler. But she'll be very happy with another completed Comrades under her belt.
You're quite right, Dwayne. When I saw her yesterday at the expo, I never thought she's just ready to run. I thought maybe she's part of us as the analyst right here. But I think it's one thing that is quite motivating to see somebody like her at her age still going on and still pressing on. I think it will serve as a motivation to the youngsters out there and to young women that it is doable. I think we've been talking about a couple of people who have gone over 52 or either 50 years. That is still doable, even though you are above that certain point of age, you can still be able to do that.
Well, the average age still of the competitors in this Comrades Marathon is well, over 40 for both men and women, slightly older for men overall, just an average of age of about 42 and about 40. But Bruce, I mean, you've done this race at all ages, just about. I mean, in terms of physical strength, obviously in your younger years you would have it, but this race requires so much more from a technical perspective and from a planning perspective. Is there an age where you could say it's a little easier to actually tackle the Comrades?
I think at the front end of the field, runners peak in their late 20s and early 30s. But there are two types of old runner, remember. There's an old runner who has just started running and whose legs may be quite a lot fresher than, say, I'm going to use Alan Robb as an example. Alan, who in his best run ever did a 5:29 down run. Alan, one of the reasons why he may have struggled today is that he was running his 43rd Comrades Marathon. When you run 43 Comrades Marathons, that means you've run hundreds of normal distance marathons. You've probably run a good 30 or 42 oceans. So it's not just the Comrades, it's the thousands of kilometers of training in preparation, and so that too can take its toll. So there are two categories of old runner. There's an old runner who's been running for many years, and there's an old runner who's only just started recently running.
But I think I heard you saying in the morning that because we are 91st this year, so we're left with 9 to go. So you said you're gonna go run the 100 one. Are you still having the legs to carry you there?
You know what? Looking down at some of these runners and having been quite close to the hospital tent just now, I'm having second thoughts. But in the back of my mind, I'm thinking about maybe in 9 years' time, if I still have my health and I'm still sprightly enough, it might be an idea to try it. But the way I will be able to do it is by not running it now. That seems to be the key. And one of the stars and the possibly unheralded stars of today was Sean Micklejohn. Now, Sean has done close to 30 Comrades. He has no He has never seen a bronze medal, and he does not know what a Bill Rowan medal looks like. Every single one of his medals is either gold for making the top 10, and he won it once in 1995, or else a very, very solid silver. And he has recently been winning, in Comrades, been winning the Masters over 50 section. I believe today for the first time possibly he lost it and was second, but only apparently by a few seconds. Now Sean, by all rights, should be completely finished, but he isn't, and he's running beautifully. And so Alan Robb and runners like myself and Pete Forster and my generation all scratching our heads for a while thinking, how come Sean is running so much better than us? And we think that the reason is that for 6 years he gave up running. Didn't run a step for 6 years. Shortly after he'd won his first Comrades, he told his family that's it, and he packed up, put on a lot of weight, looked terrible, but perhaps he spared his legs, because the way he's running at the moment, none of us could, who used to race him, none of us can go near him.
Well, it's interesting that you mentioned Sean Micklejohn. Yes, he was beaten by a minute odd by Lazarus Sirocco for the Masters title this year. But why we were talking about it earlier was, in fact, not only because of Sean Micklejohn's incredible runs, but the fact that Colleen de Reuck finished only a handful of minutes behind him, and she finished third overall in the Masters category at the age of 52, which is a simply remarkable achievement for Colleen de Reuck as a novice runner. But talking about people that are over the age of 50 and tackling the Comrades successfully, a 60 to 69-year-old runner, Blanche Moyler, is down at the finish line with Lindane Mbedze.
Well, as we did mention this morning, that it's not about how wealthy you are, how smart you are, how fit you are, how confident you are, but it is the road that counts on the day. And I'm joined by Blanche here. Blanche, congratulations, 9 hours, 13 minutes. You happy with the time?
Yes, I am. My training hasn't been as sound as I wanted it to be. So I was looking at 9.5, 10. Under 9.5, I'm happy.
Tell me something now. Through all those kilometers, what do you think about? Do you think about home? Do you think about work? Do you think about problems? Do you think about getting to Durban? What do you think about all this time?
Actually, it's such a long way that, yes, there are different thoughts that go through my mind. There are times when I'm just concentrating on each 10 kilometer at a time. And yes, and I'm looking at the big picture, finishing. Because it's not all about the first gold medals or so. It's everybody finishing that's really a hero.
Are you back next year?
Oh, definitely. I'll be here. This is home.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Always wonderful to hear from Blanche Moyler. Well, here we go. Here's one of the more intriguing characters of the Comrades Marathon, coming home successfully. The masked marathoner making his way to the finish line. Expect to see a few more banners and colourful outfits and a few flags coming in. There's a few international athletes. There's some with blue numbers which signal foreign runners. There's some with yellow numbers which signal they're in their 10th race. They're going for the green number. There are many green numbers that have made their way across the finish line. One's just finished, here we go, with a little bit of heavy strapping on his right leg. Another one of the foreign athletes with a name like Paulo and an Angolan flag on his chest. I would imagine he is from Angola. There are many African countries who do have athletes that are entered into the Comrades Marathon, and the 2016 edition is no different. Another green numbered athlete making their way toward the finish line. Some interesting headgear that keeps coming in. Not quite horns, but what's that, Maya the Bee style, and the funky pants, running pants. It's always some colours in abundance.
Kabisa chino chipinga tuwene ndi zauri wala beresa batu bade wako jena chino chipinga ndi batu bane abako dera bozungo zitu utori pezibo fedza boya ka finishing line bafa huna mafunga abo de kuma ngor bala wodaho bachikolela kamsi uwana gold medal bakawa nduska katene bono kupira chote wodaho bachikolela uwana silver na bono fedza ndinga zoko katiwa 12:30 zino usina na zvinge bako dera ori at least arale bako kushika magumoni vashika hune bari boshika ngagomuka finish ya Comrade Marathon but the favor de Durakan anema mafunga de Pukuma. But I must say
when you look at the bunch of guys and groups that will be coming right here, it's going to be very interesting to see them coming in group, and they don't even allow you to be up front. You go there in a row, just so steadfast, and you go and you cross the line similar time and same time, and that's one thing that is quite interesting. And you know what, we're waiting for that moment, Dwayne. I think coming up a little bit before 5:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah, indeed. I think the vast majority of the field is going to be finishing in the closing hour of this race. But we have started to see a few buses coming in already, Bruce. And as we continue, no doubt we'll have a few more buses making their way towards this finish line.
Yes, look, the buses, I know we've seen the sub 9 hour bus coming in a couple of minutes under 9 hours, which is perfect timing, which is well done to that bus driver, because quite often the faster buses are harder to drive. And for those viewers who are not absolutely sure about a bus is a group of like-minded runners who are all aiming for the same time, but who trust the judgment and skill of the bus driver, who is a very skilled runner, to bring them in on the correct time. And out there today, there are at least 3 more buses still coming in. The sub 10 hour bus is out there still, the sub 11 hour bus, and then the most critical bus of all, the sub 12 hour bus. And that bus will be massive, and people will be running there guided by the bus driver. Sometimes there's more than one of them who take turns to lead the bus along the way. They will be singing. Sometimes slower bus drivers hand out song sheets, and you sing and you walk in unison together, and you run together, and in that way the bus driver brings home the runners. There are some people like myself who can't stand buses. I found them absolutely terrible because I don't like sing-alongs, and it's quite hard singing when you're happy and you know it, stamp your feet, especially when you've got sore feet. And so what I would do with the bus is key off it, either run slightly ahead of the bus or slightly behind the bus, and use the bus as a point of reference. But I find buses myself very irritating. You can't get in to get to the tables properly because there's so many runners jammed around you. And unless you're the kind of person who loves, big sing-alongs, don't go into a bus.
Always interesting views from Bruce Forlas, but fair enough. Bruce, you would know better than most about how to pace your own race, and I think a lot of the people in the bus, there are generally a few faster athletes that know about pacing, that deliberately sacrifice their times to run in those buses to lead those athletes across the line in the expected times.
Yes, indeed. In fact, a couple of years ago, one of the famous bus drivers, I'm not sure if he's leading buses anymore, but Flum Petersen was given a Spirit of Comrades award for his contribution to the 12-hour bus at Comrades. For many years he led that bus home, and he got it exactly right every year, and he got hundreds of runners across the line, and of course they earned their medal. One of the problems with some of the bigger buses, and Flum used to do this on purpose just to tease his buses, he would cross the line and then stop, and then the runners around him would all cross the line, but the couple of hundred behind him have not crossed the line, and there'd be a lot of pushing and shoving and a scrum building up while they tried desperately to get to the line.
Always a scrum towards the very latter part. That cutoff is still some 2.5 hours away yet. But at Cowie's Hill, we've got one of the more recognisable faces in South Africa standing by with Olizondo. You might know the name, Gwena Mwabelo.
It's not a Comrades Marathon when you haven't spoken to our very own Gwena Mwabelo.
Hello.
So excited for you.
Yeah, it has been good. I've enjoyed it. It was easier than I thought. I'm still on track. I'm still on track for my personal best.
So, but coming into this, did you have worries about whether or not you were going to arrive at the Comrades?
No worries. But when we were working on Friday at the boxing in Klerksdorp, it was a bit cold. So I thought I was catching a bit of flu, and you can't run with flu. So I was a bit nervous and worried. I'm like, my throat. But I'm fine. I'm all the way. I should be getting there in the next hour and a half.
Cool stuff. I don't want to keep you long, but I want to know, between the up and the down, which one for you do you perform better?
This is only my second down, and I have not been experiencing any pain. So I think I'll prepare from today. The down definitely will be my favorite.
So when are we finished, right?
Of course. Let me go make up that time.
Enjoy it.
All right.
Enjoy it. Our very own SABC colleague.
I love you.
She loves you too.
Mommy, I love you.
That is it from us at Cowie's Hill.
Thank you, Zondo, with Gwena Muhabelo, who presents on SABC. He's a boxing presenter, football presenter, analyst, commentator. Well, great to see Gwena's not struggling along the route, but somebody who is struggling seemingly in the closing stages, just clutching onto that thigh as he edges towards the grass here at the Sahara Stadium, Kingsmead. The finishing line just a few hundred meters away. Just clutching onto their thighs. So many athletes now are just happy to finish in what might be personal best times. Some might be disappointed with their times, having missed out on a chance to win the Bull Rowan. But this is what the Comrades is all about. This is really the time to see, well, it looks like the Sugar Plum Fairy in someone's imagination coming home, but running for SPCA, I think it is. But many charitable causes, and indeed many runners that have sacrificed, I don't want to say their dignity in some cases, but over the years that has been the case. We won't pick out specific individuals, but some that just go along with the atmosphere and spirit of the Comrades Marathon, Big T.
Of course, I think you just got to be able to realize that it's not happening right here only. Even when you have got football games, that's where you can see spectators coming up in their other regalias that can be able to be somehow compromising their status or something, but then they really feel great about it wherever they are. Ndishipinga chene zvazvina dari kubonesa bathu vanji mukuma musi vachikobalavulesa vane vakodanga zviambaro zvopambana naho vamwe vaonena zvipo zvava vahangori vasengo angori tevela pana katwitter naka instagram vangayaka hashtag 2016 comrades vakona hangori mela muledzi wavo udova kubva pakaskrini vachikolavulesa ngoraro.
More and more athletes continue to pour into Sahara Stadium, Kingsmead. Another international athlete we saw a moment ago, and this is another international athlete with a blue number and over 60 runner making their way to the finish line. We saw the Portuguese flag make its way into the venue a short while ago as well. William Sichel of the United Kingdom it was. As he edges his way to Sahara Stadium, Kingsmead, and the colourful hairdo and the tutu that have become popular accessories for Comrades runners over the age of 50. There we go. Their Masters finisher, very colourful with hairstyle. We never saw Bruce Fordyce though go out in these wonderful outfits and never finished in that. But then again, you usually had the grand accessory that was the gold medal come the end of your race, Bruce.
Yes, I just find the Comrades is too much of a struggle and too much of a battle to fool around too much.
You've got to have respect for these guys that dress up in costumes though as well.
You've got huge respect for them.
But this morning he had a Makarapa hood.
Yes.
But I wasn't running.
He wasn't running. He was a Brazilian athlete. Brazil, of course, getting set to host the Olympic Games in just a couple of months' time. August the 5th, the start. There's the Brazilian athletes running side by side, one with the colours of the Brazilian flag on his head as well. There's three of them side by side, all running in the colours of Brazil. Brazil, among the countries that have entered the most international athletes for this race, nearly 200 odd from Brazil that have made their way to the finish line. Pedro Bonfim making his way. Oh, there's a fourth Brazilian athlete that's joined, who might have been just out of shot. But one of those athletes has a green number as well, or at least one of those athletes has a green number. So regular visitors to South African shores are Brazilian athletes as a whole. But there we go, the runner at the back at the moment, the tallest of the athletes, has got a green number.
That's the Brazilian Comrades ambassador, Nato Amaral, probably doing, I would think, doing his 13th or 14th Comrades. He's come every year for the last 13 years or so. And he looks after all the runners from Brazil. And coming in for a 9.5 hours, so that's a great run from Nato.
And being warmly welcomed as they enter Sahara Stadium, Kingsmead, and just acknowledging the support that they're getting, the applause that they are receiving, the Brazilians who make their way to the finish line here. Of course, there's a great deal of excitement happening in Brazil in just a couple of months' time. I mentioned the Olympic Games, but of course the FIFA World Cup that was there 2 years ago as well. Some of the great international sporting events. But in terms of great international sporting events, when it comes to running, you can never look beyond the Comrades Marathon. It's just so much more than a race. When you look at most international marathons, it's about the elite runners. You look at all the top level international runs, it's about the runners who can do the race in 2 hours 2, 2 hours 3, 2 hours 5, 2 hours 8. This Comrades Marathon, an ultra-marathon distance, is about the runners that can finish the race in under 12 hours. There's so much in terms of personal goals and achievements and milestones to be had from this race. Well, Natural Moral is certainly encouraging the Brazilians that he's brought along here. They've got a mini bus of their own. You call this a little cab? But the Brazilians eventually cross the finish line here.
Yeah, if you
call my name, just talk and tell me.
Fasiha 9 and 30 minutes.
Well, more athletes continue to go to the finish line here. Run, superhero run, another billboard coming in. But we got a quick break. When we come back, we'll bring you more from out on the course.
Así, venga. Come on.
Lunch bar, new pack, same great taste. Obvious.
Clientele funeral plans pay out within 24 hours. Plus, we will send 200 Rand free airtime to help with the necessary funeral arrangements. They start from 99 Rand per month. Important. You can cover up to 13 people on one plan. And on our Ultimate Dignity plan, you can get all your premiums back. Yes, all your money back on top of your cover amount. SMS live to 44054 and we'll call you back. SMS now.
Welcome back to live coverage of the 2016 Comrades Marathon. Stand a chance, of course, to win 1,000 Rand airtime. Which is the world's largest ultra marathon? A, B, or C? SMS Old Mutual, and your answer to 34068. An opportunity for you to be a winner as well. Not just Sinead Bosman or David Khatebe can be a winner for the Comrades Marathon today. An opportunity to win 1,000 Rand airtime, courtesy of Old Mutual. So Comrades Marathon 2016 continues on the finish line, just over 9.5 hours having gone by. The runners pouring into the closing stages of this Comrades Marathon. Well, this stream will continue to get thicker and thicker the more the seconds tick on by. But let's just remind Let's just remind you of the results today. Rounding out the top 10, Ladisa Kize, Charles Tijani coming in 9th, Max King finishing 8th, Spiu Ndlela in a 7th place position. Claude Mushiwa, fantastic run from him as he finished in 5:36.25. He was aiming for 5:26 today, said he could do it, feeling strong mentally and physically. Managed 6th place overall. Rufus Porter rounding out the top 5. Mike Fokoroni, Two Oceans winner of Zimbabwe, is now got a 4th place finish in the Comrades Marathon. Defending downrun champion Mungusim Tembo, coached by William Tola, 5:26.39, and he doesn't even finish second, finished 3rd. Ludwig Mamabola with a 5:24.05 and finishes second. He said he would be the man to beat. He said any runner that would take the top prize would have to beat him today, and he was right. But David Radebe took up that challenge and managed to smash the existing Comrades record by some margin as well. 2.5 minutes, 5:18.19. Comrades Marathon results for the women's race. Shane Borsman ahead of a fading Caroline Wussman in the closing stages, unable to successfully defend her title and for the 2nd consecutive year win both Two Oceans and Comrades Marathon. Kaiserberg with a very strong finish for 3rd place overall for the Swedish athlete. Sarah Bard of the United States finishing 4th. Yolandi McLean rounding out the top 5. Kerry-Ann Marshall, and then Colleen de Rieck at 52. We've spoken about her, just so impressive over the years. Fikile Mbutuma, first athlete from KwaZulu-Natal, with Yulani Basson, sub 7 hours as well at 9th place, and Salome Cooper and 10th position overall, just over 7 hours. That's the top 10 for the men and women in the Comrades 2016. It's been a wonderful race overall. It was exhilarating to watch the women race, but in terms of the men's race, we've spoken, we just can't stop with the superlatives regarding just how good David Hadebe's win was.
You know, one thing that's very exciting about this year's race, Duane, is that I'm quite excited to see a couple of South Africans taking the lead in this whole race and in the top 10. And if you can check, I think from the men's race we have found 8 men from South Africa, as well as the 2 coming from outside the country. But on the other side of women,
where is she?
It's 7 women from South Africa and 3 from outside the country, which I think is a plus to us to say, you know, over the years we have been dominated by people coming from offshores and, you know, other countries. But I think a good start and a good motivation right now.
Well, more runners coming in towards the finish line, but Vusiwe Ngobo is out at Kloof. Let's check in on what's happening out on the road.
The Nedbank Green Mile, 65 kilometers into the Comrades Marathon, 24 kilometers to go.
Today I left home and my son is turning 15. I had to leave him, but I told him the medal is for him and I love him. He's a man today. Next day he'll be 16 and I'm going to make sure he get a driver's license.
Oh, there we go, son. So today you are 15, next year you are 16. Dad is going to make sure you get a license. Let's talk more about this race. You've run it twice before. Then the first 2 times?
At the moment I feel great and I know I'm going to finish. This is my 3rd one. It's a treble in soccer terms, and I'm going for 10 next time, and then I retire. But I'm going to call myself a coach.
Okay, so he's going to call himself a coach after 10 times. But we've all heard this before. The Comrades Marathon is addictive. After 10, he's going to go for 15. Ningizim Africa, SABC 2, as we continue to bring you all the action from the 2016 Comrades Marathon.
And now the South African flag. Good to see you. We celebrate South Africa today.
Thank you, Vusiwe.
Our winners are South Africans.
More and more runners making their way to the finish line here. I've got Alec Riddle and Dikaledi Mkhwana sitting alongside. Now, these are the 2 voices you would have heard from the Bonitas Eye in the Sky and the Energade Eye in the Sky earlier today. Dikaledi Mkhwana, your first experience up in the helicopter watching a marathon must be a completely different experience in terms of watching a race, but must have been a rewarding one as well.
It was a very experienced, a good experience, Dwayne, and challenging as well, because every time, you know, when you start doing something, you get challenges and get excited as well. But for the fact that I could see things before you guys can see them, that made it very, very experiencing and entertaining as well. I enjoyed every second of it.
I happen to know, though, that you have a bit of a fear of heights, so I must congratulate you on putting that aside and overcoming a fear to actually get up in the helicopter and bring us that the earlier insights from the broadcast.
I really felt like a winner today because you've been laughing at me for the past 2 weeks, and I managed to be on air for 6 hours. Although I didn't feel good the first 3 hours, but at least I could still cross and tell the listeners and the viewers what's happening.
Well, Digaledi Mukongwana was up in the Energy Eye in the sky and the Bonitas Eye in the sky. We've already heard from Alec Riddle since he's made his way back to terra firma. But Alec Riddle, you watched the men's race, and just to recap again after that astonishing run of Khatebe's, but what else did you manage to see, and what sort of peripheral sights do you get from up in the helicopter that you can spot that we necessarily can't do from our shots on the bike or at set points along the route?
Yeah, I think today, more so than in previous years, the contribution of the spectator. You know, to me, there were bigger crowds out there, more cars, and people went to a lot of trouble. Just taking in Kloof, I don't know if you saw that helicopter shot of the giant South African flag that was laid on the ground. You know, things like that. The crowds, they really came out in support, and I think, you know, I know it was a long time ago, but my memory of Comrades was that the spectators carry you to the finish line, and the Comrades would not be the Comrades without all of that support. So I don't think you know, you see as much of that as we do from the helicopter, and it was really great.
Okay, well, in terms of eyes in the sky, we had 2 pairs, and we got a great deal of insights from both Alec and Digaledi, who will remain alongside. But first, we've got to head down to Lindani and Bense. He's standing at the finish line and catching a few colourful characters.
All right, well, we've seen all sorts of dress codes. We've seen all sorts of hairstyles. I've got someone running in barefoot. Did you run all the way barefoot, or did you lose your shoes along the way?
Halfway in the sandals or slips, and then from Fields Hill all the way barefoot.
Is that how you run?
Normally, yes.
There's comfort in that?
It's much better, yes.
Is that your speciality?
Yes.
All right, well, if you want to run barefoot, run barefoot.
Rodney, well done, sir. Number 2.
Well, that's an interesting approach to the Comrades Marathon, sandals or barefoot. It's not something you see too often, although there have been some great runners who used to run barefoot over the years. Many South Africans will, of course, highlight Zola Bud or Zola Peters, but often on tartan, but out on the road as well. And I think among the more famous of those was Abebe Bikila, the marathon winner 1960 and 1964 games, who of course ran with a broken foot in 68 in Mexico City. Had to pull out only shortly before the end of the race, in which his compatriot Momo Walde went on to win the marathon. But some wonderful, some magnificent barefoot running over the years from some of the great Ethiopian athletes. But down at the finish line and on the grass, we've got Udo Karlster standing by at the finish line as well.
Well, Dwayne, we've seen plenty of guys in pink today. Finally, thank goodness, pretty in pink is Olivia from Johannesburg. Olivia, first of all, you part of the pink drive, of course. Why was it important running in these colors today?
2 years ago, my daughter had a breast lump, and she had to go for an op. So I've decided since then to run for pink drive.
Fantastic. And you happy with your finish today?
I am, because I'm not as trained much. I didn't train as much as I did last year. And I'm just happy that I managed to finish.
So your daughter's back at home, right?
She's back at home, yes.
And I'm sure she's watching, yeah?
I hope so.
All right, straight into that camera, speak to her and tell her why you did it, and just send your love to her.
Tamia, this is for you, baby, and to you, Kiara, as well. I love you girls so much. Thank you for your support and for forcing me to come to do the ocean. Comrades.
There we go. But well done. Well done. There we go. All for a good cause. Back to you guys upstairs.
Thank you very much, Udo Karlster, down at the finish line and finding the young lady from the Pink Drive. Oh, there's so many charitable causes that we've seen acknowledged throughout this competition. As another energetic finisher makes her way across the finish line. It's amazing just how much energy is summoned up by some of the runners as they edge towards the finish line. Of course, grandstanding, as some call it. But speaking of charities and charitable causes, let's check in on the community chest.
the community chest, we have 4 pillars which govern anything that we do within the community, which is health, education, community development, and income generation. Within the ECD sector, the main priority is on education, and so we a conduit for funding, but we also an implementer of projects. And the funding that we receive is 100% given back to the community. We don't hold funds for ourselves, so anything that is donated to the community chest, 100% goes out to the community, and that makes us unique as the district and Pietermaritzburg community chest. If we don't support this institution, we don't know who else will, and our fear is that the kids' future is then at risk. And so what happens here is that kids come in from as young as 6 months, and they are housed and taken care of here. And those who are not yet school ready, there's a curriculum for them that best assists them to develop in phonetics, colors, etc., for that foundation phase learning, with the objective of getting them school ready. This is the Siakana ECD Center. It's in the location of France, in Msunduzi. This area, deeply impoverished. What we have is we have one site on this end, one site behind me, and then another site to my right, because of space and the constraints that are there with us. So what happens is we've had to divide the kids. The site on your right there is where the little babas are, and the site behind us is the ones who are a little bit bigger, and then of course, you know, so they've had to be divided according to their ages in that sense. When it's mealtime, a pot has to be carried from this site, which is the main area where the kitchen is, and taken across to the other 2 sites. At the end of the day, they are children, you know, and they deserve a safe place to play.
Zonke lezi ngane ngiyazithanda zonke ezami, ngizithanda zonke ngokufana.
Well, just an update on community chest, some wonderful causes that are supported by Comrades Marathon. The 2016 race is well and truly over for the elite athletes, with David Khatebe claiming victory in record time in the men's race and Shane Bosman in the women's race. But again, down at the finish line on the grass, Udo Karel, sir, has got another interview for us.
Dwayne, thank you very much. It is beginning to pump right now. And let's be honest, last 2 hours, that's what Comrades is all about. And let's just have a look here. Basil Goff from Wentworth in Durban. Your poster says 30th Comrades Marathon. And more than that, 30 consecutively. Why would you do that to yourself?
I love this game. There's very good guys on the road and a lot of support that helps me through. I enjoy this, yeah.
They say that obviously you got to develop good habits. Why did you decide to run the first time?
I was a soccer rider in my days. Then I watched one run from Maritzburg down. And I reckon, hey, this must be awesome. I saw the crowd and the supporters. I said, no, I'm going to try it. And the first day I tried it, this is awesome. The first one was the best.
Good, sir. You are an absolute inspiration. I just want to focus on this poster right here. Pain is temporary. Victory is eternal. So far, 30 years of victory for Mr. Basil Goff from Wentworth. Right, go and get your medal. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Udo Karlse, who's standing out in the sun and working on his tan down at the finish line as we continue watching athletes stream into the stadium and approach the finish line here at the 2016 Comrades Marathon. This is about the time, though, where you've got to start realizing as a runner, if you're running these sort of times approaching 10 hours, you've got to be so balanced on nutrition out on the route and hydration out on the route. Try to do what you can to rehydrate regularly and indeed find yourself in a position where you can comfortably complete the race without necessarily cramping up. Push too hard, pace yourself incorrectly, you might end up breaking down. Well, that's been done a few times today, just showing off a little bit. Plenty of energy left for some. And interesting headgear that we've seen. It's among the best on display for today's race, but Green Runner, Abel has completed now at least over 10. But he's going to make his way to the finish line. after another impressive display of energy in the closing stages of this 2016 Comrades Marathon.
Yeah, Dwayne, these athletes are still phenomenal club athletes. They train really hard for the Comrades Marathon, aiming to run 10 hours. You know, if they run 9 hours is 6 minutes, so they're probably running about 6 minutes 40 per kilometer. It's a very good pace to keep going. And some of these athletes still look how strong they look coming towards the stadium here.
Well, there's still a great deal of energy left. There's one running in the colours of the United States, and the United States flag vest. It's making its way towards the finish line now. But down at the finish line, Lindani Mbense has a special guest in a special headgear.
Yes, Dwayne, a very special one. I've seen you wearing one of these before, and still celebrating Africa Month. Please explain this to us. What are you wearing?
Come again? Oh, just as African. I like Africa. And most of the time when I'm running in the morning, I find those birds being knocked by cars. I just take them to make this attire.
This afternoon, David Hateb, ufika washama push-up. Mbona now ushama push-up, even though you came in hours after him. Tell me, where do you get the energy to be doing push-ups at a finish line?
I've been doing this for almost 12 years now. Whenever I finish, I'm doing the the push-ups 20. And these guys now, they're joining me because they see on the Comrades advert.
Yes, Nagle Marathon.
I 13 one.
Next year, Siakbon.
Yeah. I'm always here.
All right, well, Dwayne, it is his 13th one. Next year, doing his 14th one. And I think it's ostrich feathers on his head.
Well, lucky number 13 for that athlete. And there was a bus. Wife number 1, husband number 10. There we go. Green number is on his way, but husband and wife team making it to the finish line. Now, there have been some special moments, and many special moments celebrated by so many South Africans who've completed the Comrades Marathon over the years. Coca-Cola is encouraging you to get talking and interact with them about your golden moments. How do you feel about this one from Tommy Malone?
The Comrades Marathon rolled on, and the 1960s was a period of consolidation as the race garnered local and international acclaim. That decade had its own share of drama, not the least of which was the heart-stopping loss by Tommy Malone on the finish line to Manny Kuhn in 1967. It remains the race's closest finish ever.
Well, that was Tommy Malone in his famed number 62, finishing heartbreakingly second, the closest ever finish in the Comrades Marathon, one of the golden moments undoubtedly. But I think what Tommy Malone always used to want other people to remember was the fact that he had actually won in 1966 and that he was already a Comrades Marathon winner. But while Tommy Malone memories are not so fresh in my mind, the stories, though, however, are. Udo Karls is down at the finish line with another guest.
I found out something special, Dwayne. A combination of a superhero and, I don't know, what is it, 50 Shades of Grey? Some erotica on the finish line here, comrades. David from Komachu, I'll have you explain the combination of the Spider-Man and whatever's going on there. What's happening with the outfit?
Sorry,
What is the, explain the outfit to us.
The swap?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Spider-Man, one half, and the other half, you're the devil.
He's a devil, yes.
You ran all the way with his outfit?
Yes, from respect, yeah.
Isn't it hot under that?
No. This one is like a silk.
How many comrades have you done so far?
11.
11, fantastic. And what was it like out there today? Lovely. David, there we go. Little bit of Spidey, little bit of, the evil side all over the finish line here at Comrades. Plenty more to come, but back to you guys for now.
Well, thank you, Udo Carlson. I'm still not sure what that was either. Spider-Man versus the Devil. Here's another bus making its way toward the finish line. This will be the sub-10-hour bus. The South African flag being hoisted aloft. Oh, there's a bit of a crash. This is like watching the cycling race now in the closing stages. A sprint towards the line and a little bit of a stumble and fall. And said no harm done, it seems. So the sub-10-hour bus is making its way to the finish line now. As the athletes all make their way around the corner and into the closing stages here, being welcomed to the finish line. I don't know what your feelings are, Alec, of running in a bus, Dikeledi, but I know Bruce Fordyce was against it, even in the days when he was not running for gold medal or for the victories anymore, when he was running more in a social context. But buses were not something that he was particularly fond of.
What are your memories of a bus, Dikeledi?
I think towards the last minutes of the races, you really need it, especially with Comrades Marathon, because you see when Dwayne just said with the cycling thing that looked like cycling finishing lines, when you go down and there's nobody to pick you up, you might as well sleep there.
But here's another big bus coming into the stadium now, and I can tell you these buses are the savior of many novices in the sport, because people have no idea how to pace themselves. So sometimes they get involved in these buses and they just get pulled along by more experienced athletes, because the people driving the buses and running with those flags are very experienced athletes who've run 10 or 20 comrades between them or more.
Oh, these athletes, yes, often being helped along in the bus by much faster runners who do sacrifice their time, and other athletes slipping and falling. And this is, of course, a hazard of the bunching of all the runners. Tired legs, one missed step, you catch the heel of the athlete in front of you, and down go two athletes, and subsequent athletes falling over them as well. It is so well, it's not so common, but it's something that certainly can happen. Speaking of common, the most common surname in the race, Dlamini. 115 Dlaminis that are part of this Comrades Marathon. 94 Smiths as part of the Comrades Marathon. But this bus just making its way slowly, winding round Sahara Stadium, Kingsmead. All the runners being welcomed home. Some of the Savages Athletic Club runners that are making their way to the finish line as well. These are runners who aim for around about the same time, that just get helped along by somebody who paces them at the front, so-called bus driver, who then guides these athletes. They stick together generally throughout the race, although there are times when athletes do fall off from the bus, and if they just can't keep up with the pace that is being set, and others that join along the way. Not most common, but most stick with the bus from the very front, and indeed get their way to the finish line. Well, there's another interesting hairdo.
And looking at the buses, one often has to wonder, what price is the bus ticket, and who's driving the bus, who's got the experience. But this bus is coming in, and they're having a lot of fun. There's a lot of camaraderie involved. You draw a lot of strength from other people in the bus. Just pulls you along. It's a little bit infectious, and you can see they're having a great time out here.
You can just tell it's a good feeling for them when they get to the finishing line. Like I've been saying through the whole day, that the theme for this year humbles me as well. But it is Ogutoba, and as you've seen, Butlamini, they are the name that's dominating in this race, and the theme is Zulu. The host, KZN, so everything is Zulu. Dwayne, the Zulu man.
Well, there's a couple of signs coming in. There's one that said legs strong like Liverpool, and I'm just wondering just how jelly-like his legs might be at the finish line, although Liverpool, of course, have slowly but surely started to improve under Jurgen Klopp. Dunky Denneker, thankful for something that Denneker has done, making his way to the finish line as well. Runners running for all sorts of personal reasons as well, and messages of personal significance coming through. But Comrades Marathon is also associated with one Starfish Foundation. Let's find out more.
Starfish supports children orphaned or vulnerable in South Africa, working in partnership with community-based organizations. Starfish currently supports over 11,000 children in 35 community-based organizations nationwide. There are over 3 million children orphaned or vulnerable in SA, with TB, HIV and malnutrition being key drivers to childhood illness. The Starfish Wellness Program aims to strengthen the health and well-being of children thanks to our care workers who provide support like counseling, home visits and HIV and TB adherence support. The program is further supported by the Wellness Wagon, a mobile clinic providing wellness services like top-to-toe screening, HIV testing and counseling, as well as health awareness campaigns. Starfish has invested in community development, working closely with partners to build their capacity, with a keen focus on financial accountability, reporting and health education. Starfish is a leader in innovative, sustainable and cost-effective programs. It invites you to jump on the wagon for children in SA who are valued, protected and empowered to realize their dreams.
I'm astonished by this young man who is able to see. And speaking of sighted, there are a few athletes who continue to impress by completing the Comrades Marathon despite being visually impaired. There's a runner from South African Police Services who's guiding along an athlete who's visually impaired. And this is just one of the most incredible relationships that you see out on the road. The communication that's required between the guide and the visually impaired athletes is astonishing, because when you are tired, when you are struggling, to be able to communicate, to navigate around so many bodies in a field this size is simply astonishing. But we've got to head down to a quick chat with Udo Karelse, who no doubt might be catching up with this visually impaired runner when he does cross the finish line, Ritabile Taonyane. But Udo Karelse is at the finish line with another finisher.
Well, Dwayne, let me put it this way. You guys have been singing the praises of the bus drivers all afternoon long. So I thought we'd get a bus driver in here. Linda, first of all, bringing that crowd in there, everybody hugging you after the race. What does that feel like?
I feel very awesome. I'm so blessed, as I'm now knowing that I'm just a servant.
So your job was to bring your bus in under what time?
Under 10 hours.
And you did it fantastically. You did it with a couple of minutes to spare.
Yes, we have a lot of play on the road, having a lot of just trying to coach the people, and then we have a real fun.
Now, it's easy for you to say you're just a servant, but if I look at the medals, 12 medals in total, you could easily run for much better times yourself. Why continue to do this?
This is a matter of now I'm just making for a legacy that I want to leave to the people, because I have my time in running, and then now I'm 53 years old, and then now all what I'm coaching the guys, motivating each and everyone to say that take a part in Comrades. It's so fun, so awesome.
Absolutely. Now, 0 medals before today. Have a look here, Dimakatso. Could you have done it without this man?
No ways. He has been coaching me from the beginning. He started everything with me. I never thought I'll run 42 kilometers even. Not like the Comrade was like a dream. I never thought I'll do it. But with him, he's been awesome. He's been there for me from day one.
And another one. Look here. 0 medals before to 1 medal before today. Mutlati, apologies. Linda getting you across the line. He was an absolute help, wasn't he?
Oh, man, that was like awesome. That was marvelous. I can't thank him more, man. As you can see, it's a back-to-back. Last year, when I was doing an interview with media, I promised I'm coming back this year.
Lovely, lovely.
Definitely, and my plan was sub-10. And when we started, I started a bit late, and I had to run looking for this sub-10-hour bus.
You found him. You found him. Minnie would be so proud of you. But I think more proud of Linda. Put Linda as a hero. Now go and get your medals. Go, 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 go. There we go. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Udo. Well. Things are happening here. Ritabile Taonyane, now Giasimbona Paya, Figila with 10 hours Ukabi, Guyaka Logo Simkonda and Doba, Agakwazu, Bonakaku, Shengame, Shokotwa, Fumana Neto, Glendota, and Isuka Paya with South African Police Services. This is heartening. That's why we call it it's a human race. Seriously, Helen.
It is, and I think now in the next 2 hours, we've got 2 hours of running left, and it's the time when people get inspired, because the people that we're seeing now is, just the average person that's maybe decided to try and get fit. And I think they'll see these people running like this lady on the screen, and it's a little bit, well, if that lady can do that, I can. And I think we've just seen the visually impaired chap. It's like if a guy like that can do this, what is stopping me? It's just making that initial stepping stone. And I think we're at the start of seeing just some remarkable people crossing the finish line.
We're going to be crying, we're going to be laughing, and it's going to be tears of joy. It's going to be everything, because this now has come to sort of a very exciting period in our Comrades 2016 Big G.
Of course, I think a great day indeed when you look at the type of clubs which came and brought people together right here. One thing common is just to make sure that they really make sure that they run this Comrade Marathon. And I like the theme wherein they say the Comrade Marathon, it will humble you, is October. And I think in a nicer spirit and in a positive way, because I remember when the market manager from Comrades Marathon, when he was talking about that, he said, I even made sure that I had to contact 3 professors from KwaZulu-Natal University to check as to whether is it the right theme to say is October. It will humble you, and I guess everybody who can be able to run and get to the finish, obviously in a positive note, he who can say this race has humbled me.
Well, that's the way it is. 100% crazy. That makes you laugh as well, and he's just proud of that. Umnandi ke apha bethuna siya egqibeleni ngoku siyayiqola sayiqukumbela iComrades Marathon ka2016 silapha eThekwini sityibilika kubanana kumnandi kuyilonto kokuqala kusasa ngo5:30 kodwa ke kusekho abantu abasabalekayo nangoku kudala ke abaphumeleleyo bona bagqiba phaya ngobuthuba bephambi kontsimbi ye11 bubumnandi njengoku luchulumanco imigcobo imivuyo, everybody's hands are up and everybody they're just appreciating the fact that they've been part of this 2016 Comrades Marathon, some coming as far as the other countries outside of South Africa, and all South Africans, all colors, all creeds, and everybody just enjoying themselves, youngsters and elderly people, and it's just amazing feeling.
Oh, it is, and it's quite interesting. We've got 2 hours left. We had just under 18,000 people start the race, and I think we'll probably find that still half of the field is out there yet to come across the finish line. And my guess is that if the athletes who are still wanting to finish get their medal, they should be on their way down Cowie's Hill at least. Like that's about 17 k's to go.
Quite interesting to see the placard written 100% crazy. And I can tell you, I've been going through some stuff of Tim Knox. He said, you know what, when you reach 56, your mind will tell you, dude, are you crazy? Who do you think you are? Are you mentally fit for you to complete this race? And I can tell you, everybody will say after the race, I mean, maybe I'm crazy. Why did I have to run this marathon? But at the end of the day, you feel like you have done what you're supposed to do.
Well, I've just had word that there's still 10,000 people out on the road. So if you can, get out there or just sit in your armchair and just cheer these 10,000 people on, because they're going to need all the encouragement, all the support that you can send their way.
Goodness me, 10,000 more people. Can you believe it? And they're still out there. Kodwa ke yonke lonto iza kufika kwi-pictures zakho apho ekhaya njengoko Helen esitsho ungabaleki kuloo ndawo kuyohlala ubukele sokwazi nabo ukubancedisa sibacherishe noba sisemakhaya. Look at this, beautiful scenes indeed. There they are, some just starting to walk and they're feeling those heavy legs, and some running a little bit further than the others. It's all about fun, it's all about happiness, it's all about Izokutoba.
Well, you rightfully said that, because when we look at it, you remember, Helen, 2014, during this time, it was windy, it was raining, and when people were passing the other part closer to the stadium, you could feel for them. But this year around, I think the weather has been quite favorable to them, and starting from the morning, not really chilly as we thought it would be, and quite warm around past 9:11. And you look at it now, people are enjoying, and it's all about enjoyment right now. You could see that we're still going to experience a lot of buses coming together right here in that spirit of camaraderie.
Very much so, and the conditions have been good, and one of the ways we can prove that is that we've had more silver medals this year than we've had for many years, as well as more Bill Rowan medals sub-9 than we've had in many years. We had 26 women get a silver medal, break 7.5 hours. The first 2 women came in the first 100. Now usually, they're pushing up there, and there's a few more. So the performances today have been quite outstanding, and it's almost like the bar has been raised. And I mean, we saw that in the men's race. We had an interesting challenge in the ladies' race. But overall, the performances from the front guys to the middle of the field and to the back guys have actually been very, very good.
Helen, you've done it all. You've done it in the past, and it's unfortunate that you're not out there running now. But then you're just talking about the performances. Today, nobody expected what happened. Obviously, it's something that was, okay, it might happen one day or another. But the way things started, Khatebe suddenly just blew out the whole field, and we're all sitting in the commentary positions and saying he might have just started too early, but he proved all of us wrong. And are we going to see something like a 5-hour mark one of these years?
That's a tall challenge, but we can never say never, because there were times when they were probably saying the race would never go under 5.5. But I do believe that that run that David put in today was one of the most outstanding road races I've watched, and I've watched plenty, and it was just the fact that when he was coming to the finish, he still maintained form, he looks relaxed, and I mean, that sort of, you know, from about 70 to 80 kilometres, he just flew. I mean, his pace was like 3:14, and it was like, come on, this is not going to last. So I feel very privileged to actually have sat there and watched today's performances. It was really exciting.
Well, make siyokhangela ingathi sikhona isikolo esiyinxalenye yalento sithetha ngayo apha eThembeni, sisikolo eso esiphuma phaya kwelandawo kuthiwa kukomhlanga. Make sibukele.
If you've run Comrades, chances are you've been inspired along the way by the precious learners from Etembeni School who line the streets every year to wall participants on to finish.
The Comrades route is right here on our front door. Secondly is, many years ago we've decided that with so many runners passing the school, that we need to tap into this visitors that come and visit us. So very important is that the international runners has increased drastically over the couple of years. And we've been very blessed with Comrades Association, which assist us in the international runners when they tour the route. They do stop here, we do entertain them, and we receive quite a number of funds from international runners right all over the world, from America, from Australia, from Japan, Switzerland, Germany, and it started to become a huge competition between the international people in who's going to bring the biggest check. And we're very blessed to receive in dollars and euros, and specifically this time in our economy. The runners are being exposed to people with disabilities. And I think then on the day itself, it's a huge fun day. It's a day that the kids go out there, they support, they sing, they dance, and it is just a very, very, very nice day. And after the race, they've been sponsored with a braai, so it is a huge fun week and fun event for us, as well as a huge fundraising event for us. Presently we do have 274 kids, specifically visually impaired and physically disabled. That's the two major disabilities that we do cater for. Funds, yes, that's a big problem in this type of education we do have. We do receive a subsidy from the government. There's also parental contributions, but our main focus is on fundraising to get the resources for these kids to offer a good education for them.
Irrespective of the challenge, everyone is taught skills to create objects which are sold to benefit the school. The community around Etembeni thrives on unconditional love and support from the teachers and volunteers who give of their time to provide a firm footing in the lives of truly special children.
We love Comrades. Nice to work with these children, because to them we are not teachers only, we are just mothers to them. Because they are those who are orphans, so we give them that motherly love.
Nanso ke mbukeli ngiqinisekile iyaxolisa lonto leyo kodwa ke iyazithatha inhliziyo zabantu ngoba uyaqonda isasikolo eThembeni School isikolo sabantwana abakhubazekileyo kodwa kuyacaca nje into yokuba bazimisele ukuba babe yinto ebomini. Sibulela kakhulu ke nakwabo bathi babaxhase bababeke endaweni yabo ngoba nabo they deserve that love, they deserve everything that is possible to make their lives better. Kuyabonakala ke pha imilenze ithanda uba noko ibe nerabha inejeli kudinekile madodana ayava uba kudala umcimbi uphethe phaya.
I love that one. I think when you look at Caroline Wurstman, you could think she's just walking top of the coal which are like burning because the legs were not able to carry her anymore. Ngamlando hore ana ba murabelesa obachinga ko chimela tamakale ane akofisa kuba ngauri milenje yasa chikona ungamofara kuba ningazo bakopha Zolani yachukaba ngamafungo auri jeli ya family njeni iba yofela wesichera chitu but navo kondela ngamanda. I think they come from far since morning 5:30 these guys were on the road up until this time around. It's now around 4:45 and you can imagine Zolani just to be on the road for all these hours.
Wellington Bofu nayo inxalenye lento iqhubekayo apha fake iminqwazi yakhe ethanda babhanya bhanya nalelinye iqela nalo lisanda uzawungena bayazicacisa abathi sikhona nathi apha. Yahamba le ndoda iyaqonda uba kudala uphethe lo mcimbi mayikhikhe ngoku nayo ibethi walk. Masike siyepha kanye ezantsi ke sibhaqe ulindana umfo kaMbhense ingathi khona into asiphathele yona. Lithi
just off camera, Udo and I were seeing some old ladies running in and we asked ourselves, are they better than us? Because we've never run this. These are not the old ladies, but I'm joined here by two ladies. I just saw the emotion in your eyes as you crossed that line. How does it feel?
I'm so thankful.
Did you think you'd make it here today? Did you see yourself in Durban today?
For us, this is a new PB for us.
Congratulations. Thank you. A big feat here today.
I'm so happy. I'm so grateful. I feel wonderful. It feels as though I've achieved first position.
And they say this race will humble you. Did it humble you or did you humble it?
It did humble me. Definitely. Yes, but I fought back.
All right, so while we speak about humbling, some were saying that they will humble the race will not humble them. So we are going up.
Kosilindani siyabulela ndoda. Comrades Marathon finish lena ka 2016 sibambe yona ukanti ke njengoko sibona kwawukomnandi kakhulu. Jonge phaya banxibe ilokhwe zabo.
Yeah, the church pinga chine zo chino mosi wona belesa ba bathu bane bakuta nga herethu ba chulwa nga manda nga ore mona mumwe odibisela pete kunoshika ka hapo ni akidiola go petsela kema bathu bo winaho
Well, it's time to announce the winners of the Old Mutual SMS competition. If your name is on this list, congratulations to you. You're one of the lucky winners of a 1,000 Rand airtime. Remember to plan for greatness and register at www.worldofendurance.co.za to get training plans, expert advice, race info, and more. This competition was brought to you by Old Mutual, helping you do great things. Kwakhona sitsho ke kuwe sithi alala kuni abo baphumeleleyo nivileke bethu. Masihle kwakhona sibethe owenkawu sibheke kwi-finish line. Udo?
Hey Zolani, now I found a lady by the name of Mary Vorster. Upon close inspection, I discovered that it's Mary Forster because she's married to a South African all the way from Perth, Australia. Tell me, why come all the way from Perth and run your second, Comrades?
This time I did it for charity, a primary school in Pietermaritzburg.
Tell us more about the school.
It's got 1,200 kids, no electricity or water, so I decided to raise money for it.
And have you been able to raise some?
12,200 Rand.
Oh, fantastic. Now, tell the people out there about the school. Let's raise some more money.
Yeah, well, I'd like to. So I'm going to take photos and take them back to Perth and get some more money out of everyone.
Fantastic. Mary, well done. I understand that final 20 was particularly tough on the legs this afternoon.
Killed me. Really, mentally killed me.
Well,
I did it.
You're across the finish line. Now go and get your medal. And there we go. Fantastic. Mary Forster, married to a South African. She's originally from South Africa, and now she's getting a second Comrades medal. Zolani, back to you.
Thanks, Udo. Thank you, my man. Sikhangele nazi nelokwe zisiza mfondini zimbetshe zibhanyabhanya kumnandi kunjalo ukhumbule uba kaloku asikayigqibi le nyanga yase-Afrika. Africa Month sisayibamba sisayiphethe thina apha kwe-SABC Sport. Yonke loo nto iza kuwe with compliments of SABC Sport. Akumnandi eDurban.
Ndizavukuma ngamanda rikadibahane pa ubuyashika zvene zvemusikasho hino masiyara dovulana mosi chisvika magumoni pasongohangwa SABC 2 fedzia ngachino chipinga ndikolindela ubona munane ugidima ngachamurau when other people are running this direction, the right direction. He chose to do it the opposite way, and we're talking about Farai. He's one of these guys from one of the clubs in Centurion or around Midrand, and he's called Farai. I'm looking forward to see him not long to come.
Well, here they're coming in quite steadily, and plenty of time to relax and enjoy and lap up the atmosphere as they take this lap around Sahara Stadium. And as we've been saying all day, 1 in 3 people in this race are a novice. Never done it before, so it's a new move at the finish for them. But and there's all those people out on the road that are novices. There's still that challenge in their head, and can they push their body to actually finish and do this? With your support, with your help, with your cheering, most of them will.
89 kilometers and still you can do those moves. It's amazing. Sydney Diallo, welcome to 404 Kuyo DSTV, Kwaboke Babukeleo DSTV. This is live pictures for you. Well, it's been 10 hours and 21 minutes to be precise. Exactly 21 minutes now. Comrades 2016, this is live. Comrades Marathon. We've had some amazing scenes here this morning since we started at 5:30. The record has been shattered.
Ndi basibona mala khongwana ka Twitter bakurumela hashtag Comrades 2016 babona bathanje bukuma mwoko ambori kolibwa ngamanda wona bilisi ni mratho wawe kana mkomana wawe achiko jena. And East Coast Radio our third runner Non Tukuto has done it again. The nutrition consultant completed the race in 9 hours 26. Hashtag Comrades 2016. Don't forget that.
Thank you to Channel 404. We'll be joining you later. Masipinde kwakhona sibambe owenkawu sitsibele pha ku-Udo Carlson usezantsi. Udo?
Well, Zolani, the blue bib, of course, will tell us we're dealing with an international runner, and then the message on the shirt, RH, I ran 48 marathons in 2013. It's the story of Diallo from France. Diallo, 48 marathons in 2013?
Personal reward, that special medal that recognises it. And here's we have had a pretty good event as far as seeing people who are quite troubled or needing assistance crossing the finish line, and here's one of the few people who seem to, so they're going to want a little bit of a help and a stretcher at the end, but other than that most of the guys seem pretty healthy as they come in. It's been a good day.
But true that I think when we look at it from the an athlete's perspective, you could be able to check and say these guys, they know, they have been training, and whatever they have been doing throughout the whole course now is paying dividends, because they can be able to complete the race not really in that fastest moment and fastest time, but just the record time wherein they can be able to be there.
Okay, we'll be back, but then let's go for the Bonitas Expo time.
Right, here we have it, a bird's eye view of Comrades Expo 2016. If you've forgotten a piece of kit at home, you come and buy it here. You want to get some really good advice on running the race, you come here. If you want to sign your name up to a great cause, you need to be at the Expo, which is exactly what I'm going to do now, so join me. Let's see if I can grab something. I'm not running, but it's always nice to look good. Yeah, let's go and check. I can promise you this, comrades will humble you. So this is the Green Number Club, right? You've got to run 10 comrades and then you can come and shop here. Very exclusive, but let me push my luck. Hello, how are you doing? Can I grab one of these? No. Can't blame a boy for trying, huh? Can't. Super important to get all your vital signs checked out, so let me do just that, huh? Hello.
Can I have your left arm?
Left arm, there we go. Thank you. So apparently my blood pressure is A for okay. I'm strong as an ox. There's one more thing to do. What is that?
You're going to do your glucose. I'm going to need
A needle. No, sister. Never. Not me. Now here's some sage advice. Forget the 89 kilometers to conquer. Look forward to the glory. I'm looking, not seeing it. I'm a superhero. And this is just to get through our broadcast on Sunday. Sure. Now I'm in the kiddies play area and I've always found it difficult to, I don't know, stay between the lines. So let me get some advice from an expert. 6-year-old Amina, how are you?
Fine.
What's your advice for coloring in?
I stay in the lines and I choose a favorite color.
I think I'm doing both at the moment. Pink rhino, not too bad, huh? Not too bad at all. Ooh, that is beautiful. There we go. Well, these incredibly tired people who've registered thousands of runners have hyped themselves up, the last little bit of energy for the big day. The registration is done. It's time to run. Catch you.
Masiphinde sikwamkele ke mbukeli apho ekhaya ufika kwakhona sikuthatha sikubeka kalapha kaloku eThekwini sajonge iComrades 2016 marathon yethu leyo. Masiphinde sithathe wenkawu umtsi kwakhona siye kulindane phaa ezantsi ngathi ukhona umuntu asiphatheleyo.
Engibonga kakhulu ke Zolani. Well, the Comrades Marathon is not only just about the sweat and blood, it's also about the tears. Natasha, I saw you breaking down as you crossed that line. What was going through your mind?
It's just unbelievable. I can't believe I made it. It was a tough day at the office, but it was so enjoyable.
Were you running alone?
Most of the time, yes.
And this morning when you woke up, did you see yourself crossing the finish line of this Comrades Marathon?
Yes, I was quite positive, so I'm so glad I was able to do that.
Any particular reason you're doing this one?
No, just a lifetime dream coming true for me.
Congratulations and good luck for next year.
Thank you very much.
Baba, you keep showing us your muscles, but there's nothing there.
You know,
but congratulations for
thanks.
finishing.
2014, I had a horrible race. Like they say, great men never fail to try, you know. I had a fantastic race.
Did you also have a fantastic race?
Yes, and this is for my mom. Selina Mlaus, I love you and my family. I've done it for you. Hola.
Very exciting scenes indeed. I love it when Lindani says, you keep on showing us your muscle, but there's nothing there.
I mean, really, what is it that you've seen, Zola? I mean, really, what is it that you've seen there?
But he has achieved something.
Did you see some muscle there? It's about the mental strength, though. Anyway, we need to compliment and congratulate these guys who has made it to this far.
Oh yeah, jonga phaya kwakhona leya imibono sibonayo madoda geqeqeka Fondini. unzima kunzinginzingi kuyenyukeka kodwa yonke lento ihamba nobumnandi. Phambi koba ndiyishiye indawo apha, Helen, you've got a nice story to tell us, eh?
Well, I think there's in the brochure there's a lot of stories of people of who are running and why they're running, and one of the people, a well-known favourite athlete of Durban is Tilda Tull, is going for a double green, which is 30 Comrades, and she is a previous winner. She's actually won a down run in the 90s, and been battling a little bit with an injury, but been sort of monitoring her progress. We don't know exactly where she is today, but she will be out there. She's got probably another hour and a quarter of an hour left to run if she's got to get under the, well, almost 1.5 hours, but she'll be wanting to have a comfortable finish, and it was a little bit touch and go. Then she says that's it, her triple green, and she's going to have a break for quite a while, so for 5 years. So and there's a lot of people like that. You read the story of many of the people who are out there supporting. They're out there supporting a family member. The young children are supporting their parents or mum, dad. The one article, it's quite endearing that for years she supported her father, and now it's her turn, you know, and she's doing exactly what her dad did before, and sort of just going to try and complete this in the given 12 hours.
And you just reminded me of the 64-year-old Utata Ungona, the Tiger Kabembiza, naye une quadruple ayilindeleyo apa. At 64 years of age, it's his 40th Comrades Marathon today. Wow. So you see these people are doing these things, and it's just an amazing feat. But yonke lonto leyo ndiqinisekile sabe siphinde sikwazi ukuthetha ngayo. A few words from you guys, and well, Ano Malerbe will be replacing me.
Anana chingwe ri katipara panda na wanakeza kasho hei no tui uva hapa kadropo iria baya Durban ria manga 2016 Comrades Marathon inenga chana chipinga usikale rodo grima awara sko za fumi na mitete kana minute ni shika ya fu raro ina ni mafunga abade kuma huda story zinje kuma zinza kwambiwa ngaha imbambe araba humbula ubachanga macheloni huna mafungo manji ana kwambiwa ngamandanda watachila bale sabatu bahuwane bane bakugiti mambambe hino hangi hayani unamkana boravele baneuto baboda spinga chingona chiwe ngabe bo bakadibana nungo baba kidoba kamzibo kidimana himbambe ini yabaya Comrades ngauri waba chiwa bona badani duba lengwe na lingwe pezi mashidi mabuya mwana wabo uhane pa ukugidima mbambe ini ino ne pezi zuroni kamanda ubona bathu bahulwane ubona fuka ho mingwa ini yabaya fu ina 5 mingwa ini yabaya fu 5 uye kamwe ini yabaya fu rati bachikuita ngorali zitutuwaza na batukuri ziyakona zeya. And I can tell you, I know that when you look at most of the middle-aged class people right here, you know, they have made it a lifestyle again right here. And you go to every community these days, it's either they have got the fun walk, they have got the 5-kilometer walk, they have got the 10-kilometer race, the 21. And I think this is one thing that we need to really embrace as South Africans and make it a lifestyle.
Well, certainly, I think we have to some extent, and that's why a lot of South Africans, you see the middle-aged men, especially maybe a little bit older, they're not as big as in some other countries. And what I'm noticing here is the amount of green numbers finishing, athletes who have done this race for 10 years or more, maybe not always consecutively, but they've completed 10 Comrades Marathons. And there's another one there, number 41414, another green number there coming in, and that's great to see, Helen.
Oh, yes, it means it can't be that bad. But as Bruce said, you know, he's probably not that keen to do it next year, but give him an hour or two tomorrow morning, he'll be lining on, and she'll be lining up there too. Just another one.
Yeah, ndi stop the banda ara kola bersanga ndani solangayo kanne ndibona musi ndibona bathu batuku badako kotoma hembambe rudo totoma ziyambo za zungu sitori za kuma Africa chipemere kuliba kandela ini abayone ine aralinga bachitofi mwana mumwe ngaveke ribaro gidi bakams na wazito wa kilometers za 15 kana kilometers ziko za 2 ribaro tachikwe chitu na warisa ngozigidi mangaduwa leti na wazigidi bakamsinga maduwa ene matano wa dia mbili ngaduwa wa dia taro ngaduwa ziya stop the banda. But I think like she say, look, for me and to everyone out there, it's a big challenge. We need to really make sure that we get up and go out there and be part of this multitude and these masses who are really bracing the whole 89.2 kilometers.
Well, that was not good to see that person just collapsing there over the line, and we're hoping they're okay. And of course, we've been looking at the Coke golden moments throughout the day, and we have another one coming up here. Toli, what do you have for us?
We are still here at Comrades Hill. As you can see, the runners going past us, getting closer and closer to the finish line. But luckily for me, I've been able to spot quite a few fans who are wearing their very red T-shirts. That is the hashtag Gold Moment T-shirt. How are you feeling today, knowing that you are the winner of this?
Excellent. It took us a long drive. We're from Margate, but I had to drive all the way from Lephalale. 1,200 kilometers to make sure I was there early enough to get my T-shirt, so I'm lucky to have one.
All right, so firstly, just tell us a little bit about yourself. Who are you and where are you from and who's with you right now?
Sure. My name is Peter D'Oliveira. This is my grandson, Ocho, and this is my son-in-law, and we had to support my daughter running the race today.
All right, so I just want you to take us through the experience of just being here and watching the Comrades Marathon, seeing the runners go past. What is going on in your mind?
Man, it's a magic event. If you look at this, this is history. This is our country. There's no politics. There is nothing else. No education, no size, no age group. Just pure determination.
Yeah, no, that's very true. You also agree with that?
Yes.
All right. Okay, so I want us to also talk about why is it that you are here on the sides as fans and not actually running the course?
All right, this is great stuff. It's 3 years ago, my daughter, my middle daughter, Joannette, she's running today. She was diagnosed with cancer. And for 2 years now, she's been cancer-free. And she was determined to prove if she's cancer-free, she could run the ultimate race. And we've supported her over the 2 years. It's difficult to stand at 5 o'clock in the morning and drive with a scooter bike with her, to ride with her, weekends, all the mornings and afternoons. And she's here today to prove that she is cancer-free and she can run this race. And we're just glad to support her.
That is such a touching, such a beautiful story. So proud of you. People also saying hi in agreement with that story. So then lastly, are you aware that you supporting your daughter, you supporting the Comrades Marathon has resulted in you winning a hamper?
Well, we didn't think that way, but winning a hamper is just great. It just makes it more ultimate and more great. And I take my hat off for all these runners, every single one of them. It's just great to see them. And we're not supporting just my daughter, we're supporting a country that supports the race.
Oh, absolutely. Over 19,000 people here. And your experience, just to close it off for the viewer at home who has no clue what it's like to be a winner of the hashtag Gold Moment.
If you missed it, I'm sorry to say, this is the greatest event.
That is fantastic. There you have it. Another fan that has won this hamper, another fan that has shared such a beautiful experience of what the Comrades Marathon actually means to them. If you want to also be in this position, winning one of those hampers, please do tweet us your gold moment, hashtag gold moment, and tweet to @Coca-Cola_ZA. And you could be winning one of those 10 hampers. It is Comrades Hill, and we're still having a blast.
Well, major milestone moment for me personally, because with 32 consecutive Comrades Marathons, I've now reached, I think, 100 marathons in terms of interviews with people who've actually run the race. Zirk Lawrence, kolonel in die lugmag, retired. Hoe het gegaan vandag?
Ja, uitstekend. Ek dink van die 32 wat ek vandag gedoen het, was dit seker, die weer was seker van die lekkerste. The weather was very good. The last 20 is tough because you get tired. It is a downhill. But there's about 36 k's which you climb, so you klim and you raak moeg. Yeah.
We're talking about gold moments in Comrades history. For you, across these 32, what's the gold moment for you?
The gold moment for me was when I received my first green number. It was handed to me by Wally Haywood. And then my second green number for 20th consecutive Comrades was presented to me by Jackie Metcalfe. And then my third one 2 years ago by the King of Comrades, Bruce Farai. So I think I caught all three. I've got 8 to go, then it will be my 40th, and then I'll be 70, and I'll be happy to do it consecutively.
Beautiful. Now, since you're retired as a colonel, are you still allowed to salute?
Well, not out uniform, only when I'm called up and I'm in uniform.
Okay, here we go. To Colonel Zirk Lawrence, 32 Comrades later. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Well, certainly gold moments there, and great for that Oliveira family and to win that gold moment. And we keep talking about the athletes, but it's not only about the runners, it's about the spectators. The Comrades is really an event for the entire South Africa, as they've said. And the spectators along the route are just as much part of this event than the athletes who are competing. But Helen, we're talking about gold moments. Have you got some gold moments of this? You must have. I mean, you've won it 3 times. One of them must be a gold moment.
No, not really. I mean, I still look at. Yeah, my performances were. I did fine. I mean, if I compare them to the modern day athlete, I'll be humble. I'm humble, but I still think Wally Hayward, when he at 79, his performance, because I know I'm not 79 yet, and there's no ways I could achieve that. For me, that was quite remarkable.
Well, a man in red next to me, Alec Riddle. You certainly have some Coca-Cola gold moments. You're never short for a memory or two.
Yeah, there have been a few great ones over the year. First of all, Helen, hopefully you got a gold medal for each of those 3 wins. Those were 3 golden moments. But, remember, you only have to be the best on the day, and you were brilliant. We remember that with fondness. But, for me, some of the golden moments were, obviously watching Bruce Fordyce win many of those golds. That's the time I was racing probably about an hour back or wherever it was. But I think we saw a couple of golden moments today. That winning time, I mean, that was outstanding. And the way he ran it was just absolutely phenomenal. He just, put the hammer down. There was no fear. There was no caution. He just threw everything at it. Threw caution to the wind, and he came through. Yes, he struggled a little bit the last 4 or 5 kilometers, slowed down a little bit, a fraction. Otherwise, it would have been 5:17. But what a performance that was, Honor.
Yeah, Alec, we keep talking about the women's race, or we've mentioned a lot of the women's race because of the drama involved in that. I don't think we've made enough of how big a deal David Khatebe's run today was. I mean, just put it into context for us. How many men have actually run that fast? And we said earlier, Ludwig Mamabolo, the time he ran for second place would have beaten some of Bruce Fordyce's record times.
Well, just to put it into context, I mentioned it earlier, and I don't want to repeat myself, but it's so significant. Let's put it into context. How many people run park runs in South Africa? Many, many, many thousands.
Yeah, I'm one of them.
Okay. And do you admire the guy who runs a sub-18?
Definitely. I'm trying to be that guy again. I used to be that guy.
Our winner today ran 18 in a row on this course.
Oh.
18 sub-18 minute 5Ks. That for me puts it in context, because I can no longer run an 18 minute 5K. Can you, Helen?
No.
That's short and sharp, no. And I think, I kind of understand that mentally, and I think how impossible it is to run that. And even, when I look at, we talked about the Bull Rowans earlier, and we're soon going to come to the bronze medal cutoff as well in 15 minutes time. But to run a Bull Rowan as well, for these runners out there, 6 minutes a K, that's still a 30-minute park run, which, a lot of people can't do. And to do, again, 18 of those in a row, it's mind-boggling, Helen, how fast these athletes, and not only the elites, a lot of the others go over this route.
There's been some great performances today, as I know we're not expecting as many bronzes, I should say Bull Rowan medals, sub-9 hour athletes. They weren't expecting the numbers of the silvers to come through. And I just think it's great. It's like the conditions are great, but the bar's been raised. And it may be just that general swing of improvement in the sport because of things like the park run and a lot of people getting out there pushing themselves. And I just think we're riding quite a positive wave when it comes to road running.
And I think how much of that positive wave has to do with the hype around Comrades. I mean, it's not every day you're going to get up and run 90 Ks in those kind of times, even for your average runner, finishing now. I think there's just something about this day that just lifts their performances in general.
Yeah, you go to parties or brides or things these days, and a few years ago I would have gone to a bride, my stepson's place, and all his mates and whatever, they would never dream of doing Comrades. I went there the other day, and there was Karen Watson-Smith preparing for Comrades, Candice Pizzolati, people you would never 5-10 years ago have expected them to do Comrades. Here today, they were out running. You will know a handful of people. Helen will know more than a handful of people who, as I say, 5 or 10 years ago wouldn't have. Everyone's been swept up in this whole wave of getting out, doing events. Look at the Ironman, Comrades. I mean, over 20,000 entries. It has become a really big thing in South Africa. And I think a lot of it has to do with the SABC providing the live coverage. I think a lot of it has to do with the crowds along the route. I mean, they lift these people. A lot of it has to do with, obviously, the Comrades Marathon Association, the organizers. I think it's a wonderful thing, and let's not forget also the sponsors.
Well, I must say the Comrades Marathon Association forever trying to innovate, reinvent, make this a little bit better than it was last year. It's difficult to do with such an iconic race. You've got to keep some elements because it's historical. And I think I want to add to your list of things that lift this race. The fact that the winners suddenly are South African again from last year. You know, you've got Gift Kalehe, Caroline Bosman, now Shane Bosman, and obviously David Khatebe. And now we've got both the records, at least downrun records, back in South African hands as well. And I think it inspires people, especially people like the female, Caroline Bosman, and her story in particular.
Yeah, I think there's a wave. You know, 5 times in a row now we've had a South African men's winner, and it's lifting. But I'd also like to just mention, you know, Bernard Dandadzi, you know, led through the halfway mark, took that hot spot. We all thought, you know, maybe what's he doing there? But he's from Zimbabwe. He came to chase the 20,000 Rand. He managed to finish in under 7.5 hours to get his hot spot. But I wonder, Helen, what an impact of those guys who go out to get that hot spot may have had, because he was 5 minutes ahead of the real contenders, and maybe that forced Salo, Fokoroni, Khatebe, etc. to move a little bit earlier than they would have and help set up the record.
Yeah, definitely. And as we see the 11-hour buses now coming in, we've got to go back to Koli for another Coca-Cola gold moment.
It is the 2016 Comrades Marathon. We are stationed here at Cowie's Hill, and oh my goodness, what a vibe it is. The runners, some of them actually walking. You can see that this marathon has taken a toll on them, but the fans, the supporters are here in their numbers, and it's getting more and more difficult to actually select the winner of the hashtag gold moment. But even though it was a difficult task, we have found her. Who are you and where are you from? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
I'm Brenda Gray. I'm from Durban in Hillary. Not very far from where we're standing, where I stay, so it's lovely here. The vibe is nice. There's a lot of cool drink for the runners. It's enjoying, even though some of them are walking, it's still good that they're on the road.
All right, so I want you to tell the viewers a little bit about what they can expect if they do come out here to Cowie's Hill, you know, in terms of the ambience, the atmosphere.
Oh, there's such an atmosphere, so nice to be out here. There's lots of people shouting, and it's just lovely to see these runners. They've really put a lot in to be here today.
Absolutely, we are so proud of them. Now, I cannot miss the sign that you have in your hand right now. I want you to tell us a little bit about your gold moment story.
My gold moment is my best friend, Deanne Kennedy. She's running Comrades for the first time. She took 5 years to qualify. This last year she needed to knock off 45 minutes from the start of the year to the last where she qualified was Deloitte, and she got it. She did the time, she's done the crime, and she's in the 12-hour bus now. So we're waiting for her to come up Cowie's Hill for her support to just get her to the end.
All right, so when she runs past here and you're stationed here, what are you going to be doing too?
Well, I'm going to be screaming her ears off, and I have to run a little way with her to make sure. She's my running partner, though she runs faster and more further than me. We're partners always, and it's just lovely to have such an awesome friend running such an awesome race.
All right, so has she inspired you in a way to take part maybe in the following Comrades Marathon, or maybe not?
No, it's a bit too far for me, but I like being on the sideline and always running at the back so that we can take photos and see the sunrise. That's the fun part of running.
And I couldn't agree with you more. So I've got a little bit of a surprise for you. When we selected you as the winner of the hashtag gold moment, it means that you're walking away with a hamper. Did you know that?
Yes, I didn't. Yay!
Oh, congratulations to you. I hope you enjoy it.
Oh, thank you so much. And awesome, yeah. And if you're not out here on the road, get out here. You're in Durban, get on the road. help these people get to the end.
You've heard it from Brenda herself, the winner of our gold moment. If you want to be like her, please tweet your gold moment story to @Coca-Cola_ZA and do #gold moment. And you could be walking away with that hamper. And we also want to see you at Cowies Hill as we support all of the 19,000 runners that are taking part in this year's Comrades Marathon.
Thank you, Pauline. If I were you at home, I'd start tweeting using that hashtag gold moment for these Coca-Cola gold moments. Those hampers are quite cool. Some of them have Coca-Cola fridges, etc. As we see the Shongololo Express coming in here, Alec.
Yeah, the Old Mutual Shongololo Express coming in fast and furious with all of these athletes. You know, these athletes are still running good times. These are not your regular, just go out to the door for a jog. These people have trained really hard. Look at this group coming in, Helen.
Well, there's the bus conductor for the 11 hours, and he's done a fantastic job because he's brought this huge bunch of people. Many of them, it will be their first comrades. They would have depended on him. They would have listened to him sort of say, as he's saying now, stop. He's trying to regroup all the people. And they've still got like 5-6 minutes to spare. Often we just see them like rushing, and it's just a bit heartbreaking. But well done to these guys that do take all these athletes under their wing and just give them the confidence. They pace them correctly. And I mean, that is the big challenge for most runners, is just to get that pacing right.
Yeah, Alec, earlier also you mentioned some of the sponsors, Ola, Nedbank, Old Mutual, and of course the apparel sponsor for Comrades is New Balance. And New Balance combined award-winning fresh foam for Comrades 2016, fresh foam cushioning technology, I should say, with the much anticipated 2016 Comrades Shoe Series to give runners the best in premium performance running with the Comrades Fresh Foam 1080. A suggested retail price of 2,299 Rand. It's a steal for that. And the Comrades Fresh Foam 1080 is a South African-inspired design with bespoke coloring and aesthetics to celebrate the 91st Comrades, not to be repeated. Get it now at leading sports retailers, Total Sports, Sportsman's Warehouses, and leading key independent sports stores. That was a bit of a mouthful, but that New Balance shoe is actually something to behold.
Well, as another bus comes through, I can tell you the New Balance shoes are good. They used to sponsor the athletes when I used to have the Max Africa program. So thanks to them for sponsoring Comrades as well. But all of these people, jubilant, they've come in well under the cutoff, as Helen mentioned. I think one of the reasons is it says a lot about the conditions today. I think the conditions were perfect for Comrades. Yeah. It wasn't too cold in Pietermaritzburg. It never got too hot. There was no real wind out there, just perhaps a very tiny little breeze. And we've seen some great performances throughout the day at the top of the field and at all of the relative cutoffs. Helen mentioned the silver medal, the Bull Rowan medal, and now we're seeing it here again for the bronze.
Wel, 11 ure, baie naby 5 minute om te gaan voor die 11 ure afsnypunt. Is natuurlik die bronsmedalje afsnypunt hier vir die atlete, en daarna tussen 11 en 12 ure is dit die Vic Clapham medalje. Hierdie atlete baie bly dat hulle tyd bereik het. Nog 'n groen nommer wat ons daar sien inkom. En vir baie atlete, is 'n redelike groot groep, want daar's 2 ure tussen die Bull Rowan en die bronsmedalje afsnypunte. Atleet daar van Indië, en 'n atleet wat baie ver gereis het om die Comrades Marathon hier te kom hardloop, en hy maak klaar binne daardie 11 ure. En soveel verskillende redes hoekom mense hier hardloop. Ons sien die Indiese atleet daar in die agtergrond, en uitstekend vir die atlete, gemaklik binne die 11 ure. Ons gaan nou na Udo Karelse toe, and Udo, I believe you've got a very special guest down there with you at the finish.
Very special guest indeed. Now, we've got, of course, with me, Corrie van Zyl, former South African cricketer, but also now General Manager of Cricket South Africa. Ek's verbaas dat hierdie jaar jou eerste Comrades is, Corrie.
First one, and it's been a great experience. I mean, it's a long way to go. I've done two oceans, but this is a long way to go. But it was actually wonderful, and my two mates that ran with me, they just sort of kept me back the first half, and then said I can go. So they helped a lot.
Now I'm going to play devil's advocate here. That long runs will clear the mind of the last 2 World Cups that we've had, right?
Hey, I tell you what, I'll think about that in the week again.
Listen, well done. Fantastic. You're going to be back next year.
Oh, definitely.
Fantastic. Corrie van Zyl, thank you very much. Back to you guys.
Well, Udo, I'm watching that clock there behind you as we get closer and closer to this bronze medal cutoff. And for many of these runners, not the ones in picture now, this will be heartbreak. But if you're not getting close to at least being outside the stadium right now, Big T, see you've joined us here. It's getting very close to another heartbreak moment in Comrades. And this is part of this race. It's so much elation and heartbreak and just human drama playing itself out.
That's why I was here on time before you guys closed me out anyway. So, but I think it's a very wonderful moment indeed, where everybody's waiting for the cut-off time, 11 hours, 16:30. You could imagine, for people who were cut before, way back around 10 o'clock, that was something else.
Yeah, these cutoffs along the way are really tough. And let's also remember that the Comrades cutoff, the final cutoff, was 11 hours for perhaps 85% of the Comrades Marathons. Only when we had the big celebration some years back did they extend it. And I think that's one of the reasons you asked earlier, Arno, why the big field and so forth. And perhaps that extra hour makes it more believable for some people to achieve. And sometimes you have to believe you can achieve it before you're going to attempt to get off the couch. And, maybe that extra hour is doing something. But this is a special medal for most people, the bronze medal.
Yeah, certainly, because like you said, for many years, this was the last medal you could get before they added that big Clapham for the 11 to 12 hour cutoff. And sometimes a bit controversial. Some people believe they should go back to 11 hours, but of course Comrades started with a 12-hour cutoff. We went to 11 hours and now we're back at the 12 hours, and a very, very big portion of the field will finish in the next hour in that big Clapham medal.
Well, as a former runner, I respect the people who finish in the next hour. But I can tell you what, these people who finish, they get special recognition from families whose fathers or grandfathers or mothers or grandmothers have done the Comrades. If you've gone beyond 11 and the old man went sub 11, believe me, you're going to pick up flack.
Certainly. And they've got another minute and 15 seconds to go. And athletes streaming across this finish line. Some of them look fresh as daisies, like they haven't done anything today, and of course others not looking as great. And again, this race shows you the difference between if it's your day or not your day. It can make a big difference.
No train now ngapi the minister na zita mfamrahu yo sikakatwala na mose dingazo kaba ngwe bafungwa okatwanda na imolanda azema chitukaba pezia osala pezi second sigatori huyo katiwa hapa ini abeza 11 hours inemunga na mo ondela yona ndia fulipala bana ziwa chimrahu hangini vasadu jena ka stadium bako zibona zori zo zino zimwe na chwe chingakadite atiburu katite mini pezia ritobona so dite mini riko counter down uyapalaka 11 hours.
Well, you see the man here just after the finish line gesturing to people to come across. 25 seconds to go here, and they're being encouraged by athletes that have already made it. And you can see all shapes and sizes coming across this finish line. 15 seconds to go now before another heartbreak moment. These athletes are pushing, they're giving it all, just like the elite finishers. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there we go. There's the gun. And our first Vic Clapham medal crosses the finish line there. An elation for the last bronze medal winner, and maybe a little bit of disappointment and heartache, but they still get that Vic Clapham medal for the people who missed that cutoff.
Just imagine being cut off in just a mere second. I think that's quite disappointing. But obviously, I think you should know as an athlete that, okay, this is the time that you're running, and you're running against that cut-off time.
The one thing is about Comrades Marathon, though, is it's not a mat-to-mat race. It's about, or when you cross the start line. It's when the gun goes. So how many of these people who missed about 1 or 2 or 3 seconds are saying to themselves, it took me how many minutes to cross that start line? I should have got a little bit closer to the front. But there's, of course, then the seeding you have to get into, or you have to get there earlier. I mean, a person could have just stood 2 meters in front and could have had that bronze medal.
Yep. The back of the H seeding batch, which is the final seeding batch, number H or 8 seeding batch there, they took 10 minutes to cross the start line. So, and at the end, the cutoffs are brutal, but when you get to a Lion Park cutoff, to make up that time in 16 minutes, although they're a bit more generous, of course, it's so difficult for these runners. But when you miss it just like that, you're wondering, couldn't I have given 1 or 2 steps faster somewhere along this race? But before we get your answers to this, gentlemen, we need to go down to Udo, and Udo's got another guess for us.
So, the man who's just made it over the line with a penultimate cut of the day as the gun went off. Moodley from Kwadukuza, how do you feel about making it for that medal?
Hey, very happy. We are like my 21st birthday.
Now, I don't know if you know this, but when you lifted your eyes and saw there was about 6 seconds left, those eyes were going crazy. Tell me what was going on in their head.
I told no, I must make it. If I don't, then it's something.
Now, you're 62, be honest. When's the last time you ran that fast?
In 2009.
Love it, love it. 20 comrades later, well done. You've grabbed yourself another medal and, of course, avoiding the final cutoff of the day. But not everybody makes it. Right, Lendani?
All right, so while the lady that didn't make it, the last one, let me take you through this. 5 seconds, you're coming through that corner. 3 seconds, you're trying to get faster, you're not getting there. 1 second, the gun goes, you haven't made it. How did you feel?
Disappointed, but I'm glad I'm finished.
This was your third one?
Yeah.
What happened in the other two?
The first one I did in 10:35, and the last one was an up run. I did it in 11:14.
And I know next year you're going to be running from Durban to Pietermaritzburg. What are you expecting there?
Whatever happens, I'm happy to finish.
Michelle. Michelle. All right, so that is the story of the day. Final hour, we'll have to see what will unfold.
Thanks, Lindani. Mr. Moodley there knows what it feels like to get a bronze medal. He's got 18. That's number 19 for him. He also knows what it feels like to miss that cutoff. He's also got 2 Vic Claphams to his name. And the other athlete that finished there, Michelle Larges. And as we said, this was her third Comrades. And she's also tasted both sides of that heartache, where she's also had a bronze, and this is her second Vic Clapham medal. And amazing to see the diversity, the camaraderie again on this Comrades race.
But of course, I think, like we said, we're still celebrating the Africa Month. Africa Month. So I think they're really coming tight with that, and of course, different regalias wherein people are showcasing, the traditional, attires and their regalias. And that's one thing that we always applaud. We have seen this guy from France, and I think he has been putting on these regalia. That's quite wonderful indeed. And like I said earlier on, that when we are in an African state or African continent, we need to move forward and really support each other, because we are a diverse continent, so to say.
Ja, natuurlijk. Afrika is ons continent en ons is in Suid-Afrika so gediversifiseerde land en dit is so goed om dit hier te sien. Verskillende mense, verskillende agtergronde en almal wat saamspan op hierdie lang pad tussen Pietermaritzburg en Durban vandag. En Kaizer Chiefs ondersteuner ook daar en hierdie atlete wat almal klaar maak tussen 11 en 12 vir die grootste gedeelte van die veld wat nou gaan klaar maak, so wat die helfte van die veld, omtrent 7000 atlete wat nog steeds moet die wedloop voltooi. En hulle gaan die Vic Clapham medalje kry. En onthou natuurlik op Twitter #Comrades2016, ook Instagram en hou daai boodskappe aan die kom. Dickie Lady, nice to welcome you here. You spent some time up in the chopper today. You're back down on the ground. I know you've been on the ground for a while, but I haven't spoken to you since you were way up in the sky. What do you prefer, having your feet firmly on the ground or being right up there?
I will tell you, Arno, she doesn't feel like she's with us now here. She's still
I'm
feeling
happy here.
up
I'm happy inland. I can't deal with being on air. But it was a great experience. Like I said before, it was one of those moments that everybody needs to run a Comrade Marathon. So I did mine this year. That's how excited I am.
Well, that's absolutely awesome. And again, as we see all shapes and sizes and dress codes, tutus, things coming across. Big T, sorry, you had something to say.
And of course, I wanted to go to Jamali Tobakare's tweet. He said, I'm not much a runner, but I'm inspired by the courage they have to start, and they will finish. #2016 Comrades. And it's quite wonderful indeed for people to say, we're still watching, we're still there with you guys.
You often see kids getting up and watching their favorite TV show or Star Wars or something, and they dress up in all the regalia and have the lightsabers. We've had some tweets of people who said, it's been a tough day for them, sitting on the couch but dressed in full running gear while supporting the athletes on the road.
Especially listening to the voices as well. Don't forget to put you there, guys.
Yeah, no, of course. And then they have sitting on the couch with your New Balance shoes on, your running kit, and just supporting. And it's awesome to hear, because like we said earlier, this is a race for South Africa, for supporters, for runners, for viewers at home, it's for everybody.
The good thing about Free State is that it's a happy province as we speak, Big T, because David Khatebe is my homeboy. He's from Free State. He's from Kroonstad. He won this, and it was not. I know with you guys, when I was listening from up there, you've been saying he's got the chance, and that chance came. He even made a new time.
Of course, I think you now tempt me to say. You have got Ludwig Mamamulu, he comes from Limpopo.
After me?
You have got, I know. You have got Rufus Porto, he comes all the way from Limpopo. So, yeah, I'm not sure about, I know, but we are quite proud about these athletes. But I think overall, it's not about where you come from, but I think as South Africans, this is one way that I've been always saying that, more to see South Africans in big numbers making the top 10, to me, that satisfies me.
Yeah, and of course, from all over the place. I mean, we mentioned all these provinces and cities, etc. And the majority of Comrades runners still come from Gauteng, followed by KwaZulu-Natal, and then obviously everywhere else. So you can claim those guys. I will just claim the top two women, Shane Bosman and Caroline Visman from my neck of the woods. So, while we do that, Zolani Bongo is itching to get into my seat. So I'm going to get out of it. And Dikeledi, maybe give us some more insights while we wait for Zolani to take my place here.
How shall I jwale se le dihora tse 11 kaofela lebelo lena le ntse le etsahala mme ho setse jwalo hora e le nngwe kapa ka tlase fela hanyane ho hora mo teng re tla tleng re bone bontate ba ikentse ba apere dithethana ba qetella 11 hours o ntse o matha nnete ona bonolo o kentse jwalo tse pinki dibabi ke ditsebe o apere jwalo thethana Nazim Afrika ke mo Afrika borwa ya ketekang jwalo kgwedi ena ya ma Afrika
Ana shinge zubane kamanda shinonga sisitia Marakani Fesia ungambore keba mkala nabwa ndi mutu mulwane mkuma wana kukidima hembambe zoto manango hozori vodini sana mkuma twalote bao wana rono kidima awara za fumiti kuyafara ka minute shiko huya maro Zolan.
Well, siyababona ke phaya amadodana afondini indoda.
And I look through 1,000 eyes, and as I grow, yes, I will live 1,000 lives. Somebody pick me up and drop me. Forever I will learn. I just try to stop me. So forever I will burn. So I roll.
Putsho ya rena ya makgaolakgai yona e na ke kgolego efe yeo Nelson Mandela a ile a gololwa go yona ka 1990 matomeng
le monna yo motelele o apere sutu o farilwe ke mama Winnie le Cyril Ramaphosa
Victor Verster
Jona modimo mpotsa bomma o jwa ka
Ushate wa Thobela FM
Ushate wa Tsebola Boithabiso. What does it mean to be African? Is it hope? A dream? A desire to share ourselves, our mastery, with the world? Or is it that we carry our sacrifice willingly? That with every step we take, we draw closer to something bigger. We're more than just an airline. We are African first. We're a proud carrier of its dreams, the sum of its unlimited potential. A partner to everyone who yearns to take Africa to the world. South African Airways celebrates Africa Month, bringing the world to Africa, taking Africa to the world.
I've worked really hard to get here.
It's a commitment to excellence in everything I do. Getting to the top means reaching higher every day.
5 Roses blends only the top 2 leaves of the finest Ceylon teas. Because nobody makes better tea than you and 5 Roses. Enjoy the perfect balance of health and taste with the new 5 Roses green tea range.
Ready to go darker?
Rimmel's new Volume Colorist Mascara, the lash tinting phenomenon. A lash tint complex makes bare lashes darker in 2 weeks, so lashes are always dressed to kill, with and without mascara. In an instant, lashes are volumized with jet black impact. New Volume Colorist Mascara with Lash Tint Complex from Rimmel London.
Get the London look.
Rimmel London's Color Precise Eyeliner. Rimmel's new felt tip liner in high intensity shades for precise, perfected lines that last all day.
Get the London look.
Welcome back. You're watching SABC Sports live broadcast of the 91st running of the Comrades Marathon. Our runners have less than 50 minutes if they want to achieve their finishers medal, and they've got 50 minutes to arrive here at the grass at Sahara Kingsmead to be able to get that Vic Clapham medal. Of course, the final cutoff is at 5:30. Not only have we had 2 champions today, Shane Bosman as well as David Khatebe, but you can also be a winner. Stand a chance to win 1,000 rands worth of airtime. Very, very easy. You just got to answer this simple question. How long has Old Mutual been a part of the Comrades Marathon? There, that question was up for you. Just A, B, or C. Speaking about Old Mutual, they've been giving us the opportunity to win today, and a little earlier on, before we actually had the 11-hour gun cutoff, we saw a great big shongololo coming across the finish line. Now, that is something that we've seen for the very first time here at the Comrades Marathon. You know, in ultra distance running, we've seen it in the Old Mutual 2 Oceans Marathon, but for the first time, it was part of the Comrades. So joining me is the head of brand at Old Mutual, Karen Thomas, and a man that you know well, Bruce Fordyce. We've heard your voice the whole day, but something that I don't think a lot of people know, the very first shongololo you were part of.
So we stole the idea of the shongololo from a race in San Francisco called the Bay to Breakers. It's run over, I think, about 15 kilometers, and they have a whole section designed for people dressed as centipedes. And the rules are very clear. There've got to be 6 of you there, and they've got to all wear the same outfits, and the centipede has to weigh the same amount, and then they sprint against each other through this race. And so a couple of my friends, Franklin Stern from Cape Town, Elliot Schwartz, a couple of others, we got together, Alan Robb, we got together and we decided we would build the South African equivalent of a centipede. It would have to be a shongololo, it couldn't be a centipede. And we would be more than ridiculous and push it through the Old Mutual 2 Oceans. And so 56 Ks was the challenge. The centipede we built, the shongololo we built, was phenomenally heavy. It was designed by a guy who flies model aeroplanes, and it was made of fabric. It weighed a ton. We had dealy boppers on the front, and we had a little bicycle horn to get people out the way, bam, 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 so we could get them out the way. And there were 6 of us, and we had matching Old Mutual legs. There we go, you can see. We had the same tights on so that they were in the correct colors. And we ran the 56K Old Mutual 2 Oceans on several occasions. It nearly killed us doing it. So not for one moment did we think that we would ever be stupid enough to do the Comrades Marathon. We raised quite a lot of money for charity. We had a lot of fun. We landed up on a lot of intravenous drips afterwards because of the stress of running it. Friendships were tested, and then it gradually faded away because the novelty was gone. And I believe John Mitchell from Benoni Northerns took over the idea and then had this insane idea to take it to the Comrades Marathon. In our defense, it is now state of the art. It is very, very, it's like a racing machine. Lightweight, and they rotate a bit.
And did you see that wonderful slow-mo they had when they showed us some visuals of a little earlier on? They had them slow-mo. They almost looked like stallions in the Vodacom Dome in
They've
July.
got a squad, you know. It's a little bit like modern-day rugby. They call people off the bench who then take over and stuff. Whereas in our day, it was 6 men, good and strong, and we went the whole way. And poor old Franklin, my mate, had to run behind me, and then we had to go from shortest to tallest. And I remember when we came down the finishing straight at UCT, Alan Robb, who was the tallest and at the back, he was in the 6th segment. he suddenly caught up with me. So the Shongololo was curved U-shaped because he said, there's no way I'm allowing Fordyce to go across the finish line of the two oceans ahead of me. So yeah.
Okay, Karen, finally you can get a word in now. Why did Old Mutual decide that, you know what, actually we're going to support this idea of actually having a Shongololo for the very first time here at the Comrades?
So yeah, last year was our first time to sponsor Comrades, and we made the decision then we need to bring the Shongololo back. So Bruce has spent over a year training for it, and yeah, very exciting. It's still pretty tough, eh? Believe me, it's still pretty tough.
The Comrades is tough.
Yeah.
Dressed like an idiot is even tougher.
How proud were you that you actually saw it coming across the finish line within 11 hours?
It was phenomenal, and I had the opportunity to see them from the air earlier. But we trained hard. They trained at the Old Mutual Dam, and they trained at the Old Mutual Marathon last year. So they put in a lot of hard work to get to this point.
Well, Bruce told us all about the history and just how heavy their Shongololo was when they did it so many years ago. Just how heavy is that structure that the runners are actually running in?
Well, it's pretty aerodynamic now, but I tell you, after 12, 11 hours, it gets very heavy.
No skin left on your shoulders because it rubs.
The guys are phenomenal. They are so passionate. They just love it. And they're all development athletes. So we, as you say, it's for charity. We bring them down, we cover all their costs. And they just really, the passion's amazing.
We see those visuals now. It's slow mode. It's completely dramatic. Tell us a little bit about the cause that you're raising money for. Tell us a little bit about the cause and the money that you're raising through charity with the Shongololo.
So this is absolutely for charity. And we also have the Old Mutual More Than Yourself platform, which allows people to run for more than themselves. And they can choose whichever charity they want to support. So it's very exciting. All for a good cause.
Lovely stuff. It's certainly been a wonderful vibe here at the Sahara Kingsmead. Head of brand at Old Mutual, Karen Thomas, thank you very much for coming into our on-site studio. And Bruce, I know you and I will chat to wrap things up a little bit later on. All right, that's Bruce Fordyce as well as Karen Thomas. Just off of screen, we've got Caroline Wussman, a lady who had the entire nation gasping, oohing and eyeing. We're going to be chatting to her in just a short while. Coming up, stay with us.
Thank you, Valen. Siyabulela kakhulu ke nkosazana uchoka mnandi kakhulu siyaqhuba kaloku umdlalo sabetha wona phaya ezantsi imbaleki kusebuhlungu imilenze iyacaca ngokuba noko kudala iwuphethe umcimbi joka phaa kaloku kuyabonakala nabadala mfondini bathi asizuyiyeka lento singakhange siyofika ebhandini. It's been a very interesting since the whole morning, the whole day, but basically we had one big moment today.
Well, indeed, when you look at it from the athletics or either athlete perspective, you know what, they don't worry about the pains that they're going to be able to incur when they will be riding towards the finish. But all that matters most is that they are participating in this race, and that's quite important to them. You know what, that's why other people will say, whether I'm not getting any medal, whatever you mentioned, the bronze, the silver, the gold, but then all that matters to me is when I have finished and I have crossed that line.
You know, the one thing that just reminded me is when Valen spoke about Carolina. I was one of those people that felt like going down and help her to the last 3Ks so that she finishes. Not because anything else, but because she pushed from the very first minute, and it was, you could tell she wanted so much, and with the injuries and everything, she managed though from the I think it was 12 or 13 Ks. From 13 Ks to the 3rd Ks, she's been pushing with pains, but she went until where she couldn't finish it. But she made a point that she became the second one, the gold medal.
It's all about the endurance, it's all about commitment, it's all about passion, it's all about the love of what you do, and that's exactly what we witnessed today, because really it was just a pity, it was just unfortunate that Caroline suffered what she suffered, but at the end of the day, credit must go to the winner at the end of the day. But then, talking about Caroline, Valen is standing by with Caroline.
Well, thank you very much, Zedby, and to our commentators. Every time from 12 kilometers when the cameras actually went back to what was happening in the women's race, and they got to see a lady that had been leading the women's race from the start, and they saw that she was walking and really, really struggling every time that she would go from a walking gait and actually start to run again. The entire crowd here at Sahara Kingsmead would go up and cheer for her, and that was the drama that was unfolding, and she lost her close to 12-minute lead over Shanae Bosman with 2 kilometers to go as she came into the CBD. It was high drama all the way. Congratulations on a very brave run today, Caroline.
Thank you. It was definitely my toughest race that I've ever done, but I'm just so happy that I finished. I just kept thinking, please don't let my legs fail me. I just want to finish today, so I'm just glad that I finished.
What actually happened? Because, you know, before this race actually began, you were the lady to beat, and you were in the form of your life, and everyone said the Comrades Marathon is Caroline's to lose.
You know, I think it's just the Comrades Marathon, and that's how I felt before. Like, anything can happen on Comrades Day, and you just have to be so grateful for what you get. And about 60 k's into the race, I started cramping. It started in my quads, and then it moved into my calves as well. And I was hoping that that I'd be able to just out mental power it just by thinking positive, but it just got too much. My legs wouldn't carry me anymore. So
tell us what happened here. I mean, this bike incident, people are going to be speaking about this bike incident for quite a while. What exactly happened?
So what happened was I started cramping and my legs wanted to buckle. I wanted to grab some water from the tables to spray them over my quads. My legs weren't really cooperating with me. I didn't really realize that the bikes were so close to me, and next thing they went into me, and I realized I just caused this massive accident, so I felt quite bad about it, but yeah, it was just one of those things, I suppose.
What did it feel like? I mean, obviously we're seeing some visuals now of when you finally did get to cross the finish line, and like a true champion you went to hug your teammate Shanae. But what did it feel like when she actually finally did pass you?
You know, to be honest, when I was cramping so early on, and I kept thinking I'm just gonna be strong in my mind and keep going, and then there was a point where my legs just buckled under me and I landed up on the ground, not the motorbike accident another time, and I was on the ground and I didn't know if my legs would even lift me up, and they did, and I realized then that, you know, I thought I'm just going to keep moving forward. I'll be happy to come in with a sub 12-hour bus if I need to. I expected that all the top 10 girls would pass me at that point. So I was anticipating it the whole way, and she ran a better race today. She's the champion today, and I'm just really proud of her for her race.
I mean, cramping from 60 kilometers, you're 29 kilometers out. It's a long way to go in so much pain.
It was difficult, but you know what? This is part of what the Comrades Marathon is about, and I just knew that I wouldn't quit. Even if I had to sit down and try and let the cramp recover, if I couldn't keep going, I wasn't going to quit. I was going to finish today. So I'm actually just lucky that I still managed to come in second. I'm very grateful for that.
Having spoken to Lindsay and having spoken to yourself, I know that the plan was to have quite a conservative race up front and to go through Drummond around 3:15. You came blitzing through there in under 3:08. Do you think you went out a little too fast?
Lindsay gave me two plans. I was a little bit nervous beforehand that I wouldn't be able to do the sub 6 hour one. But when I started running, I felt really, really comfortable and really good. And I thought I made a decision about 3 or 4 Ks in. I saw what my splits were, and I realized how good I was feeling. And I thought, you know what? Today I'm just going to take the risk and I'm going to go for it. And it didn't pay off. But sometimes you just have to go for something bigger than yourself. And if it doesn't pay off, at least you can say you tried. So I tried unsuccessfully, but at least I tried.
So you wouldn't do anything differently? You would still, if in hindsight, if you could go back and run today all over again, you still would have done it exactly the same way?
Yeah, given how I was feeling at that time, I would have done the same thing, and I would have, obviously I would hope for a different result, but I'm also just really happy for Shanae. I'm really proud of her, and I'm glad that she had her moment and that she gets to be a Comrades champion as well.
And have you already started thinking about 2017?
At the moment, I'm just thinking about how I'm going to walk tomorrow. but definitely, you know what, I love this race. There's something so special about it. And the fact that everybody was so supportive when I was walking trying my best. People were screaming for me. They were cheering me on. And I was digging deep and giving it everything I could. But just to have people that are so supportive when you're at your worst, when you're suffering at your worst, not turn their back on you, but to rather encourage you. I mean, it's just such an incredible atmosphere.
Well, you said it perfectly. 2016 is Shanae's race. She is the champion. But there is no doubt that you remain Tandeka. Somebody nicknamed you Tandeka, the loved one. And seeing the screaming from the crowd, you really get that sense, and I think you're going to have this kind of support next year once again. So congratulations on a brave effort today, and we look forward to seeing you race in the future.
So
That's Caroline Busman. She ended second in the women's race behind Shanae Borsman. Fabulous for South Africa that we had two women first and second once again. I think we're really getting used to it now, and may it long continue when it comes to South African athletes, and also such wonderful role models such as Caroline as well as Shanae. It was a brilliant, dramatic race in the women's event and also in the men's race, where we had, of course, a record in the down run thanks to David Khatebe, and we had second and third to previous down run champions setting PBs. It has been the most phenomenal day, and these athletes that are coming across the finish line here at Kingsmead, this is their moment of glory, and they're as much winners as the front runners. There's still a couple more minutes, just over half an hour to go before that final gun cutoff. So let's go back to our commentators.
Thank you, Kosazana, and thank you, Nakuweke Tandeka. Well, I've got Big T here with me, and I've got Digeledi Makongwana. I just want to ask you, Digeledi, did you see that lady called Shigeti, Karate Shigeti?
Yes.
What's your impression of that?
Being a mother to daughters, it brings back the memories. The Mickey Mouse lady who's always here, the Japanese lady, she's always running. She's always at the Comrade and wearing the same attire.
Having some fun indeed. Well, just over a little more than half an hour for the final cutoff here at Durban at the Kingsmead Cricket Stadium. We are just about to call it a day, but then we're still having some fun because the race is still on. Everybody enjoying themselves, and everybody will be rushing to make it the cut. And sizawushiyana ke mna nawe kungekudala ngoku ndibeke ndiyaqola ndiyaqokumbela wam umcimbini pakishe iitasi zam ndigoduke ngoba ke ixesha loko lifikile. Bulele kakhulu ke kwabo besebenzisana kakhulu ukuhle ngendlela engummangaliso. Dikeledi Makongwana uzawuqhuba ke kunye naye ke uBig T. Emva kwam kwawube kungena ke uDwayne Diloka.
Another shift where Katibane, Rikatibane Ketsa, our Salaho, or River Corona, was also Chibra and Drate, Kabaneva Cotiu, Valio, half past 5. Nature Spring out of Vala, Chopesla, Chotone, Baneva do Catra, Canamato Tumuri, Abato Tumura, Samuchawana, Medal, Pesela, Pezzi and the Gamma Rokidima, our scores are from Nambili, Gachel Spring, Pezzi and Contendazori, Wunava Geneva, the War Chimbra and the Latte, Jesus to go Rindel out of one sort of Bane, but the Fire and Dakan, Batokon Honga Fuka, Vashika Kachi, Chabachaqui.
Thank you very much, Big T and Sulani Bongo and Digeledi Mukungwana will remain for a little while as we edge closer to the 12-hour cutoff. 11 hours and 30 minutes now, just half an hour to go for runners to complete the 91st Comrades Marathon. It looks like that gentleman had taken a bit of a fall, but we'll be closing out this race in the next half hour or so. The broadcast will continue for another hour. Balin currently standing by in studio and will continue to bring you interviews and analysis of the race and the day that has been. But the lights now coming on at Sahara Stadium, Kingsmead, as these runners have spent, literally, they set off in the dark, and now they are finishing in conditions in which the light has faded, the sun is set, and the stadium lights are needing to be turned on. It's been a very long day for the runners that will be coming in between now, Alec Riddle, who joins me in the commentary position, and indeed the 12-hour cutoff.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough final 29 minutes here as we count it down to the final cutoff for the 12-hour marathon. And let's just put that into context. 12 hours is 720 minutes, 90 kilometers. That's about 8 minutes per kilometer, if my maths still works. Is it 8 minutes per kilometer?
We'll accept it.
Okay.
It's a long day.
It's probably close to that. And so you can imagine these people are running pretty good. 8 minutes per kilometer to run the 12-hour cutoff. Dwayne, I hope you're not going to pick me out and say I'm wrong, but hopefully Helen will get a calculator out and check.
I think it's too late in the day to be calculating efficiently when it comes to mathematics. That said, these runners have all put in, no doubt, months and months of qualifying. I know how many friends, family members who've always wanted to complete the Comrades Marathon. Many have done so, but the training that is involved is just phenomenal as well. Not the elite runners. I'm talking about the average person who starts as a Sunday runner that gets the idea, inspired by the Comrades Marathon, just because of the magnitude of the race that it actually is, and to decide, I'm going to do this race, put in the hours, and get going, tackle this Comrades Marathon, and to complete it. Just a significant achievement. The South African flag waving proudly on the shoulders of the runner, making his way to the finish line now. Spusiso Mustang, the flag on his shoulders. Spusiso Mustang coming in a respectable time, just over 11.5 hours. And Sasol Running Club, a big fist pump. Just shows you what it means to many of the runners, of course, to finish the Comrades Marathon.
Absolutely, and they're coming in, and I think it's this time of the day we're getting lots of messages of people that are inspired, and I've just got a message. Apparently I inspired Isla in 2002. She's done it twice since, and we look forward to her being inspired to get yet another run under her belt, to make it 4. So there's the challenge for you, Isla. So, but lots of runners coming through, and they're quite comfortable finish time. And I just spoke to somebody who had seen 3 very big buses go through the last mat down out there in Sherwood, and they had plenty of time. The guy said he thought that all these buses would make it, and full of novices and enjoying this experience.
Yeah, I grew up in KwaZulu-Natal and watched, stood on the side of the road as Derek Price came past 2 years in a row to win the Comrades. That probably inspired me to one day want to do it. But Helen, I know you're a KwaZulu-Natal lady, but what inspired you to do this great race?
I was actually living in Pretoria and I just arrived in the country, and it was just what you did. I didn't have a clue about marathons, and it was just, everybody just pulled along, and you just got caught up in it. And it wasn't the magazines, it wasn't all the digital information. It was just what you did. So that was it.
Do you remember the days in South Africa where if you said you were a runner, the next question was, how have you done the Comrades? And if you hadn't done the Comrades, you weren't classified as a runner. So this is the big one for many, and nice to see Colleen de Roock come to South Africa, a family rich in history of the Comrades Marathon. She came at 52 to do her first and got the 7th gold to equal her brother's 7th gold in 1995.
Well, the floodlights are on here at Sahara Stadium, Kingsmead, and standing under the floodlights, having gotten his tan all day, Udo Karlse is at the finish line.
I've had quite a bit of a tan today, but Dwayne and the rest of the team, this really is the real Comrades as we're wrapping up here towards 12 hours, because every single runner has their own inspiration. And I'm standing here with Mokgadi. I'm looking at the message that you've put out here today. Talk to us about why you had to run today and who it's a tribute to.
Yeah, so yesterday we were burying my grandmother who raised me up. I was only 4 months old. So I had to decide whether I run or I don't run. So I decided to run in her memory.
Now, look, you should be in a period of mourning along with the rest of your family, but you felt compelled. I need to get to KZN. I need to wake up in Pietermaritzburg. I need to run to Durban.
I actually attended the funeral yesterday in the northwest in a place called Swaziland. And then after that, I had to drive for about 400 k's. I had to do it in 3 hours because I had to check in to catch my flight at 5 o'clock and be here today.
Now, I'm looking at this Matunyane. May her soul rest in peace. What do you think she's thinking right now, wherever she is?
I think she's very proud of me.
I love it. I love it. There we go. There's the picture again in living memory of Grandma, Mother Matonyane, 1929 to 2016. She's smiling down from heaven. Beautiful.
I think she is smiling.
Thank you so much for your time, my friend. There we go. Grab it and go and grab your medal.
Let me just say hi to the people at home in Soizareneke and all my friends who supported me. Thanks a lot.
That's what Comrades is all about. Back to you guys.
Oh, that's just an emotional story, certainly. And making its way from Northwest Province yesterday afternoon to be running the Comrades Marathon here today, and for a good cause as well. But so many athletes have felt the need over the years. I know Alan Robb's wife, having passed away as well, also thought about not running the race one year and ended up deciding to run in her honour. It's those sort of memories that so often happen. I think is that the Polish flag that's coming in around the shoulders of the female athlete that's just making it into the finish line. But there's a lot of husband and wife teams that are coming in around between 10.5 and 11.5 that we're starting to see come in, many of whom have one couple, it seemed, he had run 27, she had run 23, saying 50 up, which is a pretty impressive tally for a husband and wife team.
I was a bit worried about the one banner that said wife number 1 and husband number 10.
We were hoping that was the number of comrades.
I was also hoping.
Rather than relationship choices gone wrong.
That might give a bad impression of what running can do to you, but yeah, quite amusing.
Indeed, but down in the grass of Kingsmead Stadium, we've got Lindani Mbense.
Well, Dwayne, you were speaking about a lot of husbands and wives coming in. Well, I found myself a bride. How are you?
Good, and yourself?
I'm good, thanks. So you ran with this veil from Maritzburg to Durban?
Yeah, it's amazing, eh?
Why?
It's because I'm a bride.
Can we open it?
I can't open it, it's just for ease my pain. Because when I run along the way, people they say, bride, go, your husband is waiting for you at the finish. And that gives me the strength.
And is this the husband?
Ah, no.
All right. So, Dwayne, before we start making some mismatches, it's back to you.
Sure, well, we don't want any mismatches down at the finish line. Some of the local athletes, a Chatsworth Athletic Club member, Chatsworth Running Club, a couple of runners that are making their way into the grass now of Sahara Stadium, Kingsmead. But plenty bodies that are starting to pour into the grass now, and this is when the people at the finish line really do start to things are just a little bit, again, more running in memories of certain individuals, but this is where the people at the finish line really do start to do the most of their work. With a big Blue Bulls fan that's making his way into the venue now. But what's amazing is just the medical attention at the finish line. And when you consider that the actual medical attention here at the finish line, the medical station has over 70 doctors, it actually makes it the largest temporary medical facility in the world outside of a conflict or disaster area. So the Comrades Marathon is a hugely significant medical station here. And there are plenty runners that actually do require medical attention. It just seems to be a runner running in memory of somebody who may have passed away.
Well, I think this year, though, we've been quite fortunate. We've still got just over 20 minutes, but we often see those stretcher carriers starting to get quite busy now. But compared to other years, I think it's pretty quiet, which is great. It means the athletes have sort of had pretty been able to hydrate themselves just to the right level. But the thing that the runners will be sort of battling with now is it's been a long day for them, nearly 12 hours. The sun's gone down. It actually starts to get a bit chilly, and they've got to also just make sure that they don't get cold when they sort of are walking down the last few kilometers, because that can also cause a person a few problems. But these guys happy, running well inside the cutoff time, and they're going to be very relieved and celebrate tonight.
Well, just bear in mind, we're just under 20 minutes to go. We convert that to our projected time of an average of 8 minutes per kilometre. It means that these athletes who are in the final 2 kilometers have a chance. If you're outside of that, you're probably in danger of missing out. And what's also important to bear in mind, more finishers in the last half hour than anywhere else. So it's very congested, a lot of traffic, foot traffic that is, and of course very difficult to try and pass if you want to. So right now you basically have to stay in the position you come into the stadium and you enjoy it with the rest of them, and they're coming in fast and furious now. Absolutely fantastic to see these athletes coming in and producing a great achievement for themselves. Some of them will have set a goal a year ago, some maybe longer, and they've come out here today and they've achieved it to get that finisher's medal, and what a great achievement that is.
Indeed, it's all about these personal goals that have been set, but these are some of the athletes that would have consumed nearly a ton of bananas on the day and nearly 8 tons of oranges that have been available out on the route, and how many cubic litres of water that must have been consumed. The average runner that sweats out about 4.5 litres during the duration of a Comrades Marathon. This is taking an enormous effort out of the runners, but so many that have managed to pace themselves properly and will not be in the 15 to 20 odd % who might not actually finish this race. So they are coming into the stadium at the moment. The foot traffic, as Alec mentioned, is significant in the closing half hour of this race in particular. Well, Lindani and Bense, you've got another guest for us down at the finish line.
Well, Dwayne, every corner of South Africa is represented. If you're from Pimville, you're also represented here. Congratulations, Tando.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Medal number 1 in your last one, and today you finished again.
I finished again, yes.
Were you happy with your time?
Well, I am happy, because the last time I missed my time run with 2 minutes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
See you next year.
Thank you, yes.
And someone we were very, very worried about.
What do you mean?
Very worried about. And speaking of a couple of hours, was Kwena. And, well, Kwena has come in at 11:40, should I say. Kwena! Oh, it's a whole SABC crew. So how was it, guys?
It was lovely. It was nice. It was a good run. We enjoyed it. It got tougher right at the end. The last 10 Ks or so were a bit hard, but we made it. The whole objective is to get sub 12. We did it. We made it, but it was not easy.
By the way, I saw you guys at yes, and you guys had coffee with me, and you said you're still well within time. How was it?
It was grueling, but worth it. It was a fantastic race. The weather was good, I think, this time around, but tough.
But we're worried about you guys. Where were you for the last 3 hours?
Hey.
It doesn't matter where they were, but they are done, and they did make it within the time.
My wife.
Some of the SABC employees, Gwena Marara Muabelo, you'll recognize from presenting the TKO and indeed football programs on SABC Sport, as well as Aubrey Sechi, who works in the radio departments, formerly for SAFM and now with Current Affairs. But some more interesting hairdos and a lot of pink as a celebration for many, and indeed running in remembrance or for causes, some charitable causes. Indeed, the Pink Drive has been significantly, many runners that have embraced the idea of the Pink Drive. But Udo Karlsson as another completed finisher down at the line.
Well, Dwayne, here's a rhetorical question that I know you will know the answer to. Can you go anywhere in South Africa without finding a Kaizer Chiefs fan? Mzondi Ishmael, why take your club's flag all over the course of Comrades?
Yeah, but of course I like Kaizer Chiefs. I like Kaizer Chiefs very well. Anywhere I'm going, even in Cape Town and everywhere when I'm staying in Free State, always I take this flag. When I'm going to work, I take this flag. I like Kaizer Chiefs. As from I know about soccer, I like Kaizer Chiefs from the time that we play the Shaka Ngobo, those old players that I love Kaizer Chiefs. I love Kaizer Chiefs very well.
I'm sure secretly you love the result of the Nedbank Cup final yesterday as well, ne?
Yeah, I'm happy that Pirates lose again. I'm so happy that Pirates lose again so that I can rest very nice.
Fine line between joy and misery, especially when it comes to the Comrades. Now, Chiefs fan, off you go. Get your medal.
Okay,
fantastic. Thanks so much. There we go. Back to you guys.
Guys, the Chiefs fans enjoying the fact that Orlando Pirates lost the Nedbank Cup last night. SuperSport United victorious by 3-2. And a former Chiefs coach, Stuart Baxter, of course, having coached SuperSport United to victory. We got a quick break, and when we come back, the closing stages of the 2016 Comrades Marathon.
One small step for man, one giant leap for man.
The renowned Gateway to Space exhibition is coming to South Africa. Explore the life-size Mir space station, full-sized models of the Sputnik satellite and lunar rover, see the Apollo capsule, sit in a space shuttle cockpit, and even touch a moonstone. Special family and school packages available. Tickets at CompuTicket. The Gateway to Space exhibition brought to you by Huisgenoot, you and Drum.
Excess acid is not the only cause of heartburn and indigestion. Sometimes stomach acid and contents rise and end up in the wrong place, causing pain. Let me demonstrate how, unlike conventional antacids, Gaviscon soothes within 3 minutes, neutralizing excess acid and creates a protective barrier that keeps stomach acid and contents where they belong for up to 2 times longer. Stay on top of heartburn and indigestion with Gaviscon Plus.
Uyakusoloko unomhlobo, mhlobo.
Well, it really is just throngs now that are entering the Sahara Stadium, Kingsmead. At the moment, it is just so much footwork. People are literally queuing up to trying to squeeze their way in and trying to fight their way over the finish line as well in the closing stages, and garnering a little corner of space at the finish line. I believe Lindani and Menzies managed to find a little bit of space. Lindani, who you got with you?
All right, Dwayne, thank you very much. I've got a very interesting story. We've got a guy who ran to the Comrades, to run the Comrades. But guess from where? Johannesburg. Baba, how are you still even walking?
I'm very tired, but this was a very initiative because we're raising money for the dogs. We're raising money for the animals that are abused in the townships. So the initiative we call the 10-10. So we run 10 every 90 Ks every day until you get to Comrade and you run the initial Comrade.
So explain to me, from 10 days ago, what happened?
Yeah, what happened? I ran. We started on Centurion. We finished at Delmas. Following day, we ran from Bedford. We finished at Van der Velde Park. Van der Velde Park, we ran up to Reeds. From Reeds, we went to Frankfurt. Frankfurt, we went to Harrismith. And then we went to Beckville. And then we came and ran Comrade.
All right. If you can still stand, enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thanks, man.
All right, Dwayne. I just hope and hope. I should have asked him, in fact. I hope he's not running back to Joburg.
Yeah, well, I tell you, this is where public transport, or indeed transport of any form outside of your own blistered feet, no doubt, comes in very, very handy. But there are a host of individuals who, for charity reasons, of course, have made their way to the starting line in Pietermaritzburg on foot, or some on bicycle from as far away as Cape Town, that have gone on to actually complete this Comrades Marathon. It's been a remarkable day. It's been an unforgettable, record-breaking day as well when you look back to the results that saw David Radebe smashing the Comrades record. 5:18.19 is the new Comrades record, and Shane Bosman having claimed her first Comrades win. As we enter the final 10 minutes now of the 2016 Comrades Marathon, it is nervous time for the runners in the final couple of kilometers. It really is about stretching yourself and just trying to push to that finish line. There's a good percentage who won't go on and finish this race, unfortunately, but there are many who's entering the stadium now shouldn't have any concerns, bar some serious cramp. But down at the finish line as well, it's becoming increasingly packed with late finishes, or finishers cutting it fine. Isuro Karl, sir.
Pressure indeed. Under 10 minutes left to the end. Now, Dwayne, some fathers disappear for the weekend. We have no idea what they get up to and where they go. Here's a dad who's doing it for his kids. Nabil Christians.
Hi, yes, I'm doing with my kids. Love you guys a lot. Love you, Nithar, Ahmad, Adlan, Shakir. Love you all.
Now you're raising these kids to be runners themselves,
yeah? Yes, they're all runners. His PB 37 minutes 10K.
I love it. You see?
That's a new PB for Cape Town.
Fantastic. Nabil Christians from Strandfontein. To your kids, Daddy loves you. We know where he is. We'll get him home safely. Now you get on and go and get your medal, yeah? Fantastic. There we go. Daddy role models. Love it. 10 minutes to go. The cutoff is nearly here. Back to you guys.
The cutoff indeed is right around the corner. 8.5 minutes to the cutoff here at Sara Stadium, Kingsmead. But what a story that is as well. And one of his sons does a 37-minute 10K. Looked like still a teenager. That's some serious prospect there in terms of running.
Well, but it is. It's a lot of talent there. And I think after watching his dad today, it will just spur him on. Well, we can see that we've got just over 8 minutes left. And we've just heard that there's over 2,000 people still out there on the road. So I think we're just going to see a solid mass of people pouring in onto the field.
Yeah, we heard from Riaz just 2 minutes ago. With 10 minutes to go, there were 12,400 who had crossed the line, and there were some 2,400 who were still out on the road, having made it past the Sherwood cutoff. So 10 minutes to get in, 2,500 people. We're going to have to see a bit more traffic than this if they're all going to get here. But yeah, everybody's finishing quite comfortably, as Helen mentioned earlier. Not a lot of action for the medics. Fortunately, it's been an absolutely fantastic day for the Comrades runners. Some great achievements, some great personal achievements. People running for all sorts of reasons to try and prove themselves they can do something in memory of others, to try and push the limits. You name it, they're out here trying their absolute best, and we've seen some absolutely great action out here at the Comrades Marathon.
Well, those figures also indicate to us that of about the 17,000, I think it was just under 18,000 people crossed the start mat in Pietermaritzburg, and the count they've got of the people who've passed the last mat in Sherwood with 6 kilometres to go. So that means that there was probably about 3,000 people who either didn't make the cutoffs at certain distances. The organisers, and quite wisely, have said, well, if you can't get to this particular point at this time, we're going to have to sort of make you discontinue your race. You need to come back next year. You won't make the finish line, and it's for your own safety. So yeah, about 3,000 people did that, but I'm sure they're going to be inspired and motivated to come back and give it another go next year.
Yeah, in South Africa, it's particularly brutal in marathons and Two Oceans Comrades with these very strict cutoffs. But those are the rules that we work towards, and those are the rules everybody knows and abides by. And that's what makes South African road running attractive and tough. But, of course, the international marathons, you can almost have all day to do 42 kilometers. So a little bit easier in the big city marathons than it is here from Pietermaritzburg to Durban. And, as we've said, some remarkable achievements earlier today.
Well, we're approaching the time where the cutoff gun is set to be fired. And Helen Luca, you fired the cutoff gun at 9 hours, the Bill Rowan cutoff, and that must have been a slightly emotional moment for you down at the line. And that wasn't even the cutoff line where the finishers won't get a finish time. They just get a different medal. They get a bronze medal. But what was that experience like?
Well, I was standing there waiting for a few minutes, and I was given my instructions, how, I would have to turn my back, and I'd be told, countdown. And I found myself standing there looking down this sort of tunnel of runners, and then I realized I couldn't do this. So I think I turned my back with about 2 minutes to go. I couldn't I dreaded the thought of seeing someone come around the corner and I'm pulling a gun that says, oh, oops, sorry, you're not going to make it. So yeah, I protected myself from that emotional challenge.
Well, talking about emotional challenges, there are a few of these athletes that are going to face some really emotional and turbulent times in the coming minutes, because 5 odd minutes to go, and there's a few that are moving at a pace too slow to actually make it to the finish line from here, Alec.
Yeah, well, if they're not outside the Hilton Hotel in Walnut Road right now, they're probably in dire straits. Just 4.5 minutes to go. But lots of forces drive these people. As we saw earlier, the athlete running in memory of his grandmother, Earlier, we saw Hal Snyman finish in a good time, sub-10. Obviously running in memory of his sister-in-law, but some great performances, as we said. And, you know, the pride that these people take in trying to get across the line. They all want to be on the television cameras and hoping to get an interview, but the ones who are going to get the interview are the ones who finish in 4 minutes and just after 4 minutes from now.
A winner never quits and a quitter never wins. That banner we actually saw at the start line before sunrise. Of course, it's after sunset now, and he's made it to the finish line, banner in hand, which carrying something in your hands. I've never been able to run like that. I don't know how people can actually run throughout the race. Some get handed placards and messages closer to the finish line and have the last little while to carry some message or some banner or some placard across the line. But there are some exhausted bodies that are making their way into the stadium, some looking remarkably fresh for having been out on the road for going on 12 hours. But this is the emotive part now, where runners from all ages, all walks of life are desperately trying to reach, and all wardrobes, it seems, as we saw somebody in a rather interesting outfit again rounding the corner and trying to make his way to the finish line before the final gun is fired.
Yeah, you know, I think the finish line is a bit like a magnet, though. It's just drawing these people in to run around the stadium, to make it to the finish line. They know that they've got less than 3 minutes. These are the people who still got a chance of making it. The ones just outside the stadium are in immense trouble right now. But if anybody cramps, they also could be in danger. Helen, this is really, really tough.
Yeah, this is tough moments now, because these people just have to really probably put in the hardest effort of the whole day. You know, they've probably had lots of walks, been relaxed, and hey, there's no time for that now. Let's head down and just run around this track until they cross that finish line.
Yeah.
2 minutes left.
Yeah, just over 2 minutes. That's not very much time for these people. They've been averaging 8 minutes per kilometer, so 250 meters, which is probably what the track is. So if they're not inside the track now, they're almost out. And yeah, it's going to be very, very tough for these people to get around the track. The ones in the home straight coming through, look how it's crowding. The officials are going to have a real job on their hands trying to push all these people through so that those coming down the finishing straight can still get across in time to get their medal.
Yeah, they're tired, weary, but very elated.
Well, these runners, there would be some serious relief. They'd be looking at their watches on their wrists. Hopefully they would have synced with the watch on the banner overhead. It's 90 seconds to go to the final cutoff. 12 hours of running that will have come to an end, and so many runners have been struggling with cramp, but many have looked fresh. Some are struggling, needing medical attention at the finish line. And these are the heartbreaking stories, the ones that have made it through every cut-off point up to this point, but just do not have the final little bit in their legs to drag themselves towards the finish line. And this is the desperation. There's a minute to go, and the body says no. She has done almost, well, she's 89 odd kilometers and on the grass now.
From Charlo Running Athletics Club in Port Elizabeth, somebody trying to help her, somebody potentially sacrificing a finisher's medal of their own, and that's the spirit of the Comrades. But we need more than one. Let's see if we can get another one. Wow, there we go, and whoa, I don't think they're going to make it. And the one lady has sacrificed potentially her own race to try and help the other.
Well, those knees are buckling. Less than 30 seconds now, and this is the most emotive part. She's being dragged over the line by those in the crowd, volunteers, fellow runners, but there are bodies strewn all on the grass just beyond the final mat. And these are athletes that are making their way into the final stretch now. That's just going to be too far. But the gun is raised by the CMA chairman. McDonald Chicha fires the gun, and unfortunately disappointment for all the runners who were virtually on the line by the time the gunshot went off. They would have been reaching, they would have been stretching. But how many bodies are strewn on the grass beyond the finish line? It is so cruel in the greater context, but indeed it's in the rules. And the first non-finisher of the Comrades Marathon. That is disappointing.
I think we might need a photo finish. That was so close.
Well, so disappointing.
finish line. It's 2 minutes after cutoff. The man who made it, of course, Johan Wagenaar from Pretoria. We saw that cutoff getting ever so close. Did you know how close you were to not making it?
On my watch, I was actually 3 minutes in front of that clock, so I thought I had another 3 minutes. But then just outside the stadium, they started counting it down, and I realized, Sherbet, yes, trouble.
I'm glad you said Sherbet. Now, when you heard that, how much of a rush was it coming through here and into the stadium?
No, if it wasn't for the people, I wouldn't have made it.
I suppose that's what Comrades is all about.
Because the scream, the support was freaking amazing.
Now, mate, let's just look at this here, because you came within literally a second and a half of that zero remaining a zero.
Well, I have watched this since a little boy on TV, and we always watch that last minute. And so I can't believe it's me now.
You know what a grown man needs for this performance today? A bunch of flowers. There we go. Johan Wagenaar from Pretoria, the last man to make it over the line before the final gun. Let's head back upstairs.
Thank you, Udo, and a fine bouquet for the very last official finisher of the Comrades Marathon. For pride's sake, many athletes will be making their way across the finish line, having completed the distance, but not in the required time. The last